300 years later, you open your eyes once more. Yet, it is discovered that the once disciples have all become formidable figures. The eldest disciple, unmatched in physical prowess, validates the path through strength. The second disciple deduces the secrets of the universe and perceives all things. Even the most casually taken in little beggar has become a sovereign empress. All of this stems from 3 centuries past, when you were one of the apex powers of this realm. Additionally, one has taken in 100 exceptionally talented disciples. Alas, fate is cruel. One lives merely for 2 centuries before meeting their inevitable end. Who could have imagined that 3 centuries later, the system would not only resurrect you but also proclaim that eternal life could be attained through the adoration of disciples? Upon receiving this news, you had yet to revel in joy before realizing that your past cultivation had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former self. However, with countless divine techniques and methods at your disposal, regaining your former pinnacle is merely a matter of time. A matter of urgency. First, let us venture outside. With this thought in mind, you promptly make your way towards the valley's exit. At the entrance of the valley, several disciples clad in resplendent robes stood guard. A young disciple could not contain his curiosity and inquired of his senior brother, "What is the origin of this valley, and why has the esteemed empress assigned us to take turns guarding it?" The senior disciple beside him smiled gently. "This is the hallowed ground where the revered master is interred. The young disciples of the Holy Master have attained their first certification." Indeed, the tone of the elder disciple is imbued with reverence. Among the prominent figures within various factions, many bear names of renown and are disciples of the Holy Master. Even our illustrious Empress Wanhua is no exception. "Ah, I see." The young disciple suddenly comprehended. "However, since the revered master possesses such extraordinary prowess..." The young disciple sighed upon hearing these words, lamenting that even in prosperous times, there exists the affliction of brevity of life. This, too, stands as his sole regret. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from the valley. Several disciples immediately became alert. "Fellow cultivators, may I inquire the way to Changsheng town?" You see them? And with a courteous gesture, you ask. The disciples stood wide-eyed, utterly transfixed, forgetting even to breathe, let alone respond to the inquiries posed. Seeing their lack of response, you furrowed your brow and inquired once more, "Could you please tell me the way to Changsheng town?" Yet, still, there was no reply. He shook his head and walked past the mortal, continuing along the mountain path into the distance. Until your figure fades away. The disciples awakened from their reverie. "Did I not see incorrectly?" A figure emerged from the valley. Stammered the young disciple. I too beheld the astonishment reflected in the eyes of my senior disciple. Another disciple's voice trembled, "Isn't this valley a forbidden zone for life? Where did that person emerge from?" The senior disciple appeared to have recalled something, his face ashen. "Hastened to inform Her Majesty the Empress." With that, he bellowed and immediately dashed toward the direction of the sect. Amidst the winding mountain paths, you gaze into the distance, faintly perceiving the silhouette of a quaint town. In those bygone days, it was there that you encountered the last of your disciples. 3 centuries ago, he was but a wretched little beggar. Yet it is this smallest of apprentices who has truly granted you solace. Other disciples, either harboring ulterior motives or possessing their own ambitions, gradually drifted away even while achieving remarkable accomplishments under your guidance. Masters, perhaps you should first visit Changsheng town. You murmur to yourself. After all these years, it is hard to guarantee that the other disciples won't waver in their loyalty. For now, I can only place my trust in the young girl. At this moment, within the grand hall of the Wanhua sect, a disciple hurriedly rushed in. "Your Majesty," the disciple exclaimed, "I have urgent news to report." What event has instilled such panic? The woman adorned in a purple and gold robe upon the dragon throne spoke with indifference. She is none other than the renowned Empress Wanhua of the contemporary realm of cultivation. Chen Wanhua, the esteemed Empress of the Huihui. A disciple safeguarding the tranquil realm of prosperity. Received a startling message. Someone had emerged from within. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanhua sprang to her feet. A terrifying aura erupted instantaneously. "What did you say?" The disciple trembled in fear. "It is true." The guard witnessed a figure emerge from the valley, inquiring about the way to Changsheng town. and then departed. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanhua's eyes brimmed with disbelief. That forbidden place was clearly fortified with his most prized creation, the Wanhua. Even the mightiest of contemporary powerhouses could never hope to infiltrate it silently. Unless one knows the appearance of that individual, Chen Wanhua inquired with urgency. The disciple replied with trepidation. He was a young man, possessing merely the cultivation of an initial stage in spiritual practice, yet his demeanor was extraordinary, imparting an impression of profound depth. Chen Wanhua furrowed his brows. In his recollections, his master was an elderly man with flowing white hair. Could it be? A bold thought emerged in Chen Wanhua's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. He took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He issued orders to seal off the area surrounding Canjiang town within a radius of 10 miles, directing all efforts to search for the young man. He reminded everyone to maintain decorum. Meanwhile, having crossed a mountain range, he stood stunned at the sight before him, astonished to find that the Canjiang town of his memories had transformed into a magnificent theater. At the city gate, the armored guards languidly leaned against the wall. Upon your approach, they merely cast a cursory glance, not bothering to impede your passage. Pathway. As I step through the city gates amidst the throng, I am greeted by an unfamiliar splendor. Flanking the expansive streets, shops abound, their cacophony of calls rising and falling, while the air is infused with a medley of scents. You pause before a quaint tea stall, requesting a bowl of steaming tea. Engaging in conversation with an elderly gentleman nearby, you inquire, "Good sir, may I ask if this is the town of Canjiang?" The elder took a sip of tea and chuckled, "You must be a traveler from afar. This place is now known as Canjiang City, yet everyone still fondly refers to it as Jiuling." A thought crossed my mind, and I tentatively inquired, "Might you be aware of a woman by the surname Chen residing here? Her cultivation level should be quite remarkable." The elderly man with the surname Chen furrowed his brow and shook his head. Having lived here his entire life, he acknowledged that there were indeed a few households bearing the surname Chen, yet he had never heard of any possessing remarkable cultivation. However, speaking of this matter, he abruptly shifted his tone. If one wishes to inquire about information, one might consider visiting the Tianji Pavilion, located on Xianyu Street in the eastern part of the city. It is rumored that as long as one possesses sufficient spirit stones, even the hues of the empress Cie can be discerned. A flicker of intrigue passed through your eyes upon hearing those words. You set down the money for the tea and turned to walk towards the eastern part of the city. As I turned the corner, a magnificent 9-story pagoda of azure and crimson rose prominently before me. The runes upon its surface shimmered with an ethereal glow, while the 3 grand characters inscribed on the plaque, Heavenly Machine Pavilion, exuded an extraordinary aura. Upon entering the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, your gaze sweeps across the space, landing upon a grand plaque prominently displayed before the entrance. Inscribed upon it are the words, "Knowing the heavens above, the earth below, and the air in between, comprehending the ancient and the modern, possessing knowledge of all." This familiar slogan stirs within you a doubt: could this Celestial Mechanism Pavilion be the creation of that inquisitive disciple from yesteryears? However, the immediate priority is to locate my young apprentice. Subsequently, you suppress your thoughts and proceed directly towards the pavilion. In the hall, dozens of tables are arranged in an orderly fashion, each occupied by a young attendant who is diligently attending to the guests seeking information. You approached the nearest table and took a seat. "I wish to inquire about an individual." The young waiter, upon hearing this, displayed a professional smile. "This is quite straightforward. At our Tianji Pavilion, gathering information about someone's whereabouts is exceedingly simple. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? What particular information do you seek to comprehend?" As he spoke, he deftly produced a form, poised to take notes. "Chen Wanhua, you slowly utter these 3 characters, road." Upon hearing these words, the young attendant's face turned ashen in an instant. The pen he held fell to the ground with a soft thud. In a flurry of anxiety, he glanced around before lowering his voice, "Honored guest, we must tread carefully. To utter the name of the illustrious Empress Wanhua so freely is perilous. If the imperial guards were to overhear, we would both be in grave danger." Your expression shifted subtly, as if caught in a fleeting moment. Your lips twitched involuntarily at the corners. A flicker of unease flashed in the eyes of the young attendant. "Dear guest, please refrain from uttering the sacred name so openly." Flying. "It is indeed Wanhua?" You asked again. Your voice tinged with disbelief. The young attendant spoke, his expression growing grave. The name of the Empress of Wanhua was known to all across the continent. To address the Empress so directly was a perilous act. Should the followers of Wanhua sect become aware of it, it would surely invite great trouble. The vicissitudes of life are indeed unpredictable. You murmur to yourself, your eyes brimming with contentment. Time passes swiftly, and Nan Nan has grown so perceptive. The young attendant, Nan Nan, was instantly struck as if by a thunderbolt. From the tone of voice, it was evident that he regarded the illustrious Empress Wanhua as a mere junior. Yet, given her youth, could she truly be mad? Esteemed guest, he stammered, mustering his courage to speak, if others were to overhear your words. No matter, take your time to regain your composure. A gentle smile graces your lips. There exists a profound connection between him and me. The young attendant, upon hearing this, became even more flustered. Please, do not jest. Let us return to the matter at hand. What information would you like to inquire about? After a moment of contemplation, you spoke. I wish to ascertain the whereabouts of the Empress of Wanhua. Upon hearing this, the young attendant hurriedly glanced around, ensuring that no one was eavesdropping, before lowering his voice to respond. The Empress's movements are nearly common knowledge. The location of the Wanhua sect is, in fact, where she once practiced. You discerned the situation clearly after listening attentively. After casually inquiring about the matters concerning the Wanhua sect, you were just about to depart when a sudden uproar erupted behind you. Make way! A group of young men and women, adorned in splendid garments, forcefully pushed through the line, directly advancing to the position before you. At the forefront stands a woman of exquisite beauty, her features akin to a delicate painting. Yet, her brows are furrowed, displaying an expression of profound anxiety. What is particularly striking is the presence of a pale-faced young girl being supported by someone. Her eyes are tightly shut, her breath is faint, and wisps of dark smoke occasionally escape from her surroundings. Your gaze sharpens. The path ahead beckons. Yet as you prepare to speak, you discover the poison within. Upon the jade pendant at the young maiden's waist are inscribed the 3 characters of the Wanhua sect. This revelation causes the frown that once marred your brow to gently unfurl. Since she is a junior under your little disciple, allowing them to proceed first poses no inconvenience. The woman at the forefront struck the counter with her palm, urgently inquiring at the heavenly mechanism pavilion about the whereabouts of the 9-leaf vitality herb. The young attendant was taken aback by this sudden display. Dear fairy, please do not be angry, I am unaware of the urgency at hand. My junior sister has been afflicted by a lethal poison. It is said that only the 9-leaf vitality herb can provide an antidote. Regardless of the cost, I, Yi Qingmei, am willing to pay any price. I implore you to inform me at once. Upon hearing these words, the young attendant's expression changed dramatically. This poison is exceedingly lethal. I shall investigate the secret vault immediately. With that, he hurriedly rushed towards the back hall. Yi Qingmei turned her head to look at her companions behind her, her voice slightly trembling as she urged herself to hold on to her spiritual essence. She must persevere. The girl, known as Ling Su, displayed an increasingly dark visage, with a hint of black liquid seeping from the corners of her lips. The shadows encircling her grew ever more dense. It is no longer bearable, someone whispers softly. The onset of this venom strikes with alarming swiftness. Fearing that the remedy may arrive too late. A flicker of despair crossed Yi Qing's eyes, yet she maintained a facade of composure. Ling Su possessed profound skills within her, and enduring for a brief period was not an insurmountable challenge. As long as the medicinal herbs arrived, a solution would undoubtedly present itself. As the crowd sank into a despondent silence, a tranquil voice unexpectedly resonated. If we utilize the 9-leaf vitality herb, your junior sister shall revive within 30 breaths. The onlookers turned their gazes towards the source of the voice. I only see that you have, unbeknownst to me, taken your place beside me. The path lies calm, gazing steadily at the fading essence of Yilingsu. What did you say? Yi Qingmei abruptly turned around, her gaze sharp and penetrating. Path. You take a gentle step forward. And your entire demeanor seems to undergo a subtle transformation. Simply standing there, you evoke a sense of reverence, akin to gazing up at a towering mountain. Yi Qingmei initially intended to voice her inquiries, yet the words lingered on her lips before she abruptly swallowed them back. Instinctively, she took a step back, surveying the situation. At that moment, a young boy suddenly emerged, seething with anger. Who do you think you are to be so presumptuous here? Yet you did not spare him a single glance, your gaze remaining fixed upon Yilingsu, who lay upon the bed. This attitude further incensed the youth, causing his face to flush with anger as he prepared to strike. Yet was stopped by Yi Qingmei. Long Pinyin. The youth, unwilling to concede, shot you a defiant glare before retreating to the side, yet his eyes continued to blaze with fury. Yi Qingmei turned her gaze back to you, her tone softening somewhat. Since you have stated it thus, do you perhaps know the nature of the poison that afflicts my junior sister? You spoke softly. If I am not mistaken, he was bitten by the seven-channel paper serpent. Upon the utterance of these words, a flicker of intrigue sparkled in Yi Qingmei's eyes, for she had never encountered such a notion before. It seems you had anticipated this. You casually inquired, is that snake entirely cloaked in black, adorned with 6 silver rings that segment its body into 7 finger-length sections? Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei's pupils abruptly contracted. How could you possibly know? Indeed, it is as such. A peculiar serpent has emerged at the periphery of the Wanhua secret realm. It is merely a baseless conjecture. Long Pinyin scoffed lightly, his eyes brimming with disdain. A mere venomous serpent. How insignificant it is. I perceive that you are simply eager to flaunt yourself at this opportunity. You continue to disregard him, merely letting out a gentle sigh. The 7 veins of the serpent thrive in the cold, shadowy depths, possessing a venom of extreme potency. Those afflicted find their vital energies obstructed throughout their body. Should one attempt to forcefully circulate their energy, it would only hasten the spread of the toxin. Your Excellency is already aware that this poison can be countered. Yi Qingmei's voice carried a hint of urgency. If you can save my junior sister, the Wanhuazong will undoubtedly offer substantial gratitude. You raised your eyebrows slightly, seemingly taken aback by his earnest demeanor. However, you did not respond immediately. Instead, you placed your hand gently on Yilingsu's wrist, closing your eyes to savor the moment. The surrounding crowd instantaneously tensed up, as several disciples of the Fanghua sect discreetly positioned their hands upon the hilts of their swords. Only Yi Qingmei remained composed, her eyes shimmering with a complex radiance. A blend of trust and vigilance. The 7-fingered serpent is a creature of lethal venom. As you speak, a glimmer of recollection flits across your eyes. Though diminutive, this serpent is extraordinarily fierce. Should one fall victim to its bite, within a mere half-hour, life shall ebb away. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingmei's expression grew even more solemn, her hands clenching the corners of her garment tightly. Yet, your tone remains unremarkable. Based on his symptoms, it appears that 2 hours have already elapsed. The reason he has not succumbed yet is due to the appropriate handling of the situation. The individual suppressing the poison possesses a degree of competence. Upon hearing this, Long Pingon immediately straightened his back, a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. After all, I am a direct disciple of the Valley of the Medicine King. Such trivial toxins are but a trifling matter for me. You cast him a blank glance, expressing indifference as you remarked that there was indeed something, albeit not much. Upon hearing this, Long Pinyin reacted. His complexion changed dramatically. He clenched his fists in anger, his knuckles turning pale, and his eyes seemed ready to ignite with fury. What do you mean by such words? Yi Qingmei inquired, her brows furrowing. He began to question your motives and intentions. Your gaze once again rests upon Yilingsu. If one were to utilize the 9-leaf vitality grass, not only would your junior sister be unable to detoxify, but she may also face immediate peril to her life. As the words fell, the entire hall erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The absurdity of the situation was nothing short of ludicrous. The surrounding crowd immediately burst forth with a chorus of skepticism and derision. Even the usually composed Yi Qingmei could not conceal her astonishment, her brows furrowed even deeper. What do you mean by that, esteemed sir? The 9-leaf vitality herb is renowned across the continent as a miraculous elixir. Be it poison or grave injury, as long as one still draws breath, it can restore them to health. Indeed, the elderly man beside him remarked. I have practiced medicine for over 60 years and have never encountered any claims that the 9-leaf vitality herb is harmful. Surely, this person must be out of their mind, someone muttered softly. Long Pinyin could not suppress his derisive laughter. It was evident to me that he was deliberately causing a disturbance. The efficacy of the 9 leaves vitality grass is well known throughout the continent. How dare he assert that it is worthless? Such utter nonsense. Yet you remain utterly composed, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding murmur of skepticism. Long Pinyin stepped forward fiercely, his anger surging. Do you know what the 9-leaf vitality herb is? If there truly exists a poison that even he cannot, then no one in the world could possibly it. Indeed, the 9-leaf vitality herb is a miraculous remedy. It is said that some formidable beings, gravely injured, have been restored to health through its power. The words of the disciples from the Apothecary Valley are undeniably credible. The surrounding crowd began to murmur in agreement, their voices intertwining in a chorus of admiration. Accompanied by several elder gentlemen, their beards flowing, their expressions laden with displeasure, as if your words were a sacrilege against the sacred art of medicine. Upon hearing the voices of the crowd, Long Pinyin's expression of pride deepened. Do you know who I am? He proclaimed, gesturing towards the emblem on his chest. I am a direct disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Upon hearing this, the master of the valley raised an eyebrow. A hint of perplexity flickered at the corners of his mouth. You raised an eyebrow and a hint of perplexity graced your lips as you mentioned the Valley of the Medicine King. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable aura of confusion. Long Pinyin's expression darkened. How could you not know about the Medicine King Valley? From which remote mountain or forest have you emerged? Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, accompanied by pointed fingers and whispers. You cast an unusual glance my way. It is indeed the first time I have heard of the Valley of the Medicine King. You seem unfazed by the ridicule surrounding you, lost in your own thoughts as you absent-mindedly stroked your chin. A glimmer of reminiscence flickered in his eyes. I had never heard of this sect before. As soon as these words were spoken, the surroundings erupted into an uproar. Could it be that this person truly hails from the depths of the mountains? The Valley of the Medicine King is renowned throughout the continent, yet he remains oblivious. Is he feigning ignorance deliberately? Yi Qingmei was initially preoccupied with anxiously tending to the ailing Yilingsu. Upon hearing your words, she instinctively looked up. Her gaze lingered on your face for a brief moment, as if discerning a hint of sincerity. Her brow slightly unfurled, she softly spoke. You truly are unfamiliar with the Valley of the Medicine King. Your nod confirms your ignorance. Yi Qingmei pondered for a moment before elucidating. The Valley of the Medicine King emerged as a sacred place 3 centuries ago, originating from a modest sect known as the Hall of Divine Healers. Its predecessor was a modest sect known as the Hall of Sacred Physicians. A glimmer of light flickered in your eyes upon hearing those words. He softly repeated the words Holy Physician Hall, as if savoring a cherished memory. The king of medicine in the Valley of Medicinal Kings is known as Mu Xingye, continued Qingmei. One cannot help but infuse a sense of reverence into their tone. The Wood Apricot Medicine King is renowned as the pinnacle of medical expertise on the continent, being the sole individual who has attained enlightenment through the mastery of healing arts. She cast a glance at the Yilingsu upon the bed, her tone growing increasingly resolute. In this world, there is no one he cannot heal. As long as one is alive, a journey to the Medicine King's Valley will undoubtedly result in a lively return. Mu Xing. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in your eyes. How could he ever forget the name Mu Xing? Over 3 centuries ago, in a remote village, he encountered a frail youth, a boy whose fragile health had rendered him a mere vessel for medicine from a tender age. Yet, he possesses an extraordinary obsession with the art of medicine. When the system indicates that the youth possesses extraordinary talents. Without hesitation, you welcomed him into your fold. After accepting him as a disciple, the system bestowed upon you a reward in the form of a tome titled The Divine Farmer's Medical Canon. With this medical skill, you successfully cured Mu Xing's ailment, and subsequently imparted this knowledge to him. He earnestly advised Mu Xing to wield this medical skill for the benefit of the world. Moreover, Mu Xing has indeed established a grand aspiration to heal the world, and with your support, has opened a modest medical clinic named Xingyi Tang. The Sacred Medicine Hall, to your surprise, has transformed over the span of 3 centuries into a place that rivals the revered Medicine King Valley. You murmured to yourself. A glimmer of solace flickered in his eyes as he lifted his gaze towards the distance, seemingly able to pierce through the layers of obstacles and behold the vibrant spirit of his once frail apprentice. Yi Qingmei gently coughed to draw him back from his reverie. Your guidance is greatly appreciated, for her tone conveys sincerity, yet it also carries a hint of resoluteness. However, this matter pertains to the life of my junior sister. I sincerely hope for your understanding as I choose to place my trust in the disciples of the Valley of the Medicine King. She cast a glance at Long Pinyin, who proudly puffed out his chest. The name of Yaowang Valley serves as a golden signboard. Do as you wish, you shrugged slightly, your expression serene. I have articulated my thoughts to this extent. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. As he spoke, his gaze swept over Yilingsu, and he gently shook his head. It's merely unfortunate for this young lady. Upon hearing this, Long Pinyin was filled with fury and was about to step forward when he was abruptly restrained by Yi Qingmei. The safety of the disciples must take precedence. Saving lives is paramount. Yi Qingmei's countenance was grave, her voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Long Pinyin, having made up his mind, turned and walked towards Yilingsu. I retrieved several silver needles from my sleeve, preparing to administer acupuncture in order to stabilize the patient's condition. Before long, the young attendant of the Tianji pavilion hurried back. Holding a scroll of bamboo slips in hand, a trace of joy graces the face. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. The young attendant hurried over, breathless, and exclaimed that the 9-leaf vitality grass was available for sale at the apothecary district in the eastern part of the city. It is said that the new merchandise just arrived the day before yesterday. A glimmer of delight flickered in Yi Qingmei's eyes as she promptly rose to her feet. Thank you for informing me. I shall go retrieve it at once. I accompanied you to Longping, standing tall and proud. The matter of alchemy is solely my responsibility. Yi Qingmei nodded and then turned to a junior disciple. You stay here to watch over Ling Su, while the rest of you accompany me to fetch the medicine. With that, the group rushed out of the Tianji pavilion like the wind. You gazed at their departing figures, a flicker of helplessness glimmering in your eyes. Shaking your head, you chose not to follow. The surrounding crowd did not disperse. Instead, they grew even closer together, engaging in lively discussions with one another. The 9-leaf vitality grass is indeed a rare treasure. It is said to bestow an unceasing flow of vitality and serve as a miraculous remedy for healing. Not only does it mend wounds, but it is also capable of revitalizing those who are gravely injured and on the brink of death, provided they partake of it. A breath can be restored. I have heard that the elixirs crafted by the people of the Valley of the Medicine King can even bring the dead back to life. However, that may not be entirely accurate. Indeed, when it comes to treating common poison injuries, it is a matter of ease. The murmurs fluctuated. And many gazes revealed a yearning and longing for the 9-leaf vitality grass, a truly rare treasure. Chen Changsheng stood quietly to the side. A hint of contemplation flickering in his eyes, as if he were reminiscing about something. Time flowed steadily, and within the span of half a stick of incense, Yi Qingmei and the others returned, carefully cradling a brocade box in their hands. They have retrieved it. Yi Qingmei's face radiated joy as she swiftly approached the couch, presenting the brocade box to Long Pinyin. Brother Pinyin, it depends on you now. Long Pinyin accepted the box, gently opening it to reveal a small grass, entirely emerald in hue. The leaves formed 9 distinct segments, each intricately veined, resembling a network of channels, and subtly exuding a faint azure glow. A splendid herb. Long Pingyin's eyes sparkled with delight, and he cast a glance at Chen Changsheng, a hint of pride glimmering within. Now, I shall concoct it on the spot and save Sister Ling Su's life. With that, he produced a palm-sized mini alchemical furnace from his robe and placed it upon the ground, snapping his fingers. Whoosh! A blaze of fire materialized from thin air, surging into the base of the furnace, which quickly turned a brilliant red, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. Long Pinyin skillfully retrieved various medicinal ingredients from his robe, adding them one by one into the furnace. Chapter 8, Words of Wisdom Cannot Save the Damned. Chen Changsheng stood to the side, observing as Long Pinyin tossed a handful of revitalizing and detoxifying herbs into the alchemical furnace, a slight frown creasing his brow. He mused silently that if this elixir were to be consumed, Yiling Su would undoubtedly meet her demise. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns, choosing instead to watch in silence. Long Pinyin appeared deeply focused, his hands forming intricate seals as he muttered incantations, streams of spiritual light swirling at his fingertips, continuously infusing the furnace. The onlookers watched with mouths agape, many expressing their astonishment. What a remarkable technique! No wonder he is a disciple of the Medicine King Valley. Truly extraordinary! The 9-leaf vitality grass was tenderly placed into the furnace, and a rich herbal aroma instantly filled the air, invigorating all who inhaled it. Under Long Pingin's deft manipulation, the ingredients within the furnace gradually melded together, transforming into a densely concentrated azure-green liquid, which ultimately burst forth with an enchanting fragrance. "It is done!" A look of joy illuminated Long Pingin's face as he cautiously lifted the lid of the furnace. Inside lay a pill of vibrant green, pulsating with vitality. Its surface smooth and round, with the faint outline of 9-leaf patterns visible. "What a remarkable pill!" An elder, discerning in such matters, exclaimed in admiration, noting the exceptional quality of the elixir. Long Pingin, brimming with pride, lifted his chin and carefully extracted the pill with a specially crafted jade spoon. Placing it upon a jade plate before turning to Yi Qingmei, "The elixir is ready, now we shall see its efficacy." He spoke with deliberate emphasis, casting a sidelong glance at Chen Changsheng, his eyes brimming with provocation. "Truly impressive," a bystander remarked. "With him here, Miss Yiling Su is surely safe." "Indeed. Unlike some who foolishly claim that 9-leaf vitality grass was harmful, such words are nothing but baseless slander. If such an elixir cannot save her, then perhaps only the medicine king himself could help." The crowd buzzed with chatter, many casting disdainful glances at Chen Changsheng. Unfazed, he replied calmly, "I have always let facts speak for themselves." "Humph." Long Pingin let out a cold snort, dismissing Chen Changsheng as he handed the elixir to Yi Qingmei. "Quickly administer it to your junior sister." Yi Qingmei accepted the pill and, with utmost care, approached Yiling Su, gently lifting her head to place the elixir in her mouth. With a soft sound, the pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a stream of azure-green light that melded into Yiling Su's being. The crowd held their breath, their eyes fixated on Yiling Su's face. Gradually, the pallor of her complexion began to fade, her once encircling dark aura dissipated, her brows relaxed, and her breathing steadied. "It worked!" Yi Qingmei exclaimed in joyous disbelief, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Yiling Su is recovering." A cheer erupted from the crowd, many casting admiring glances at Long Pingin. "Did you see that?" Long Pingin straightened, looking down at Chen Changsheng with an air of superiority, his eyes gleaming with pride. "I am a descendant of the Medicine King Valley, a true heir of the Medicine King. Handling a mere trivial poison is child's play for me." At these words, Chen Changsheng suddenly burst into laughter. He recalled the reckless youth who once confused even the names of medicinal herbs and nearly singed his own hair while concocting elixirs. And now he dared to proclaim himself the king of medicine? How absurd! He murmured softly, his eyes reflecting a blend of nostalgia and helplessness. Upon hearing this gentle laughter, Long Pingin's face darkened with fury. "What are you laughing at? This fellow truly is insufferably arrogant." His companions seethed in anger, daring to mock. Could it be that he is ridiculing the Valley of the Medicine King? This is an affront to the King of Medicine. They hastily placed a heavy accusation upon Chen Changsheng. Just as Long Pingin was about to erupt in indignation, an unexpected turn of events occurred. With a dull thud, Yiling Su suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, the liquid as dark as ink, reeking of foulness. Her complexion rapidly drained of color, the previously restored flush receding like a tide, replaced by a sickly pallor. "What is happening?" Yi Qingmei exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly dabbing at the blood at the corner of Yiling Su's mouth. Suddenly, a surge of intense vitality erupted from Yiling Su, akin to a blazing flame. Yet her breath grew increasingly feeble, her eyelids fluttered a few times before she succumbed into unconsciousness. "This is bad." Long Pingin's expression shifted drastically as he rushed forward to assess the situation. How could this be? The confidence he had just flaunted vanished, replaced by sheer terror and confusion. "The elixirs I concocted are undoubtedly flawless." He frantically checked Yiling Su's pulse, bewildered by the unfolding events. Yi Qingmei's face turned ashen, her fingers trembling as they pressed against Yiling Su's wrist, feeling the pulse that was faint to the point of near disappearance. "Ling Su! Ling Su!" she called out urgently, her eyes filled with despair. The crowd around them erupted in chaos, many faces displaying horror as they murmured among themselves. How could this happen? She was clearly improving moments ago. Could there be an issue with the elixir? Impossible. That was crafted by the heir of the Valley of Medicine. Amidst the hushed whispers, someone suddenly recalled something, exclaiming, "Wait! This situation is identical to what that young man described." All eyes instantly turned toward Chen Changsheng, filled with shock and confusion. Standing there, he maintained an air of tranquility, as if he had foreseen this very outcome. I mentioned before. The 9-leaf vitality grass accelerates the toxicity of the 7-vessel serpent's venom, he stated calmly, his gaze resting upon the ailing Yilingsu. Her time was running short. Save her. I implore you to save her. Yi Qingmei grasped Chen Changsheng's sleeve, her voice tinged with desperation, her eyes pleading, please, I am willing to pay any price. Her fingers trembled slightly from the grip, knuckles turning pale, her face etched with regret and despair. Long Pinyin stood by, his complexion ashen, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Helplessly glancing at Yilingsu. I don't understand why this is happening, he mumbled, his voice laced with dread. Yi Qingmei could scarcely afford to acknowledge him, her gaze fixed fervently on Chen Changsheng. Our hopes rest solely on you now, whatever you require, please, just tell me. The surrounding crowd held their breath, stifling even the sound of their inhalations, as all eyes converged upon Chen Changsheng. He glanced at Yilingsu, who lay upon the bed. Her countenance as pale as parchment, lips tinged with a purplish hue, and her breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, teetering on the brink of oblivion. Alas! Chen Changsheng sighed softly, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. Considering you are her disciples, I shall grant her a reprieve. Yi Qingmei was momentarily taken aback. She? Are you suggesting? Chen Changsheng offered no explanation, instead, he turned his gaze sharply towards Long Pinyin. His eyes glinting with a blade-like intensity. Young man, you are a disciple of the Medicine King Valley, you possess not only healing herbs but also poisons, do you not? This was not a question, but rather a definitive assertion. Chapter 9, Can this alchemy truly succeed? Long Pinyin was taken aback for a moment, then instinctively nodded. His eyes filled with confusion. Indeed. I do carry some toxins, but how did you know? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng shook his head. In the past, he had imparted both medical knowledge and the art of poison to Mu Xing. Everything in the world, whether medicinal herbs or toxins, can be a source of salvation. It merely depends on how one employs them. Poison can kill, yet it can also save lives. The crux lies in the fact that one must not only learn medicine for self-preservation but also master the art of crafting poisons, so that no one would dare to provoke you. Present all the toxins you possess, Chen Changsheng commanded succinctly, without further elaboration. Long Pinyin hesitated for a moment, glancing at Yi Qingmei. She gave him a knowing look, urging him to hurry. Thus, Long Pinyin hastily retrieved a small brocade box from his storage pouch. Upon opening it, he revealed dozens of different toxins, each meticulously sealed in small vials and labeled. Well, these are the toxins I carry with me: plant poisons, insect and snake venoms. Mineral toxins. Long Pinyin explained, his tone laced with a hint of pride. Chen Changsheng nodded, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his features. It appears that the little rascal Mu Xing has not forgotten my teachings. What? Long Pinyin did not catch Chen Changsheng's murmur and asked in puzzlement. Without answering, Chen Changsheng took all the toxins from the brocade box in one swift motion and turned to Long Pinyin. Lend me your alchemical furnace. Long Pinyin was momentarily stunned. Then retrieved the mini alchemical furnace he had previously used, handing it over to Chen Changsheng, his mind filled with questions. This furnace was lent to me by my master. And even I do not comprehend its mysteries, he muttered softly, wondering if this man could truly utilize it. Chen Changsheng accepted the furnace, weighing it in his hand while murmuring, "Not bad, it will suffice." He then sat cross-legged, placing the furnace before him, and flicked his fingers, sending a flicker of flame into the furnace's base. The moment the flame touched the furnace, it surged to a height of 3 feet. The furnace glowing a brilliant red and emanating an astonishing heat. Chen Changsheng raised his hand and poured all the vials of poison into the furnace, carelessly tossing them in without even opening the bottles. Witnessing this spectacle, Long Pinyin's jaw dropped wide enough to fit an egg, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. What? What kind of alchemical technique is this? He stammered. Even when concocting poisons, one cannot simply do it this way. As he spoke, he glanced around, seemingly seeking affirmation. Isn't it essential to consider the interactions between medicinal ingredients? To just throw everything together, does he think it's a haphazard stew? Chen Changsheng let out a light scoff, not lifting his gaze as he replied, "Such knowledge is only for the mediocre. The moment those words left his lips, Long Pinyin felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place. His complexion shifted from red to white, then to green, leaving him speechless for an extended period. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment, exchanging incredulous glances, their eyes wide with disbelief. How audacious! To disregard the interactions between ingredients, this is utterly frivolous. It appears that mere happenstance has led to an unexpected encounter, as the individual in question lacks any true medical expertise. Whispers of doubt regarding Chen Changsheng's abilities began to circulate among the onlookers. Yi Qingmei, though gripped by anxiety, chose to place her trust in him. Observing her ailing junior sister. Please remain calm, she urged, attempting to maintain her composure. Since matters have reached this point, let us allow this gentleman a chance to prove himself. Amidst the murmurs, an extraordinary sound emanated from the alchemy furnace, akin to the resounding chime of a bell. Crisp and melodious. Suddenly, the furnace quaked violently, and intricate, arcane patterns emerged on its lid, glowing with a golden radiance that illuminated the entire hall. Long Pinyin stood agape, astonished. Is this the spirit of the furnace awakening? This is inconceivable. Even my master could only barely invoke it. How has he achieved this? Unperturbed by the astonishment surrounding him, Chen Changsheng's hands danced over the furnace, casting seals with unparalleled precision, as fluid as flowing water. With a resounding clang, the patterns on the furnace illuminated in unison, resembling golden dragons swirling upon its surface, a sight to behold. Just one more ingredient. Chen Changsheng suddenly furrowed his brow, retrieving a small vial from his robe. He poured out an inconspicuous black powder and delicately flicked it into the furnace. With a thunderous roar, the furnace soared into the air, suspended mid-flight as the surrounding air began to warp, forming peculiar vortices. Chen Changsheng's hands wove intricate seals, and a strange aura flowed from his being into the furnace. In an instant, the flames surged violently, transforming from a feeble flicker into a roaring inferno that enveloped the entire furnace. The furnace glowed a deep crimson, its patterns seemingly animated, shifting and changing, exuding an enigmatic luminescence. In the blink of an eye, the ingredients within the furnace were wholly refined, bubbling with a vigorous fervor. How could this be so swift? Long Pinyin gasped, disbelief etched on his face. These ingredients should require at least 2 hours for complete refinement. Before the crowd could recover from their astonishment, a plume of dark green toxic mist erupted from above the furnace, swirling ominously in the air. The noxious vapor spread, silencing the onlookers, their expressions turning grim. Cough. Cough, someone could not suppress a fit of coughing, hastily retreating a few steps. What is this dreadful substance? It is utterly terrifying. A pallid middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling as though the very essence of his spirit was stifling. I feel unwell all over. A voice murmured, laced with trepidation. What sort of poison is he concocting? Can this truly save anyone? An elderly man furrowed his brow, suspicion evident in his eyes. If an ordinary person were to be afflicted by such a toxin, they would likely perish instantly. The voices of concern swirled around them, yet Chen Changsheng appeared oblivious, wholly focused on manipulating the furnace. The speed of his hand seals quickened, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Although Yi Qingmei felt a sense of discomfort, she did not retreat. Instead, she fixated on every movement of Chen Changsheng, her eyes brimming with anticipation and trepidation. Long Pinyin stood nearby, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. As a direct disciple of the Apothecary Valley, he was well aware of the astonishing techniques Chen Changsheng was employing at that moment. The properties of the medicinal herbs varied greatly, with some even being mutually exclusive. Conventionally, they would need to be refined individually and merged in a specific sequence, as any deviation could easily lead to catastrophic failure. Yet, Chen Changsheng cast them all into the cauldron simultaneously and, with his remarkable alchemical fire and exquisite technique, forcefully refined and fused them. Such a method of alchemy was one that even the elders of the Apothecary Valley would not dare to attempt. The reason he could perform alchemy in such a manner, without the meticulousness typical of ordinary alchemists, was due to his unparalleled understanding of pharmacology. If one were to claim that anyone in the world comprehended medicinal herbs better than Chen Changsheng, they would be hard-pressed to find such a bold individual. Chapter 10. It turns out I am just an incompetent physician. With a crisp chime, a sound emanated from the alchemical furnace, causing the toxic mist to retract instantaneously. as if grasped by an invisible hand, swiftly flowing back into the furnace. Success! Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, his expression remaining serene, as though the astonishing feat he had just accomplished was merely an everyday occurrence. The furnace descended gently, its lid opening automatically, releasing a refreshing fragrance that dispelled the earlier discomfort. The onlookers felt invigorated, their spirits lifted. Chen Changsheng gestured, and a pill, the size of a thumb, soared from the furnace and landed in his palm. The pill was a deep emerald green, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, faintly revealing the image of 7 stars, emanating a subtle, cold radiance. "This is the 7-star detoxification pill," Chen Changsheng stated calmly, handing the pill to Yi Qingmei. "Consume it within 3 breaths, or its efficacy will be halved." Yi Qingmei hesitated for a moment as she received the pill. It felt ice-cold in her hand, exuding a faint, fishy odor that instinctively provoked discomfort. She glanced at the pill and then at the nearly lifeless Yilingsu, her brow furrowing. This thing was so terrifying to concoct earlier, will ingesting it truly not result in death? Chen Changsheng remained silent, simply locking eyes with her, his gaze conveying an indescribable confidence and composure. For reasons unbeknownst to her, witnessing his demeanor instilled an inexplicable sense of trust within Yi Qingmei. "All right." She gritted her teeth and unhesitatingly placed the pill into Yilingsu's mouth, gently patting her throat to ensure it was swallowed. "She has lost her mind." Someone in the crowd gasped. Consuming such a toxic pill, even the mightiest deity could not salvage her, could they? Long Pinyin turned ashen, instinctively retreating 2 steps. "It's over, this truly is the end." Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the bed where Yilingsu lay, awaiting the final outcome. 1 breath. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Suddenly, Yilingsu expelled a mouthful of dark green blood, her complexion shifting from pale to a ghastly gray, her body trembling violently as if in convulsions. "Lingsu!" Yi Qingmei cried out in alarm, about to step forward, but was restrained by Chen Changsheng. "Do not approach." "The toxins are being expelled," Chen Changsheng replied calmly, though concern flickered in his eyes. Indeed, as the foul blood was ejected, Yilingsu's breathing gradually stabilized, and her complexion began to regain its color. The pallor that had once rendered her face as white as paper slowly transformed, blood returning to her cheeks, her breaths becoming steady and robust. Yilingsu softly moaned, slowly opening her eyes. Although her gaze still bore traces of confusion, she had regained consciousness. "Senior." "Sister?" she called weakly, her voice faint yet clear. "Lingsu. You are awake." Yi Qingmei exclaimed, nearly in tears, grasping her hand tightly. "That's wonderful. Truly wonderful." The crowd around them fell into a momentary silence before erupting into a chorus of astonishment. "Oh my! She truly has come back to life. Is it possible that the toxic pill can actually save lives? This has truly transformed my understanding. Who is this remarkable young man? Such extraordinary medical skills. I fear even the elders of the Valley of the Medicine King would be humbled." Amidst the astonishment, Long Pinyin stood frozen, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions, from disbelief to shock, culminating in a complex reverence. As a direct disciple of the Valley of the Medicine King, he comprehended the astonishing techniques that Chen Changsheng had just unveiled. Meanwhile, witnessing her junior sister awaken, Yi Qingmei hurriedly inquired, "Lingsu?" "Lingsu." Grasping her sister's hand tightly, her voice trembled with excitement, "How do you feel?" Yilingsu slowly sat up, gently caressing her chest, her face adorned with a hint of confusion and surprise. I feel much better, just a bit weak," she replied. As she looked around, her gaze lingered on Chen Changsheng for a moment, a flicker of curiosity flashing in her eyes. "Just moments ago, I felt utterly hopeless, yet now." Yilingsu gazed at her hands in disbelief, murmuring to herself, "The toxins within me have vanished without a trace." The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes brimming with shock and confusion. Just moments prior, this woman appeared on the brink of death, her face ashen and her breath barely a whisper. Now, however, she seemed revitalized, a complete transformation. Could it be that a poison pill can save lives? Pondered an elderly man with white hair, stroking his beard, his expression a mix of complexity In my 60 years of practice, this is the first time I have witnessed such a marvel. Indeed, poison pills are typically lethal. When did they become a remedy? Miss Yi had been severely poisoned, yet she was healed by a poison pill. Such a scenario is utterly unfathomable. The murmurs of astonishment echoed around. As Long Pinyin stood to the side, gazing at Chen Changsheng's silhouette, his expression a blend of shock and realization. In that instant, he recalled a saying from his master. In the past, your great-grandmaster once remarked that all medicinal herbs, whether toxic or non-toxic, are merely a disguise for the incompetence of mediocre physicians. Poison can both kill and heal. Observing Chen Changsheng's demeanor, Long Pinyin's pupils constricted. The calm and composed aura he exuded, the grace in his movements, even his stance, bore an uncanny resemblance to the portrait of his ancestor. Could it be? A bold thought arose in Long Pinyin's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. Impossible. His ancestor had passed away many years ago, how could he possibly appear here? However, what shocked him even more was Yi Lingsu's condition. She had been poisoned, and logic dictated that the 9-leaf vitality herb would be the optimal choice, as all medical texts prescribe. Yet, the ultimate outcome was a cure through poison. This completely shattered his understanding. Taking a deep breath, Long Pinyin stepped forward to face Chen Changsheng, his demeanor respectful as he clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence. May I ask, esteemed elder? How did you accomplish this? His tone was devoid of arrogance, replaced by genuine eagerness for knowledge. Chen Changsheng turned, quietly assessing Long Pinyin. The earnestness in the young man's eyes reminded him of Mu Xing during her early days of studying medicine under his guidance. Though equally foolish. One is saved by diligence and a thirst for knowledge, rendering them not beyond redemption. The 7 veins pointing to the serpent, although a venomous creature, does not rely solely on its poison to kill. Chen Changsheng explained calmly, his voice steady and unhurried, that it infuses its own vitality into the body of its target. He raised a hand and gently touched Yi Lingsu's forehead, his fingertips glowing with a faint azure light. This vitality, lethal to humans, manifests symptoms akin to poisoning. He continued. By using the 9-leaf vitality grass, you are merely adding fuel to the fire, thus, it proves futile. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Only by counteracting with poison can one resolve this toxicity, it is a fundamental principle. Long Pinyin experienced an epiphany. His eyes sparkling with realization, so that is it. No wonder my elixirs not only proved ineffective but accelerated the onset of the poison. He bowed deeply to Chen Changsheng, expressing profound gratitude. Thank you, esteemed mentor, for your guidance. I have learned greatly. In his heart, Long Pinyin developed a genuine admiration for Chen Changsheng. Such profound medical insight and expertise would rank among the elite, even within the esteemed apothecary valley. Chapter 11, The Arrival of Worship Value. All eyes turned. There's no need for such fuss. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, his expression one of indifference. As if the miraculous feat he had just performed was but a trivial matter. However, a flicker of perplexity crossed his eyes. The 7-veined serpent had evidently become extinct 4 centuries ago, why then had it appeared here? Chen Changsheng pondered to himself. Could it be that someone had deliberately cultivated it? Or perhaps the disquieting thought began to surface in his mind. Clearly, this matter was shrouded in mystery and warranted further investigation. With a resolute heart, Chen Changsheng prepared to depart. At that moment, Yi Qingmei had already settled her junior sister and stepped forward to stand before Chen Changsheng, bowing respectfully. I am unable to repay the life-saving grace of my benefactor. Her voice was sincere, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Had it not been for his intervention, her junior sister would undoubtedly have perished today. Chen Changsheng maintained his nonchalant demeanor and replied calmly, there is no need for such concern. Were it not for my regard for the esteemed Empress Wan Hua, I would have been disinclined to involve myself in this matter. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingmei was taken aback, her expression one of astonishment. You know my master? She scrutinized Chen Changsheng, her eyes filled with bewilderment. This individual appeared to be quite youthful, no more than 30. While the Empress Wan Hua had long since achieved great renown, commanding respect across the continent. How could one of his age possibly know her? Could it be that he had encountered some extraordinary fortune and received guidance from the Empress? observing the astonished expression on Yi Qingmei's face. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Chen Changsheng's lips, and a trace of imperceptible nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Indeed. I know her more intimately than any of you could imagine, he spoke softly, his voice imbued with an indescribable emotion. Yi Qingmei's confusion deepened, this just then. A series of crisp notification sounds echoed within Chen Changsheng's mind. You have gained the worship of Yi Qingmei. Acquiring worship value, 3,000, you have gained the worship of Long Pingan, acquiring worship value, 5,000, you have gained the worship of Li Ming, disciple of Wanhua sect. Acquiring worship value, 500, you have gained the worship of Wang Qing, disciple of Wanhua sect, acquiring worship value, 800, the notifications continued in rapid succession, causing Chen Changsheng to raise an eyebrow, his heart stirring. This act of saving a life had unexpectedly yielded him over 15,000 points of worship value. He gently closed his eyes, his consciousness delving inward, and a translucent panel materialized in his mind. Name, Chen Changsheng cultivation, pinnacle of spirit refinement worship value, 15,000 lifespan, originally 315 years, an additional 15 years of life? Chen Changsheng felt a surge of delight as he lightly stroked the non-existent beard. For every 100 points of worship value he accrued, he could extend his lifespan by a year. In such a short time, he had gained a remarkable 15-year extension. It appeared that he need no longer fret about mortality. As long as he amassed sufficient worship value, the duration of his life was entirely within his grasp. A smile graced Chen Changsheng's face as he contemplated this revelation. He recalled that the system of the boundary-breaking pearl had stated that only the worship of disciples could generate worship value. Why could Yi Qingmei and her companions provide admiration points when they were clearly not his disciples? Chen Changsheng soon grasped the truth. Although they were not his direct students, they belonged to the sect of Wanhua and were thus his spiritual grandchildren. The system accounted for them as disciples in a broader sense, allowing their admiration to contribute to his admiration points. This was indeed a fortuitous development. Chen Changsheng brushed back a strand of hair from his forehead, a flicker of joy illuminating his eyes. Having just expended 15,000 admiration points, his cultivation had surged from the initial stage of spirit refinement to its pinnacle, significantly enhancing his strength. He gently clenched his fist, reveling in the abundant power coursing through him. Furthermore, with the elevation of his cultivation, his mental realm became increasingly lucid, his thoughts sharper, and his soul more robust. A promising future lay ahead. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Chen Changsheng's eyes. As long as he continued to amass admiration points, his strength would steadily advance, potentially even surpassing the zenith of his previous existence. However, to garner more admiration points, he needed to seek out his disciples. He contemplated this, aware that admiration points primarily stemmed from the veneration of his students and spiritual descendants. Yet, he was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding his other disciples, thus he resolved to first meet with the empress of Wanhua to ascertain their whereabouts. Esteemed ones, I take my leave. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly to the assembly before gracefully exiting the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. His steps were light, his movements elegant, as if an invisible aura surrounded him, compelling others to part ways. Wait. May I ask who you truly are, senior? Yi Qingmei inquired urgently from behind. Chen Changsheng did not turn back, he merely raised his hand slightly in a gesture of farewell. Upon stepping out of the grand doors, he tilted his head to gaze at the vast heavens, the sky stretching infinitely above him. The world was grand and expansive, ripe for exploration. Seizing this moment, perhaps he should attempt to breach the barrier of the Six Harmonies realm. He murmured to himself, a glint of anticipation flickering in his eyes. The Six Harmonies realm represented a higher level of cultivation than spirit refinement. Transcending it would yield a qualitative leap in power, nearly enabling him to dominate a territory. With this thought, Chen Changsheng's figure flickered and vanished within the throng. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Heavenly Secrets, Yi Qingmei and Long Pingan were engaged in a hushed conversation, their faces betraying an unmistakable astonishment and curiosity. Who do you think that person is? To possess such profound medical knowledge, even effortlessly deciphering the formulas of the Medicine King Valley? Yi Qingmei furrowed her brow in inquiry. Long Pingan shook his head, his eyes filled with reverence. I do not know, but he is certainly no ordinary individual. His understanding of pharmacology is something even my master might not rival. Moreover, He seems to know our revered teacher. Yi Qingmei's brow furrowed deeper, it was truly perplexing. In a dim corner of the city, a shadow silently melded into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. Atop the highest peak of Wanhua Sect stood an ancient palace, its grandeur unwavering. Inside, flickering candlelight danced as a tall figure stood by the window, gazing into the distant night sky. The presence of the master, has he returned? A deep voice reverberated within the hall, imbued with an indescribable emotion. At that very moment, throughout the continent, several powerful auras simultaneously lifted their gazes to the heavens. Their eyes piercing through mountains and rivers, settling in the direction of Changjiang City. How intriguing! Who is this individual? That aura feels somewhat familiar. Fragmented whispers arose in various locations, only to dissipate into the night breeze. In the depths of darkness, within an obscure secret realm, a figure sat within a blood pool, surrounded by swirling black mist. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, revealing two blood-red beams of light. That aura, it cannot be. Was he not already dead? The voice trembled with uncontrollable shock and a hint of fear. The emergence of Chen Changsheng was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring up ripples that caught the attention of various factions. Chapter 12, The Unity of the Six Under the Silvery Glow of the Moon. Chen Changsheng strolled leisurely along the streets of Changjiang City. The night had grown deep, and the streets were sparsely populated, with only a few taverns and tea-houses still aglow, resonating with peals of laughter and chatter. He sought a place to rest and elevate his cultivation. His gaze fell upon a 3-story wooden pavilion, its sign inscribed with the words Juxian Pavilion. The proprietor was tidying up tables and chairs at the entrance, preparing to close for the night. "Good sir, are you looking to dine or to stay?" Upon noticing Chen Changsheng, the innkeeper quickly donned a welcoming smile. "I require a room, preferably one that is quiet," replied Chen Changsheng in a calm tone, retrieving a piece of silver from his bosom. The innkeeper's eyes brightened upon receiving the coin. Indeed, indeed. There is a room on the second floor, overlooking the back courtyard, guaranteed to be peaceful. Chen Changsheng nodded and followed the attendant upstairs, entering a clean and orderly guest room. "Would you like some hot water, sir?" the attendant inquired respectfully. "No need. You may leave," Chen Changsheng replied, as the attendant exited and gently closed the door. Surveying his surroundings, Chen Changsheng found the room, though not extravagant, to be satisfactory. The bed was clean, and the windows faced the back courtyard, allowing for fresh air and ventilation, truly an excellent setting for cultivation. He settled cross-legged on the bed, gently sweeping his hands, conjuring a faint barrier of spiritual energy that enveloped the room, isolating him from external sounds and prying eyes. Having reached the pinnacle of spirit refinement, he stood on the threshold of the unity of the six realms, and this was an opportune moment for a breakthrough. With his eyes closed, Chen Changsheng delved deep within himself as a torrent of memories surged forth in his mind. These were the rewards he had garnered from the master-disciple system. For every 100 disciples he had taken under his wing, he received corresponding techniques and supernatural abilities. The devouring sky technique of the Empress Wanhua was merely one among many formidable arts. His 100 disciples spanned a multitude of disciplines, including sword cultivators, alchemists, artifact smiths, formation masters, talismanic practitioners, puppeteers, poison specialists, and physicians, among others. Human energy is inherently limited. Despite acquiring such an array of techniques, mastery of them all was unattainable, particularly now that it felt akin to embarking on a new life of cultivation. With a soft sigh, Chen Changsheng's fingers lightly tapped on his knee. Among the myriad of techniques, he chose the one that resonated most with him, the ascension technique. This transcendent art could lead directly to the heavenly realms. And it was said that, when perfected, one could transform into an immortal and ascend to the skies in broad daylight. Previously, this was the technique he had been cultivating, which had ultimately allowed him to reach the pinnacle of the life and death realm. However, due to the constraints of lifespan, he had been unable to break through to the divine bridge realm. Now, free from such concerns, the ascension technique was undoubtedly the optimal choice. With his foundational technique established, the next step was to select a supernatural ability. Without the slightest hesitation, Chen Changsheng opted for the most formidable swordsmanship available. There was no particular reason. It simply exuded an undeniable charm. Swordplay was far more graceful compared to other martial arts. Flying with a sword and cleaving the heavens, what boyhood dream was not encapsulated in such imagery? Moreover, Chen Changsheng possessed a powerful sword technique, the Supreme Clarity Sword Method. Though he had not mastered it extensively, he had imparted its essence to one of his naturally gifted disciples. Jian Wansheng. Chen Changsheng softly murmured this name, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his eyes. He was a natural sword practitioner, having attained the pinnacle of swordsmanship at the tender age of 18. Ranking among the top 5 in combat prowess among his peers. Upon their first encounter, the young man stood atop a mountain, tattered clothes clinging to him. Wielding a rusty broken sword, practicing his art against the howling cold winds, his gaze filled with unwavering determination. Chen Changsheng was moved by his fervor and took him as a disciple, imparting the Shangqing sword technique. To his astonishment, the youth proved to be a prodigy in swordplay. In a mere 3 years, he mastered the Shangqing sword technique, even creating his own unique swordsmanship, the 10,000 swords returning to the sect. I wonder how the young sword master is faring now. Perhaps I shall seek an opportunity to inquire. Chen Changsheng sighed softly, then refocused, dismissing further thoughts. For now, the priority was to achieve a breakthrough. He took a deep breath, formed hand seals, and commenced the operation of the feather transformation ascension technique. As the technique flowed through him, strands of spiritual energy gathered from the surroundings, forming an invisible vortex that rotated slowly around Chen Changsheng, who was at its center. Gradually, his body began to glow, first with a faint white light, which intensified until it radiated like a small sun, illuminating the entire room. Outside the inn, a few late-night revelers looked up to see a radiant light emanating from the second floor and gasped in astonishment. Look, what is that? Such a brilliant light! Could it be that an immortal has descended? Inside the room, Chen Changsheng's consciousness was immersed in a vast starry expanse. At the edge of this starry realm, a faintly discernible portal appeared, the fabled realm of the 6 harmonies. The 6 harmonies represent the 3 talents of heaven, earth, and humanity, harmonizing with the dual energies of yin and yang to form the number of the 6. Upon entering this realm, one could harness the powers of heaven and earth for oneself, leading to a substantial leap in strength. Come forth. With a thought, Chen Changsheng directed his spiritual power to surge towards the portal like an unstoppable tide. The portal trembled slightly, yet it remained steadfastly closed. Not yet enough. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow and intensified his output of spiritual energy. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted in his mind, and at last, a sliver of a gap appeared in the portal. However, just then, a tremendous rebounding force erupted unexpectedly, violently pushing his consciousness back. Cough! Chen Changsheng abruptly opened his eyes. His complexion a shade pale. So this is the barrier of the 6 harmonies, even more formidable than I imagined. Yet, it is not insurmountable. I shall try again. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the world, within the room on the 2nd floor of the Gathering of Immortals Pavilion, Chen Changsheng sat quietly in meditation, hands forming seals, wholly absorbed in his cultivation. Since ascending in one leap is unattainable, let us start from the fundamentals and reconstruct the feather transformation ascension technique to break through. He murmured softly, his voice resonating as if in harmony with the heavens and earth, echoing throughout the empty chamber. As the technique flowed through him, streams of peculiar energy emanated from his body, forming intricate and profound patterns around him. These patterns, alive with movement, shifted in shape, sometimes resembling dragons and phoenixes. At other times mountains and seas, ever-changing and unfathomably wondrous. Gradually, Chen Changsheng's body began to emanate a soft glow, initially a gentle white light, which then transformed into a dazzling gold, ultimately evolving into a radiant spectrum of colors that illuminated the entire room as if it were broad daylight. The ethereal rhythms of the Tao flowed around him, and strands of profound energy emerged from the void, manifesting as delicate runes that danced about him, twinkling like stars. As his cultivation deepened, the extraordinary phenomena became increasingly pronounced. Above Chen Changsheng's head, the fabric of reality subtly warped, and beams of golden light cascaded from the heavens, striking him directly. These luminous pillars resembled divine chains descending from the celestial dome, seemingly constructing a staircase that led to a higher realm. His form gradually became translucent, revealing a miniature cosmos within, complete with the sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, all in harmonious motion. Chapter 13, Which Great Power Breaks Through Here? With a thunderous roar, The furniture within the room trembled as if stirred by an unseen force. Outside the window, the clouds swiftly converged, forming a colossal vortex that aligned perfectly with the chamber where Chen Changsheng resided. The entire gathering of Immortals Pavilion began to quiver slightly, rousing many guests from their slumber. What is happening? An earthquake? Look outside. What is occurring in the sky? Voices of panic arose in a cacophony, soon overshadowed by a more grandiose spectacle. Above the town of Changsheng, the once tranquil night sky suddenly erupted into a frenzy of activity. The clouds churned, winds howled, and vibrant rays of light ascended like a magnificent aurora, illuminating the entire expanse above. These beams of light intertwined and transformed, ultimately coalescing into a monumental ethereal figure that loomed over Changsheng. This figure towered 100 feet high, adorned in resplendent robes, its visage obscured yet exuding an awe-inspiring presence that invoked a sense of reverence. Even more astonishing, countless stars encircled this ethereal form, each twinkling with a unique radiance, crafting a breathtaking celestial map. Look at the sky. What is that? Oh my! Such a magnificent sight. Is it a powerful being breaking through their realm? Pedestrians halted in their tracks, gazing upward with expressions of shock and bewilderment. An elderly vendor at the night market dropped his bowl with a clatter, his mouth agape as he stared at the heavens. In my 80 years, I have never witnessed such an omen. His voice trembled, disbelief etched across his face. A middle-aged man clad in brocade hurried out from a nearby residence, his gaze fixed upon the sky, his eyes flashing with astonishment and greed. This must be a great power breaking through to the heavenly realm. My heavens! How many years has it been since a powerful being of the heavenly realm has appeared on the continent? What is the heavenly realm? Is it impressive? A curious child inquired nearby. Impressive? The middle-aged man chuckled, shaking his head. That is an understatement. It is said that those of the heavenly realm can move mountains with a thought and obliterate cities with a mere flicker of anger. They are considered semi-immortal beings. As the phenomenon persisted, even more extraordinary occurrences unfolded. The air above Changsheng surged with spiritual energy, ebbing and flowing like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire town. This energy was remarkably pure, akin to divine nectar, nourishing all living beings below. Everyone basked in this ocean of spiritual essence, experiencing an unprecedented comfort and revitalization. Wow! The spiritual energy is so rich. I feel every pore in my body expanding. How marvelous! My lingering injuries are healing on their own. I have broken through? A young cultivator exclaimed in astonishment, disbelief flooding his features. Just by inhaling this spiritual essence, he had ascended to a higher realm. Not only the cultivators, but even ordinary folk could sense the miraculous effects of this energy. The elderly felt their bodies grow lighter, long-standing ailments easing. The children brimmed with vitality, their eyes sparkling like stars. Even the flowers, grasses, and trees along the streets have become increasingly verdant and upright, with some visibly growing before the naked eye. Who among us has stirred such a commotion? An elderly man, his hair as white as snow, exclaimed in astonishment. I have lived nearly a century and have never witnessed such a terrifying phenomenon. Could it be that someone has truly broken through to the celestial realm? Surely not. Achieving the celestial realm is no trivial feat. It is said that among the vast continent, the number of formidable beings who can reach such heights is exceedingly few. Whispers of speculation arose, but soon, all attention was drawn to an even more astonishing spectacle. In the sky, a colossal Dharma form extended its hands, gradually pressing down upon the earth. In an instant, the spiritual energy of Changsheng town intensified, nearly coalescing into a tangible essence. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled slightly, and countless spiritual veins awakened from beneath, surging forth. These veins twisted like great dragons, coiling underground, releasing boundless spiritual energy. This is the awakening of spiritual veins. My heavens! Changsheng town possesses such an abundance of spiritual veins? Why have they remained dormant for so long? The townsfolk stared in shock, unable to comprehend this sudden transformation. In a resplendent mansion within the town, a white-haired elder hurriedly emerged from a secret chamber, gazing up at the sky with an expression of disbelief. This phenomenon, this aura, could it be the legendary supreme being of yore? His eyes shone with intensity, as if witnessing something unfathomable. Impossible. It cannot be. He had clearly, unless the elder's countenance grew exceedingly complex, filled with a mix of surprise, concern, and a tinge of reverence. Changsheng town remained in a state of tumult. To the east of the town, in the Li family estate, the elderly patriarch, leaning on his cane, commanded urgently, "Summon all the younger members from outside. Inform them not to venture out, especially to wander in the town center." The butler bowed respectfully, yet could not contain his curiosity. "My lord, what has transpired?" The patriarch shot him a glance, lowering his voice significantly. "Did you not witness the earlier phenomenon?" It was clearly a significant figure breaking through to a new realm. A flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Such an event could only be caused by a being of at least the celestial realm. Such individuals are not to be trifled with. The celestial realm? The butler gasped, his voice trembling. "Does that mean they are on par with the empress?" "Speak cautiously." The patriarch reprimanded sharply, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before whispering. "Those who attain the celestial realm are exceedingly rare on this continent. Each one capable of founding their own sect. I wonder which great being has passed through Changsheng town to achieve such a breakthrough." After a moment's contemplation, he resolved. "Quickly send someone to Wanwazan to report this matter to Her Majesty the Empress for her judgment." The butler nodded and departed with remarkable haste, almost running from the scene. To the west of the town, in the Wang family villa. "Father, what was that just now?" A boy of 16 or 17 inquired excitedly, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, gazing intently out the window at the sky, and softly replied, "It is a celestial phenomenon. A powerful being is transcending their limits." "A powerful being? Is it someone even mightier than you?" the boy asked innocently. The man chuckled self-deprecatingly. "There are many who surpass me, but one capable of causing such a spectacle is likely even stronger than our esteemed leader." The boy was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Stronger than the leader? Does that mean they are on the same level as the empress?" "Do not speak foolishly," the man hastily admonished. Then instructed, "Do not venture outside in the coming days, especially avoid wandering in the city center. We must not provoke such a powerful being, lest we attract trouble." Though the boy was perplexed, he dared not disobey and nodded obediently. "I shall dispatch someone to notify the Wanhua sect," the man murmured, a flicker of concern crossing his gaze. "This matter of great significance must be decided by the empress." In the northern part of the city, at the headquarters of the Tsanging Merchant Association, a group of over a dozen elegantly attired middle-aged and elderly individuals gathered around an ancient redwood round table, engaged in urgent discussion. Everyone witnessed the recent phenomenon. The elder in a gray robe spoke solemnly. "It is evident that an unparalleled powerhouse is breaking through their limits." "Indeed. Given the magnitude of the event, it must be a being of at least the divine bridge realm, perhaps even from the celestial court." A robust middle-aged man concurred, his face reflecting shock. "The question remains, who is this powerful being? Why would they choose to transcend here in Changsheng town?" A gracefully featured middle-aged woman inquired, her brow furrowed. The assembly exchanged glances, none able to provide an answer. "The urgent matter at hand is to report this incident to the Wanhua sect," the gray-robed elder declared, tapping the table. "Regardless of who this powerful being may be, their presence directly concerns the safety of Changsheng town. We must seek the empress's judgment." "I have already sent someone," the robust man stated solemnly. "Additionally, I propose that all activities of the Merchant Association be temporarily suspended, and that members refrain from venturing out, to avoid any potential conflict with the powerful being." "Agreed." The others nodded in unison, their expressions grave. Chapter 14. You want me to go to the Valley of the Medicine King? Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor of the Gathering Immortals Pavilion, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, his aura swirling around him, profound and unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. The earlier phenomenon not only impacted the entirety of Changsheng town but also produced a tremendous feedback within himself. A vast amount of pure spiritual energy was absorbed, forming whirlpools of qi within him, continually nourishing his sinews, meridians, and soul. At this very moment, Chen Changsheng's gaze sharpened, his hands swiftly forming seals, as a surge of power erupted from within. A thunderous sound resonated, akin to the shattering of a formidable barrier. In that instant, he experienced an unprecedented clarity. It was as if he could perceive every subtle movement within a 100-mile radius, even hearing the distant heartbeat and breath of people far away. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth bowed before him, obediently gathering at his command. The realm of the six harmonies. The true realm of the six harmonies. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, his eyes brimming with joy. The six harmonies, the essence of the universe, combined with the dual forces of yin and yang, culminate in the number of 6. Once this realm is transcended, one can harness the power of heaven and earth for oneself, marking a qualitative leap in strength. He raised his hand and waved, a glimmer of spiritual light coalescing into a small orb in his palm. With a mere thought, the orb transformed into various shapes. So precise and agile, as though it were not an external object but rather a part of his own being. This power was more than tenfold stronger than before. Chen Changsheng was deeply moved. Even in his past life, he had never experienced such an exhilarating sensation upon breaking through a realm. The absence of concerns regarding lifespan allowed him to accumulate strength without restraint. Coupled with the assistance of the system, his cultivation became even more stable, his foundation more solid. This sensation of transcending realms was truly ineffable. Stretching his limbs, he felt an overwhelming sense of power, as if he harbored a volcano ready to erupt within him. Approaching the window, he gazed at the bustling street outside, a decision forming in his mind. It was time to visit that little girl. Reflecting on his young disciple, now renowned as the Empress of Wanhua, a smile involuntarily graced Chen Changsheng's lips. I wonder how she has changed. Would she still recognize her master? Chen Changsheng softly mused. After a night of cultivation, the following morning, he had breakfast at the Gathering Immortals Pavilion and inquired with the innkeeper about Yi Qingmei's whereabouts. Ah! The young lady from Wanhua sect? The innkeeper scratched his head, pondering for a moment before responding. It seems she resides at Qingfengyash in the east of the city. That is the Wanhua sect's base in our Kanjiing town. Chen Changsheng nodded in gratitude and departed. The streets of Kanjiing city were noticeably busier than the previous night, with many discussing the celestial phenomenon from last night. I heard a powerful being broke through in our Kanjiing town. Indeed. My old locust tree actually blossomed last night, despite having been dead for 3 years. My mother-in-law's leg pain has subsided, and she claims to feel utterly at ease, basking in the aura surrounding her. Various whispers reached Chen Changsheng's ears, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips as he briskly made his way eastward. Before long, a charming 3-story building came into view. In front of it lay a modest courtyard adorned with several verdant bamboos and exotic flowers, exuding an air of freshness and elegance. The words Qingfeng Elegant Abode were elegantly inscribed in azure characters above the entrance, showcasing the skill of a true master. As Chen Changsheng stepped into the courtyard, a maid clad in azure approached him. Esteemed young master, may I inquire about your purpose here? I seek Yi Qingmei, Chen Changsheng replied candidly, please inform her. The maid appraised him from head to toe, noting his ordinary attire but extraordinary demeanor. Not daring to be dismissive, she promptly responded, please wait a moment, young master. I shall notify her at once. Shortly thereafter, the maid returned in haste, respectfully stating, young master, please follow me. Miss Yi awaits you on the 2nd floor. Chen Changsheng nodded and followed her up the staircase, arriving at a spacious and bright hall. Inside, Yi Qingmei was seated by the window, holding a cup of tea. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng enter, she immediately rose to greet him. My benefactor has arrived. Please, take a seat. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude as she personally poured a cup of tea for him. Thanks to your timely intervention, my junior sister has transitioned from peril to safety. It was but a trifling matter, Chen Changsheng replied, accepting the teacup and taking a delicate sip. How is your junior sister faring? Thanks to your kindness. She has nearly recovered, Yi Qingmei responded just as the curtain to the inner chamber was lifted, and Yi Lingsu stepped out. Her complexion had fully returned to a healthy glow, though her steps appeared slightly unsteady, supported by a maid. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, Yi Lingsu's eyes shimmered with emotion as she quickly bowed, exclaiming, thank you, benefactor, for saving my life. Were it not for your intervention, I would no longer be among the living. Chen Changsheng waved his hand gently, there is no need for thanks, it was merely a small effort on my part. Yi Lingsu seemed poised to say more when she suddenly noticed someone standing in the corner of the hall, her expression shifting to one of surprise and complexity. Brother Long? Why are you still here? Have you been standing watch all night? Chen Changsheng then noticed, at some point, Long Pinyin had taken his place in the hall's corner, regarding him with an intricate gaze. "Why have you not departed?" Chen Changsheng inquired softly, curiosity evident in his eyes. Long Pinyin took a deep breath. Stepping forward to bow earnestly, "I have been waiting for you, esteemed senior." "Waiting for me?" Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Long Pinyin lifted his head. Sincerity radiating from his gaze, "I humbly request that you accompany me to Yaowang Valley, so that I may introduce you to my revered master." Chen Changsheng was taken aback by his words. "You wish for me to meet your master?" "Indeed." Long Pinyin nodded eagerly. "My master is wholly devoted to the art of medicine, only the practice of medicine can stir his heart. Given your extraordinary medical skills and youthful prowess, should you gain entry to Yaowang Valley, my master would surely be overjoyed." Long Pinyin's eyes brimmed with anticipation, his voice imbued with a hint of longing. "Moreover, this way, the disciple will often have the opportunity to seek guidance from the esteemed elder, which would greatly benefit the enhancement of the disciple's medical skills." Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu, standing nearby, exchanged bewildered glances. Chen Changsheng fell into a moment of silence, his mind conjuring the image of that frail youth from years past, engrossed in medical texts, sacrificing rest and comfort solely to cure the ailments of villagers. That rascal Mu Xing. Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly, recalling how he had taken him as a disciple, drawn by his sincere heart as a healer. Contemplating his future visits to each of his disciples, he realized that Mu Xing had been with him for quite some time, and a visit would be most welcome. The most crucial aspect was that Mu Xing's intentions remained pure. Chen Changsheng was confident that even after 3 centuries, his true nature would remain unchanged. "Very well," Chen Changsheng nodded gently, "I shall grant your request." Long Pinyin was overjoyed at these words. "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall prepare at once. However, prior to that, I have a matter of greater importance to attend to." Chen Changsheng interrupted him, turning to Yi Qingmei. "Miss Yi, I have a junior at the Wanhua sect, and I wish to request your company to visit the Wanhua sect, for I have matters to discuss with this junior." Chapter 15, The Wanhua Zone. Yi Qingmei paused in astonishment, regarding the young man before her, who appeared to be in his early 20s, with a measure of confusion. A junior? Within the Wanhua Zone? She scrutinized Chen Changsheng, contemplating internally, at such a young age. How could he possibly be a junior in our esteemed sect? Could he be a newly initiated disciple? With this thought, Yi Qingmei nodded slightly. "Since the benefactor saved my junior sister's life, such a modest request is naturally agreeable." Observing Chen Changsheng's refined features and the gentle respect in his eyes, she mused that he truly did not seem like a malevolent individual. Moreover, with the empress presiding over Wanhua Zone, who would dare to cause trouble there? It would be tantamount to courting death. "Thank you," Chen Changsheng said with a faint smile, a glimmer of anticipation shimmering in his eyes, inquiring when they might set off. "Our mission has been accomplished, and we are prepared to return to the sect." Yi Qingmei pondered. "If the benefactor does not mind, we could embark tomorrow morning." "That would be splendid," Chen Changsheng replied, then turned to Long Pinyin. "As for your matters, we shall discuss them upon my return from Wanhua Zone." Though Long Pinyin felt a tinge of disappointment, he dared not speak further and respectfully nodded. "Disciple obeys. I shall await your return in Kanjiing town." "Then it is settled," Chen Changsheng declared, standing up. "I shall wait for you at the city gate tomorrow morning." With that, he turned and departed, his silhouette upright as a pine tree, his steps light as the breeze. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu watched him leave, their eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. "Sister, who do you think he truly is?" Yi Lingsu inquired softly. "So young, yet his medical skills are so remarkable." Yi Qingmei gently shook her head. "I do not know, but since he saved you, he cannot be a bad person. It would not hurt to bring him back to the sect to meet this so-called junior." Long Pinyin stood aside, his expression laden with complexity. "His medical skills surpass even my master's by several folds. If we could introduce him to Yaowang Valley, it would not only be a blessing for our ancestral master but also a boon for the entire medical community." The following morning, as the sun rose, casting a golden veil over all creation, Chen Changsheng stood at the city gate, hands clasped behind his back, patiently awaiting their arrival. Soon, a group appeared in the distance. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu rode atop two fine horses, accompanied by several disciples of Wanhuazong, slowly approaching the gate. "Benefactor, I apologize for the wait." Yi Qingmei reined in her horse before Chen Changsheng and bowed slightly. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, "No need for such formalities." "Do you also ride?" Yi Qingmei indicated the chestnut horse they had prepared behind them. "We have arranged mounts." Chen Changsheng smiled, "No need, I have my own methods." He lightly tapped his toes against the ground, and with a grace akin to a feather, he floated upwards, landing upon a single leaf, standing firmly upon its delicate surface without causing it to bend. "Let us proceed," Chen Changsheng said calmly. "Is Wanhuazong far from here?" Yi Qingmei and the other disciples of Wanhuazong stared in astonishment, quickly urging their horses forward. "It is not far at all. If we head westward, we shall arrive in 3 days." The procession gradually set forth, journeying toward the direction of Wanhuazong. Chen Changsheng stood upon the leaves, swaying gracefully with the wind, yet always maintaining the same pace as those around him, exuding an air of effortless ease. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu occasionally cast furtive glances at Chen, their eyes brimming with amazement and reverence. "This benefactor is indeed no ordinary individual," Yi Qingmei mused, recalling that he had exhibited the cultivation of the refining spirit realm yesterday. And today, he had already ascended to the 6th harmony realm. He must be concealing his true prowess, which is likely terrifyingly profound, allowing none of us to perceive even a hint of doubt. No wonder he can concoct such miraculous elixirs. The thought of returning to the sect in 3 days, accompanied by this enigmatic benefactor to meet that so-called junior, filled Yi Qingmei's heart with anticipation. Unbeknownst to her, Chen Changsheng's anticipation was even more intense. "Nuan Nuan. It has been 300 years, I wonder how our reunion will unfold." Chen Changsheng gazed at the distant mountains, a gentle light flickering in his eyes. The 3-day journey passed in the blink of an eye. As the party traversed the final ridge, a magnificent vista unfolded before them. This was the Wanhuazong. Yi Qingmei reined in her horse, pointing ahead with a tone of pride. Standing on the leaves, Chen Changsheng felt the breeze caress his garments as he cast his gaze into the distance. Before him lay hundreds of towering peaks, rising and falling like a slumbering dragon, winding for millions of miles. Between the mountains, mist swirled, resembling a realm of immortals. Each peak was adorned with various palatial structures, ranging from simple stone cottages to resplendent grand halls, a veritable feast for the eyes. From afar, the ethereal towers and flying eaves appeared as if celestial palaces had descended to the mortal realm. Particularly spectacular was the entire mountain range enveloped in a layer of pale blue spiritual energy, akin to an ocean blanketing the mountain tops. The concentration of spiritual energy was so rich it seemed on the verge of solidifying, shimmering softly under the sunlight. "What a splendid Wanhuazong!" Chen Changsheng murmured in admiration, a glint of astonishment in his eyes. The density of spiritual energy here must surpass that of ordinary places by at least 100-fold. Yi Qingmei nodded, proudly elaborating, "Since the empress established Wanhuazong, treasures of heaven and earth have continually been transported here, coupled with the grand spiritual gathering formation personally arranged by the empress, leading to an ever-increasing richness of spiritual energy in our sect." As she spoke, several large azure-feathered cranes soared across the sky, their wings spanning 7 or 8 jang, gracefully circling among the clouds. The woods and the mountains were lush, with glimpses of various rare birds and beasts flitting about. A snow-white spirit deer leaped from the forest, gracefully bounding over a stream before vanishing into the depths of the thicket. "Is that a 9-tailed spirit fox?" Chen Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he noticed a completely snow-white fox on a distant cliff, its tail bifurcating into 9 elegant strands, basking leisurely in the sun. "What keen eyesight our benefactor possesses!" Yi Lingsu exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, that is a 9-tailed spirit fox, one of the spiritual beasts tamed by our sect, possessing intelligence and understanding of human speech, specifically tasked with guarding the mountain gates." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, contemplating, if even a rare spirit beast like the 9-tailed spirit fox can be domesticated, it appears this young girl truly possesses considerable capabilities. As the party ventured deeper, Chen Changsheng beheld even more wondrous sights. On the winding mountain path, figures clad in robes of various hues traversed back and forth. Some soared upon flying swords, others rode ethereal beasts, and a few even glided gracefully atop a single leaf, reminiscent of Chen Changsheng's own lightness and elegance. Beside the babbling brook, several young disciples were diligently practicing their sword techniques, their blades shimmering like water, reflecting dazzling brilliance under the sun. On a platform halfway up the mountain, a circle of maidens in white sat together, reciting profound incantations, their surroundings awash in a luminous aura, evidently engaged in the cultivation of a certain spell. This place truly embodies its revered title, exuding an almost palpable essence reminiscent of the celestial realms above. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with both admiration and contentment. "You flatter me," Yi Qingmei humbly replied. "Though my Wanhua sect thrives, it still pales in comparison to the true celestial realm." Chapter 16. Little Ning, how have you fared over these 3 centuries? The procession wound its way along the serpentine mountain path, ascending steadily as disciples of the Wanhua sect greeted Yi Qingmei and her companions with respectful bows and salutations. Many cast curious glances at Chen Changsheng, who floated gracefully among the leaves, yet out of courtesy, they refrained from inquiring further. By the way, the benefactor mentioned seeking a certain junior. "I wonder which of our sect's seniors it might be?" Yi Qingmei inquired. "Perhaps I could offer a timely notification." Chen Changsheng shook his head slightly, a hint of enigmatic amusement dancing in his eyes. "There is no need, you shall know when we arrive." Though Yi Qingmei felt a twinge of curiosity, she deemed it inappropriate to press further and continued to lead the way. As they ascended, the edifices within the mountains grew increasingly magnificent. Most of the structures were primarily composed of white jade, adorned with flying eaves and intricate carvings, glimmering brilliantly under the sun's rays. "That is the Dan courtyard, where various elixirs are meticulously crafted," Yi Qingmei explained, gesturing toward a peak emanating vibrant clouds of color from its temple. "Over there lies the Sword Peak, the training ground for our sect's sword cultivators." She pointed towards another gorge filled with a palpable aura of sword intent. "Further up is the Sutra Repository, the Council Hall, and the Martial Arts Arena." Yi Qingmei introduced each site in turn, with Chen Changsheng listening with keen interest, nodding occasionally in appreciation. At last, the party arrived at the foot of the main peak. Gazing upward, the towering summit pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, where a resplendent array of palaces could be faintly discerned at the pinnacle, radiating a dazzling light in the sunlight. "That is the Empress Palace," Yi Qingmei pointed, her voice imbued with reverence. "It is there that the Empress often cultivates, guiding the great plans of the sect." Chen Changsheng's gaze was intensely fixed upon the palatial structures, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Noticing this, Yi Qingmei added, "However, it has been quite some time since we last beheld the Empress. Typically, we only receive her commands, and seldom do we have the honor of her presence." "Is that so?" Chen Changsheng asked softly, a hint of nostalgia in his tone. "The Empress rarely appears?" "Indeed," Yi Lingsu interjected, "the Empress is often in seclusion, only emerging for significant events. The elders say she is striving for a higher realm." Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. Standing at the foot of the Wanhua sect, gazing at the majestic palace, his thoughts drifted back 3 centuries. Back then, Wanhua was merely a frail girl begging on the streets, clad in rags, gaunt and emaciated, yet possessing a pair of defiant eyes. Who could have foreseen that the little girl, once unable to fill her belly, would rise to become the empress who commands respect across the continent, establishing such a vast sect and leading millions of disciples? "Time is indeed a wondrous entity," Chen Changsheng mused softly, a gentle smile gracing his features. "What did the benefactor say?" Yi Qingmei, unable to catch his words, inquired with curiosity. "It is nothing," Chen Changsheng withdrew his thoughts, offering a slight smile. "I was merely reflecting on the relentless passage of time and the changes in the world." Though Yi Qingmei did not entirely grasp the source of Chen Changsheng's sentiment, she politely nodded in acknowledgement. Upon reaching this point, Yi Qingmei hesitated for a moment before once again inquiring of Chen Changsheng, "Benefactor, what is the name of the junior you seek? Perhaps I could assist in finding out." Her eyes reflected sincerity, her tone gentle. "While I cannot escort you directly to the Empress's palace, knowing the name may allow me to explore other avenues." Chen Changsheng faintly shook his head, a hint of a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "No need, I have already found it." As soon as he spoke, the leaves beneath Chen Changsheng trembled gently, then, like an arrow released from its bow, soared directly toward the resplendent palace atop the mountain. The leaves, carrying Chen Changsheng's figure, sliced through the air, leaving a trail of azure light, and in the blink of an eye, they swept past several peaks, heading straight for the main summit. Yi Qingmei was left speechless, her gaze fixed in astonishment. Sister, he went directly to the Empress's palace? Yi Lingsu exclaimed, her jaw nearly dropping, her voice cracking with surprise. This is not good. Yi Qingmei regained her senses, her expression shifting dramatically. The Empress's palace was a forbidden place for the entire Wanhua sect. Even the elders of the sect could not approach it lightly without the Empress's permission. Frantically, she stamped her foot. Such recklessness on the part of the senior could alarm the guards or trigger the prohibitions. The consequences would be dire. We must hurry and catch up to prevent any mishap, Yi Lingsu urged anxiously. Without hesitation, Yi Qingmei retrieved a jade talisman from her storage bag and crushed it with a fierce motion. Whoosh! A beam of azure light erupted from the talisman, transforming into a massive green leaf, spanning 2 to 3 yards in width. Quickly, get on! Yi Qingmei grasped Yi Lingsu's hand and leaped onto the green leaf. Pursue! The green leaf swiftly propelled the two toward Chen Changsheng, while the other disciples mounted their respective flying artifacts, hot on their heels. Standing upon the leaves, Chen Changsheng remained composed, hands clasped behind his back, relishing the brisk wind against his face as his garments danced about him. He gazed at the approaching palace complex, his eyes filled with anticipation and a trace of complex emotions. Nuan Nuan, it has been 300 years, how have you fared? At that moment, urgent shouts echoed from behind. Benefactor, please wait. That place is a forbidden area. Turning to look, Chen Changsheng saw Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu hastening toward him on their green leaf. The two wore expressions of urgency, especially Yi Qingmei, whose brow was furrowed with worry and urgency. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, not slowing his pace but rather accelerating. Soon, the two caught up to him as they reached a platform situated halfway up the main peak. The platform bore a grand archway, prominently inscribed with the words "No Entry," exuding an imposing aura. Before the archway stood 6 disciples clad in white robes, each exuding a calm demeanor, clearly of considerable cultivation. Halt! A young man at the forefront raised his hand to block Chen Changsheng's path, his eyes filled with vigilance. This is a forbidden area, unauthorized personnel must retreat immediately. The other 5 quickly formed a formation, encircling Chen Changsheng, an invisible pressure descending upon him. Chen Changsheng focused his gaze, realizing that these 6 disciples had all attained the pinnacle of the 7-star realm, truly formidable figures in the outside world. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly as he gently descended onto the platform. Although he was merely at the initial stage of the 6 harmonies realm and, in terms of pure cultivation level, inferior to these few individuals, he knew that he could still force his way through. These disciples at the 7 stars realm would not be able to stop him. However, upon further reflection, he realized that these individuals were, after all, his own disciples and descendants, members of the Wanhua sect. If he were to resort to violence, it would undoubtedly undermine the dignity of the master-disciple relationship. Furthermore, upon arriving at the Wanhua sect and sensing the familiar aura that was unmistakably nostalgic, Chen Changsheng was almost certain that the Empress of Wanhua must be his former little disciple. Considering that this was his home, he felt there was no reason to act recklessly. I am here to seek someone, Chen Changsheng spoke calmly, his voice steady and unhurried. Chapter 17, The Arrival of the Empress. Meanwhile, atop the peak of the Wanhua sect, amidst swirling clouds and mist, a magnificent cluster of palaces radiated brilliance. Under the sunlight, the glazed tiles of the eaves refracted a spectrum of colors. Within the main hall of the palace, a woman clad in white sat gracefully upon a high dais carved from jade. Ethereal lights danced around her, and her aura was as profound as the ocean's depths. The woman possessed breathtaking beauty, her skin as pure as snow, her brows resembling distant mountains, and her eyes sparkling like stars. Delicate fingers gently tapped the armrest of her chair, revealing a rare hint of anxiety. It was none other than the Empress of Wanhua. Xinghua, what is the situation? The Empress's voice was cool, yet her gaze betrayed a trace of barely concealed anticipation. Before her, an elder in grey robes knelt. It was Elder Xinghua of the Wanhua sect. Bowing his head, his voice carried a weight of concern. Reporting to your majesty. The youth who emerged from the sacred land seems to have vanished into thin air. Elder Qinghua's brow furrowed deeply. My subordinates have dispatched individuals across the continent in search of him, yet his presence eludes us entirely. The Empress's slender fingers abruptly halted, tiny cracks appearing on the armrest. Continue the search. Her tone was laced with an unusual urgency. And what of the Tianji Pavilion? We have already commissioned the Tianji Pavilion to search diligently. Elder Qinghua responded respectfully. They have assured us that they will notify us at the earliest opportunity should any news arise. The Empress nodded gently, rising to her feet and approaching the window. Amidst the swirling mist, her gaze pierced through layers of clouds, as if striving to see beyond mountains and rivers. That youth must be connected to my master, she murmured softly, her voice imbued with longing and hope. I must find him. Elder Qinghua remained kneeling. Yet within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. Having accompanied the Empress for over 2 centuries, he had never witnessed such an emotional upheaval from her. He recalled the time when they faced multiple sacred lords in battle. The Empress had remained composed, effortlessly suppressing all opposition with a mere wave of her hand. Yet now, her concern for an enigmatic youth was so profound that she was willing to enlist the formidable and costly forces of the Tianji Pavilion. Could it be? Elder Qinghua suddenly recalled tales he had once read, stories of sect leaders falling for their disciples. A stirring thought crossed his mind: could the Empress have taken a liking to this youth? The mere possibility sent a jolt through him, beads of sweat forming upon his brow. If this were indeed the case, the youth's origins would surely be of great significance. The Empress, sensing Elder Qinghua's unease, turned to face him, her gaze as tranquil as water. What are you pondering? Elder Qinghua trembled slightly, hastily bowing his head. I would not dare harbor any inappropriate thoughts. I merely worry if it is worth your Majesty's concern for an outsider. A flicker of inexplicable emotion crossed the Empress's eyes as she replied softly. He is not an outsider. Then he is. Elder Qinghua began to inquire further. Enough. The Empress gently waved her hand, interrupting him. Continue the search. There is no need for further questions. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Elder Qinghua dared not inquire further and respectfully withdrew. Within the hall, only the Empress remained. She once more approached the window, her gaze cast into the distance. Master, is it truly you who has returned? She murmured softly, her voice imbued with anticipation and complexity. At the mountainside of the main peak, Chen Changsheng stood before the archway, calm in the face of 6 guards. I am here in search of someone, he stated evenly, his tone steady and unhurried. The leading disciple, clad in white, scoffed derisively, his eyes filled with disdain. Searching for someone? It is laughable that you have managed to find your way here. He scrutinized Chen Changsheng with contempt, adding, this is the forbidden ground of the Wanhua sect. Individuals of no importance to the sect are not permitted to approach lightly. Should you attempt to force your way further, do not blame us for being ungracious. The other 5 guards stepped forward in unison, exuding an imposing presence. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice rang out from behind. Wait! Wait! Yi Qingmei rushed over, breathless, and quickly positioned herself in front of Chen Changsheng, bowing repeatedly to the guards. Brother Bai, my apologies. This gentleman is a benefactor I met while on a mission outside. He has just arrived at Wanhua sect and is unfamiliar with the rules. So please do not take offense. As she offered her apologies, she tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve, urging him to step back. Benefactor, this is forbidden ground. We cannot recklessly intrude, Yi Qingmei whispered urgently to Chen Changsheng. If we disturb the sect's great formation, the consequences would be dire. The white-clad disciple regarded Yi Qingmei, his tone softening slightly. Ah, so he is your friend, Yi junior sister. However, rules are rules, outsiders are not permitted near the main peak, as decreed by the Empress herself. He turned his gaze to Chen Changsheng, his demeanor remaining frosty. If you wish to meet the sect's elders or others, you may register at the foot of the mountain and wait to be summoned. Chen Changsheng glanced at Yi Qingmei, who still held onto his sleeve, then turned his eyes toward the mountaintop, a flicker of resignation crossing his face. It seemed that a more assertive approach was necessary, he mused inwardly. Yi Lingsu also arrived, quietly advising, Benefactor, let us descend the mountain for now. I can assist you in introducing you to the sect elders through proper channels. Chen Changsheng gently shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the summit. It has been far too long, I truly cannot wait any longer, he spoke softly, his eyes brimming with longing. Junior Sister Yi, are you not going to take your friend away? The white-clad disciple's tone grew increasingly impatient. If you do not leave soon, do not blame us for being inhospitable. With a sigh of resignation, Chen Changsheng gently extricated himself from Yi Qingmei's grasp. Very well, let her know I have arrived. As soon as the words left his lips, a surge of energy erupted from Chen Changsheng's being. This aura was not particularly potent, even slightly weaker than that of the guards present. Yet, it possessed a unique resonance that swept through the air like a gentle spring breeze, evoking an indescribable warmth. The white-clad disciple paused, sensing this aura, which struck him with an inexplicable familiarity, though he could not quite place why. At that very moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A tremendous energy erupted from the palace at the mountain summit, akin to a roaring tempest, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The intensity and magnificence of that aura were akin to the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation, causing a palpable tremor in the hearts of all present. What is happening? The disciple in white robes turned pale, nearly losing his footing in the face of the unexpected force. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu were equally overwhelmed by this sudden pressure, their knees weakening as if they might collapse. At that moment, the entire Wanhua sect was stirred. Countless disciples gazed upwards towards the main peak, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and confusion. The Empress! It is the aura of the Empress! The white-robed disciple recognized the source of this overwhelming presence, disbelief etched across his features. Could the Empress have emerged from her seclusion? In the next moment, an astonishing scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. From the palace atop the mountain, a beam of white light shot skyward, piercing the clouds. Within that radiant glow stood a slender figure, poised in the air, gazing down towards the mountainside. Though distant, the supreme majesty and fervent emotion emanating from her were unmistakable. It is the Empress. Yi Qingmei, struck with shock, found herself at a loss for words. Her voice trembling as she realized the Empress had made her appearance. The white-robed disciple and other guardians also displayed their astonishment, hastily kneeling and proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Empress." Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu quickly regained their composure and fell to their knees. Only Chen Changsheng remained standing. A subtle smile gracing his lips, his eyes filled with a myriad of complex emotions. He murmured softly to himself, "Nian Nian, I have returned." Chapter 18. Dare you disrespect the Empress? An astonishing aura cascaded down from the mountaintop, engulfing the entire Wanhua zone like a tidal wave. In the training arena, several disciples engaged in sparring were caught off guard, their hand seals disarrayed, their faces etched with shock. This aura, a disciple clad in green, fell to the ground, beads of sweat forming on his brow. It is the Empress. This is the aura of the Empress. Another disciple's eyes widened, his voice trembling. Within the scripture pavilion, several elders studying ancient texts simultaneously lifted their heads, a flicker of surprise crossing their eyes. How many years has it been? How long has the Empress refrained from emanating such a potent aura? An elderly man with white hair furrowed his brow. At least 30 years, another elder solemnly replied, the last time was during the conflict with the northern domain sacred land. In the entire Wanhua zone, there exists no one else capable of unleashing such a terrifying presence, save for the exalted Empress herself. The disciples paused in their activities, gazing toward the main peak. Their eyes a mixture of reverence and curiosity. What could the esteemed Empress be silence? A patrolling steward barked, "How dare you speculate on matters concerning the Empress? Return to your duties at once." Only then did the disciples retract their gazes, yet their questions deepened. It has been many years since the Empress made any move. In the past, she resided atop the main peak, elusive as a divine dragon. Even significant matters of the sect were often conveyed through Elder Qinghua and others. Why has the Empress suddenly released such a powerful aura today? What is even more astonishing is that one can sense the Empress's current emotional state is evidently intense, imbued with an indescribable anticipation and tension. What could have transpired to evoke such a fluctuation in the demeanor of the Empress? Who is as cold as ice and believed to remain unchanged for millennia? At the mountainside, before the archway, Yi Qingmei and the disciples in white robes felt the aura sweeping down from the summit, their faces turning pale, trembling uncontrollably. This aura was vast as the sea, terrifying as the abyss, each strand seemingly containing the profound truths of heaven and earth, sending shivers through their souls. Is this the power of the pinnacle of the divine bridge realm? Yi Qingmei's legs grew weak, cold sweat pouring from her forehead. The mere presence was unfathomably terrifying. The white-robed disciple's face blanched further, his throat bobbing as he struggled to swallow. It's over. You must have angered the empress. He suddenly turned to Chen Changsheng, his gaze filled with dread. We must leave. Quickly. While the empress has not yet unleashed her full wrath, we must flee Wanawazon. Seeing Chen Changsheng still standing in place, the white-robed disciple grew frantic, stamping his feet. What are you waiting for? Once the empress is enraged, none within Wanawazon would dare defy her. He waved his hands, speaking rapidly, if you do not leave, not only will you lose your life, but we shall also suffer the consequences. I beg you, please depart. Yi Qingmei hurriedly stepped forward, grasping Chen Changsheng's sleeve as she urged him to retreat. Benefactor, let us return first, we can come back another day. Chen Changsheng, however, merely smiled gently, his expression unconcerned. She's just a little girl, what can she do if she is angry? Upon hearing this, everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. A little girl? The white-robed disciple's lips twitched, nearly fainting. Did you just refer to Her Majesty the Empress as a little girl? Yi Qingmei turned pale with fear, momentarily at a loss for words. On this continent, who would dare to address the formidable Wanhua Empress in such a manner? Even the leaders of the other sacred grounds would never be so audacious. Benefactor, please do not speak recklessly. Yi Qingmei exclaimed, her voice trembling as she fought back tears. Her Majesty's power is unparalleled. For 3 centuries, no one has dared to show disrespect towards her. Chen Changsheng shook his head, a smile still playing on his lips. This is not disrespect, it is merely the truth. To me, she will always be that slender little girl, and no matter how high her cultivation may rise, that will never change. The white-robed disciple and Yi Qingmei exchanged horrified glances, bewildered by the audacity of his words. Had he lost his mind? Just as they were about to speak, the air around them suddenly warped. With a soft hum, a figure materialized before them. It was a woman clad in white, her beauty transcendent, her presence ethereal. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall to her waist, and a few gentle strands framed her flawless visage, which appeared as if sculpted by divine hands. Her bright eyes sparkled. Her delicate nose and cherry lips, along with her pearly teeth, created a visage that seemed to be the epitome of celestial craftsmanship. Yet, what was most striking was the aura she exuded, noble and untouchable, commanding yet gentle. She resembled the most exquisite fairy of the heavens, akin to the eternal stars. Captivating yet intimidating, making it difficult to gaze directly upon her. The oppressive energy radiating from her was akin to a blazing sun, dazzling and suffocating. Horror. Her Majesty the Empress. The white-robed disciple and the other guards fell to their knees, their foreheads pressed to the ground, trembling in fear. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu also knelt immediately, not daring to lift their eyes to the noble figure. However, the Empress's gaze remained fixed upon Chen Changsheng. It was soft as water, yet contained a hint of complex emotion. Seeing this, Yi Qingmei feared that the Empress was angered by Chen Changsheng's words. And she hurriedly bowed her head, saying, Please calm your anger, ancestor. I shall take the benefactor away at once. He did not mean to offend. I ask for your understanding. She reached out to pull Chen Changsheng away, but the Empress lightly raised her hand, signaling her to halt. You may withdraw. The Empress's voice was cold, yet carried an almost imperceptible tremor. Yi Qingmei dared not disobey, retreating to the side, her heart racing for Chen Changsheng. Little did she know, the next moment would present a scene that left everyone dumbfounded. Before them stood the exalted and formidable Wanhua Empress. She gracefully glided forward, coming to a stop before Chen Changsheng. In her icy, clear eyes, tears shimmered unexpectedly. It is truly you. The voice of the Empress trembled, filled with a multitude of complex emotions. Master, I have finally seen you again. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the formidable Wanhua Empress, who had instilled fear in countless powerful beings, unexpectedly knelt before Chen Changsheng, clasping her hands in a gesture of utmost reverence, performing the most formal act of apprenticeship. Disciple Wanhua pays respect to master. This scene was akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering, as the white-robed disciples and other guards stood in stunned silence, their jaws nearly touching the ground, utterly at a loss for how to respond. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu were so astonished that their souls seemed to leave their bodies, nearly fainting on the spot. The esteemed leader of the Wanhua sect, the empress of the continent, was bestowing such honor upon an apparently ordinary young man, addressing him as master? What on earth was happening? Chen Changsheng, however, merely smiled gently. He raised his hand to assist the empress in standing. At such an age, you still act so recklessly. His tone mingled with a hint of helplessness and a touch of fondness. Look at you. Having become a master in your own right, yet still behaving like a child. The empress looked up, the crystalline tears in her eyes finally unable to be restrained, cascading down her cheeks. Master, you are alive, you truly are alive. Her voice trembled, as if centuries of repressed emotions found their release at last in this moment. Chapter 19, Is this still the Empress? Master! Master! This exclamation reverberated like thunder in the ears of those present. The white-clad disciple guarding the gate felt as though his eyes would pop out, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a chicken egg. He blinked vigorously, questioning whether he was ensnared in a dream. What on earth is happening? His heart raced, momentarily forgetting that he was on duty. The illustrious Empress, one of the few formidable figures on the continent, the leader of the Wanhua sect, a woman of unparalleled grace who had never bowed her head before anyone, was now weeping like a delicate flower, kneeling before a youth who appeared to be scarcely in his 20s. Beside her, Yi Qingmei was equally dumbfounded. She instinctively pinched her thigh, the pain affirming that this was no mere dream. Who is this youth? What could possibly compel the Empress to act in such a manner? Yi Qingmei's mind whirled, and a startling thought suddenly emerged. She recalled Chen Changsheng's words before arriving at the Wanhua sect, expressing his intent to seek a junior. Turning her gaze back to Chen Changsheng, she couldn't help but swallow hard. Could it be that the junior he referred to was the Empress herself? As this notion took root, Yi Qingmei was struck by a wave of dizziness. If that were true, what manner of existence was this seemingly ordinary young man? 300 years ago, could he have already? The span of time was simply too staggering for her to contemplate further. The white-clad disciple and the other guards stood in stunned silence, their eyes darting between Chen Changsheng and the Empress, filled with disbelief. They had grown up hearing legends of the Empress, who loomed in their minds as a deity, unattainable and unapproachable. Yet now, this divine figure knelt before a youth, calling him master? It utterly shattered their understanding. Chen Changsheng regarded the kneeling Empress with tenderness in his eyes. He smiled and reached out his hand, gently stroking her head. His movements soft and nurturing, akin to caressing a child. At such an age, what was there to weep about? His voice carried a hint of affection, making one wonder how others would perceive such a display. Yi Qingmei, witnessing this scene, nearly collapsed in shock. Stroking the Empress's head? If outsiders were to discover this, it would surely create an uproar. It was known that even the elders of the Wanhua sect approached the Empress with trepidation, scarcely daring to breathe, let alone show any disrespect. Yet here was this young man, not only receiving her reverence but also casually patting her head. Yi Qingmei suddenly recalled tales of celestial beings descending to earth or legendary powerhouses. Only such entities could command the Empress's utmost respect. The Empress appeared unperturbed by Chen Changsheng's gesture, gradually finding solace under his touch. She wiped away her tears and composed herself, yet her gaze remained fixed on him, as if fearing he might vanish at any moment. Master! I miss you so much. The Empress's voice was gentle, a stark contrast to her usual imposing demeanor. Yi Lingsu gently tugged at Yi Qingmei's sleeve, whispering, Sister, am I seeing things? How could the Empress? Yi Qingmei weakly shook her head, equally at a loss for how to elucidate the scene before them. Chen Changsheng gazed at the Empress, his eyes brimming with nostalgia. The once diminutive disciple who had trailed behind him, incessantly calling him master, like an unwelcome adhesive, had now blossomed into a formidable figure, a paragon of beauty and strength. The frail girl of yesteryears had transformed into an unparalleled powerhouse, commanding a vast sect with countless disciples. This sensation was akin to witnessing one's own daughter mature, evoking a blend of pride and reflection. Chen Changsheng sighed softly and reached out to assist the empress in rising. "Stand up, you are now a sovereign. Why kneel?" As she rose, her gaze remained unwaveringly fixed upon Chen Changsheng's face. "Master, you truly have returned." Her voice still carried a hint of disbelief. For years, she had assumed he. She left the thought unfinished, yet Chen Changsheng comprehended her sentiment. 3 centuries prior, during that cataclysmic event, even he had believed his demise was inevitable. He could never have envisioned returning in such a manner. Chen Changsheng nodded gently, his eyes reflecting both warmth and resolve. "I have returned." Those simple 4 words caused tears to well up in the empress's eyes once more. The disciples in white robes and the other guards were so astonished by the unfolding scene that they stood rooted in place, utterly bewildered. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu were equally astounded, unable to fathom that the young man they had rescued during their mission possessed such an astonishing identity. "Master, let us converse in the hall," the empress said softly, yet her tone bore an urgency, clearly wishing to share much with Chen Changsheng. He nodded, ready to follow the empress, when a thought struck him, prompting him to glance back at Yi Qingmei and the others still kneeling. The empress followed his gaze and noticed the others present for the first time. Her demeanor became slightly awkward, as if her previous lapse had rendered her somewhat embarrassed. However, she quickly regained a semblance of her regal composure, her eyes rekindling the fierce radiance that demanded respect. "Everyone, rise," she commanded, her voice regaining its icy edge. "What transpires today must not be divulged." The disciples in white robes and the guards hastily stood, though their astonishment and confusion remained unabated. "We obey," they responded in unison, their voices trembling slightly. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu also hurriedly stood, bowing their heads in deference. As a gentle breeze swept through, the assembly remained engulfed in shock. Yi Qingmei stared blankly at the spot where the empress and Chen Changsheng had stood, blinking in disbelief as she realized that the two had vanished without a trace. "Where have they gone?" the disciple in white murmured, scanning the surroundings fruitlessly. Was that scene truly real? Another guard rubbed his eyes, as if questioning the accuracy of his own perception. Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu exchanged bewildered glances, both equally perplexed. They could hardly fathom that the seemingly ordinary young man they encountered while on a mission bore such an astonishing identity. The empress had just addressed him as her master. Yi Lingsu whispered, her voice laden with incredulity, just as Yi Qingmei was about to respond. A gentle breeze swept through, and an elder clad in a gray robe materialized upon the platform. The elder was tall and imposing, his expression stern, with brows sharp as blades and eyes resembling distant stars, emanating a formidable aura. "Elder Qinghua." The guards, upon witnessing this, promptly knelt on one knee, offering their respects. Chapter 20, Is he the Holy Master? Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu hurriedly bowed, their hearts engulfed in confusion. Elder Qinghua, the foremost figure beneath the empress, the steward of the Wanhua sect, rarely made an appearance. Even as his disciples, they seldom caught a glimpse of him. What could have prompted his sudden arrival today? "Master, what is the situation?" Yi Qingmei could not contain her curiosity, her tone laced with perplexity. Elder Qinghua displayed a complex expression, unusually refraining from reprimanding Yi Qingmei's audacity, instead gently shaking his head. "I too am at a loss for what has transpired." His voice was deep, infused with a hint of bewilderment. "I was present at the time and was equally startled, believing an enemy had approached." Elder Qinghua's gaze drifted towards the mountain's peak, his eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Then they beheld the empress, kneeling before a young man, referring to him as master. The disciples are equally perplexed, the disciple in white cautiously interjected. "Who is this young man? Why does the empress hold him in such high regard?" Elder Qinghua inhaled deeply, a contemplative expression crossing his face. "As far as I know, the only one referred to as master by the master is the Holy Master who passed 300 years ago." "Holy Master?" Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu gasped in unison. This was a legend within the Wanhua sect. It was said that at the inception of the sect, a mysterious Holy Master guided the empress in her cultivation. laying the foundation for her monumental achievements. However, the Holy Master had since passed, leaving the Empress to uphold the grand enterprise of the Wanhua sect alone. Could it be that this young man is the Holy Master? Elder Qinghua's eyes brimmed with confusion. The Holy Master had departed 3 centuries prior. How could this be? The more he pondered, the more his thoughts spiraled into chaos, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Enough! I shall not dwell on this further. Elder Qinghua shook his head, seemingly attempting to cast aside his doubts for the time being. He turned his attention to Yi Qingmei, Yi Lingsu, and several guards, his demeanor shifting to one of gravity. Let it be known, not a single word of today's events is to escape our lips. His voice was low yet carried an undeniable authority, commanding silence on matters regarding the young man and the master's behavior. Yi Qingmei and the others quickly nodded, not daring to defy him in the slightest. Furthermore, Elder Qinghua continued, all information regarding this young man is to be immediately sealed, not a whisper shall be leaked. Those who defy this order will be expelled from the Wanhua sect. Understood. The group replied in unison, their faces etched with seriousness. Elder Qinghua then looked towards Yi Qingmei and Yi Lingsu, his gaze imbued with a hint of inquiry. How did you come to know this young man? And what brought him to the Wanhua sect? Yi Qingmei promptly recounted their experiences in Kanjiang town, including Chen Changsheng's healing of Yi Lingsu and his request to visit the Wanhua sect to find his junior. I see, Elder Qinghua nodded slightly after listening, a flicker of understanding crossing his eyes. It appeared that the junior he referred to was none other than the Empress. At this moment, Yi Qingmei remained utterly bewildered, her heart brimming with questions. Who, indeed, is Chen Changsheng? What is it about him that compels the exalted Empress to kneel in reverence? It is clear that the mysterious nature of this young predecessor surpasses all imagination, harboring horrors beyond what she and her companions had previously surmised, an unfathomable depth and enigma. Meanwhile, within the palace complex atop the main peak, Chen Changsheng follows the Empress through the resplendent halls until they arrive at a secluded courtyard nestled in the depths. To his surprise, although the exterior of the courtyard is opulent, its interior is strikingly austere, furnished with only a few simple pieces arranged in the most unadorned manner. Even more astonishing is the realization that the layout of this courtyard mirrors precisely that of the modest wooden cabin where he once taught the Empress 3 centuries ago. Unchanged in the slightest detail. Back then, the young Wanhua was merely a girl, trailing behind him as she absorbed various skills. That cabin was the place where they spent the most time together as master and disciple. Nuan Nuan, you. Chen Changsheng felt a wave of emotion, taken aback by the depth of the Empress's nostalgia for their shared past. A hint of shyness appeared on her face as she softly replied. In the years since my master has been absent, I have often come here to sit, feeling as though it brings me a little closer to you. A warmth filled Chen Changsheng's heart, prompting him to gaze at the Empress a little longer. 300 years have passed, and the once frail girl has matured into a formidable Empress, yet before him, she seems to revert to her innocent, youthful self. The Empress personally poured a cup of tea for Chen Changsheng, her movements gentle and her demeanor respectful, as if she were attending to a deity rather than her esteemed master. Please, master, accept this tea, she offered the cup with both hands, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Chen Changsheng accepted the cup, savoring a sip that revealed its quality. This tea is splendid, far superior to those wild herbal brews of yore. The Empress's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing his praise, though she quickly regained her composure and sat quietly across from him, her beautiful gaze fixed upon him as if to confirm the reality of this moment. Noticing her hesitance to speak, Chen Changsheng gently urged, if you have any questions, do not hesitate to ask. The Empress inclined her head slightly, unable to contain her most profound curiosity. Master, how is it that you have become so youthful? Her voice, tinged with confusion, roamed over Chen Changsheng's face. She now clearly understood the earlier reports. The young man who emerged from the sacred land was her revered master. Though his appearance differed from her memories, the aura and that familiar feeling could not be mistaken. Upon hearing her question, Chen Changsheng lightly touched his own face, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Well, what do you think? Was I not quite handsome in my youth? The Empress, rare as it was, broke into a smile, nodding obediently. Master is the most handsome in the world. Chen Changsheng felt a touch of embarrassment at the compliment and waved his hand dismissively. Well, I suppose I'm second best. Old 13 is the true paragon of handsomeness. The empress's eyes crinkled with mirth, her disbelief evident in her expression. Regardless of the circumstances, in her heart, the status of her master remains unshakable. Ultimately, the fact that her master is the most handsome suffices. Chen Changsheng set down his teacup and softly remarked, "The reason lies in the cultivation technique. My body and soul have been dormant for 3 centuries. Now that I have successfully cultivated the technique, I have returned to a youthful state." This explanation is quite simple, even somewhat flawed. However, Chen Changsheng did not intend to elaborate further. The matters concerning the system are his greatest secret. Even in the presence of his disciples, he had no intention of easily divulging them. A mere excuse would suffice. To his surprise, the empress exhibited no suspicion whatsoever. She simply nodded gently, her eyes brimming with genuine joy. It is truly wonderful that her master has awakened. Chapter 21, The Disciples Within the Palace. Chen Changsheng gently set down his teacup, allowing his gaze to linger on the empress for a brief moment. 3 centuries had elapsed, and the once frail girl had blossomed into the formidable empress who commanded the continent. This realization evoked a sense of both comfort and disorientation within him. "How have your other senior brothers and sisters fared over the years?" Chen Changsheng inquired softly. The empress appeared momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for such a topic. She gently shook her head, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. "Ever since our master passed away, we seldom meet," she replied in a gentle tone. "Everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs, engrossed in cultivation, leaving little opportunity for reunions." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and continued, "It has been quite some time since I last saw my fellow disciples. The last encounter was 5 years ago when the eldest brother came to visit me." The eldest brother? Upon hearing this title, a warm light flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes, and his lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He was the disciple who had accompanied him the longest and was the first to be taken under his wing. If memory serves, the eldest was considered a talentless individual unable to cultivate. Yet, there was no trace of disdain in Chen Changsheng's tone, rather, it was tinged with nostalgia. For from birth he had been devoid of spiritual energy, marking a lifetime free from the path of cultivation. The empress seemed unsurprised by Chen Changsheng's assessment, listening quietly without interjecting. Leaning back in his chair, Chen Changsheng's eyes brimmed with reminiscence. Under the guidance of the system, he had accepted this so-called talentless youth as his disciple, imparting to him the arts of cultivation. 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, 500 squats, and a 20-mile run each day without fail, come rain or shine, was the path to strength, albeit at a considerable cost. "Before my passing, the eldest brother came to see me as well," Chen Changsheng recalled softly, as if conjuring the image of a robust figure. By that time, he had already gained fame as a renowned body cultivator on the continent, the only one devoid of any spiritual energy, solely honing his physical form. A hint of pride graced Chen Changsheng's lips, for it was he who had forged a reputation with his own 2 fists. At this juncture, Chen Changsheng paused, a glimmer of anticipation sparking in his eyes. He wondered how his elder brother had fared over the past 300 years. Upon hearing the question, the empress finally revealed a subtle smile. "The eldest brother is doing quite well," she replied, her tone laced with admiration. "He has established his own sect, dedicated to nurturing disciples who, like him, are unable to cultivate spiritual energy, transforming them into formidable body cultivators." The empress gracefully poured Chen Changsheng another cup of tea, her movements elegant and respectful. "Now, body cultivation has emerged as a formidable force on the continent," she continued. Chen Changsheng's expression reflected a sense of satisfaction. "Truly the eldest brother, unwaveringly stubborn after all these years," he chuckled softly, his voice imbued with fondness and appreciation. The empress regarded the smile on Chen Changsheng's face, her eyes glinting with contemplation. She gently set down the teapot and cautiously inquired, "Master, should I inform the other disciples of your return?" Her voice bore a hint of hesitation. "Surely, the elder brothers would be overjoyed to learn of your reappearance." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng merely shook his head, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his eyes. "Not for the time being," he replied, rising to approach the window, his gaze drifting towards the distant sea of clouds. Chen Changsheng understood well that human hearts are the most intricate of matters. After 3 centuries, who could guarantee the preservation of one's original intentions? He harbored many secrets. And those aware of them were all former disciples. Trusting others too easily often leads to trouble. I have just returned, and there is much I do not comprehend, he stated calmly. It is prudent to proceed cautiously and engage gradually. The empress discerned the depth of Chen Changsheng's words and nodded slightly, harboring no dissent towards his decision. I understand, master, she respectfully replied, your intentions are my intentions. Turning to face the empress, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. After 300 years, her respect and reliance on him had remained unchanged. The empress rose and offered a gentle bow towards Chen Changsheng. I shall make arrangements immediately, ensuring that not even a whisper of your return escapes. Chen Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement, signaling her to proceed. Once the empress departed, he stood alone at the window, gazing at the mist-shrouded mountains, lost in contemplation for a long while. 3 centuries could alter many circumstances. In the hall of the master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, a dragon and phoenix adorned throne awaited. A middle-aged man clad in a grey robe lounged lazily upon it, toying with a pale blue jade slip in his hand. He appeared nonchalant, yet his eyes sparkled with an indescribable wisdom, as if nothing in the world could elude his perception. This was none other than the current master of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, Chen Changsheng. Below his throne stood 7 men clad in black robes, the 7 deputy masters of the pavilion. Observing the jade slip, Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a lack of interest. He carelessly tossed the slip onto a nearby low table, producing a crisp sound. Is this all? His voice contained a mix of laziness and impatience. Has nothing interesting occurred of late? The 7 deputy masters were accustomed to Chen Changsheng's demeanor, standing straight with their gazes fixed, silent and attentive. Chen Changsheng stretched languidly and yawned, then waved his hand in mild exasperation. And please refrain from bringing me such trivial matters concerning elders from certain sects engaging in clandestine affairs, it truly lacks intrigue. The foremost deputy master nodded repeatedly, responding respectfully. Master's admonition is duly noted. Next time, we shall ensure to filter for more valuable intelligence. Chen Changsheng shook his head, rising to approach the window. Through it, he beheld the endless expanse of white clouds enveloping the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion. Enveloped entirely within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, it resembled a palace floating amidst the clouds. Is there truly nothing novel upon this continent? Chen Su, New Jersey murmured to himself, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. At that moment, the 5th deputy pavilion master, standing nearby, seemed to recall something unexpectedly. Clearing his throat softly, he captured Chen Su, New Jersey's attention. Pavilion master, I have recalled a rather peculiar matter, he stated. Upon hearing this, Chen Su, New Jersey turned around, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Oh? Pray, do share. The 5th deputy pavilion master stepped forward respectfully and continued, it appears that the Wanhua sect is searching for someone. And this quest is under the direct command of the Empress of Wanhua. Wanhua sect? The Empress? Chen Su, New Jersey raised his eyebrows slightly. Is it not true that the junior sister has always been rather indifferent to such matters? To think she would take the initiative to send someone in search of another. Chapter 22, 25th Senior Brother. The 5th deputy master nodded and continued, curiously, just moments ago, the Wanhua sect suddenly retracted all their commissions, appearing quite anxious. Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with interest, his entire demeanor invigorated. Oh? That seemingly indifferent junior sister would act in such a manner? His voice conveyed a mixture of surprise and curiosity. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Noticing Chen Changsheng's growing intrigue, the 5th deputy master hastily added, moreover, according to our intelligence, the Wanhua sect has mobilized numerous personnel to search, nearly covering all the major cities across the continent. Chen Changsheng stroked his chin, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. What sort of person are they searching for? Do you know? Upon hearing this, the 5th deputy master slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. The master indeed possesses keen insight. He retrieved a crimson jade slip from his robe and respectfully presented it, knowing that the master had a long-standing fascination with unusual occurrences. He had specifically saved a report regarding the individual being sought. Chen Changsheng's eyes brightened as he reached out for the jade slip, casually pressing it to his forehead. The slip glimmered, and an ethereal image formed in the air, revealing the likeness of a young man. The figure appeared to be in his early 20s. With a strikingly handsome face, captivating features, and a serene yet profound gaze. As Chen Changsheng beheld the apparition, his expression abruptly froze. His pupils constricted sharply, and his mouth parted slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. This. Chen Changsheng's voice trembled, and even the hand grasping the jade slip quivered slightly. The 7 deputy masters exchanged glances, having never witnessed the usually composed master exhibit such astonishment. "Master, do you recognize this person?" The senior deputy master inquired cautiously. However, Chen Changsheng seemed oblivious to the question. Lost in a stupor as he gazed at the young man in the apparition, his eyes filled with disbelief. "It is the master of the Wanhua sect." In the palace of the empress, Chen Changsheng lightly tapped his fingers on the table, his gaze fixed on the sea of clouds beyond the window. The empress had just returned and had already arranged for the news to be sealed. She approached Chen Changsheng with light steps, standing respectfully by his side, awaiting his instructions. "What about the other disciples?" Chen Changsheng did not turn around, his eyes still directed toward the horizon. "What are they doing now?" The empress nodded slightly, a glimmer of contemplation crossing her features. Aside from the senior brother, the one who has been closest to him is the 25th senior brother, Zhao. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng turned his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. "Zhao?" The empress nodded, retrieving a jade slip from her sleeve and handing it to Chen Changsheng. "This contains recent information regarding the 25th senior brother," she added gently. "Master, the 25th senior brother is trustworthy, he has long wished to see you once more." Chen Changsheng accepted the jade slip, idly toying with it in his palm, yet he did not examine it immediately. His gaze was cast into the distance, filled with a hue of reminiscence. That was his 25th disciple. At the outset, Zhao Cheng was merely a menial worker from a noble family, tasked daily with cleaning the training grounds and maintaining the equipment. When he was caught clandestinely learning martial techniques, the family patriarch nearly nullified his cultivation and imposed severe punishment. That day, Chen Changsheng happened to pass by that small noble house. He witnessed a young boy pinned to the ground by several burly men, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he defiantly stared ahead at the patriarch. "Cripple his dantian," commanded the patriarch coldly. Chen Changsheng intervened and rescued him, asking if he wished to cultivate. The boy wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes shimmering with unyielding determination. "I want to become stronger." Those 4 simple words revealed to Chen Changsheng the boy's resolve and indomitable spirit. Thus, Chen Changsheng took him under his wing. In the ensuing days, Zhao Cheng exhibited remarkable talent, particularly in the art of swordplay, demonstrating an understanding that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Chen Changsheng generously imparted all his knowledge of sword techniques to him. "He is inherently gifted for mastering the sword," Chen Changsheng mused softly, a faint smile gracing his lips. The empress stood quietly beside him, refraining from interrupting his recollections. After a considerable time, Chen Changsheng regained his focus, gently tapping the jade slip against his forehead. The slip glimmered, and a figure began to materialize in mid-air. It was a tall middle-aged man clad in black, a long sword hanging at his waist. His visage was resolute, with an air of sternness about him, yet his gaze was exceptionally clear and steadfast. Chen Changsheng regarded this apparition with a flicker of satisfaction. The once frail and stubborn boy had now matured into a master of swordplay. "What has he become now?" Chen Changsheng inquired softly, stowing away the jade slip. The empress seated herself opposite him, refilling his cup with tea. "Senior brother Zhao Cheng is currently in the southern wilderness," she replied with a calm demeanor tinged with respect. "It is said that the demon tribes in the southern wilderness are stirring. He has gone to address their affairs." "The southern wilderness?" Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. "Isn't that a borderland of the human race?" The empress nodded, gently elucidating, "Indeed. The southern wilderness borders the territory of the demon tribes and has long served as the human race's defensive line. Senior brother has been stationed there for nearly a century." She unfurled a map, spreading it across the table. The map intricately detailed the geography of the entire continent, with the southern wilderness distinctly marked at the southernmost edge. adjacent to a region shrouded in shadow. Here, the empress pointed to the shadowed area, lies the territory of the demon tribes. Since the Great War 300 years ago, they have been confined to this region, yet in recent years, they appear to be growing restless. Chen Changsheng studied the map, a contemplative glint in his eyes. The demon tribes, he murmured. The empress glanced at him cautiously and inquired, Master, should we notify senior brother? If he knew you had returned, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he rose from his seat and approached the window, casting his gaze once more into the distance. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly nodded. I intend to visit Old 25 at once, he declared with unwavering conviction, a glimmer of anticipation dancing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the empress's eyes widened slightly in surprise, followed by a subtle pout of disappointment. Master, while I too wish for you to see senior brother, it is not the right time. You have only just returned. Moreover, I would like to test the waters a bit more. Chen Changsheng gently waved his hand, interrupting her words. Since you say he can be trusted, then there should be no mistake. His gaze softened. Besides, Zhao Jiucheng has always been infatuated with blades. Apart from his swordsmanship, he harbors little else in his heart. It is hard for me to believe he would waver. If we are to meet, it is better to do so sooner rather than later. Chapter 23, Departing for the Southern Frontier. The Empress pondered for a moment and found the reasoning to be sound. Indeed, her 25th senior brother, Zhao Jiucheng, was a person of unwavering integrity. Devoted solely to the path of the sword, seldom concerning himself with matters beyond it. Despite his elevated status, he had never harbored ambitions for power or dominance. The words of their master resonated true. The Empress nodded in agreement, yet an unmistakable tinge of melancholy crossed her visage. She lowered her gaze, her long lashes fluttering gently. Her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, embodying a hesitant longing. Chen Changsheng keenly sensed the shift in the Empress's emotions. He approached her, murmuring softly, What troubles you? The Empress lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a hint of grievance. Master, you have only just returned, yet you must depart again. Her voice was delicate, laced with reluctance. Disciple. Disciple feels a bit forlorn. In that moment, the Empress seemed to revert to the innocent girl who had trailed behind Chen Changsheng 3 centuries ago, full of affection and reluctance. Observing this scene stirred a warmth within Chen Changsheng's heart. He reached out, gently patting the Empress's head, his touch tender and filled with affection. Silly girl. I shall return swiftly, he said in a soothing tone, his eyes brimming with fondness. Now that I have awakened anew, none of my disciples may be left behind. Regardless of how they may have changed, I must seek to meet them. As he caressed her head, a blush of shyness crept onto the Empress's cheeks. Yet understanding and agreement flickered in her eyes. Disciple understands, she replied obediently, regaining a semblance of composure. Master cherishes loyalty and righteousness, it has always been so. If any disciple were to waver, it would surely grieve you the most. Chen Changsheng did not refute her words, merely letting out a gentle sigh. 300 years was ample time to alter many things. He had mentally prepared himself to confront the potential changes that lay ahead. The Empress seemed to perceive Chen Changsheng's thoughts and added softly, Master, aside from 25th senior brother, several other brothers and sisters are also in the southern frontier. Oh? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, who are they? 31st senior brother, 42nd senior sister, 57th junior brother. The Empress counted on her slender fingers. Although they may not hold as high a position as 25th senior brother, they are nonetheless the backbone of the southern frontier. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a glimmer of amusement illuminating his eyes. If Master has the chance, it would be delightful to meet them, the Empress added. If they were to learn of your return, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. That is a certainty, Chen Changsheng smiled, having ventured to the southern frontier, I shall certainly meet all my disciples there. For they are indeed my disciples. With that, Chen Changsheng rose, adjusting his robe. You may attend to the affairs of the sect. I shall set forth for the southern frontier now. The Empress hastily stood, retrieving a jade talisman, which she respectfully presented to Chen Changsheng. Master. This is the identity token of the Wanhua sect. With this, you may pass through the cities and checkpoints without hindrance. Chen Changsheng accepted the talisman, tucking it into his sleeve. Additionally, here are some spirit stones and elixirs. Please, master, do not refuse to accept them. The empress retrieved a finely crafted storage pouch, presenting it with both hands, expressing concern for her master's comfort during the long journey. Chen Changsheng gazed at the earnest expression on the empress's face and smiled gently as he accepted the pouch. Very well, I shall accept it. A look of joy illuminated the empress's countenance upon witnessing Chen Changsheng's acceptance of her heartfelt gesture. Master, please travel safely. Should you require anything? Your disciple is always at your service. Chen Changsheng nodded lightly and turned to walk towards the door. The empress stood quietly in place, watching him depart. Her eyes filled with reluctance, but predominantly with admiration and understanding. This was her master, deeply affectionate, loyal, and always concerned for his disciples, unwavering in his nature. Just as Chen Changsheng stepped through the palace gates, a clear notification chimed in his mind. Ding! You have received the admiration of Wan Hua, acquiring admiration points, 50,000. A jolt of surprise coursed through Chen Changsheng, his eyes widening in astonishment. 50,000 admiration points all at once? Elation surged within him, and his steps became noticeably lighter. 50,000 admiration points translated to 500 years of lifespan. Truly, his most beloved disciple had not disappointed him. In that moment, Chen Changsheng's resolve to meet with his other disciples solidified further. If each disciple were to bestow such generous admiration points upon him, his lifespan would undoubtedly be greatly extended. As dawn broke, shrouded in mist, in the southern frontier, a winding official road lay ahead. Clad in a gray-white Taoist robe, Chen Changsheng walked slowly. In the distance, the mountains rolled, lush with trees. The mist flowed gently through the valleys, resembling a great white dragon. The fresh morning air of the southern frontier carried a hint of botanical fragrance, yet it was intermingled with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood. Chen Changsheng inhaled deeply, his expression tranquil. 300 years have passed, and the southern frontier remains unchanged, he murmured, casting his gaze over the distant fortress walls. The towering walls, constructed from blue stone, were adorned with various runes, faintly shimmering in the morning light. This marked the 7th day since his departure from Wan Hua sect. Along the way, Chen Changsheng deliberately slowed his pace, stopping intermittently to inquire about news concerning the southern frontier and Zhaojiucheng. Speaking of Lord Tiandao, his reputation was indeed formidable. In a small tavern, an elderly man with white hair held a bowl of murky wine, his eyes sparkling with reverence. My son witnessed it on the front lines years ago. With one stroke, he cleaved the heavens asunder. Indeed, indeed. A middle-aged man beside him nodded vigorously. A distant relative of mine serves in the southern army and told me that Lord Tiandao single-handedly held back 100,000 demon troops, forcefully advancing until the demon clan dared not cross a single step. In a corner, Chen Changsheng quietly sipped his tea, listening to the exaggerated tales of the patrons, a slight smile playing upon his lips. Since departing from Wan Hua sect, he had encountered an increasing number of rumors about Zhaojiucheng, each more grandiose than the last. What a tale it is of a single strike cleaving through mountains, of a blood-soaked battle that raged for 7 days and nights without yielding, and of a solitary confrontation against the 3 great kings of the demon clan. Such accounts left Chen Changsheng both amused and perplexed. Yet, beneath the layers of exaggeration, he could piece together fragments of truth. For instance, it is indeed a fact that a century and a half ago, the demon clan from the southern frontier launched a massive offensive. At that time, Zhaojiucheng stood resolutely at the border, single-handedly repelling the vanguard of the demon forces, thereby securing precious time for the human race to regroup. In that battle, Lord Tiandao wielded his blade alone, standing firm at the southern border for a full 7 days and nights. The patrons of the tavern engaged in lively discourse, each contributing their own thoughts. It is said that after that battle, the demon clan even bestowed upon Lord Tiandao an epithet, human blade, implying that this blade was a man. Indeed, during that conflict, Lord Tiandao instilled such terror within the demon ranks that they have since refrained from recklessly invading. As Chen Changsheng listened to these tales, he felt a mix of solace and curiosity. Zhaojiucheng, once merely a youth devoted to the path of the sword, had now ascended to become a formidable presence that commanded respect throughout the southern frontier. Chapter 24, Who in the world does not know the name of the sage master? On the official road, Chen Changsheng continued his journey. Along the way, he encountered numerous martial artists heading to the southern frontier to seek allegiance with the heavenly blade. These individuals varied in age and cultivation levels, yet all their eyes sparkled with admiration and longing for the heavenly blade. I have traveled from the northern domain specifically to join the esteemed master, who is recently recruiting disciples, declared a tall youth, brandishing a long sword with a bold air. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng was momentarily taken aback. Zhao Jiuqing is accepting disciples? This revelation surprised him, as the Zhao Jiuqing of yore had been singularly focused on the pursuit of the ultimate swordsmanship and had never shown interest in taking on disciples. As Chen Changsheng pondered this, an elderly man beside him shook his head and sighed, "Young man, prepare yourself." Over the years, countless individuals have sought to be taken under the wing of the heavenly blade, yet he has scarcely accepted any disciples. The tall youth, unconvinced, raised an eyebrow. Why is that? Is it because he deems our talents inadequate? The old man sighed again. The heavenly blade once said, accepting disciples? Compared to my own master, I am unworthy even to carry his shoes, master? The youth was puzzled, wondering who the master of the heavenly blade could be. The old man's expression grew solemn as he lowered his voice. It is said to be the legendary Sage Master. Sage Master? Not only the youth but also those around them exhibited expressions of astonishment. Indeed. The old man nodded gravely. The Sage Master achieved ultimate success 300 years ago and ascended to immortality. It is said that throughout his life, he accepted countless exceptionally gifted disciples, each of whom was a prodigy in their own right, with the heavenly blade being but one among them. Hearing this, Chen Changsheng nearly burst into laughter. What ultimate success! What ascension to immortality! He had merely lain in a coffin for 3 centuries. Nevertheless, these rumors piqued his curiosity regarding the current state of his disciples. You say the Sage Master has become an immortal. Where are his disciples now? The youth inquired. The old man shook his head. Each follows their own path, and most are unknown. However, it can be said with certainty they are all formidable figures of this age. Upon hearing this, the crowd revealed expressions of yearning and reverence. Chen Changsheng, listening intently, could not help but reflect. 300 years had passed, and those once naive disciples who had followed him, gazing up at him, had now ascended to monumental heights. As night fell, Chen Changsheng settled in a small inn. He sat alone by the window, gazing at the distant starry sky, lost in myriad thoughts. Elder brother, second brother. Chen Changsheng softly murmured these names, a complex expression fleeting across his eyes. What realms had those disciples who once looked up to him now reached? He shook his head, retrieving a glistening elixir and placing it in his mouth. The pill dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that coursed through his body. Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, commencing the cultivation of his techniques. Ever since acquiring 50,000 worship points from the empress, his realm had ascended to the pinnacle of the 6 harmonies, a mere step away from the divine bridge realm. The pinnacle of the 6 harmonies. In this current era, he might not even possess the qualifications to carry the shoes of his own disciples. With a self-deprecating smile, Chen Changsheng reflected on the formidable power of those who had attained the divine bridge realm, capable of shaking mountains and altering celestial phenomena an echelon far beyond the ordinary. Meanwhile, his disciples had likely ascended to, or even surpassed, such heights. How might they react? He mused, if they were to discover that their venerated master was merely a small fry at the 6th realm? Shaking his head, he resumed his cultivation, solidifying his newly attained level. As the dawn broke, mists rose in the southern border at Yaoguan City. Majestic walls loomed amidst the towering mountains, resembling a slumbering dragon winding its way through the landscape. The surface of the walls was intricately inscribed with complex runes, glimmering faintly in the morning light. Standing outside the city gate, Chen Changsheng gazed up at the grand inscription of Yaoguan, his eyes flickering with emotion. 3 centuries prior, he had visited this place when Yaoguan was merely a modest frontier outpost. It had since evolved into a significant stronghold. Time had passed, and the landscape had transformed dramatically. As he softly spoke to himself, the city gate bustled with a diverse throng. Merchants, warriors, cultivators, and common folk converged in a vibrant tapestry of life, blending into the crowd. Chen Changsheng moved with the flow toward the city. The guards flanking the gate maintained a vigilant demeanor, their gazes sharp as they occasionally fixed upon suspicious passers-by. Entry required the verification of identity tokens. Chen Changsheng produced the token from the Wanhua zone, presenting it briefly to the guards. Upon recognizing the intricate patterns, their expressions shifted. And they promptly bowed. "Ah, a friend from the Wanhua zone. Please, come in." Nodding slightly, Chen Changsheng stepped into the bustling heart of Yaoguan City. The narrow streets teemed with people, the air filled with the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares and the lively chatter of patrons. An array of scents enveloped him, tempting aromas of food mingled with the metallic tang of beasts, interlaced with a faint trace of blood. As he walked, Chen Changsheng suddenly felt a gentle tug at the hem of his robe. Turning slightly, he noticed a small boy, who had appeared by his side. The lad, around 10 years of age, sported tousled black hair, a face smudged with dirt, and tattered clothing, his worn cloth shoes revealing his toes. Yet, his large eyes sparkled with a lively brightness. "Sir, would you like a guide?" the boy inquired, gazing up at Chen Changsheng with a clear, resonant voice. With a faint smile, Chen Changsheng chose to ignore him and continued on his way. However, the boy persisted, trailing closely behind. Sir, the roads of Yaoguan City are quite intricate. Without a guide, you are sure to get lost." Unfazed, Chen Changsheng pressed forward, navigating through a narrow alley. Veering into a small square, and then into another street. The boy remained steadfastly at his heels, his pace light and tireless. After a quarter of an hour, Chen Changsheng finally halted, turning to face the boy. "Why do you persist in following me?" he inquired, his tone calm and even. The boy grinned broadly, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. "Sir, you are a stranger here, and your extraordinary demeanor suggests you are no ordinary person." He rubbed his hands together, a glimmer of shrewdness in his eyes. "Young master, being unfamiliar with this place, you require a guide. I am a native of Yaoguan City and possess the most intimate knowledge of this area. I can serve as your guide for merely 3 spirit stones." The boy extended 3 fingers, his excitement palpable. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the young lad before him, his expression gradually softening. Gazing at the filthy, frail boy, he was reminded of the empress in her youth. Back then, she bore a similar appearance, tattered clothing yet with resolute and bright eyes, trailing closely behind him. Unwilling to part ways, a pang of compassion stirred within Chen Changsheng's heart. Just as he was about to speak, his peripheral vision caught a fleeting glimpse of something behind the boy. Chen Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he examined closely. To his astonishment, he beheld a pair of exquisitely delicate wings sprouting from the boy's back, translucent and as thin as a dragonfly's wings, adorned with intricate patterns. The wings flickered in and out of visibility, imperceptible unless one looked closely. Chapter 25, The Half-Demon. The streets were bustling with activity, throngs of pedestrians weaving through the crowd. Chen Changsheng's gaze fell upon the faintly visible wings behind the boy, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. The boy seemed to sense this scrutiny and abruptly turned around. Upon meeting Chen Changsheng's gaze, his complexion drained of color. What are you looking at?" the boy stammered, his voice trembling. He hastily tugged at his tattered garments, attempting to conceal the wings more effectively. The delicate appendages vanished completely beneath the fabric. Chen Changsheng offered a slight smile, refraining from answering the boy's question, instead calmly stating, "There is no need to be anxious." However, the boy, like a startled bird, took several steps back, his expression growing increasingly wary. "I won't be your guide," he exclaimed, abruptly turning to leave. "Here, take your spirit stones back." He pulled 3 spirit stones from his pocket and tossed them to the ground before sprinting away. Chen Changsheng waved his hand, and a gentle breeze stirred, causing the 3 spirit stones to effortlessly return to his palm. "Wait," Chen Changsheng called, his voice soft yet imbued with an inexplicable authority that compelled the boy to halt. What do you want?" The boy turned back, his eyes wide with fear and suspicion. Rather than responding immediately, Chen Changsheng scrutinized the youth before him. A half-demon. This was not the first time Chen Changsheng had encountered this hybrid lineage. Half-demons were the progeny of the demon and human races, possessing traits of both yet rejected by each. The demon race deemed them impure, while humans feared the innate demonic essence they carried. In the southern regions, Half-demons were regarded as the lowest of the low, barred from legitimate cultivation sects and lacking a stable home, often struggling to survive in the shadowy corners of the city. It was no surprise that this boy lived in such wretched conditions. Chen Changsheng felt a surge of compassion, mingled with curiosity, as he realized he had previously known little of this race. Now, in the southern lands, he had gained a direct understanding of their marginalized existence. "I will not harm you," Chen Changsheng assured gently, retrieving 10 spirit stones from his pocket and displaying them in his open palm. "These are all for you." The glistening stones sparkled enticingly in the sunlight. Even though they were of the lower grade, to a destitute half-demon youth, they represented an unimaginable fortune. The boy gazed at the spirit stones, a flicker of desire crossing his features, yet he quickly shook his head, eyeing Chen Changsheng warily. "What do you want me to do?" "Simply continue as my guide," Chen Changsheng replied with a smile, with a bit more compensation. The boy regarded Chen Changsheng with suspicion, as if contemplating the presence of some hidden trap. "Why, you don't care that I'm a half-demon?" he asked cautiously, incredulity lacing his tone. "Most people." He trailed off. But Chen Changsheng understood his implication. "Why should I care?" Chen Changsheng retorted. "In my eyes, you are merely a boy in need of spirit stones." At this declaration, the boy's wariness eased slightly, though he remained indecisive. The allure of 10 spirit stones was overwhelming. For a half-demon like him, it could represent several months' worth of living expenses. Yet, on the other hand, he was acutely aware of the capriciousness of the world. There is no such thing as a free lunch. "Really? Just as a guide?" The boy's voice was barely above a whisper. Chen Changsheng nodded and extended the spirit stones forward, indeed, merely as a guide. The boy gritted his teeth, seemingly resolute now, and cautiously stepped forward to accept the spirit stones. His movements were swift, as if he feared Chen Changsheng might retract his offer. "My name is Yui," the boy murmured, tucking the spirit stones into his bosom. "I am 12 years old this year." Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile. "Chen Changsheng." "Chen Changsheng?" Yui repeated the name, nodding approvingly. "A fine name." Chen Changsheng gazed at the half-demon youth before him, feeling a stir within. Although the system currently offered no rewards or functions for apprentices, years of experience had taught him that this boy was extraordinary. Despite being a half-demon, he differed remarkably from others Chen Changsheng had encountered. The delicate wings and the faintly peculiar aura surrounding the boy made Chen Changsheng feel a sense of distinction. Perhaps he could temporarily keep him close for observation. "Do you often serve as a guide in Yaoguan City?" Chen Changsheng inquired. Yui nodded, then shook his head. "I only guide those who appear harmless." A glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes, reminiscent of the moment Chen Changsheng first met the empress. "Let us go," Chen Changsheng said with a gentle smile. "Show me around this city." With the spirit stones in hand, Yui seemed to rejuvenate, his movements becoming increasingly lively. "This way!" he exclaimed, bouncing ahead and occasionally glancing back to ensure Chen Changsheng was following. The pair navigated through narrow alleyways, turning corner after corner. Along the way, Yui elaborated on the particulars of Yaoguan City. Yaoguan City is situated between the southern frontier and the eastern domain, serving as a confluence of the two realms. He explained, pointing to a distant high wall. Thus, the city is divided into two parts, one belonging to the demon clan and the other to the human clan. There was a hint of resignation in his tone. The two sides are perpetually at odds, frequently clashing. "And the half-demons?" Chen Changsheng asked. "Where do they reside?" Yui paused, a flicker of melancholy crossing his face. "Neither side considers us their own. The demon clan deems our bloodline impure, while the humans fear the demon essence within us." He gestured towards a shadowy corner of the city. "Most of us live in such places, caught in between, struggling to survive." Chen Changsheng followed Yui's gaze. That was the most dilapidated area of the city, with low, cramped houses and narrow, filthy streets, clearly the poorest section. "That is our home," Yui spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, as though he had long since grown accustomed to this life. Chen Changsheng sighed softly, choosing not to say more. The two continued onward, traversing the streets and absorbing the sights of the city. On the side of the human realm, magnificent edifices rise majestically, accompanied by bustling marketplaces. In stark contrast, the realm of the is adorned with peculiar treehouses and vibrantly colored tents. These two regions, though distinct in style, pulsate with an equally vibrant energy. Are you familiar with the esteemed Tian Dao? Chen Changsheng inquired casually. Upon hearing this, Yuyi's previously calm demeanor transformed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, and his entire being radiated fervor. The Lord of Tian Dao? The youth's voice brimmed with uncontainable admiration. Of course, I am well aware. Who in the entirety of the southern frontier does not know of the Lord of Tian Dao? He patted his slender chest, his eyes glistening with aspiration. The Lord of Tian Dao is my idol. Through sheer determination, he has safeguarded the entire southern border, earning even this profound respect. Chapter 26. There should be no distinction of status among people. Chen Changsheng gazed at the youthful exuberance radiating from the boy's face and could not help but smile faintly. It seems you hold him in great admiration? Indeed. Yuyi exclaimed, his hands animatedly gesturing. Lord Tian Dao not only possesses extraordinary martial prowess but also harbors a benevolent heart. He never discriminates based on race, even we half-demons are regarded by him as equals. Standing beside Chen Changsheng, Yuyi's eyes sparkled with reverence, his hands gesturing fervently, his voice quivering with excitement. Lord Tian Dao is truly remarkable. He looks upon us half-demons without prejudice. In his eyes, humans and half-demons are indistinguishable. A gentle breeze tousled the unruly strands of hair falling across Yuyi's forehead. He brushed aside the locks obstructing his view, his eyes shining with remarkable admiration. Once, I was bullied by several human youths in the eastern market, and it was Lord Tian Dao who happened to pass by and drove them away. Yuyi's voice softened, imbued with warmth from the recollection. He even gifted me a spirit stone, urging me to live well. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a sense of comfort blossoming within him. Yuyi continued, as long as one is in Yaoguang City, whenever he witnesses the strong oppressing the weak, Lord Tian Dao always intervenes. He does not permit anyone to bully another, regardless of who is the aggressor. The boy's steps became lighter, as if the mere mention of Lord Tian Dao infused him with vitality. Lord Tian Dao is the hero in the hearts of all human residents in Yaoguang City. Yuyi declared proudly, thumping his chest with conviction. Without him, there would be no present-day Yaoguang City. He pointed towards the distant city walls, his voice brimming with pride. Those walls were personally constructed with the involvement of Lord Tian Dao. It is said that with a single stroke of his blade, he cleaved a mountain to procure the stones for building the city. As Chen Changsheng listened to Yuyi's vivid depiction, a smile involuntarily curved his lips. Old Zhao Jiucheng. It appeared he had not forgotten the teachings of his master. Chen Changsheng's thoughts drifted back over 3 centuries, to a time when Zhao Jiucheng was merely a boy treated as a menial by the aristocracy. At that time, Zhao Jiucheng was resentful and disillusioned, his mindset distorted. For a prolonged period, apart from Chen Changsheng, he found fault with everyone. Even a mere accidental encounter would provoke him to chase others with a blade. Chen Changsheng recalled an incident where an unwitting passerby inadvertently brushed against Zhao Jiucheng, who then pursued the individual for 3 streets with a weapon drawn. Had Chen Changsheng not intervened in time, it might have resulted in tragedy. Nevertheless, the passerby was left thoroughly terrified, nearly frightened to death by Zhao Jiucheng's obstinate ferocity. It was during that period that Chen Changsheng sensed something amiss. If this continued, Zhao Jiucheng would inevitably succumb to inner demons and go astray. To avert such a fate, Chen Changsheng imparted the principle of equality among all individuals. There is no distinction of rank or status among people, Chen Changsheng murmured softly, recalling the words he once shared with Zhao Jiucheng. Initially, Zhao Jiucheng dismissed these sentiments, persisting in his own ways. Yet, under Chen Changsheng's subtle influence, he gradually began to change. Eventually, he devoted himself to cultivation, no longer entangled in the matters of his servant days. Unexpectedly, after all these years, Zhao Jiucheng still remembered his teachings. A wave of warmth surged within Chen Changsheng's heart. However, the plight of the demon clan was far more dire. Although they faced discrimination among the human race, the demon world was a realm of true survival of the fittest, devoid of compassion. Yuyi's voice interrupted Chen Changsheng's musings. Nearly all the demons looked upon the half-demons with a murderous intent. Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. The demons were indeed demons, not humans. Why should there be any notion of equality? He mused silently. With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh softly. It seemed this journey to the southern wilderness was indeed worthwhile. Not only could he meet his old disciple, but he could also gain deeper insights into the complexities of the southern wilderness, especially regarding the intricate relationship between humans and demons, which would greatly aid his forthcoming endeavors. By the way, you mentioned the heavenly blade, where is he now? Chen Changsheng inquired casually. Yui tilted her head in contemplation. Lord Heavenly Blade is mostly stationed in the southern wilderness, but he returns to Yaoguang City every few months. She calculated with her fingers. If I recall correctly, Lord Heavenly Blade should be returning in these few days. The youth's eyes lit up. If you wish to meet Lord Heavenly Blade, there may soon be an opportunity. Chen Changsheng smiled slightly, neither affirming nor denying. The two traversed several streets and arrived at an inn named Qingyun Pavilion. The inn stood 3 stories high, exuding an ancient elegance, with a blue glass lantern gently swaying in the breeze at its entrance. The establishment was clean and reasonably priced. Yui explained that most importantly, the owner did not discriminate against half-demons and treated them kindly. Chen Changsheng nodded and stepped inside. Within the inn, the decor was simple yet immaculate. The wooden floor gleamed, and not a speck of dust could be seen on the windows. The owner was a kindly middle-aged woman who greeted Yui with a warm smile. Little Yu has brought a guest? She said, her eyes twinkling. Does this esteemed guest require lodging? Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Do you have a room available? The woman replied affirmatively. Yes, the best room on the 2nd floor, to the right, with the finest light. It is 3 mid-grade spirit stones per day. Chen Changsheng retrieved spirit stones from his pocket and handed them to the woman. I will stay for 3 days. After settling in, Yui guided Chen Changsheng around the city. Yaoguang City was even more bustling and vibrant than he had imagined. Shops lined the streets, and the sounds of vendors filled the air. A dazzling array of goods was on display, from ordinary daily necessities to precious spiritual herbs and magical artifacts. A demon trader clad in animal skins was enthusiastically hawking a peculiar fruit to passers-by. The fruit was crystal clear, exuding a faint fragrance. A specialty of the southern wilderness. The Millennium Spirit Fruit enhances cultivation and prolongs life, the vendor boasted with a hint of bravado. Chen Changsheng glanced at it and discerned that it was merely a common demon fruit, exaggerated by the vendor's claims. As Chen Changsheng strolled along, he suddenly noticed a throng of people converging in a singular direction along the street. Numerous individuals hurried past, their faces illuminated with expressions of excitement. Among them were humans, as well as members of the demon race, and even a few half-demons. These people appeared animated, whispering to one another, as if they were eagerly anticipating a momentous event. What is happening? Chen Changsheng inquired. Yui also discerned the shift in atmosphere, a glimmer of surprise appearing on her face. She tugged at Chen Changsheng's sleeve, her voice rising with excitement. Could it be that the Yaoguang Square has been opened? The boy's eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation, his entire being seemingly poised to leap into action at any moment. Chapter 27, Yaoguang Square. Is it merely an ordinary blade? The crowd surged and the clamor swelled. Chen Changsheng gazed at the throng of people converging towards a single direction, his brow slightly furrowed. What is Yaoguang Square? He gently grasped the arm of the exuberant Yui, whispering to inquire why so many individuals were gathering there. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of surprise illuminated Yui's face, soon replaced by a dawning realization. It was understandable that the young master, being a foreigner, was unaware of this. Lowering his voice, he spoke with an air of mystery, explaining that Yaoguang Square is situated at the heart of Yaoguang City, serving as the very nucleus of the entire locale. He gestured towards a towering stone spire in the distance, saying, "Look, if you head east from that star observation tower, you will find Yaoguang Square." Following Yi's indication, Chen Changsheng caught a glimpse of a broad expanse ahead, densely populated with people. Is it not usually open? He inquired. Yui nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Typically, the square is sealed off, and there exists only one reason for its opening. He raised a finger, his expression solemn. That is when someone endeavors to draw forth the blade of the heavenly sword master, seeking to become his disciple. What? Chen Changsheng was taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter at the notion of apprenticing under that young man. Such a process exists? Yue, oblivious to Chen Changsheng's dismissive reference to the heavenly sword as that young man, continued to enthusiastically elaborate. The number of individuals wishing to become disciples of the heavenly sword master is as numerous as fish crossing a river. Even though the heavenly sword master uniformly declines, the throng of aspirants remains relentless. He ruffled his tousled hair, his eyes brimming with admiration, to maintain tranquility. The heavenly sword master once planted a blade in the center of the square. Should anyone manage to extract it, he would accept them as a registered disciple. Yui's voice softened, tinged with a hint of regret. However, it has been 4 to 5 decades since, and that blade remains steadfast and unmoved. No one has been able to draw it forth. At this revelation, a glimmer of curiosity flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Zhao Jiuchang employs such a method to sift through potential disciples? How intriguing. Let us go take a look, he stated, gently patting Yui's shoulder, filled with anticipation. Absolutely. Yui replied with enthusiasm, tugging at Chen Changsheng's sleeve as they pressed forward. The two navigated through the crowd, slowly advancing towards Yaoguang Square. Due to the sheer number of people, their pace was unhurried. Chen Changsheng refrained from utilizing his powers, instead following Yui, weaving through the throngs like an ordinary person. Excuse me, pardon me. Yui skillfully maneuvered through the crowd, occasionally tugging on Chen Changsheng's garment to ensure he did not fall behind. At last, they reached the periphery of Yaoguang Square. The square was a vast circular area, its ground paved with blue stones and surrounded by low stone walls. At the center stood a slightly elevated stone platform, upon which was embedded a long blade. At that moment, the square was already teeming with thousands of people. The air filled with a cacophony of discussions. Have you heard? Both the Lu and the Lu families have come this time. A tall, slender middle-aged man whispered to his companion. Indeed. Both families are prominent clans within the Yaoguang city, each possessing considerable influence. His companions nodded in agreement. Their voices tinged with excitement, revealing that both had invested significantly, dispatching their most talented youths. Chen Changsheng listened attentively, quietly noting this information. Moreover, another passerby interjected, stating that the Mo Yuan clan had also sent representatives. The Mo Yuan clan? How dare those brutish creatures draw their blades? A woman with a sharp demeanor scoffed, exclaiming that it was akin to a toad aspiring to eat swan meat. At this, Chen Changsheng felt a surge of curiosity and turned to Yui, inquiring why even the demon clan had come to draw blades. Yui rose on her toes, straining to see the center of the square. While softly explaining that the human clan sought to pay homage to Lord Tiandao, whereas the demon clan aimed to confront and humiliate, he wrinkled his nose in disdain, expressing that if the feats unattainable by humans were achieved by demons, it would be a disgrace to Lord Tiandao, a means for the demons to reclaim their honor. Chen Changsheng nodded in understanding, pondering the incessant triviality of such interspecies rivalry. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted in the square. They have arrived. Look! It is the people from the Lu family. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. A group of young individuals clad in azure attire strode confidently into the square. Leading them was a strikingly handsome youth, exuding an extraordinary aura. That is Lu Hao, the most gifted disciple of the younger generation from the Lu family. An elderly man beside a young boy introduced him, his eyes sparkling with envy, for he was the heir to the next generation's patriarch. At such a tender age, he had already attained the late 7 stars realm. A future breakthrough into the life and death realm seemed assured. Late 7 stars? The boy gasped, his mouth agape in astonishment. To possess such cultivation at barely over 20 years of age is indeed the mark of a prodigy. Indeed, Lu Hao is impressive. Another voice chimed in, but he still pales in comparison to Lu Liang. The speaker was a robust middle-aged man, with thick brows and large eyes, radiating confidence. Lu Liang had reached the pinnacle of 7 stars, with an exceptional understanding of the blade. The top contender for drawing blades must undoubtedly be Lu Liang. Let us not argue, a demon clad in animal hides interjected, bearing sharp canines. The Mo Yuan clan is renowned for their strength, drawing a blade is a mere trifle. Indeed, another demon echoed, just because you humans are incapable does not imply we demons are as well. The surrounding crowd erupted in retorts, the scene becoming increasingly chaotic. The Mo Yuan clan? What of their might? Drawing a blade requires more than mere brute force. Exactly. The blade of Lord Tian Dao is not something your demon clan can lay claim to. A cacophony of opinions intertwined, the atmosphere growing ever more animated. Chen Changsheng found himself wedged amongst the crowd, only able to catch snippets of the ongoing debate. His curiosity regarding this so-called blade-drawing ceremony intensified. Particularly regarding what Zhao Zhouchang had managed to insert there that would draw such a throng. Clear the way. Clear the way. Yue, using her petite frame, maneuvered through the crowd, making arduous progress forward with Chen Changsheng in tow. After considerable effort, the two managed to squeeze their way to the front rows, enabling them to clearly observe the stone platform at the center of the square. The platform stood approximately 10 feet high, meticulously carved from azure rock. Its surface adorned with intricate patterns. A long sword was embedded within the stone, its blade deeply entrenched, revealing only the hilt and a small portion of the blade itself. The hilt was unadorned, wrapped in a band of black fabric, devoid of any embellishments. The blade, about 3 fingers wide, was a somber gray, its surface etched with fine lines that shimmered faintly under the sunlight. Chen Changsheng fixed his gaze upon it, and an expression of sheer astonishment instantly overtook his face. Speechless, he found himself truly at a loss for words. For that sword, he recognized all too well. It was an ordinary iron blade he had once gifted to Zhao Zhoucheng. Hardly qualifying as a spiritual weapon, merely a slightly superior mundane implement at best. Chapter 28, The Blade Drawing Conference. Amidst the crowd, Chen Changsheng gazed at the ordinary iron blade resting upon the stone platform, his eyes drifting into a trance as his thoughts meandered back over 3 centuries. It was the moment he had just accepted Zhao Zhoucheng as his disciple. At that time, Zhao Zhoucheng was merely a menial worker from a prominent family, caught red-handed for covertly learning the family's martial arts and on the verge of losing his cultivation and facing severe punishment. As fate would have it, Chen Changsheng happened to pass by and witnessed the young man pinned to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet defiantly glaring ahead. Stirred by the sight, he intervened and rescued him. "Do you wish to cultivate?" Chen Changsheng inquired, crouching down to address the bloodied youth. Wiping the blood from his lips, the boy's eyes sparkled with resolute determination. "I want to grow stronger." With a smile, Chen Changsheng hoisted him up. "Come with me." Thus, Zhao Zhoucheng became Chen Changsheng's 25th disciple. Upon arriving at Chen Changsheng's residence, Zhao Zhoucheng surveyed his surroundings with a mixture of curiosity and caution. Chen Changsheng poured him a cup of tea and casually asked, "What do you like most?" "Blades," Zhao Zhoucheng replied without hesitation, his voice resolute as iron. Chen Changsheng paused momentarily, then nodded. "Then I shall teach you the most formidable sword technique in the world, Heavenly Blade." Leaning back in his chair, he spoke with an air of calm. "Once mastered, this technique will allow you to wield your blade against the heavens themselves, unimpeded even by the divine." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zhoucheng's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire being trembling with anticipation. "Master!" he exclaimed, springing to his feet, nearly overturning the teacup on the table. "This is what I wish to learn." Chen Changsheng chuckled and gestured for him to sit. "Patience, young one. The journey must be taken step by step." And the blade honed stroke by stroke. Thus commenced Chen Changsheng's instruction of the heavenly blade technique to Zhao Zhoucheng. True to the system's assessment of him as a genius, Zhao Zhoucheng grasped the swordplay with remarkable speed. Initially awkward, he soon became fluid in his movements. And in no time, he had entered a realm of proficiency. One day, Chen Changsheng observed Zhao Zhoucheng practicing with a kitchen knife in the courtyard, prompting him to frown. "Your blade is rather shabby," he remarked, stepping forward to seize the rusted knife from the boyish grasp and casting it aside. Zhao Zhoucheng scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "Master, this is the sharpest knife I could find." Sighing, Chen Changsheng replied, "Come, let us visit the forge." The two made their way to the finest forge in the city, where Chen Changsheng personally selected high-quality materials and requested the best craftsmen. "No, I shall do it myself." He waved off the shopkeeper's suggestion. Zhao Zhoucheng watched in astonishment as his master rolled up his sleeves, stepping to the furnace to forge a blade himself. The flickering flames illuminated Chen Changsheng's face, sculpting a visage of determination. Droplets of sweat glimmered like gold in the firelight, producing a crisp sound as he wielded the hammer. For an entire day, Chen Changsheng labored tirelessly, infusing the blade with his spirit and vitality, breathing life into it. As dusk fell, a brand new long blade finally took shape. The blade is elongated, approximately 3 feet in length. Its entire surface exhibiting a dark gray hue adorned with intricate patterns that glisten coldly under the setting sun. The hilt is unadorned, simply wrapped in a circle of black cloth, devoid of any embellishments. Chen Changsheng extended the sword to Zhao Chang, saying, "Take it. This is the sword suited for you." Zhao Chang received the long blade with both hands, his eyes brimming with surprise and emotion. He caressed the sword's body. Sensing the latent power within, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. "Master," Zhao Chang raised his gaze, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, "what is the name of this sword?" Chen Changsheng hesitated for a moment. He had not contemplated bestowing a name upon it. Originally crafted without much thought, it was, however, Zhao Chang's first sword and also the inaugural gift from him as a master, thus it deserved a name to embody its significance. After a brief contemplation, he casually declared, "Let us call it the pig slaughtering knife." The pig slaughtering knife? Zhao Chang was taken aback, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his features. Chen Changsheng chuckled as he patted his shoulder. "Whether it be for slaughtering pigs or men, a knife is simply a knife, a tool for killing. The name of the blade is inconsequential, what truly matters is the one who wields it." Zhao Chang nodded thoughtfully, solemnly sheathing the long knife. "Disciple shall remember the master's teachings." The recollection abruptly ceased. Chen Changsheng gazed at the long knife deeply embedded in the stone platform of the square, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Wasn't this the very novice weapon he crafted for the heavenly blade, the pig slaughtering knife? To his astonishment, it was now lodged here, serving as a trial prop for the master-apprentice ceremony. Chen Changsheng recalled that he had poured considerable effort into crafting this blade. Not only did he utilize the finest materials and craftsmanship, but he also infused it with his essence, imbuing the knife with life and elevating its quality to new heights. Now, left alone in the square for no less than 40 or 50 years, it was indeed a lamentable waste. Chen Changsheng inwardly complained, a frown of displeasure forming on his face. "You little rascal, to waste the first gift I bestowed upon you, let me catch you at it. Or you shall face the consequences." Before Chen Changsheng could ponder further, the sword-drawing ceremony was already commencing. He squinted, directing his gaze toward the center of the arena. The ritual was about to begin, and the surrounding crowd gradually fell silent, their expectant gazes fixed upon the stone platform. An elderly man clad in green robes stepped forward, announcing in a resonant voice, "Esteemed villagers, it is that time of year once again for the annual sword drawing competition. I invite all challengers to come forth." As his words echoed, a young man dressed in finery emerged first. The youth, appearing just over 20, possessed striking eyebrows and bright eyes, his handsome visage complemented by a flowing sky-blue brocade robe that danced gently in the breeze, adorned with an exquisite family crest. He stood tall, his gait composed, exuding the noble demeanor of a scion of a prominent family. "Lu Hao! It is Lu Hao!" The crowd erupted in gasps of astonishment. Lu Hao approached the stage, offering a slight nod, then turned to face the crowd, smiling with ease. "I am Lu Hao, here today to undertake the trial of the heavenly blade. And I hope you all bear witness." His voice resonated with clarity, infused with an air of confidence that elicited a chorus of applause from the audience. What a remarkable demeanor from young Master Lu. Truly, Lu Hao is the pillar of the Lu family, exuding an extraordinary presence. Amidst the cheers, another figure strode forward with great determination. This man was imposing, towering over 2 meters, with broad shoulders that seemed to bear the weight of 2 small mountains. His bronzed skin was rippled with muscle, embodying a latent explosive power. Clad in a dark gray outfit and heavy boots, each step he took seemed to send a subtle tremor through the ground. Lu Liang. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd. Standing opposite Lu Hao, Lu Liang clasped his fists and bowed slightly, his voice booming. "I, Lu Liang, have come to learn from the esteemed master of the heavenly blade." His voice thundered like a storm, causing those around him to instinctively retreat a half step. On the stage, one exuded elegance while the other radiated strength, each embodying a distinct essence. Chapter 29, Who Can Draw It? Lu Hao turned to Lu Liang, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Brother Lu, it is undoubtedly I who shall draw the sword today." As the disciple of the heavenly blade master, only I, Lu Hao, am worthy. Lu Liang, upon hearing this, let out a disdainful snort, crossing his arms over his chest. What makes you, a mere dandy, think you could ever be favored by the heavenly blade master? He thumped his chest, as solid as iron, confidence radiating from his eyes. Only a rugged man like me, a true cultivator, is deserving of inheriting the techniques of the heavenly blade master. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, ready to retort, when suddenly the ground trembled beneath them. Boom! 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 Heavy footsteps resonated like the beating of a drum, causing the crowd to scatter in alarm as a colossal figure approached. It was a gigantic gorilla. Towering at 6 or 7 meters, its body cloaked in dark red fur, with muscular arms nearly dragging on the ground. Each step it took sent vibrations through the ground, causing nearby structures to quiver slightly. The demon ape clan! Gasped the crowd in unison. The gorilla halted before the stage and threw its head back, unleashing a deafening roar. The sound wave swept across the area, prompting many to cover their ears in fright. It raised its massive head, glaring menacingly at Lu Hao and Lu Liang, a savage grin revealing its sharp teeth. Human insects, be gone! The demon ape growled in a rough imitation of human speech, its voice hoarse and deep. I shall draw the heavenly blade and show you how to handle it. Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged a glance, an unspoken agreement forming between them. You oversized gorilla, dream on. Lu Hao scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt. The heavenly blade belongs solely to the human race, and you demon kin shall never lay a hand on it. Lu Liang stepped forward, fists clenched and muscles taut. Indeed. This is our sacred artifact, and we shall not allow you, a demon, to profane it. Enraged, the demon ape pounded its chest and let out a series of low growls. Humans, how arrogant! My clan possesses boundless strength, drawing the sword is as easy as flipping a hand. It raised its powerful arm, flexing its biceps, muscles bulging like small mountains, and grinned maliciously. Once I draw the sword, the first to perish will be the two of you. Though Lu Hao and Lu Liang outwardly appeared defiant, concern gnawed at their hearts. The demon ape clan was renowned among the demon races for their formidable physical prowess and immense strength. While drawing the sword required comprehension of its techniques, sheer brute force could easily wrest it from its place. If the legacy of the heavenly blade fell into the hands of this gigantic ape, it would be a disgrace for humanity. Onlookers, including Chen Changsheng, observed the unfolding scene with a bemused shake of the head. It seemed that Zhao Jiuqing's reputation in the southern region exceeded his expectations. Bang! A gong sounded, reverberating throughout the square. The sword-drawing contest officially commenced. An elderly figure in green robes announced loudly, brandishing a command flag high. Instantly, the square fell silent, all eyes fixated on the long blade embedded in the stone platform. Lu Hao adjusted his attire, took a deep breath, and stepped forward towards the stone platform. Standing before it, he fixed his gaze upon the sword, inhaling gently to calm his mind. Esteemed heavenly blade master, your disciple Lu Hao dares to test his mettle today. He murmured softly, clasping his hands into fists, and bowed respectfully to the long blade. Upon completing the gesture, he straightened his posture, slightly closing his eyes as he began to circulate the spiritual energy within him. A faint azure aura surged forth from his body, enveloping him and forming a subtle halo. As he formed hand seals, the azure energy gradually converged towards the long blade. Lu Hao opened his eyes, a resolute light flickering within them. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly thrust his right hand forward. The first move of the Lu family sword technique, Heaven's Opening. The azure aura surged like a tide towards the long blade, wrapping around its body. The long blade, which had lain dormant for an eternity, seemed to respond, trembling slightly and emitting a soft humming sound. It reacted. Someone exclaimed from the audience below. The spectators in the square held their breaths, their eyes fixed intently on the quivering blade. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy crossed Lu Hao's face as he altered his hand seals, amplifying his output of spiritual energy. The second move of the Lu family sword technique, Earth-Shattering. The azure aura intensified abruptly, crashing against the long blade like a wave. The frequency of the blade's tremors quickened, and the humming sound became increasingly distinct. Lu Hao's expression grew even more jubilant, he clenched his teeth. beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he further increased his spiritual energy output. The third move of the Lu family sword technique, moon slashing. With his shout, the azure aura instantaneously solidified, enveloping the entire long blade as if it were a tangible entity. The blade trembled at its peak, the humming resonating throughout the square. The audience collectively held their breath, fearful of disturbing this pivotal moment. Just as everyone anticipated the blade would be drawn forth, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The trembling of the blade suddenly diminished, and the humming gradually faded. The azure aura receded like a retreating tide, dissipating slowly. The long blade returned to tranquility, as though everything that transpired was but an illusion. The joy on Lu Hao's face froze, replaced by an expression of disbelief and shock. He made several more attempts, but the long blade remained unyielding, firmly embedded in the stone platform. Failed, someone murmured quietly from the crowd. Lu Hao's face turned ashen. He staggered back a few steps, the beads of sweat rolling down and dampening the front of his embroidered robe. He clenched his fists, his nails digging deeply into his palms, yet he felt no pain. The goal of drawing the blade was still far beyond his reach. Beside him, Lu Liang observed with a smirk, the corners of his mouth curling in a cold smile. Do you truly believe your level of swordsmanship can resonate with the blade of the heavenly sword master? He strode forward, pushing Lu Hao aside, standing tall and proud. What a farce! Allow me. Lu Liang positioned himself before the stone platform, his legs slightly apart, steady as a rock. Unlike Lu Hao, he did not bow. Instead, he directly summoned the spiritual energy within him. A dark red aura erupted from his body, blazing like a fierce flame. This aura was thicker and more ferocious than Lu Hao's, akin to a volcanic eruption, stirring the hearts of those present. Heavenly sword, surge! With a booming shout, Lu Liang thrust his hands forward, the dark red aura flooding towards the long blade like a torrent breaking free from its confines. The blade immediately responded, trembling at a frequency far surpassing that which Lu Hao had elicited, the humming sound sharper and clearer. The crowd in the square held their breath once more, their eyes fixated on the unfolding scene with palpable tension. Lu Liang, witnessing the spectacle, felt a surge of exhilaration. His muscles tensed, veins bulging, as an ominous crimson aura intensified. Heavenly blade, break! With a second thunderous shout, the dark red energy coalesced instantaneously, transforming into fiery crimson chains that entwined around the long blade. The quivering of the blade reached an unprecedented intensity, its resonant hum deafening. To the astonishment of all, the stone platform began to fissure, tiny cracks appearing as fragments of rock cascaded down. It's going to succeed! Someone gasped in astonishment. Lu Liang's face radiated ecstasy, and he let out a primal roar, heavenly blade, absolute. The dark red energy abruptly contracted, striking the long blade like a whip. The entire stone platform trembled slightly, as if on the brink of collapse. The audience's eyes widened, brimming with anticipation for a miracle to unfold. However, akin to Lu Hao's earlier attempts, the blade's response peaked and then abruptly waned. The trembling gradually ceased, the resonant hum fading into silence. The dark red energy dissipated swiftly, akin to a deflated balloon. The long blade returned to its tranquil state, firmly embedded within the stone platform, unmoving. Another failure, murmurs of disappointment rippled through the crowd. Lu Liang, unable to comprehend the sight before him, stood frozen, his expression a mask of disbelief. After a considerable pause, he regained his composure and unleashed an enraged roar, striking the stone platform with a fist. Bang! An imprint of his fist appeared on the platform, cracks radiating outward. Not even Lu Liang could succeed? Was it truly impossible to withdraw this blade? It seemed that once again, no one would prevail. The spectators whispered among themselves, their faces etched with regret and disillusionment. Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of bitterness and defeat. Both had employed the heavenly blade technique, yet both had met with failure. It appeared that no one could extract this long blade. At that moment, a tremendous roar shattered the heavy atmosphere of the square. Chapter 30, If you can, step up. Alright, I shall give it a try. Roar! The demon ape leaped into the air and landed heavily on the stone platform, causing it to tremble violently. It opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs. and surveyed its surroundings with arrogant disdain. Human trash. Witness the prowess of the demon ape clan. It pounded its broad chest, emitting a thunderous roar. Today, I shall seize the legacy of the heavenly blade. The demon ape took a bold step forward, leaving a deep imprint on the stone surface. It extended its robust arms and bellowed toward the heavens, "If you too are incapable, then let me take charge." Standing majestically upon the platform, the demon ape towered nearly 7 meters tall, its muscles coiling like a dragon, and its dark red fur glimmered with a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Its powerful arms rivaled the waist of an ordinary person, with knuckles covered in thick, horn-like armor, resembling natural iron plating. The demon ape clan is among the most formidable of the demon races, renowned for their strength and physical prowess. They possess innate divine power. And an adult demon ape can effortlessly lift several thousand pounds of boulders and tear through solid steel. The spectators below hastily retreated, fearful of the overwhelming aura emanating from the demon ape. "A beast is but a beast, devoid of any decorum," Lu Hao remarked coldly from the side, mocking. "What use is drawing a blade if one lacks swordsmanship?" Lu Liang also scoffed. "What good is mere brute strength when one cannot grasp the intent of the Lord of the Heavenly Blade?" Hearing their words, the demon ape turned and glared at the two, its sharp fangs bared, emitting a threatening growl. "Human trash!" it bellowed. "Swordsmanship? Does the rule state that one must employ sword techniques?" It thumped its mountainous chest, producing a deep rumble. "As long as I can draw the sword, that is victory." The audience in the square murmured in agreement. The beast spoke true. The rules did not explicitly state that sword techniques were a necessity. If the sword of the Lord of the Heavenly Blade were to be drawn by a demon, it would indeed be a disgrace. After all, the Lord of the Heavenly Blade had suppressed the demon race in the southern wilderness for many years, and the demons were undoubtedly harboring resentment. A few demons straightened their spines, their eyes glinting with anticipation. The demon ape disregarded Lu Hao and Lu Liang, turning to face the long blade at the center of the stone platform. It took a deep breath, its chest swelling like a mountain, as the sinews within its body crackled. Roar! With a deafening roar, the demon ape lunged forward, gripping the hilt of the sword tightly, its muscles tensing instantaneously, as if forged from steel. "Lift for me!" Its forehead bulged with veins, its arm muscles expanded to their limits, and its neck turned a deep shade of purple, breath coming in gasps like a bellows. The immense force coursed through its arms into the sword hilt, causing the entire stone platform to quiver slightly. The surrounding air seemed to thicken, and everyone held their breath, fixated on the scene unfolding before them. The demon ape gritted its teeth, its feet sinking deeply into the stone platform, as surrounding stones began to fracture, cracks spreading like a web. Yet, the long blade remained utterly motionless, as if fused with the stone platform, unyielding and steadfast. A glimmer of disbelief flickered in the eyes of the demon ape. It remained undeterred, inhaling deeply once more as its muscular arms swelled to their utmost limits. Its eyes bulged slightly from exertion, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. "Awaken!" The roar of the demon ape resonated with a hint of despair. It exerted every ounce of its strength, seemingly infusing its very essence into this effort. The cracks on the stone platform multiplied, with debris cascading down incessantly. The demon ape's feet sank deeply into the stone, yet the long blade remained unyielding, resembling a steadfast anchor amidst the chaos of the world. Huff! 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 The demon ape gasped for breath, gradually releasing its grip as it stumbled back a few paces. It could scarcely believe its eyes, glancing down at its hands, once capable of effortlessly crushing boulders, now unable to even withdraw a single blade. Impossible! The demon ape howled, unwilling to concede, launching itself forward once again. Once, twice, thrice. With each attempt, it exerted its full prowess, even resorting to burning its own vital essence, but the long blade seemed to be as eternal as the heavens, resolutely immobile. Ultimately, the demon ape, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily, its face etched with disbelief. The crowd in the square fell into a hush, only to erupt moments later into a thunderous cheer. "The blade of the esteemed blade master is beyond the reach of the demon race. See? I told you that brute had mere strength and could not withdraw it." Members of the Lu and El family sighed in relief, their faces adorned with expressions of reprieve. Yet, their smiles swiftly transformed into disappointment. After all, Lu Hao and Liang, the unparalleled prodigies of their families, had also failed. Alas, it seems this year no one will be able to withdraw the heavenly blade. An elder shook his head, lamenting. Who in this world could possibly pull out the blade master's sword? It seems there is none, not even prodigies like Lu Hao and Liang, nor a powerhouse like the demon ape, could succeed. The crowd collectively shook their heads, their faces marred by disappointment and regret. Just as the assembly prepared to disperse, a clear voice unexpectedly rang out. If you could withdraw it, it would indeed be a miracle. This blade is not something you can pull out. The voice, though not loud, reached every ear with clarity. The crowd fell silent and turned to seek the source of the voice. Among them stood a young man, smiling serenely. His features were striking, his eyes calm yet profound, exuding a sense of uniqueness. It was Chen Changsheng, who had been observing quietly from the sidelines. What did you say? A young man from the Lu family frowned and retorted, Do you even know who has appeared today? Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile, refraining from responding. You speak boldly. Another scoffed, Young Master Lu and Young Master L are among the foremost talents of Yaoguang City, achieving peak mastery in both cultivation and swordsmanship at such a tender age. Indeed. Others chimed in, the demon ape is also a powerhouse among the demon race. If they cannot withdraw it, what makes you think you can? Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng gently shook his head, maintaining that subtle smile. Such an ignorant fool! A young man from the Lu family exclaimed disdainfully, his face contorted with scorn. If you're so capable, why don't you give it a try? Immediately, a chorus of agreement erupted around him. Exactly. If you're so good, go ahead. Let us see if this idiot can succeed. Go on, embarrass yourself. Standing beside Chen Changsheng, Yui's face flushed crimson with indignation as she stamped her foot in frustration. These people are utterly outrageous. Just as she was about to speak up in Chen Changsheng's defense, he gently pressed down on her shoulder. It's all right, he murmured reassuringly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. Then, he lifted his gaze to those who mocked him, offering a faint smile. If I'm going to do it, then so be it. It's no big deal. Chapter 31, Simply Chen Changsheng's words fell upon the serene surface of the lake like a stone, instantly stirring a tumultuous uproar. Had this young man lost his senses? Where had this audacious youth emerged from? Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, the cacophony of discussions surged like a tidal wave. Yet Chen Changsheng remained unfazed, steadily advancing towards the stone platform. The crowd parted instinctively, creating a pathway as astonished, derisive, and curious gazes were cast upon this unexpected young challenger. The elderly man clad in green stood upon the platform, his brow furrowed as he regarded the approaching Chen Changsheng. Young brother, are you certain you wish to attempt this? He inquired in a deep voice, his eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. Drawing a blade necessitated profound cultivation and an intricate understanding of swordsmanship, a matter of great significance. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded, what harm is there in trying? With a sigh, the elder waved his right hand, come up. Chen Changsheng gracefully leaped, his form as light as a swallow, landing steadily upon the stone platform. Only then did the onlookers discern that this bold youth, daring to challenge the heavenly blade, possessed merely the cultivation of the sixth realm. A full major realm beneath Lu Hao and Liang present among them. Even more absurdly, he bore no sword at all. How laughable. The sixth realm? A disciple of the Lu family guffawed, with such cultivation, he dares to draw the blade of Lord Tiandao? Not even a master of the life and death realm could accomplish that. Another disciple from the L family sneered. Laughter erupted throughout the square. Yui stood amidst the crowd, her impatience causing her to stamp her feet, her small face flushed crimson. Several times she attempted to speak in Chen Changsheng's defense, only to swallow her words. She glanced up at him on the platform and unexpectedly caught a glimpse of calm assurance in his eyes. It was not the arrogance of a fool, but a profound certainty akin to the depths of the ocean. A strange feeling stirred within her. Perhaps this enigmatic youth truly could draw that blade. Who is this person? Someone murmured, I have never seen him before, surely he is not from Yaoguang City. By his appearance, he seems to have barely wielded a sword. On the platform, Lu Hao stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A hint of disdain in his gaze. From where do you hail? Which sword technique do you practice? Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile, remaining silent. Lu Hao frowned at the lack of response. You foolhardy wretch. Even we, masters of the 7-star realm, cannot draw this blade. How dare you? A mere 6th realm child, come here to humiliate yourself? El Liang coldly laughed. Young man, go home and train for a few more years. With those slender arms and legs, you likely cannot even lift a sword, let alone draw the blade of Lord Tiandao. On the stone platform, the demonic ape grinned widely, revealing its jagged teeth, erupting into a raucous laughter. Ah ha ha ha! How could your human race send such a tiny ant? It pounded its chest, causing the stone platform to tremble slightly. Is there no one left among your kind? Sending such a weakling to face us? The surrounding human spectators turned pale at these taunts. Who is this young man? He has brought ridicule upon our race. They lamented. What a disgrace! Hurry and step down. Do not bring further shame upon us. Amidst the cacophony of angry shouts, the atmosphere in the square grew increasingly restless and impatient. Yet, Chen Changsheng appeared utterly indifferent to the uproar surrounding him. He would not stoop to engage in a debate with fools, for that would only render him equally foolish. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the long blade embedded in the stone platform's center. Upon closer inspection, the fine patterns etched into the blade glimmered faintly in the sunlight, while the tattered black cloth wrapping the hilt bore signs of age yet remained well preserved. He extended his right hand, gently caressing the hilt. In that moment, all the clamor seemed to be suspended in time. The square fell abruptly silent, every breath held in anticipation, as all eyes fixated upon this unfolding scene. Regardless of the outcome, they were eager to witness the humiliation of this audacious young man. Chen Changsheng's fingers lightly traced the hilt's intricate designs, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. That rascal Zhao Jiucheng, he murmured quietly to himself, audible only to his own ears, has left you here. His fingertips glided over the hilt's engravings, and he inwardly vowed, when I meet him, I shall surely teach him a lesson. The crowd continued to murmur, mocking this overconfident youth. Look at him, he was destined to fail. How dare he attempt such a feat? Truly, he was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Not only was his cultivation weak, but his frail demeanor suggested he could scarcely wield a blade. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged glances, both sharing a derisive smile. This boy, so unaware of his own limitations, was bound to disgrace himself. Anyone bold enough to attempt to step over them would certainly have to face the consequences once the matter was settled. The demon ape scoffed disdainfully from the side, its large fingers drumming against the stone platform, producing a dull thud. Such feeble humans, have they truly no one stronger to send forth than this pitiful child? The elderly figure in green, arms crossed and brow furrowed, was about to intervene when he witnessed Chen Changsheng's fingers flick lightly. In that instant, a faint golden radiance poured forth from his fingertips, cascading into the blade like a flowing stream. With a resounding whoosh, that long knife, having remained immobile in the stone for 50 years, suddenly soared into the air, landing directly in Chen Changsheng's grasp. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, as if the blade were always meant to reside in his hand. In the square, time appeared to freeze. All present widened their eyes, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground, incredulity etched across their faces as they beheld this spectacle. Lu Hao's complexion drained of color, his lips quivering slightly. El Liang's fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound, his eyes filled with disbelief. The demon ape was utterly dumbfounded, its massive head awash with shock and astonishment. He actually drew it out? How could this be possible? Surely, I am not mistaken? And why does it feel as though he did not pull the blade, but rather that the blade flew into his hand? How can this be? The blade of the heavenly sword master could not possibly be drawn by anyone, let alone it coming to rest in another's hand? This is inconceivable. Truly, the southern wilderness is on the brink of transformation. Could it be that this young man's talent for swordsmanship is far beyond our perception? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a portion gazed at the stage in sheer astonishment. In the midst of the throng, Yui leapt up, her small face flushed crimson as she excitedly waved her tiny fists, exclaiming, I knew it. I knew the young master could do it. Standing at the center of the stone platform, Chen Changsheng held a blade in his right hand. gently caressing its body with his left, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, all present were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld him and the sword in his grasp. The once immovable heavenly blade had been effortlessly drawn by a mere youth at the 6th level of the realm. The silence in the square was so profound that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Chapter 32, He is an extraordinary genius. Time appeared to freeze at that moment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds in the square, everyone stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide as saucers, mouths agape in disbelief. As if they had seen a ghost. This a disciple of the Lu family stuttered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. The next moment, the entire square erupted in a cacophony of astonished exclamations. My heavens! The sword has been drawn. He has done it. That young man has achieved the impossible. How could this be? How did he manage it? Countless gazes, like arrows, pierced through to Chen Changsheng, filled with a whirlwind of disbelief, shock, curiosity, and awe. Lu Hao stood to the side, his complexion ashen, his eyes blankly fixed on the long sword in Chen Changsheng's hand, his entire body trembling slightly. This was the heavenly sword, which he could not hope to shake, yet it now lay in that young man's grasp like a docile kitten. Impossible, he muttered. His voice dry. It is absolutely impossible. Lu Liang's reaction was even more intense, veins bulged on his forehead, his clenched fists cracking ominously, nails digging deeply into his palms. Oblivious to the pain, he hadn't even activated the sword technique. Lu Liang's voice was hoarse, filled with incredulity. As he merely stretched out his hand and the sword, the demon ape was equally dumbfounded, its blood-red eyes wide with shock, frozen in place. As if it were a massive stone statue. How did he do it? Who is this lad? He can't even be 20. Whispers among the crowd surged like waves. Each person speculating about Chen Changsheng's identity and origins. Look! Suddenly, someone gasped, pointing at the long sword in Chen Changsheng's hand, the sword is moving. The crowd turned in unison, witnessing the blade quivering slightly in Chen Changsheng's grasp, emitting a low, resonant hum, as if a joyful little beast were nuzzling its master. This sword has consciousness? An elder's eyes widened in astonishment and reverence. It is a spirit weapon. Another white-haired elder's expression turned grave, hands clenching instinctively. For this sword had already begun to nurture the semblance of a spirit. Upon hearing this, the square erupted once more in a chorus of astonished gasps. A spirit weapon? It has attained sentience? No wonder we could not draw it, it was because we had not gained the spirit's recognition. Does that mean this young man has attained the spirit's approval? On the stage, the elder in green took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. He slowly approached Chen Changsheng, cupping his fists, his voice trembling slightly. May I inquire your esteemed name? Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, offering no response. Merely tenderly stroking the long sword in his hand, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia and affection. Upon witnessing this, the crowd was even more astonished. What is this situation? The esteemed sword behaves like a domesticated pet in his hands? Who on earth is this young man? Lu Hao gritted his teeth and whispered. How did he accomplish this? Liang shook his head, confusion and jealousy evident in his eyes. Could it be that he is the kind of person the Lord of the Heavenly Blade spoke of? Both of them simultaneously recalled a phrase. A saying from many years ago by the Lord of the Heavenly Blade, which has lingered through time, the only ones capable of drawing this blade, aside from myself and my master, are the unparalleled geniuses of the sword path. Could it be that this seemingly ordinary youth is indeed such a prodigious talent in the art of the sword? The mere thought of this possibility darkened their expressions further. It is essential to note that they were both recognized as sword geniuses among the younger generation of Yaoguang City. Yet what were their modest achievements compared to a true genius? Below, Yui was already overwhelmed with excitement, dancing joyfully with a flushed face. Bouncing to the very front of the crowd. I knew it. I knew my lord could do it. He exclaimed with fervor, my lord is incredible. He can even draw the Lord of the Heavenly Blade sword. Turning to boast to those beside him, he proclaimed, did you see? That's my lord. My lord is extraordinarily powerful. The onlookers couldn't help but glance sideways, wondering who this child was, so closely connected to the youth who had drawn the Heavenly Blade. Hearing the commotion below, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but shake his head, secretly amused. Drawing a sword was merely an act, Yet these people reacted as if they had witnessed a monumental miracle, making a fuss over nothing. He gazed at the sword in his hand. After decades of exposure to the elements, it had developed a faint spirit, hinting at the nascent form of a weapon spirit. It is no wonder that it was crafted by my own hands. Even the most ordinary materials cannot stifle its potential for growth, Chen Changsheng mused. As he observed the various patterns etched upon the blade, he reminisced about the time he forged this sword for Zhao Zhoucheng. Time flies like an arrow. And in the blink of an eye, 300 years have passed. Meanwhile, the awe resonating throughout the square continued unabated. Given how effortlessly he handled it, could this sword truly have always been so easily drawn? Impossible. I have witnessed powerful beings at the life and death realm attempt this, only to fail. This young man must possess some special secret technique. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile. He extended his right index finger and gently flicked the blade. A crisp metallic sound rang out, echoing throughout the square. The sound was not loud. Yet it was strikingly clear, as if it resonated directly in the ears of every person present. The crowd momentarily froze, instinctively holding their breath as they turned their gaze to Chen Changsheng on stage. With a smile playing on his lips, he softly declared, "Today, I shall bring you to fruition." With that, a resounding metallic sound reverberated through the square, its lingering echo captivating all. In the next instant, an extraordinary transformation unfolded. The long sword trembled more violently, as if undergoing a painful metamorphosis. A low humming resonated, and countless strands of blade light erupted from the sword, cascading like a meteor shower above the stone platform. The beams of light intertwined into nets, scattered like blossoms, and swirled into vortices, forming bizarre patterns in midair. What is happening? Oh heavens! What has transpired? So beautiful. The crowd was rendered speechless by this sudden transformation, their eyes wide open, fixated on the long blade that trembled with an almost frenzied intensity. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged glances, their expressions brimming with disbelief. The elder in the azure robe stood nearby, his eyes widening in astonishment, his fingers trembling slightly as he pointed towards the blade. The quality of the sword is elevating. As the guardian of the heavenly blade, he had served by its side for many years, and was intimately familiar with it. In that moment, he distinctly sensed the aura of the sword shifting, transforming from its earlier ordinariness into a sharp, fierce presence, akin to a slumbering beast awakening from its deep slumber. Chapter 33, The Blade Spirit Slaughters Pigs. Salutations to the Master. How could this be possible? An elder warrior exclaimed, astonished. Is it truly because of a mere flick? The audience buzzed with disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Standing upon the stage, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a subtle, disdainful smile. What was so impossible about it? The quality of a weapon is not solely determined by its materials and the craftsmanship involved. It is inextricably linked to the dedication and spirit infused by its creator. Although he had crafted it casually in the past, he had nonetheless imbued it with a trace of his essence. Over the years, while the blade absorbed the ethereal energies of the world, it had continuously awakened the latent potential of that essence. Now, he had merely provided a slight assistance, allowing the spirit contained within the blade to erupt in full force. Gazing at the trembling longsword in his hand, Chen Changsheng's thoughts drifted back over 3 centuries. It was in a modest blacksmith's workshop. He had merely passed by, drawn in by the cacophony of hammers striking metal. Inside, a dark-skinned youth was awkwardly hammering away at a piece of iron, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead like a string of pearls. The boy appeared to be around 15 or 16, with sun-kissed skin and a frail frame. Yet his large hands were remarkably striking. His movements were clumsy and hesitant, his strikes varying from light to heavy, lacking any discernible rhythm. Clang, snap. The iron piece shattered under a heavy blow, and the boy stood frozen, despair washing over his face. You little rascal! Have you broken it again? The blacksmith emerged from the back, his beard bristling with anger upon witnessing the broken piece. How many times is this month? Get out! You're nothing but a nuisance. The boy hung his head, too timid to retort, silently placing down the hammer and preparing to leave. Chen Changsheng had intended to continue on his journey but was interrupted by a notification from the system. Ding! Forging genius detected. Would you like to take him as a disciple? He was momentarily taken aback and looked again at the dark-skinned youth. This seemingly foolish boy, who was perpetually a beat behind in his actions and could even ruin a kitchen knife, was a forging genius. He would not have believed it had it not been for the system's prompt. "Wait!" Chen Changsheng called out to the boy, who turned around with a mixture of confusion and wariness in his dark eyes. "What is your name?" The boy lowered his gaze, his long-standing insecurity preventing him from answering. "Would you like to learn the art of forging from me?" Chen Changsheng inquired. The boy was momentarily taken aback, but soon hope ignited in his eyes as he eagerly nodded, yes. Thus, the youth clad in black became Chen Changsheng's disciple, embarking on the path of forging under his guidance. Chen Changsheng imparted the art of forging bestowed by the system to Zhao Zhoucheng, telling him, "All skills in the world can lead to enlightenment, and forging is no exception. As long as you possess the will, you can create the most formidable weapons in existence." In time, the black-clad youth displayed astonishing aptitude, advancing at a pace that far surpassed Chen Changsheng's expectations. He not only mastered the essence of the art of forging but also, on this foundation, created his own unique path in metallurgy. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how that dark-haired youth, from days long past, is faring now. Is he still alive? Chen Changsheng's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality by the violent vibrations of the blade. He too had once grasped the principles of the art of forging. When he forged the butcher's knife years ago, it was merely an exercise for Zhao Zhoucheng, crafted with little care. Now, upon encountering the butcher's knife again and realizing it had already begun to cultivate a nascent spirit, Chen Changsheng decided to stoke the flames, fully manifesting the blade's essence. On the platform, the brilliance of the blade intensified, illuminating the entire square. The radiant light no longer scattered aimlessly but began to converge towards the long knife, forming a massive cocoon of light that enveloped both Chen Changsheng and the blade. With a crisp hum, the cocoon suddenly burst open, transforming into countless tiny points of light that danced in the air like fireflies. As the crowd beheld this spectacle, they collectively gasped in astonishment. The long knife in Chen Changsheng's grasp had undergone a remarkable transformation. Its blade radiated a soft silver glow, with patterns that were both clear and profound, resembling great dragons gliding along its surface. Yet, even more astonishing was the translucent apparition hovering above the blade. It depicted a youth clad in gray, with an unadorned visage but eyes that pierced through all illusions, radiating an aura of sharpness that demanded reverence. He appeared to be of similar age to Chen Changsheng. Yet his demeanor was entirely distinct, emanating an imposing aura that made it difficult for one to gaze directly upon him. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, this ethereal figure slowly bowed to Chen Changsheng, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect. "Spirit of the knife, at your service, master." The voice of the apparition was clear and melodious, echoing sharply in the stillness of the square. The sound resonated throughout the space, reaching every ear with startling clarity. In an instant, the entire square fell into a profound silence, where even the sound of a pin dropping could be discerned. Everyone stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief, jaws nearly grazing the ground, their minds blank. "Ah, spirit of the knife," an elder murmured, his voice imbued with shock and incredulity. "It is indeed a spirit of the knife." As if awakening from a stupor, someone broke the silence with an exclamation, igniting a fervor throughout the square. "My heavens! It truly is a spirit of the knife. Am I seeing this correctly? The manifestation of a spirit from birth to form. In my 80-plus years, this is my first encounter with such a miraculous event. Such occurrences, even the mightiest of beings cannot summon." The crowd erupted in a cacophony of awe, their eyes wide, struggling to comprehend the marvel before them. An elder trembled as he pointed toward the translucent apparition, his voice quivering. This is indeed a spirit of the knife." His eyes were filled with shock and reverence, as if he had witnessed the rarest of miracles. In the realm of cultivation, how exceedingly precious is the existence of a spirit. Any artifact capable of nurturing a weapon spirit is a rare treasure of unparalleled worth, the cornerstone of a sect, and even the very foundation of a family or power. The elderly man in blue took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. He turned to the crowd and proclaimed, "Do you understand the significance of a weapon spirit?" His gaze, sharp and penetrating, swept across the assembly. Weapons imbued with a weapon spirit can autonomously assist their masters in battle, discern the dynamics of combat, anticipate enemy moves, and even strike to defend their masters in critical moments. It is said that once a weapon spirit is fully formed, the wielder's combat prowess can increase by a remarkable 30%. 30%? Someone exclaimed in astonishment. Does that mean a warrior at the Seven Stars realm could contend with a formidable opponent at the life and death realm? The elderly man in blue solemnly nodded, indeed. Chapter 34, Who is this divine being? The audience below was increasingly astonished, their murmurs resembling the incessant bubbling of boiling water. No wonder the formidable sects regard weapon spirits as treasures. A 30% increase in combat power is nothing short of a miraculous alteration of fate. At last, I comprehend why those grand sects are so fervently drawn to weapons imbued with spirit. The elder in green continued, however. Do you know how arduous it is to nurture a weapon spirit? His tone grew somber, his hands trembling slightly. First, the weapon must be forged using supreme techniques. With mere ordinary methods, one would never hope to cultivate a weapon spirit in a lifetime. Second, the material of the weapon must be extraordinary. Preferably rare treasures from heaven and earth, rather than mundane metals. Lastly, the creator must infuse a fragment of their own soul, serving as the seed for the weapon spirit's cultivation. He took a deep breath, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. In today's continent, only that legendary divine smith is capable of forging weapons that can nurture weapon spirits. The name of the divine smith made Lu Hao furrow his brow. Is he not the legendary master of forging, whose every creation is said to be divine, possessing boundless power? Lu Liang explained, his tone inadvertently laced with reverence. He has forged no fewer than 1,000 weapons in his lifetime, yet the number of true weapon spirits he has successfully nurtured is fewer than 10. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. A master of the caliber of the divine smith had forged thousands of weapons, yet had succeeded in nurturing less than 10 spirits. Today, they had witnessed a seemingly ordinary youth merely flick the blade, and the weapon spirit manifested. Such a notion was utterly fantastical. What was even more astonishing was the elder in green's voice ringing out again, this blade is none other than the personal weapon of Lord Skyblade. His tone was filled with incredulity. Lord Skyblade has worn this blade for decades without nurturing a weapon spirit, yet this young hero merely flicks it, and the spirit appears. The elder's voice trembled slightly. Moreover, the weapon spirit has directly acknowledged him as its master. This. Words failed him, he could only stand there in a daze, his eyes wide with disbelief. The spectators exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of shock and confusion. Who exactly was this youth? What extraordinary powers did he possess that allowed the weapon spirit to manifest and recognize him as its master with such ease? Could he possibly be more formidable than the divine smith? Countless questions surged through the crowd like a tide, yet no one could provide answers. An elderly man with silver hair furrowed his brow and slowly rose, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Changsheng. I have lived nearly 200 years and have never witnessed such a marvel. His voice was deep and hoarse, yet resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Young friend, who exactly are you? Chen Changsheng merely smiled faintly in response, offering no answer. He looked at the kneeling weapon spirit before him and gently raised his hand, signaling it to rise. The spirit stood up respectfully, filled with awe and devotion in its eyes. This scene, witnessed by the onlookers, only heightened their curiosity and speculation regarding Chen Changsheng's identity. I find myself eager to know what Lord Tiandao would think upon witnessing this moment. A middle-aged man in a crimson robe murmured, his eyes filled with anticipation. Lord Tiandao once proclaimed that only he and his master, aside from the genius of the sword path, could wield this blade. Another replied. Yet this young hero, it seems, has not even practiced the sword path, yet has commanded the Tiandao's treasured sword, nurturing its spirit. Could he possibly be? Before the thought could fully form, the crowd fell into silence once more, all holding their breath as their gazes converged on the enigmatic youth upon the stone platform. Chen Changsheng stood there, his demeanor tranquil, as if everything lay within his grasp. He gazed at the long sword in his hand, gently caressing its blade, a flicker of nostalgia and satisfaction passing through his eyes. This blade, crafted casually in his youth for Zhao Jiuqing's practice, had unexpectedly gained a semblance of sentience after decades of exposure to the elements. Merely a step away from fully transforming into a spirit. Now, with a mere flick, he had brought forth its final metamorphosis. This outcome surprised even him. It seemed that the essence infused years ago had fully merged with the blade over time, awaiting today's complete awakening. The spectators continued to whisper among themselves, speculating about the identity of this mysterious youth. Could he be the heir of the divine forging king? No, even if the divine forging king were present. Such a feat could not be achieved so effortlessly, could it? Who exactly was this young man? Soon, however, a few began to notice certain peculiar details. The sword spirit, named Pig Slayer. This name echoed throughout the square, inducing a subtle silence. Then, someone could not help but murmur, Pig Slayer? What kind of absurd name is that? A middle-aged man in opulent attire shook his head, his lips twitching in disbelief, utterly incredulous. How could one bestow such a name upon a divine sword? Others frowned, questioning why a magnificent blade should bear such a name. The murmurs grew louder, as many expressed their dissatisfaction and confusion regarding this name. Lu Hao also frowned slightly, thinking to himself, this name is rather crude, is it not? Should it not be called Heavenly Blade, Cloudbreaker, or Moonslayer, something more befitting? El Leon looked on with disdain, curling his lip. The thought process behind this naming is simply appalling, lacking any grandeur. Listening to the crowd's discourse, Chen Changsheng remained unfazed. Pig Slayer? He found the name rather fitting. It sounded fierce and imposing. After all, is not a sword meant for slaying? Direct and unpretentious. It was certainly preferable to those ostentatious names. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard the public's chatter. With a gentle shake of the long sword, the sword spirit Pig Slayer transformed into a wisp of silver light, reintegrating into the blade. He then tucked the sword into his embrace and turned to leave. Originally, my journey to southern Xinjiang was to seek out Zhaojiucheng. However, upon passing through this place, I unexpectedly stumbled upon the very pig-killing knife I had gifted to my disciple years ago. Since I have encountered it, I must certainly reclaim it. As for that troublesome Zhaojiucheng, I shall settle accounts with him later. Chen Changsheng stepped forward, poised to descend from the stone platform. Suddenly, two voices rang out in unison, urging him to halt. His stride faltered, and before he could turn around, he felt a sudden weight on both of his calves. Peering down, he was astonished to see two figures, one on each side, clinging desperately to his legs. To his bewilderment, these two individuals were none other than Lu Hao and El Liang, the very young prodigies whose glory he had just overshadowed. At this moment, these esteemed talents of Yaoguang City, masters of the seven-star realm, resembled a pair of children, clinging to Chen Changsheng's legs with an unwavering grip, as if determined to never let go. Chen Changsheng was left speechless, his brow furrowed in confusion, as a wry smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. What in the world is happening here? Chapter 35, Please, sir, take us as your disciples. Release me. Chen Changsheng's expression was devoid of emotion, his voice calm. However, Lu Hao and El Liang clung to his legs as if grasping a lifeline, showing no sign of letting go. We want to release you, Lu Hao gritted his teeth, determination blazing in his eyes. Unless you agree to take us as your disciples. Indeed, unless you agree to take us as your disciples. El Liang echoed, his gaze resolute, enunciating each word clearly. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, his eyes growing colder. If you do not release me soon, I may resort to violence. The implicit threat was unmistakable, causing the onlookers in the square to collectively draw in a sharp breath, thinking that these two young prodigies from Yaoguang City were about to face dire consequences. To everyone's astonishment, however, upon hearing his words, Lu Hao and El Liang not only refused to let go but clung even tighter. Then let him strike us down. Lu Hao looked up, his eyes unwavering, showing no fear. Even death would be worthwhile. El Liang added, a resolute expression on his face, prepared to face the worst. Chen Changsheng shook his head in resignation. Had I known, I would have chosen a more secluded time to come here. His gaze swept across the crowd. Many stood watching this farcical scene with curiosity. Now, in front of such a large audience, it would be impossible to actually harm them. Though he feigned impatience, there was no genuine anger in his heart. Yet, he had always been exceedingly selective when it came to accepting disciples. His principle over the years had been to only take in extraordinary talents. While these two possessed commendable skills and were indeed among the elite of Yaoguang City's youth, When it came to being peerless geniuses, they fell short by a wide margin. You two do not meet the criteria, Chen Changsheng stated coolly. Dragging me along will not change that. At these words, both of them visibly trembled, falling into silence. They understood that their efforts were in vain. Possessing enough self-awareness to recognize the vast chasm between themselves and Chen Changsheng, Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, finding mutual disappointment reflected in each other's eyes. Slowly releasing Chen Changsheng's legs, they stood up, their spirits dimmed. The aspiration to be disciples of the great sword master had always been an unrealistic dream for them. Yet now, with Chen Changsheng standing right before them, the mysterious figure capable of manifesting the sword spirit, they felt it might be their only opportunity in life. To let it slip away would surely lead to a lifetime of regret. As Chen Changsheng observed the yearning in their eyes, his heart softened. Though their talents were lacking, their thirst for knowledge was undeniable. Having accepted many disciples, he found it most difficult to resist such fervent gazes. Their desire for martial arts, their pursuit of strength, and their unwavering determination stirred something within him. Very well, Chen Changsheng sighed inwardly, pondering for a moment before saying, I can offer you an opportunity. Really? The two of them suddenly looked up, their eyes sparkling with joy, nearly springing into the air, their previous gloom dissipating in an instant. What opportunity, sir? Lu Hao inquired eagerly, his breath quickening in anticipation. Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings before speaking. I am embarking on a journey to the depths of the southern wilderness to find someone. He paused momentarily. If you are willing, you may accompany me. Absolutely. The two replied in unison, their response instinctive and immediate, without a hint of hesitation. Do not rush to answer, Chen Changsheng interjected, raising a hand with a serious expression. I cannot guarantee your safety. The journey to the southern wilderness is fraught with peril. Should we encounter threats beyond my capability, I will be the first to flee. If you manage to return with me alive and pass the trials, I may consider imparting some knowledge to you. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, yet there was no trace of retreat in their eyes. As for the matter of seeking a mentor, Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. I have other intentions. Sir, we agree, Lu Hao declared, biting his lip in determination. As long as we can learn something, what is there to fear? Liang nodded emphatically, his eyes filled with resolve. After all, we are already on a path to destruction. If we can follow you, it would be worth even death. Observing their unwavering resolve, Chen Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Foolish perhaps, but their spirit is commendable. He disclosed his residence to them, issued a few brief instructions, and then turned to leave the square. Onlookers remained in stunned silence, bewildered by the recent events. A mysterious youth capable of manifesting the spirit of the Skyblade had suddenly appeared and just as abruptly vanished, like a whirlwind stirring the thoughts of all present. Gradually, the crowd dispersed, yet the demon ape continued to fixate on the direction Chen Changsheng had departed, its eyes shimmering with a complex light. Another Skyblade among the human race? It muttered, its voice deep and hoarse. The demon ape paused, suddenly smiting its head in realization, its blood-red eyes widening in alarm. No! This cannot be. Its muscles tensed, veins bulging on its robust arms. One Skyblade is already a considerable nuisance. With a low growl, a glint of ferocity flashed in its eyes. The one referred to as the Skyblade had wielded a slaughtering knife, vanquishing countless demons and suppressing the demon race in the southern wilderness for centuries. The number of formidable demon warriors who had perished at his hands was incalculable. Even now, the mere mention of the Skyblade strikes fear into the hearts of the southern wilderness demons, robbing them of sleep. If another were to arise, a chill coursed through the demon ape's heart. The demon race would be forever trapped in the southern wilderness. It clenched its fists, nails digging deep into its palms. The slaughtering knife had recognized its master, and the spirit of the blade had manifested, showcasing a terrifying mastery over blade spirits. This individual was certainly no ordinary foe. He must be eliminated at the onset. The demon ape squinted, having made its decision. Recalling the youth's words about venturing into the depths of the southern wilderness to find someone, it felt a surge of exhilaration. That was indeed the territory of the demon race. For a human to step into the southern wilderness was akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. He must be killed. The demon ape licked its lips, a bloodthirsty yearning igniting in its eyes. He must not be allowed to grow. Without a moment's hesitation, it vanished into the throng. The demon ape moved with remarkable swiftness, traversing the crowded streets, passing through the city gates, and dashing across the desolate wilderness beyond, relentlessly heading towards the southern borders. Its speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of black lightning streaking across the sky. Behind it trailed a series of deep footprints. Each imprinted half a foot into the ground. The demon ape pressed forward with unwavering determination, making its way towards the shadowy depths of the southern forest. Meanwhile, Chen Changsheng returned to the inn with Yui, who appeared unusually exuberant throughout their journey. "Young master! Young master!" Yui exclaimed, bouncing along behind Chen Changsheng, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You are truly incredible." Chen Changsheng offered no reply and simply walked straight into the inn, pushing open the door to their room. Chapter 36, To take him as a master? It depends on whether he dares to accept. Yui followed closely behind, her excitement unabated, her little mouth chattering incessantly. "You even drew the blade of Lord Tiandao. He acknowledges you as his master." She waved her small hands, her voice brimming with admiration. "I knew you were not an ordinary person." Chen Changsheng gently placed the butcheress knife on the table and sat down, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Young master, you must meet Lord Tiandao. Your face is flushed, he will surely take you as his disciple." At her words, Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly, his fingers brushing over the blade's surface as he casually replied, "Whether he wishes to take me as a disciple depends on his courage." "Young master," Yui pouted, unimpressed. "Lord Tiandao is incredibly formidable. Who in the entire southern wilderness does not hold him in high regard? There are countless individuals wishing to be his disciple." Her small face turned serious as she earnestly proclaimed, "Only the holy master could dare to say such things." The little one paused, scrutinizing Chen Changsheng up and down, her eyes blinking curiously. "But young master, you look so young, surely you cannot be the holy master?" Chen Changsheng offered no explanation, merely smiling faintly. He scrutinized the half-demon youth before him, his gaze penetrating, as if seeking to unveil all that lay hidden. Yui felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny, her cheeks flushing as her eyes flickered. "Young master, what are you looking at?" Still, Chen Changsheng remained silent, though his brow furrowed slightly. He discerned that while Yui was indeed a half-demon, the lineage within her was remarkably unique. Logically, as a hybrid of the Feather Clan and humanity, her bloodline should consist of merely two intertwined strains. Yet, Chen Changsheng distinctly sensed that her bloodline was far more complex. That peculiar fluctuation, that extraordinary aura, resembled a slumbering dragon, lying in wait deep within her veins, ready to awaken one day. This inevitably reminded Chen Changsheng of a rumor he had once heard. The Feather Clan was not originally known by that name. It was said that the ancestors of the Feather Clan hailed from the celestial realm, belonging to a prominent lineage. For reasons unknown, they were cast down to the mortal world, thus forming the present-day Feather Clan. Could it be? A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. It was highly probable that Yui exhibited signs of a phenomenon akin to atavism. The power buried deep within her bloodline was far mightier than one could imagine. A thought crossed Chen Changsheng's mind. He was aware of a rare herb known as the red spirit mushroom, which grew in the deepest marshes of the southern wilderness. This herb was exceedingly scarce and was said to purify the bloodlines of demonkind. It was equally applicable to half-demons. This journey to the southern wilderness might indeed present an opportunity to seek out this herb. Chen Changsheng mused that administering it to Yui could potentially awaken the dormant power within her bloodline, triggering a return to ancestral traits. As night fell, the inn flickered with candlelight. Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, as a semi-transparent panel materialized in his mind. Admiration points, 55,324. Upon glancing at this figure, a slight smile curled at the corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth. This time, the harvest was substantial. In the square, the unsheathing of the heavenly blade elicited gasps of astonishment from the crowd, resulting in an unexpected accumulation of over 50,000 worship points. This was a development that Chen Changsheng had not anticipated. Initially, he believed that only by taking on disciples could he earn such admiration. He was unprepared for the realization that the reverence of passers-by could also translate into worship points. The multitude present, captivated by his display of prowess, contributed to this remarkable windfall. With a gentle exhalation, he contemplated the potential uses of this unexpected fortune. 50,000 worship points could extend his lifespan by 500 years, a staggering figure for an ordinary cultivator, as most might not even live beyond 300. Yet, through a singular breathtaking performance, he had secured an additional 5 centuries of life, which was indeed astounding. Regrettably, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow as he gazed at the other realm option on the panel, which remained completely static. To ascend to the 7 stars realm, he would have to rely on his own efforts. The worship points are advantageous, they possess their limitations, he murmured to himself with a hint of resignation. Worship points, while beneficial, are akin to a vessel. One's cultivation represents the water within that vessel. The higher the realm, the larger the vessel's capacity, allowing for greater accumulation of energy. Ordinary cultivators must painstakingly gather true qi over time, slowly filling their vessels. In contrast, Chen Changsheng could directly utilize worship points to fill his vessel, bypassing the arduous path of cultivation. However, expanding the vessel's size would still necessitate his own breakthroughs. This served as a natural restriction, preventing him from becoming overly reliant on worship points and neglecting his personal training. In some ways, it was fortuitous, as it spared him considerable toil. Shaking his head, he opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon Yui, who was peacefully slumbering in the corner of the room. The little one was lost in dreams, her mouth slightly agape, emitting soft snores, embodying carefree innocence. Yui, Chen Changsheng called softly. She stirred, rubbing her eyes and sitting up groggily. Young master. What is it? I wish to inquire about the current situation in the southern wilderness. Have there been any changes? He asked gently, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. It had been 300 years since he departed the southern wilderness, an expanse of time sufficient for an era to rise or fall. What transformations had taken place? What had become of his old acquaintances? Yui stifled a yawn, shaking off her drowsiness. The southern wilderness is vast, stretching countless miles, she replied, her voice clear and tinged with awe. It is filled with towering mountains and dense forests, making it exceedingly easy to lose one's way. Chen Changsheng listened intently, nodding occasionally. The southern wilderness was the territory of the demon race, home to various powerful demons that occupied the mountains. The little one gestured seriously, explaining that one could easily wander into the domain of a demon king at any location. Oh? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Are there many demon kings? Yui nodded, her expression growing increasingly grave. Moreover, there were once 7 great demon emperors in the southern wilderness, each a formidable force at the divine bridge realm. She paused, lowering her voice slightly. However, ever since the arrival of the heavenly blade in the southern wilderness, only 4 of the 7 demon emperors remain, with the other 3 having perished at the hands of the heavenly blade. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Divine bridge realm warriors are indeed a rarity, even across the entire continent. And to think that this Zhao Zhouchang managed to slay 3 demon emperors of such caliber? Presently, the landscape of the southern wilderness is divided into 5 factions. Yui extended her small hand, counting on her fingers. The 4 demon emperors occupy their respective territories, while the heavenly blade stands alone at the center of the southern wilderness, instilling fear in the demon emperors and preventing them from acting recklessly. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but sigh in admiration. This Zhao Zhouchang, having not seen him for 3 centuries, has become remarkably formidable. Chapter 37, To hear the way at dawn and face death by dusk. The once dark and unremarkable youth has now evolved into a formidable figure capable of vanquishing the demon emperors of the divine bridge realm, a truly astonishing transformation. Even the former Chen Changsheng would have chosen to retreat in the presence of such a demon emperor. Yet this young man has slain 3 in one fell swoop, truly deserving of being my disciple. A slight smile graced his lips, a flicker of satisfaction dancing in his eyes. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, Yui seemed to recall something, her eyes widening in surprise. My lord, do you know Lord Tiandao? Chen Changsheng did not respond directly but merely smiled faintly. One could say we are old acquaintances. Yui, lost in thought, nodded slowly before shaking her head. Worry etched across her face. My lord, if you wish to meet Lord Tiandao in the south wilderness, you must traverse half of it, which is fraught with danger. Her expression was grave, her tone pleading. I advise against taking any rash actions. The young lad's eyes brightened as he recalled an important piece of information. Lord Tiandao visits Yaoguang City once every year, spending 3 days in the central square. Observing his sword. Yui nodded, seemingly pleased with this suggestion. If you wait until that time, when Lord Tiandao discovers his sword has been drawn, he will naturally seek you out. Chen Changsheng shook his head, his tone resolute. That is far too slow. I cannot wait for that troublesome lad for so long. He rose to his feet, stretching his limbs. It is better to seek him out directly. Seeing this, Yui, realizing she could not sway this stubborn young master, grew anxious and declared, Then I shall accompany you. I am familiar with the terrain of the South Wilderness and know some safe routes that can help you avoid considerable danger. The young girl's face was earnest, her resolve unwavering. Chen Changsheng regarded Yui, his brows furrowing slightly. Bringing this young girl along would undoubtedly alleviate some burdens. However, the South Wilderness was riddled with peril, and her presence would also mean an additional concern. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately nodded in agreement. With his strength, protecting Yui should not pose a problem. Very well, you may accompany me. Upon hearing this, Yui erupted in joyous cheer, her face radiant with a brilliant smile. Just as the two were plotting their next course of action, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. Yui froze. At this hour, who could it be? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow and moved towards the door, slowly pulling it open. Outside stood Lu Hao and LV Liang, fully armed. Swords at their waists, laden with packs and various vials and talismans, appearing ready for immediate departure. Are you all in such a hurry? Chen Changsheng questioned, shaking his head in bemusement. Of course. Lu Hao responded with unwavering determination, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Time waits for no one, we must act swiftly. LV Liang stepped forward, patting his pack confidently. Rest assured, sir, we are thoroughly prepared this time. He raised his chin, a hint of pride in his voice. No matter what, we shall complete your test. Chen Changsheng gazed at the two individuals before him, a flicker of surprise glimmering in his eyes. These two young souls exhibited remarkable determination. Listen carefully. Chen Changsheng's tone grew somber, and his gaze turned serious. This time, I am heading to the southern frontier, and it is no ordinary trial. His eyes blazed with intensity as he continued, it is fraught with peril, where one might venture forth and never return. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, their eyes betraying no hint of hesitation. If you wish to retract your decision, now is the time. Chen Changsheng offered them one final opportunity, assuring them that no one would mock their choice. To hear the path is to embrace the possibility of death by evening. In unison, Lu Hao and Liang declared resolutely, their voices firm. The unwavering conviction reflected in their eyes reminded Chen Changsheng of the disciples who had once followed him. He nodded slightly, a faint smile of appreciation gracing his lips. You still have a way to go before you can truly be my disciples, he murmured, seemingly to himself, yet hinting at the existence of alternative paths. This statement ignited a spark of excitement in Lu Hao and Liang, who exchanged exhilarated glances. Prepare yourselves, we shall depart in half an hour, Chen Changsheng instructed calmly. Understood. They replied in unison, their voices resonating, unable to conceal their inner exhilaration. Closing the door behind him, Chen Changsheng returned to his quarters to pack his belongings. Young master, Yui inquired softly, her eyes brimming with curiosity, who are those two individuals? Two fearless souls, Chen Changsheng replied without looking up, his words casual yet profound. Fearless? Yui blinked in confusion, intrigued by his statement. Why do you say that? Chen Changsheng offered no reply, continuing to prepare for the journey. Half an hour later, he met up with Yui, Lu Hao, and Liang, who awaited him outside. The quartet was now ready to embark on their adventure. Let us proceed southward, Chen Changsheng succinctly instructed before stepping forward. Lu Hao and Liang followed closely, their eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. Yui trotted behind, casting curious glances at her new companions, her interest piqued. Thus, the four of them set forth on their journey to the southern frontier. Upon exiting Yaoguang City and traversing the borderlands, the scenery abruptly transformed. It was as though they had crossed into an entirely different realm, a mere step away from a world apart. Trees endless, towering sentinels, Gigantic trunks soared hundreds of meters into the sky. Their girth so vast that it would take several adults holding hands to encircle them. The canopy intertwined, completely obscuring the heavens, allowing only scattered rays of sunlight to trickle through the crevices, casting fragmented glimmers upon the ground, reminiscent of shattered glass, flickering with a faint yet resilient luminescence. Beneath their feet lay a thick layer of humus, yielding softly underfoot, each step sinking slightly into the earth. The air was thick with the scent of decay intertwined with new life, damp and oppressive yet pulsating with vibrant energy. A thunderous roar resonated from a distance, causing the very ground to tremble. The raw ferocity and savagery contained within the sound sent shivers down their spines. Instinctively, Lu Hao and Liang halted, swallowing hard, their hands instinctively resting upon the hilts of their blades. What was that? Lu Hao whispered, his voice tinged with tension. I don't know, Yui replied softly. It could be the pig bear king, or perhaps the tiger leopard demon, or... A sudden gulp echoed. Lu Liang swallowed hard, then abruptly declared, if we survive this time, I shall marry Xiaoyi. Chen Changsheng, who was walking ahead, stumbled at these words, nearly losing his balance. He turned around, staring incredulously at Lu Liang. His eyes filled with exasperation. Was such a statement truly appropriate? The corners of Chen Changsheng's mouth twitched. One could not casually utter such things, even in jest. Lu Liang, looking bewildered, responded, I was merely speaking off the cuff. Pooh pooh pooh. Lu Hao quickly pulled Lu Liang aside, delivering a playful smack to his head. You have a mouth of a crow. How dare you utter such words? We haven't even begun, and you're already setting a flag for disaster. This is no way to court death. Chapter 38, The Foreign Land of the Southern Wilderness. Chen Changsheng shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. He raised his gaze to the surroundings, his eyes becoming deep and distant. Once, he had ventured into the southern wilderness. At that time, he traversed the world, invincible. And even the perils of the southern wilderness seemed trivial in his eyes. But now... Chen Changsheng cast a glance at his own hands. A silent lament echoing in his heart. His current cultivation had yet to be restored, and his strength was but a fraction of what it once was. In this treacherous southern wilderness, he needed to exercise greater caution. He quickened his pace, aiming to find a secure spot to set up camp before nightfall. Turning back, he continued forward, his tone turning serious. Danger lurked everywhere in the southern wilderness, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. He glanced back at the three companions, particularly at the two reckless youths, Lu Hao and Liang. You two must not fall behind, otherwise. Chen Changsheng left his words hanging. Yet the warning in his gaze was unmistakable. The two nodded vigorously, their expressions serious. Yui, Chen Changsheng called to the half-demon girl, you are familiar with the path. Lead the way. Yui, her face alight with excitement, dashed to the front, beaming with pride. 7 days later. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated through the air as a towering tree, 100 meters tall, came crashing down. In the clearing, Lu Hao and Liang resembled rabbits pursued by hunting dogs, darting and weaving with frantic agility. Faster! Go faster! Lu Hao gasped, shouting at his companion. Liang, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, retorted, I'm already going as fast as I can. Bang! 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 Behind them, a series of thunderous sounds echoed, each step sending tremors through the ground, as if a small mountain were on the move. Not far away, Chen Changsheng leaned lazily against a tree trunk, leisurely munching on a wild fruit, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes. Run faster. If you don't want to end up skewered like candied hawthorn, hurry up. Beside him, Yui crouched on a branch, her face etched with concern as she anxiously watched the two. Yet, judging by her accustomed expression, such scenes had evidently played out numerous times over the past week. A thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very heavens. Behind Lu Hao and Liang, a massive shadow began to emerge. It was a bull-like demon beast, towering over 10 meters in height, its muscles bulging as if forged from iron, with sharp horns glistening with a metallic sheen. Its crimson eyes glowed ferociously, nostrils exhaling plumes of white steam, each step causing the ground to quake. Human vermin, prepare to perish! The bull demon roared, its voice reverberating like rolling thunder. As its forehead bulged with veins, a blinding lightning burst erupted from its colossal horns. Boom! A blue-white arc of electricity shot forth, hurtling towards the two. Lu Hao and Liang felt the terrifying heat wave approaching from behind, desperate to evade. But it was already too late. Bang! The lightning detonated behind them, the powerful shockwave instantly sending them flying. The two individuals, akin to kites severed from their strings, traced an arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, rolling a considerable distance before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, Lu Hao rose. His face smeared with dirt and a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, his heart racing with dread. "I'm doomed!" he exclaimed. Regret flooding his gaze, lamenting his presence here. He had not anticipated the perilous nature of his senior's trials. This was merely the outskirts of the southern wilderness. Chen Changsheng's voice drifted lazily through the air. "We have yet to venture into the depths of the southern wilderness, this is merely the beginning." Lu Liang also struggled to regain his footing, his body covered in dust, with several bloodstreaks marring his face, presenting a picture of utter disarray. "We can no longer flee," he gasped, analyzing the situation with a calm demeanor. "Against the stamina of the savage bull, we stand no chance. We would ultimately be worn down." Lu Hao nodded in agreement, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. It was time to retaliate. The two exchanged a knowing glance, as if sharing an unspoken bond, and immediately separated to execute their plans. Lu Hao bellowed, charging towards the savage bull beast with his blade drawn. "Beast, come at me if you dare." Meanwhile, Lu Liang quietly retreated to the side, gripping his long knife firmly, its blade trembling slightly, evidently gathering strength. Witnessing this scene, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of approval flickering in his eyes. "Now that's more like it." He abandoned his intention to intervene and settled into the role of an observer. "Lu Liang, are you ready?" Lu Hao shouted while evading the bull's onslaught. "Just give me 10 more breaths." Lu Liang's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he focused intently, channeling his energy into the blade. The savage bull beast, sensing the impending threat, disregarded Lu Hao's provocation and turned its attention towards Lu Liang. "Not on my watch." Lu Hao summoned every ounce of his strength, delivering a powerful slash, the blade's radiance streaking towards the bull's hind leg. With a sharp sound, a line of blood erupted from the bull's rear limb, causing the beast to howl in pain, pivoting back towards Lu Hao. "Lu Liang! Now!" Lu Hao cried urgently. Lu Liang's eyes burst open, a fierce light shining within. He raised his long knife, energy surging through it like a tidal wave. "Mountain splitter!" Lu Liang shouted, bringing the blade crashing down. A radiant arc of light, stretching several dozen meters, erupted from the edge of the knife, resembling a new moon as it hurtled towards the bull. The air was torn asunder in the wake of the blade, emitting a piercing shriek. The savage bull, sensing danger, attempted to evade, but it was too late. With a sickening sound, the blade sliced through the bull's body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The massive beast shuddered, then slowly split in two, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that shook the earth. Panting heavily, Lu Hao and Lu Liang collapsed simultaneously onto the ground, sprawled out and gasping for breath, their faces alight with the joy of surviving disaster. "Well done," Chen Changsheng remarked, regarding the two with an approving smile. "You have shown improvement since 7 days ago." Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged bittersweet smiles, for in the past week, they had encountered such perilous situations no less than 20 times. Each fraught with danger and their lives hanging by a thread. Yet, the rewards had also proved immense. After each battle, Chen Changsheng tirelessly instructed the two on their swordsmanship, rectifying their mistakes and enlightening them on the more adept usage of their true energy. Within a mere span of 7 days, their swordsmanship had ascended remarkably, their prowess now incomparable to when they first entered the southern frontier. More significantly, their admiration for Chen Changsheng had become deeply ingrained in their very essence. Meanwhile, from above on the tree, a melodious notification resonated in Chen Changsheng's mind. "Congratulations, you have gained 6,000 admiration points." A faint smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips as he observed the two sprawled on the ground, panting in exhaustion, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. These two young ones had indeed made considerable progress. Chapter 39, Rest and comfort are reserved for the dead, the living must fight. He gracefully leapt down from the tree, moving with agility to the side of the slain minotaur beast. Making good use of resources is paramount, waste is to be avoided. With a swift motion, Chen Changsheng wielded his knife with precision, as if he were innately familiar with the anatomy of cattle. In a matter of moments, succulent pieces of beef were artfully sliced and neatly arranged beside him. Yui, please gather some dry twigs over there, Chen Changsheng instructed without lifting his gaze. Yui nimbly descended from the tree and soon returned with an armful of dry branches. Chen Changsheng set up a makeshift grill, skillfully igniting a fire, and skewered the beef onto sharpened sticks, commencing the grilling process. He retrieved several small cloth pouches from his robe, sprinkling a variety of seasonings with fluid motions, clearly demonstrating his expertise. Before long, an irresistible aroma wafted through the forest. Lu Hao and El Liang, who had been languishing on the ground, were instantly revitalized by the tantalizing scent, scrambling to their feet with renewed vigor. How delightful! Lu Hao exclaimed, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. El Liang could not help but swallow hard, gazing longingly at the sizzling meat in Chen Changsheng's hands. Sir, is it ready? He inquired, unable to contain his eagerness. What's the rush? Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly, continuing his work. A good meal is worth the wait. He deftly turned the skewers, occasionally adding a sprinkle of seasoning, the entire process akin to an exquisite performance. At last, the first batch of grilled meat was complete. Come, enjoy it while it's hot, he called, distributing the cooked meat among the three, taking a skewer for himself and savoring a bite with a satisfied nod. Lu Hao and El Liang, unable to restrain their appetites, eagerly devoured the meat. This is delectable. The flavor is extraordinary, they exclaimed in delight as they feasted. Yui also took small bites, her face radiating happiness. Despite the grueling ordeal they had endured, teetering on the brink of life and death each day, the culinary delights were truly exceptional. The variety of beast meats was ever-changing, and Chen Changsheng's culinary skills were unparalleled, making every meal a feast for the senses. Slow down, there's no one competing with you, Chen Changsheng remarked, shaking his head in amusement at their voraciousness. As he turned the second batch of meat, he glanced at the two, his gaze laced with a hint of scrutiny. So, how has your swordsmanship progressed of late? Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's inquiry, Lu Hao and El Liang's eyes brightened instantly, neglecting to wipe the grease from their lips, excitedly setting down their skewers. Sir! Lu Hao exclaimed eagerly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Indeed! Our swordsmanship has seen significant improvement these past few days. Absolutely! El Liang chimed in proudly. Previously, we would have had no chance of defeating such formidable beasts at the brink of life and death, even with all our might. He gestured animatedly, his expression filled with fervor. Things are different now. With our combined strength, battling the formidable demons at the realm of life and death is no longer an issue. Lu Hao nodded repeatedly, adding, after enduring so many days of life and death struggles, we have experienced tremendous growth in every aspect. Not only our swordsmanship, but our mental fortitude has also become significantly steadier. Chen Changsheng listened to their words, nodding in satisfaction. In the face of life and death, the potential within the human body is most readily ignited. His tone was calm, yet it carried profound wisdom. Chen Changsheng set down the skewer in his hand, wiped his hands, and a slight smile graced his lips. Since we have all improved, it is time to embark on the next phase. This seemingly simple statement struck Lu Hao and Lu Liang like a thunderclap. Both paused in their consumption of skewers, a tremor of apprehension coursing through them as they turned to Chen Changsheng. Illuminated by the campfire, Chen Changsheng's smile appeared almost sinister, reminiscent of the legendary devil's grin. The next phase? Lu Hao swallowed hard, his voice trembling. Lu Liang's expression shifted as he stammered, Sir, could we perhaps take a moment to rest? We are nearly exhausted. If we continue to fight, we might not survive. Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly, a glint of mockery in his eyes. Rest and comfort are reserved for the dead. The living ought to engage in battle. Both cried out in despair, their eyes filled with hopelessness. Sir, you are nothing short of a demon. Lu Hao grimaced, his face reflecting utter desolation. Indeed. Lu Liang nodded vigorously, noting how the seemingly gentle and refined figure transformed into an entirely different persona when it came to training. As if he were intent on pushing them to their limits. Despite their grievances, both understood that Chen Changsheng's intentions were for their benefit. The improvements they had made were evident, and under normal circumstances, they would not have achieved such progress even in 7 months, let alone 7 days. Recalling this, their motivation reignited. "Let us eat," Lu Hao exclaimed, grabbing 5 skewers of meat and taking a hefty bite, finding it effortless to manage such a handful. Lu Liang followed suit, seizing a generous portion of skewers, devouring them heartily. "Who knows if there will be another meal after this? Let's fill our stomachs first." Chen Changsheng observed the two as they devoured their food, unable to suppress a smile. He turned to the side where Yui was seated, retrieving a smooth, rounded bead from his pocket and offering it to the little half-demon. The bead was a deep blue, dimly glowing with a faint ethereal light that radiated a subtle spiritual aura. "This is..." Yui's eyes widened in disbelief. "The demon core of the apothecary king at the realm of life and death," Chen Changsheng stated nonchalantly. "Absorb it, it will be beneficial for you." Yui gazed at Chen Changsheng in astonishment, then nodded solemnly, cradling the bead in her palm. She sat cross-legged and began to absorb it cautiously. Lu Hao and Lu Liang, witnessing this scene, were filled with envy. That was the demon core of the apothecary king at the realm of life and death. Outside, it could fetch a price in the hundreds of thousands. As a result, Chen Changsheng generously allowed Yui to make use of it, truly exhibiting a spirit of grandeur. However, neither of them spoke much, they merely felt a pure sense of envy. After all, their teacher had his own plans. And they were not so petty as to feel jealousy over such trivial matters. Chen Changsheng quietly observed as Yui continuously absorbed the power of the demon core. And suddenly, a glimmer of golden light flickered in his eyes, as if he had pierced through the depths of her bloodline, comprehending the most profound mysteries. He could distinctly see that the blue energy, upon entering Yui's body, was swiftly drawn by some peculiar force, surging towards a mysterious area concealed deep within the bloodline of the half-demon. Judging by this trend, it appeared that everything was on the right track. Chen Changsheng murmured to himself. Chapter 40, Instruction. The warm glow of the campfire flickered through the dense forests of the southern wilderness, casting elongated shadows of the 4 figures upon the tree trunks. Chen Changsheng observed Yui as he absorbed the energy of the demon core, his gaze intense and concentrated. The forehead of the young half-demon glistened with fine beads of sweat, his body trembling slightly, evidently undergoing some form of transformation. Beneath his gently closed eyelids, his eyeballs darted restlessly, the rapid movement visible even through the thin veil of skin. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, seemingly sensing something amiss. Within Yui, the blue energy was not being absorbed slowly like that of an ordinary cultivator, instead, it was being devoured at an astonishing pace by a mysterious locus within him. Lu Hao and Liang, having satisfied their hunger, leaned against a large tree, resting while observing the cultivating Yui with a hint of curiosity in their eyes. "Sir," Lu Hao could not restrain himself, "how is it that Yui's cultivation speed is so remarkable?" "I have noticed that as well," Liang nodded in agreement. "We have only been in the southern wilderness for 7 days, and he is already capable of dealing with those minor demons on his own." Chen Changsheng nodded, a flicker of depth crossing his gaze. Although Yui is a half-demon, the human bloodline within him predominates, allowing him to cultivate human techniques. He stroked his non-existent beard thoughtfully, his tone turning slow and profound. "Among the various techniques, I have found that the Xuantian Qi induction technique is the most suitable for his constitution." "Indeed, your insight is exceptional, sir," Lu Hao exclaimed in admiration. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. He understood that the Xuantian Qi induction technique, as an ancient foundational technique, was not particularly dazzling in itself. However, for Yui, who had never practiced before, it was indeed the most fitting choice. Simplicity precedes complexity. This is the fundamental principle of instruction. "That lad's talent is truly astonishing," Chen Changsheng remarked lightly, on the very first day of hearing the incantation. He had already made significant progress. He recalled the scene from 7 days prior, a glint of appreciation in his eyes. Yui sat cross-legged under the moonlight, earnestly listening to Chen Changsheng's explanation of the technique's incantation. His clear eyes brimmed with focus and eagerness, as if he sought to etch every word deeply into his memory. As the night deepened and Chen Changsheng concluded his explanation, he intended to have Yui attempt it the following day. To his surprise, the young half-demon immediately closed his eyes and began to practice the technique. Even more astonishingly, he completed his first induction of qi into his body in merely half an hour, successfully stepping into the realm of cultivation. Such talent! Chen Changsheng shook his head, his tone tinged with a hint of awe. Such a gift is rarely seen in a century. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with astonishment. Sir, are you saying that Yui has never cultivated before? El Liang asked in disbelief. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. Not only that, but he is also of half-demon lineage. A half-demon practicing human technique should face countless challenges, yet he navigates it with remarkable ease. This is simply... Lu Hao struggled to find the appropriate words, ultimately gesturing with his hands. It is utterly unbelievable. In the span of merely 7 days, I have transformed from an ordinary individual, devoid of any prior cultivation, into one capable of slaying lesser demons independently. Such a pace of progress is simply astonishing. In my family, I am considered a genius, yet, as LV Liang wryly shook his head, in comparison to Yui, I am but a mere speck of dust in the vast firmament. Lu Hao echoed this sentiment, expressing astonishment. Indeed, the pinnacle of talent in my lineage requires 3 months to ascend from the threshold to the innate realm. Yet Yui has accomplished this in just 7 days. A complex mixture of shock, envy, and a hint of defeat flickered in LV Liang's eyes. Chen Changsheng, perceiving the emotional shifts of the two, offered a serene smile. Each person possesses their own strengths, there is no absolute superiority among individuals. His tone was calm, yet each word was laden with wisdom. Those endowed with extraordinary talent often meet untimely ends, while those of modest abilities may ultimately prevail. Chen Changsheng cast a meaningful glance at the two. The path of cultivation is distinguished by perseverance. Upon hearing this, the clouds of doubt that loomed in Lu Hao and LV Liang's hearts dissipated, their spirits rekindled with renewed determination. At that moment, a crisp sound emanated from Yui, as if something had shattered. The three turned to witness Yui enveloped in a delicate blue radiance, flowing like water, resplendent in its beauty. A glimmer of brilliance crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. He is on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Lu Hao and LV Liang felt their hearts tremble once more. The pinnacle of the innate realm? How little time has passed. Just 7 days. To ascend from a novice to the pinnacle of the innate realm in such a frightful manner is simply unfathomable. It is essential to understand that the innate realm is a domain unattainable by ordinary individuals. In any prominent family, a warrior at the pinnacle of the innate realm is considered a formidable force. And here is Yui, a half-demon youth of humble origins, achieving such a state within a mere week. This is simply... LV Liang's voice quivered, filled with incredulity. It is nothing short of miraculous. Lu Hao stood dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. It was not that they were inexperienced, but the events unfolding before them were too astounding to comprehend. Even those hailed as once-in-a-millennium prodigies could scarcely compare, could they? Chen Changsheng observed the spectacle quietly, a flicker of satisfaction gracing his expression. Just as he had anticipated, Yui's potential far surpassed that of ordinary beings. The energy from the life and death realm's medicinal king's demon core was almost instantaneously absorbed by Yui. Energy that would typically require several days to assimilate had been effortlessly transformed into his own cultivation. With a resounding wave of invisible energy emanating from Yui, a ripple spread outward. The surrounding leaves were lifted by this force, swirling momentarily in the air before gently descending once more. Yui slowly opened his eyes. A flash of blue light flickered within, only to vanish moments later. He gazed down at his hands, feeling the surging power within. His eyes filled with astonishment and joy. Have I truly broken through? Chen Changsheng nodded, his tone calm yet betraying an unmasked admiration. Indeed. You have advanced to the initial stage of the spirit refinement realm. The spirit refinement realm? Yui's eyes widened in astonishment, and he soon leapt up in unrestrained joy, exclaiming, How wonderful! How marvelous! He twirled in place a few times, his smile radiant like a blooming flower. Lu Hao and El Liang exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. The realm of refinement, a state beyond the innate, was a domain that ordinary individuals might never aspire to in their lifetimes. Yet, Yui had effortlessly attained it. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. It is commendable. My lord! Yui exclaimed as he rose from the ground, his hands trembling with excitement. Were it not for your bestowal of the techniques and the transmission of the mantras, I fear I would have been forever estranged from the path of cultivation. The little half-demon's face was etched with gratitude, his eyes shimmering with adoration, let alone breaking through to the realm of refinement. This is truly a fantastical dream. Chapter 41, The path ahead. There is no need for such concern, Chen Changsheng said with a wave of his hand. His tone nonchalant as if everything were a matter of course. He turned to the campfire, reaching out to stir the dwindling flames, a flicker of profundity crossing his gaze. Not far off, Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. Chen Changsheng paid little heed to Yuyi's gratitude. In truth, he harbored ulterior motives. Bestowing upon Yui the demon core of the life and death realm was not merely for the purpose of enhancing his cultivation. If that were the sole intent, the Zhuantiangyi Qiju would suffice. The crux lay in the special effect of the demon core on half-demons. Chen Changsheng gazed into the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. For half-demons, the demon core serves as a tremendous tonic, particularly that from powerful demon beasts, which harbors pure demon energy that not only enhances their cultivation but also promotes the purification of their bloodline. The return to ancestral bloodline for half-demons is a challenging and protracted journey, and among countless half-demons, to achieve a successful return to ancestry is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. With Chen Changsheng as his master, Yuyi's luck was undoubtedly in his favor. As long as he consumes an ample supply of demon cores, the speed of bloodline purification will accelerate, facilitating the return to ancestry. However, to achieve a complete return to ancestry, mere demon cores are insufficient, additional assistance is required. A glimmer of insight flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. What he sought on this journey was precisely that. Bathed in the glow of the campfire, his visage was momentarily obscured, a hint of calculation flickering in his eyes. Yui, continue your training, Chen Changsheng commanded, raising his gaze to the young half-demon. His tone remained serene. Remember the breathing technique I taught you. Solidify your realm to avoid instability that may lead to adverse effects. Yes, sir. Yui responded promptly, settling into a cross-legged position to begin his meditation. Chen Changsheng glanced at the sky before producing a jade slip, gently closing his eyes to sense the surroundings. In 2 days, we shall leave the borderlands of the southern wilderness and enter the central region, he announced. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in the ears of the three. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged a tense look. Sir, will the central region be more perilous than here? Lu Hao inquired cautiously. A profound expression flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Indeed, he replied, his calm demeanor concealing alarming undertones. In the borderlands, the strongest beings are merely those newly ascended to the life and death realm. However, in the central region. He paused. A weighty gravity settling in his gaze, the pinnacle of the life and death realm demons are commonplace. What? Lu Hao and Liang exclaimed simultaneously, their faces etched with shock. The pinnacle of life and death? Such beings could easily sweep away a minor sect. Furthermore, Chen Changsheng continued, his voice deepening, in the central region. There are even demon beasts of the divine bridge realm. At these words, both men turned ashen. The divine bridge realm signifies a presence that could rival the elders of major sections. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged solemn looks, their eyes filled with concern and trepidation. Yui halted her training and opened her eyes, gazing at Chen Changsheng with a look of astonishment. Do not display such an expression, Chen Changsheng said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Risk and reward have always coexisted. He picked up a partially roasted skewer of meat and placed it back over the flames. Speaking in a calm tone, although the central region is perilous, it also signifies greater opportunities. The demon cores from the divine bridge realm are far more precious than those from the life and death realm. Upon hearing this, Yuyi's eyes sparkled with anticipation and excitement. The demon cores from the divine bridge realm, how immense their energy must be. Observing the yearning in Yuyi's gaze, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but nod inwardly. If he could acquire a few demon cores from the divine bridge realm, the purification of Yui's bloodline would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Perhaps even the goal of bloodline ancestral return could be achieved sooner than expected. The campfire crackled, its flames illuminating Chen Changsheng's face and casting light upon the expectant and anxious expressions of the three. For the past few days, Chen Changsheng had been rigorously training the two of them, casting a serious glance at Lu Hao and El Liang, in order to enhance their combat abilities and adaptability. He pointed towards the distant darkness. The path ahead is far more treacherous than you can imagine. Without sufficient strength, survival there is impossible. This statement weighed heavily upon the hearts of the two. Lu Hao swallowed hard, his expression turning grave. "We understand, sir." He took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain composed. "We will strive even harder, so as not to disappoint you." El Liang nodded vigorously, declaring, "No matter how difficult it becomes, we will persevere." Chen Changsheng regarded them for a moment, finally allowing a hint of satisfaction to surface on his face. "Very well, with this mindset. At least you won't perish too swiftly." Although his words were blunt, they somehow instilled a sense of reassurance in the two. Chen Changsheng glanced at the now diminished campfire before turning to the three. "Have you eaten your fill?" The trio nodded eagerly. Chen Changsheng stood, shook his robes, and picked up the long knife that lay beside him. "Let us prepare to move forward." He extinguished the campfire with a swift step and turned toward the encroaching darkness ahead. In the central region of the southern wilderness, the Thousand Eyes Mountain loomed. Peaks soared, shrouded in swirling mist. The dense vegetation in the mountains reached heights of several dozens of feet, with trunks so robust that it would require a dozen adults to encircle one. The gnarled roots twisted like giant serpents, deeply embedded in the mountainside. A thick aura of demonic energy coursed through the mountains, manifesting as visible streams of dark gray mist, as if they were living entities weaving through the clouds. A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountains, emanating a pressure that could render ordinary cultivators pale and disoriented. Midway up the mountain, a tiger of over 20 feet in length strolled leisurely, each step causing a slight tremor in the ground. The tiger, adorned with black stripes and eyes like bronze bells, exuded a terrifying aura characteristic of the peak of the life and death realm. Such tigers were not uncommon in the Thousand Eyes Mountain. In fact, they could merely be regarded as the gatekeepers of the mountain. Throughout the mountains, various forms of mythical beasts roam freely. There are colossal pythons adorned with scales, fearsome birds of prey with wings spanning 100 feet, and rhinoceroses enveloped in impenetrable black armor. They traverse the woodland, each exuding a unique aura, yet all unmistakably emanating a formidable pressure that speaks of life and death. At the summit of Qianmiao Mountain, a cluster of ancient stones rises majestically, where an age-old stone hall stands resolutely. The hall, entirely cloaked in a deep ebony hue, resembles a single piece of carved jade, radiating a ghostly chill. Before the hall stand two stone pillars, as thick as barrels and towering dozens of feet high, intricately adorned with lifelike totems of the demon race, seemingly poised to leap from their stony confines. Inside the hall, a disquieting atmosphere pervades, accompanied by a faint, ominous chant that sends shivers down one's spine. It is evident that a supreme practitioner is engaged in cultivation here. Thud, 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 heavy footsteps echo from the mountain path. A towering figure gradually comes into view. The very demon ape that encountered Chen Changsheng in Yaoguang City. Chapter 42, He might be the second celestial blade. The countenance of the demon ape was clouded. A hint of urgency etched across his brow, as he strode purposefully towards the stone hall. At the entrance, two minotaurs stood guard, their imposing figures muscular and formidable. With robust horns adorning their heads and colossal axes clasped in their hands, their gazes fierce and intimidating. "Halt!" As the demon ape approached, one of the minotaurs raised his massive axe to block the path. "Isn't this the young prince of the demon ape clan? What brings you here today? Are you here to reminisce?" The other minotaur grinned, revealing a set of sharp teeth. The demon ape's expression remained unchanged as he took a deep breath, his tone steady. "Gentlemen, I have pressing matters to report to the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes. I kindly request that you relay my presence." The two minotaurs exchanged glances, recognizing the seriousness in the young prince's demeanor, understanding that he was not one to jest lightly. Despite his youth, he was known for his prudence and would not appear without cause. "Very well, I shall inform him." The minotaur on the left nodded and turned to head towards the stone hall. At that moment, a resonant voice echoed from within the hall. As if it had traversed the ages, imbued with an irresistible authority. "There's no need, enter." The voice was soft yet seemed to resonate directly within the minds of all present, carrying an inexplicable weight. Instantly, the two minotaurs bowed respectfully and stepped aside, granting the demon ape passage. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, the demon ape adjusted his attire and strode into the stone hall. The interior of the hall was far more spacious than it appeared from the outside, with a profound depth that seemed endless. Dimly lit, the space was illuminated only by a few flickering oil lamps, casting quivering shadows upon the walls. At the far end of the somber hall, a shadowy figure sat silently upon a stone chair. This silhouette appeared to merge with the darkness itself, its contours indistinct, rendering its visage obscured. Only a pair of blood-red eyes could be discerned, emanating a ghostly glow amidst the gloom. What was even more disconcerting was the faint outline of a terrifying phantom behind that figure, composed of countless crimson eyes, densely packed and sending shivers down one's spine. Each eye seemed to observe the world, as if possessing omniscience. This was the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes. One of the most formidable demon lords in the central southern region, a top-tier powerhouse of the Divine Bridge realm. "Demon Ape Prince, what brings you here in such haste?" The Blood King inquired, his voice deep and distant. "Are you not aware that the esteemed demon emperors have been deliberating on significant matters of late?" The demon ape lowered his head, adopting a demeanor of deference. "I am well aware of that, but this matter is of great importance and must be reported in person." The Blood King's figure leaned slightly forward, his blood-red eyes flickering. "Speak." Taking a deep breath, the demon ape recounted the events that transpired in Yagwang City. He narrated how he had discovered a human during his patrol, who had drawn the divine artifact, the celestial blade, effortlessly slaying 3 demon emperors of the Divine Bridge realm. "I suspect that this youth may very well become the second celestial blade." As the demon ape uttered this information, his voice trembled slightly. The moment his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the once tranquil stone hall. The demeanor of the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes, previously composed, now exhibited a palpable disturbance. His blood-red eyes widened in astonishment, and the spectral forms behind him, adorned with crimson gazes, gaped in disbelief, radiating an extraordinary light. "You mean to say?" The Blood King of 10,000 Eyes rose slowly, his previously indistinct silhouette taking on a more sinister aspect under the dim light. "The heavenly blade has been drawn?" The astonishment in his voice was unmistakable, his blood-red eyes widening further. The demon ape bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Indeed, my lord. I witnessed it firsthand." That individual effortlessly drew the blade. The Blood King's breath grew noticeably heavier, and the crimson eyes behind him flickered erratically, as if profoundly disturbed. "Impossible!" he exclaimed suddenly, his voice echoing throughout the stone hall. "How could that blade possibly be drawn so easily?" The demon ape, unwilling to meet his gaze, explained in a hushed tone. "Not only that, but the one who drew the blade is merely a youth of around 20, possessing only the 6th realm of cultivation." "What?" The Blood King's voice escalated several decibels, the crimson eyes behind him flashing frantically, as if receiving a tremendous shock. "The 6th realm? That is absolutely inconceivable." The temperature in the hall seemed to plummet, an invisible pressure radiating from the Blood King, nearly suffocating the demon ape. "The heavenly blade." The Blood King's voice lowered, laced with deep apprehension. "That is no ordinary blade." He began to pace within the stone hall, each step resonating with a heavy force, as if he intended to shatter the ground beneath him. "The blade remaining in Yagwang City serves not only to gather disciples but also to instill fear in our demon kin." The Blood King's gaze pierced through time and space. "The presence of that blade signifies the protection of Yagwang City by the heavenly blade, dissuading our kind from acting recklessly. Now, someone has managed to draw this blade." His voice carried a note of incredulity, suggesting that not only was the individual's swordsmanship exceptional, but that their mastery surpassed even that of the heavenly blade itself. Upon hearing this, the demon ape could no longer contain himself and lifted his head, his eyes brimming with astonishment. "A mastery of swordsmanship surpassing the heavenly blade? That is the foremost blade in the world. Even the mightiest sword cultivator among the demons would not dare claim superiority over the heavenly blade." "My lord, there is something even more astonishing." The demon ape swallowed hard before continuing. "Not only did he draw the blade, but he also awakened the blade spirit on the spot. enhancing its quality. What? This time, the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes was utterly flabbergasted. His towering figure quivered violently, the crimson eyes behind him widening in unison, glimmering with incredulity. Awakening the blade spirit? His voice trembled, this. The atmosphere within the stone hall grew exceedingly tumultuous. The surrounding air seemingly stirred by an invisible force, forming a miniature vortex. The Blood King inhaled deeply, forcibly stabilizing his emotions. The emergence of such a prodigy among the human race is indeed astonishing. His voice carries a profound sense of trepidation and a hint of fear. Should this youth reach maturity, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force. One heavenly blade is already sufficient to trouble the demon race. And now another such young talent has appeared. The gaze of the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes darkened, pondering whether this might be yet another heavenly blade. The demon ape bowed its head, refraining from uttering a word. The Blood King paced back and forth within the stone chamber, the light in his eyes flickering, clearly deep in contemplation over some significant matter. Where might this young human be now? Abruptly, he halted, turning to face the demon ape. Chapter 43, Let him perish in the southern wilderness. The demon ape hastily replied, My lord, that young man has entered the southern wilderness, claiming he seeks someone there. What? The voice of the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes suddenly rose, a flicker of incredulity illuminating his gaze, which quickly transformed into unrestrained joy. He has entered the southern wilderness? Truly, this is divine providence. He let out a low, rumbling laughter, imbued with excitement and elation. The demon ape looked somewhat perplexed, glancing at the Blood King. In the southern wilderness, it would be all too easy for the demon clans to eliminate a mere human youth. The Blood King's voice was laced with a palpable murderous intent. He extended his hand, and a crystalline gem materialized in his grasp. The gem was blood red, shaped like an eye, emanating a faint crimson glow, as if it were genuinely observing its surroundings. Take this. The Blood King of 10,000 Eyes handed the gem to the demon ape, his tone deep and authoritative. With this, it is tantamount to the command of the demon emperor, all demon clans shall obey. The demon ape respectfully received it with both hands, carefully tucking it away into his bosom. No matter what, that human youth must be buried in the southern wilderness. The Blood King's voice was chillingly resolute. He could not allow him to leave alive. Yes, my lord. The demon ape nodded emphatically, his voice firm. I assure you I will see to it that the boy is eliminated. He paused and cautiously inquired, My lord, how is the demon emperor's plan progressing? Upon hearing this question, the Blood King narrowed his blood-red eyes slightly, a cold smirk gracing his lips. For this plan, our demon clan has been preparing for a century. The time has come, it is finally time to execute. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the Blood King's eyes. Once the plan succeeds, even if the heavenly blade breaks through to the celestial realm, his demise is certain. The demon ape, upon hearing this, became exhilarated, his eyes sparkling with fervor. If the heavenly blade is dead, then no one in the southern wilderness can suppress us. His voice brimmed with anticipation. At that time, attacking the human clans and seizing the entire continent will be merely a matter of time. The Blood King waved his hand, signaling the demon ape to remain calm. You need not concern yourself with these matters, with the demon emperor present, success is guaranteed. His tone was serene yet imbued with absolute confidence. The most pressing issue at hand was to deal with the human youth. Yes, my lord. The demon ape nodded again, his expression resolute. I shall attend to it at once. He bowed respectfully, clutching the eye-like gem, and turned to leave the stone hall. The sound of the demon ape's footsteps gradually faded, and the stone hall returned to silence. The Blood King stood still for a moment, his blood-red eyes slowly blinking in the darkness, as if contemplating something. A faint gust of wind rustled through the stone hall. The flames of the oil lamps flickered gently, casting distorted shadows upon the walls. Suddenly, the blood-colored eyes behind the Blood King all shifted towards a particular spot, as if sensing something. In a corner of the stone hall, an inky black mist had quietly begun to materialize. The mist lacked a discernible shape, writhing like a living entity and exuding an eerie aura. Unlike ordinary fog, this black mist seemed to devour the surrounding light, rendering that corner of darkness even more profound. The Blood King of 10,000 Eyes gazed at the black mist, a hint of solemnity appearing on his indistinct visage. "This time, I rely on you," he spoke, his voice low and resonant. The black mist quivered slightly, as if in acknowledgement. Then, a hoarse and chilling laugh emanated from within the mist, akin to a blade scraping across stone, sending shivers down the spine. "Leave it to me." In the heart of the southern wilderness, within the Blackwater Marsh, dense fog swirled ominously above the swamp, occasionally punctuated by the noxious stench of decay. The marsh bore the scars of battle, deep claw marks, shattered tree trunks, craters from explosions, and pools of dark crimson blood that had begun to congeal. Scattered about were the remains of various demon kin, some beheaded, others limbless, and some torn asunder, each exhibiting a distinct horror. At the center of the marsh lay a colossal crocodile, measuring over 10 yards in length, lying motionless. Its body was marred by numerous gashes, some so deep that bone was visible, while others were mere grazes, yet each wound was precisely inflicted upon vital areas. The creature's eyes were wide open, seemingly unable to grasp that it had met its demise. Upon the massive creature's belly, a young human boy leisurely tended to a pot, simmering a fragrant soup. This was Chen Changsheng. With one hand, he stirred the broth gently with a wooden spoon, while the other stroked his chin in contemplation. On the muddy ground of the marsh, Lu Hao and Lu Liang lay sprawled, covered in mud, gasping for breath, resembling lifeless corpses. "Hey, soup's ready," Chen Changsheng called down to the two, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "This crocodile soup is quite delectable. It's not every day one gets to savor a dish prepared by a mid-level demon king." Upon hearing the call, Lu Hao managed to crack open his eyes slightly, filled with resignation and bitterness. "Sir," he managed to utter with a forced smile, attempting to rise, yet his body felt as heavy as lead, making even the simplest movement a struggle. I can't get up." Lu Liang found himself in a similarly dismal state, too weary to even lift his eyelids, letting out a faint groan. "Sir, please spare us." His voice was barely audible. "We truly may perish." Chen Changsheng chuckled softly, disregarding their plight as he ladled a spoonful of soup, blowing gently on it before taking a sip. Delightful." He nodded in satisfaction, a glimmer of approval in his eyes. The Demon King's offerings were indeed exquisite, the meat tender and rich in spiritual essence. Meanwhile, Yui gazed at the two with sympathy, quickly preparing 2 bowls of soup and cautiously approaching them. Big brother Lu Hao, big brother Lu Liang, the half-demon crouched down, presenting a bowl to Lu Hao's lips. "Please, have some soup, it will make you feel better." Lu Hao weakly nodded, lifting his head slightly to open his mouth. With utmost care, Yui brought the soup to his lips. Gulp! As the warm liquid slid down his throat, Lu Hao's eyes instantly sparkled with vitality. He felt a wave of warmth radiate from his throat to the very tips of his limbs, as if all his fatigue had been washed away, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort and strength. "This is truly miraculous." Lu Hao sat up in astonishment, gazing at his hands in disbelief. Observing his reaction, Yui quickly fed him several more spoonfuls of soup. With each sip, Lu Hao grew more invigorated, the weariness on his face gradually dissipating, and a renewed brilliance ignited in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Liang, witnessing this transformation, could no longer contain himself and exclaimed with wide-open mouth, "I want some too! I want some too!" Chapter 44, Could you be a little gentler, sir? Yui chuckled softly, turning to serve another bowl of soup to Lu Liang. Before long, the two had devoured the contents of their bowls, licking the edges with lingering satisfaction. "Another bowl!" they exclaimed in unison, their eyes brimming with desire. "You certainly have quite the appetite," Chen Changsheng remarked with a bemused shake of his head, gesturing for Yui to fill their bowls once more. Shortly thereafter, both indulged in another 2 substantial bowls of soup and several generous pieces of crocodile meat, finally reclining on the muddy ground with contented sighs. "How delightful!" Lu Hao breathed out, his earlier exhaustion now replaced with a surge of vitality. Lu Liang nodded vigorously, his eyes wide with astonishment. "Truly, the flesh and blood of a formidable creature from the realm of life and death is a treasure for replenishing both strength and spiritual energy." He rose slightly, stretching his limbs, and a series of crisp cracks echoed as his vitality seemed to rejuvenate further. "I feel my true energy is more solid than before." Lu Liang marveled at his poem, "This sensation, it is simply wondrous." Observing their newfound vigor, Chen Changsheng couldn't help but smile and shake his head. So, what have you gained? He casually inquired while sipping his soup. Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged a glance, excitement flickering in their eyes. The gains are substantial. Lu Hao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling. Since entering the central region, we've encountered primarily formidable creatures of the life and death realm, with mid-stage beings being quite common. Each battle has been fraught with peril, Lu Liang interjected, his face full of emotion. Between life and death, our potential has erupted. And both our realms and sword techniques have seen remarkable advancement. The most crucial part is having you by our side to guide us. Lu Hao gazed at Chen Changsheng with admiration. Every time we seemed on the brink of defeat, you managed to enlighten us just in time, allowing us to break through our limitations. Lu Liang nodded earnestly, gratitude shining in his eyes. Indeed, for instance, that crocodile demon king we faced earlier, had you not alerted us to its weak underbelly, victory would have been impossible. I feel my swordsmanship has improved immeasurably. Lu Hao gestured with his hand, mimicking the movements of his technique, awe evident in his expression. I have now reached heights I once dared not even dream of. My understanding of the essence of swordsmanship has also ascended, Lu Liang added softly, his eyes glimmering with excitement. I now begin to grasp your words. The swordsman reveals his sharpness, yet conceals it within. Chen Changsheng nodded, a satisfied smile gracing his face. That is only natural, he replied calmly. If there were no progress, you might as well return home. At this, the two hurriedly shook their heads, determination etched on their faces. Rest assured, sir, we shall not let your expectations down, Lu Hao declared resolutely. Chen Changsheng regarded them, silently approving their resolve. These two, though not particularly gifted, displayed commendable perseverance and promise. After resting for the night, the four packed their belongings and continued onward. Upon leaving the Black Water Marsh, they were met once again with an unbroken expanse of towering mountains. Mountains stretch endlessly, one after another, seemingly infinite, with no end in sight. Chen Changsheng strides ahead, his steps steady and unwavering, as though fatigue is a foreign concept to him. Yui follows closely behind, her small face brimming with enthusiasm and anticipation. Lu Hao and Liang bring up the rear, their expressions weary yet their eyes gleaming with resolute determination. There are indeed numerous mountains, Liang muses, glancing at the distant undulating peaks. Chen Changsheng, without turning back, speaks in a measured tone. Though the south border is merely a part of the continent, it occupies nearly half of the territory. He pauses, surveying the mountains ahead. We have been traveling for nearly half a month, and we are still meandering through the central region, far from the core area. Is it truly that vast? Lu Hao exclaims, eyes wide with astonishment. Yui nods, softly explaining, the south border covers an immense area, with a complex terrain and a multitude of demon tribes, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary humans to penetrate. With that, Chen Changsheng resumes his journey along the mountain path. The vegetation is dense. The sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting sporadic patches of light upon the ground. The four traverse through this mottled interplay of light and shadow, their silhouettes shifting in length. Be cautious. Chen Changsheng suddenly halts, raising his hand to signal the others to stop. Squinting towards a distant valley, a flicker of vigilance crosses his eyes. What is it, sir? Lu Hao whispers, his hand instinctively resting on the hilt of his blade. Chen Changsheng remains silent, merely gesturing towards a cave in the distance, his expression grave. Before the cave, several distinct claw marks mar the ground, each deeply etched into the stone, measuring over a foot in length. A peak existence of the life and death realm. Chen Changsheng lowers his voice, the gravity of his words palpable. It must be a Xianming tiger. Instantly, Lu Hao and Liang tense up, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. A peak of the life and death realm? That is an entity capable of obliterating us with ease. We shall circumvent it, Chen Changsheng decisively proclaims, turning to lead the trio quietly out of the valley. The four hold their breath, retreating stealthily, fearful of making even the slightest sound that might awaken the great demon within the cave. This is not their first encounter with such perilous circumstances. Over the past half-month, they have inadvertently trespassed into the territory of numerous peak entities of the life and death realm, each time striving to conceal their presence and carefully navigating around the dangers. Finally escaping the perilous zone, Lu Hao and Liang exhale in relief, sweat trickling down their cheeks. Yui, too, bears a tense expression, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of her garment. Where to next, sir? Liang inquires, his face still reflecting the remnants of fear. Chen Changsheng indicates towards a low mountain peak in the northeast, that way. A glimmer of excitement flashes in his eyes. There resides a mid-stage red-horned demon bull. Perfect for you to hone your skills. Lu Hao and Liang exchange glances, their expressions once again ignited with enthusiasm. After this period of training, they have grown accustomed to battling early and mid-stage beasts of the life and death realm. Though each encounter has been fraught with danger, the rewards have been substantial. Let us strive to resolve this before darkness falls, Chen Changsheng said calmly, taking the lead towards the northeast. Along the way, Lu Hao and Liang walk side by side, engaged in a hushed conversation. What do you think our current strength would be considered in the outside world? Lu Hao inquired with curiosity. Liang pondered for a moment, a flicker of pride gleaming in his eyes. At the very least, we would be deemed elite disciples of a first-rate family, wouldn't we? You know, Lu Hao lowered his voice, filled with emotion. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 7-star realm, merely a step away from breaking into the life and death realm. Liang nodded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Only half a month's time. If we were outside, achieving the pinnacle of the 7-star realm would ordinarily take several years. Wouldn't it? Indeed, Lu Hao gazed ahead at Chen Changsheng, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Were it not for our teacher, we would have no idea when we might attain such a realm. Liang followed his gaze towards Chen Changsheng and remarked softly. The kindness of our teacher's guidance is something I shall never be able to repay in this lifetime. He paused before adding, however, it would be even better if our teacher could be a touch gentler. Chapter 45, 7 Stars. Hush. Lu Hao quickly gestured for silence, his face a mask of tension. Lower your voice. If the master hears us, it will be the end. The two exchanged glances, involuntarily shivering at the thought. Reflecting on the past fortnight, it had been nothing short of a nightmare. Each day was either spent in combat or on the way to battle. Chen Changsheng appeared to be inexhaustible, consistently finding new opponents for them to spar with. His teaching method was particularly unconventional, essentially tossing them before the demonic beasts of life and death, leisurely observing the spectacle, and only intervening at the brink of their demise. Nevertheless, one could not deny that such extreme training proved remarkably effective. In just half a month, their cultivation and combat prowess had surged beyond what they had achieved in several years. From initially being overwhelmed by early-stage demonic beasts to now being capable of jointly slaying mid-stage beasts, their progress was nothing short of miraculous. Yuyi's advancement was even more astonishing. Lu Hao gazed at the half-demon following closely behind Chen Changsheng, envy gleaming in his eyes. Indeed, Lu Liang nodded in agreement. I heard he has already reached the pinnacle of the spirit refinement realm. Over the past 2 weeks, Yui had continuously consumed demonic cores, coupled with Chen Changsheng's meticulous guidance, leading to an unprecedented acceleration in his cultivation. From the initial innate realm to now standing at the peak of the spirit refinement realm, such a pace of advancement was virtually unheard of. The master seems particularly attentive to him, Lu Hao muttered softly, noting the numerous demonic cores bestowed upon Yui. Lu Liang chuckled, patting his shoulder, he possesses this innate talent. Just look at how terrifyingly fast he absorbs the cores. The energy that takes us days to digest, he can assimilate in mere hours. Sighing, Lu Hao chose to remain silent. Up ahead, Chen Changsheng suddenly halted, lifting his head to inhale the air around them. We have arrived, he said calmly, pointing toward a clearing where the red-horned demon ox awaited. Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged determined glances, their battle spirit ignited. In unison, they drew their long blades, eyes shimmering with cold resolve. Are you ready? Chen Changsheng inquired, his tone steady. We are ready. They replied together, their voices resolute and powerful. After enduring numerous trials of life and death, they had become accustomed to the tension and thrill of battle. Then let us proceed, Chen Changsheng waved his hand, his demeanor still composed. Remember what I taught you, identify its weak points. Nodding, Lu Hao and Lu Liang tightened their grips on their long blades, cautiously advancing toward the clearing, one following the other. Yui stood by Chen Changsheng's side, his eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. He had reached the apex of the spirit refinement realm, and a breakthrough seemed imminent. The battle against the red-horned demon ox proved to be more arduous than anticipated. After a grueling 2 hours, a bloodied Lu Hao and Lu Liang returned, panting heavily, dragging their injured legs, and holding aloft one of the demon's horns as a trophy. "Well done," Chen Changsheng commended. Chen Changsheng nodded lightly, casually tossing a bottle of elixir to the two individuals. "Consume it to recuperate," he instructed. They hurriedly expressed their gratitude and each swallowed a pill. As the medicinal effects took hold, their wounds began to heal at a visibly accelerated pace. And their breathing gradually steadied. "Let us proceed," Chen Changsheng stated, showing no intention of pausing as he turned and advanced forward. Lu Hao and LV Liang exchanged glances and, with faint smiles, followed suit. Yui jogged alongside Chen Changsheng, her curiosity piqued. "Where are we heading, sir?" she inquired. "North," Chen Changsheng replied succinctly, his gaze fixed upon the distant horizon. Thus, the group traversed the mountain path, weaving through dense foliage and crossing babbling streams. As they continued, Chen Changsheng abruptly halted. He murmured, a slight frown creasing his brow, his eyes flickering with surprise. "What is it, sir?" Lu Hao asked cautiously. Chen Changsheng did not respond but closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to something beyond the ordinary. Within him, the barrier that had hindered his progress for days now exhibited a faint tremor. This subtle yet undeniable fluctuation resembled ripples forming on a tranquil surface of water. Could it be? A surge of excitement coursed through Chen Changsheng's mind. Was he about to break through? Since arriving in this realm, his cultivation had stagnated at the pinnacle of the Liuha realm, unable to advance further. Yet today, the barrier was showing signs of loosening. Opening his eyes, he surveyed the surroundings and quickly identified a relatively open hillside. "Let us move there," he directed, urgency inflecting his tone. Although the three were perplexed, they obediently followed. Upon reaching the clearing, Chen Changsheng turned to face them, an uncommon smile gracing his features. "I am on the verge of a breakthrough." The simplicity of his declaration caused Lu Hao and LV Liang's eyes to widen in astonishment. "A breakthrough?" Lu Hao exclaimed. "What realm are you aiming to attain?" "The 7 stars," Chen Changsheng replied succinctly. "The 7 stars realm?" LV Liang blinked in disbelief, grappling with the gravity of his words. "What realm were you at before?" "The Liuha?" Lu Hao and LV Liang exchanged incredulous glances, their minds swirling with shock. They had always assumed that Chen Changsheng was at least a master of the life and death realm, perhaps even a formidable figure of the divine bridge realm. After all, only someone of such caliber could traverse the central south with such nonchalance and command them in hunting beasts of the life and death realm. Yet now, Chen Changsheng claimed he was striving to break through to the 7 stars realm? It was simply unfathomable. "Guard me for a moment, it will be swift," Chen Changsheng commanded with an air of calmness, as though embarking on the most mundane task. "Yes, sir." Although the three remained perplexed, they solemnly nodded and dispersed, vigilantly surrounding him. As they took their positions, Chen Changsheng settled down, crossing his legs and placing his hands upon his knees, slowly closing his eyes. In an instant, he felt as if he were severed from the world, entering a peculiar state of consciousness. The true energy within him began to surge, crashing against the barrier like a mighty wave. A resounding, invisible explosion reverberated within Chen Changsheng. A subtle fissure appeared in the barrier, akin to the initial tiny breach before a dam bursts, seemingly insignificant, yet heralding an impending cataclysm. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Chen Changsheng's internal energy surged violently, repeatedly assaulting the narrow crack. With a sharp crack, the fissure widened slightly. Furrowing his brow, he intensified the output of his vital energy. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. A thunderous roar erupted from within Chen Changsheng, echoing throughout the valley. In that instant, the barrier collapsed entirely. An inexhaustible torrent of energy flooded into Chen Changsheng's body, instantly saturating his meridians and dantian. Chapter 46, This Child is Truly Extraordinary. Thud. 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 3 resonant heartbeats reverberated through the air, as if emanating from the heavens, echoing clearly in the ears of all present. In the next moment, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. Above Chen Changsheng, the clouds swiftly converged, forming a colossal vortex. At the center of this vortex, lightning flickered and thunder rumbled. The vortex spun faster and grew larger, soon encompassing an area of several dozen miles. Strands of lightning shot forth from the vortex, intertwining in the sky to create a vast net that enveloped the entire valley. The earth began to tremble slightly, and the surrounding flora swayed wildly, as if venerating an exalted existence. Most astonishingly, a gigantic apparition appeared in the sky. It was a long blade, entirely black, exuding a chilling aura. Countless tiny runes flowed along the blade's surface, each imbued with terrifying power. The long blade hovered above Chen Changsheng's head, vibrating subtly in response to the fluctuations of his aura. This. Lu Hao and LV Liang were utterly dumbfounded, their eyes wide open as they beheld this scene, their minds nearly ceasing to function. Is this truly the spectacle of breaking through to the Seven Stars realm? Such a terrifying phenomenon of heaven and earth. Not to mention the Seven Stars realm. Even the transition from the divine bridge to the celestial realm could hardly compare. This cannot be. LV Liang murmured, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he turned sharply to Lu Hao. Lu Hao, do you remember? A while ago in Kanjiang town, a similar celestial phenomenon occurred. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, then enlightenment dawned upon him. Yes. I heard that the entire Kanjiang town was enveloped by a peculiar force, with a vortex of lightning in the sky and countless mysterious symbols appearing. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and understanding. Could it be? Could it be that the phenomenon in Kanjiang town was caused by our master? LV Liang's voice trembled slightly. Lu Hao swallowed hard and nodded. It must be our master. After all, how many can invoke such a level of phenomenon across the entire continent? Their gazes returned to Chen Changsheng, filled with emotions that were difficult to articulate: shock, reverence, confusion, and bewilderment all intertwined, leaving them momentarily at a loss as to how to proceed. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by the phenomenon had spread across 100 miles. Countless demon beasts were startled and fled in all directions. Some powerful demon clans, however, were drawn to this spectacle, hastening towards the source to investigate. On a mountain peak several dozen miles away, a demon ape was patrolling with a cadre of demon kin. Suddenly, the sky shifted dramatically, lightning intertwined, and the shadow of the blade materialized. The demon ape abruptly looked up, a flicker of shock and vigilance crossing its eyes. Is this a breakthrough phenomenon? It squinted, fixating on the distant sky, but the commotion was extraordinarily intense. The surrounding demon kin also halted, gazing in astonishment at the celestial anomaly. My lord! What is happening? A demon with horns inquired, a hint of trepidation lacing his voice. The demon ape pondered for a moment, a flicker of gravity and resolve crossing his eyes. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. He murmured, his tone tinged with vigilance. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could not possibly be provoked by an ordinary cultivator's breakthrough. The demon ape turned to survey the assembly of demons behind him, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. Let us investigate the situation. As half an hour elapsed, the spectacle in the sky not only failed to diminish but grew increasingly magnificent. The swirling clouds expanded over 100 miles, as lightning intertwined into a dense, net-like web, obscuring the sun. The immense silhouette of a blade became ever more substantial, the runes upon its blade pulsating ceaselessly, emanating a disquieting pressure. Chen Changsheng remained seated at the center of the clearing, motionless, enveloped in a faint golden radiance, resembling a deity. Lu Hao and Liang flanked him, having returned from their initial astonishment, yet the awe in their eyes remained palpable. This breakthrough is taking an awfully long time, isn't it? Lu Hao remarked, casting a glance at the sky, his impatience manifesting as he kicked at a small pebble beneath his feet. Liang leaned against a grand tree, arms crossed, shaking his head. Who knows? I've never witnessed such a scene. He glanced at Chen Changsheng seated in the center, a note of reverence coloring his tone. But given the prowess of our master, I imagine this breakthrough is no simple feat. True, Lu Hao nodded, tilting his head upwards towards the colossal blade silhouette and the swirling lightning, furrowing his brow. He swallowed hard, a trace of concern creeping into his voice. Do you think such a commotion might attract formidable demons? Enough of that. Liang struck Lu Hao's head with his palm, his expression darkening. You and your ill-fated words. Why bring up such matters? Lu Hao grimaced, rubbing the back of his head, looking rather aggrieved. I was merely expressing concern. Even if you worry, do not dwell on the negative. Liang rolled his eyes, though a flicker of worry also crossed his features. After all, they were in demon territory. Before he could finish, both men suddenly stiffened, their gazes sharpening as they scanned their surroundings. Powerful auras were surreptitiously converging from all directions, swiftly encircling the clearing, forming a tight encirclement. Each of those auras was immensely powerful, far exceeding the duo's imagination. Lu Hao, you jinx! Liang shot a fierce glare at his companion, muttering a curse under his breath. Lu Hao wore a wry smile, rubbing his nose, hesitant to respond. Rustling, the bushes swayed, and a tall, imposing figure emerged from within. It was the demon ape. He cast his gaze over Lu Hao and Liang, a cold smirk curling at his lips. So it is you too. It seems my judgment was indeed correct. The demon ape's gaze traversed past them, landing on the seated Chen Changsheng. A flicker of seriousness and murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it is that boy, he murmured to himself, his gaze lifting once more to the terrifying phenomenon in the sky. As the realm of the six harmonies ascended to the seven stars, an unsettling aura permeated the atmosphere. The demon ape's eyes flickered with astonishment and trepidation. Indeed, this individual was extraordinary. He pondered silently within, resolving that such a prodigy must not be allowed to flourish and that he must be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. With this thought, the murderous intent in the demon ape's gaze intensified. He raised his hand and waved it gently. In an instant, the surrounding thicket swayed, revealing multiple silhouettes, their formidable presence unmistakably apparent. Each exuded an aura of immense strength, their eyes glinting with ferocity. They were undoubtedly powerful demon kings at the mid-stage of the life and death realm. Behind the demon ape, an even larger figure emerged. This colossal creature stood 3 meters tall, its arms resembling massive pillars, its gaze radiating a chilling light, and its aura surpassing that of the other demon kings. Clearly, this was a great demon at the late stage of the life and death realm. Lu Hao and Liang beheld these formidable demon kings, their expressions paling instantly. While they might barely contend with a single demon king at the mid-stage of the life and death realm together, they now faced 6 such beings, accompanied by a great demon at the late stage and the undeniably powerful demon ape. They exchanged a glance, despair evident in their eyes. They are coming for us. Lu Hao's voice trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Liang gripped his long knife tightly, his palms damp with perspiration. So many mid-stage great demons, and one at the late stage. He swallowed hard, bitterness flooding his gaze. This is the end. Chapter 47, To follow the master and die for him is my fortune. The great demon ape loomed behind the demon ape, arms crossed over his chest, casting a disdainful gaze upon Chen Changsheng, who stood in the center of the clearing. Towering nearly 3 zhang in height, his obsidian fur shimmered with a metallic sheen, each muscle appearing as though forged from steel, brimming with explosive strength. His eyes, resembling 2 blood-red lanterns, narrowed slightly, emanating a ferocious aura. The great demon ape's nostrils flared as he sensed the essence emanating from Chen Changsheng. Is this it? A hint of derision laced his deep voice. For he was merely at the pinnacle of the 6th realm, less than an ant. He turned to the demon ape, confusion evident in his gaze. Is this the human he whom the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes deemed a lethal threat? The demon ape nodded affirmatively, asserting, this is indeed the human youth. He pointed towards Chen Changsheng with a cold tone. The famed blade of the heavenly sword from Yaoguang City was drawn by this very boy. What? The great demon ape's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be him? That blade, who among the demon race does not know of it? The heavenly sword left in Yaoguang City. Countless prodigies attempted to wield it, yet all returned in failure without exception. The great demon ape scrutinized Chen Changsheng intently, his gaze fixating upon the long blade at his waist. The sword, entirely black, bore intricate patterns on its sheath, emitting a faint chill. Indeed, it is that very sort of flicker of wariness and murderous intent flashed in the great demon ape's eyes. He inhaled deeply, suppressing his astonishment. and spoke in a grave tone, "The Blood King of 10,000 Eyes possesses foresight. Such a potential threat must be eliminated." The gaze of the great demon ape swept across the terrifying phenomena in the sky, and his murderous intent intensified. "Otherwise, the human race will give rise to another formidable powerhouse." The surrounding demon kings murmured their agreement in low tones. At the far left stood a colossal wolf, entirely black as if dyed in ink, with only its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. Its body stretched an impressive 5 to 6 shang, towering over an ordinary person, exuding an aura of chilling ferocity. Indeed, the Black Wolf Demon King growled hoarsely, recalling the emergence of a holy master among the human race, whose disciples now flourish across various fields, serving as the backbone of humanity. It bared its sharp fangs, eyes filled with resentment. "It is precisely because of him that our demon race remains suppressed." Beside the Black Wolf Demon King stood a massive red giant bird, with wings spread wide, spanning over 10 zhang. Each feather resembled a blade, glinting with a cold radiance. A golden crest adorned its head, its gaze piercing, radiating a searing heat. The expansion of the human race must not continue. The Red Bird Demon King screeched sharply, its voice laced with intense murderous intent. "This boy must perish here." Its keen gaze was fixed on Chen Changsheng, as if poised to swoop down at any moment and tear him to shreds. Beside the Red Bird Demon King was a perfectly proportioned fierce tiger. Unlike ordinary tigers, this one bore no patterns, its entire form a pristine white, resembling a moving mass of snow. Its eyes were an abyssal black, devoid of any glimmer, resembling 2 black holes that instilled dread. The White Tiger Demon King remained silent, merely swaying its tail gently, with a flicker of violent murderous intent glimmering in its gaze. Beside the White Tiger, a colossal python coiled languidly around a great tree, its body as thick as a bowl and stretching nearly 20 zhang in length. Its scales, a vibrant emerald, shimmered with a chilling brilliance under the sunlight. The serpent's head was reminiscent of a small barrel, with a scarlet tongue flicking in and out, capable of drawing in small creatures from 100 meters away with a single breath. Hissing of the giant python Demon King emitted a spine-chilling sound, its slit pupils cold and merciless, as if capable of piercing through the depths of one's soul. The great demon ape stood at the center, exuding an overwhelming aura of power, its gaze sharp and impervious, akin to an immovable mountain. The 5 demon kings each occupied a corner, encircling the open space, each radiating an oppressive and formidable presence. Their eyes were fixed upon Chen Changsheng, brimming with malice and cruelty. The air felt as though it had solidified, heavy and suffocating. Lu Hao and Liang stood to the side, trembling uncontrollably in the face of the fearsome might of the 5 demon kings, cold sweat streaming down like rain. Under such pressure, their courage to draw their swords was rapidly diminishing. The 5 demon kings loomed ominously, brimming with murderous intent, as if poised to strike and rend to pieces all present in the clearing. Lu Hao's complexion was as pale as parchment, with cold sweat trickling incessantly from his forehead. He turned to look at Chen Changsheng, noticing that Chen remained seated, eyes tightly shut, enveloped in a soft golden glow, utterly motionless. The celestial phenomena above continued unabated, thunder and lightning intertwining, as if to cleave heaven and earth asunder. Chen Changsheng seemed entirely immersed in the pivotal moment of his breakthrough, utterly oblivious to the turmoil unfolding around him. "The master is still in the midst of a breakthrough," Lu Hao murmured, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. In their most perilous moment, their greatest reliance was unable to lend them aid. The great demon ape, observing Lu Hao and Liang's expressions, curled its lips into a cold smirk. "2 worthless souls," it taunted, a hint of amusement in its voice, this time. "My target is solely Chen Changsheng." The great demon ape pointed at Chen Changsheng, then turned its gaze to Lu Hao and Liang. "If you choose to leave now, I can pretend I saw nothing and let you go." As its words fell, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, each seeing the same unwavering determination reflected in the other's eyes. Without hesitation or retreat, only resolute resolve remained. The 2 nodded in unison, simultaneously drawing their long blades from their waists to shield Chen Changsheng. "We will not leave." Lu Hao's voice, though trembling, was imbued with unwavering conviction. Liang tightened his grip on his long blade, its edge directed at the demon kings. "Our master has treated us as both teacher and father. His kindness as profound as a mountain. How could we abandon him in his time of peril?" We would rather die than retreat. The two spoke in unison, their voices resounding with conviction. Beside them, Yui stepped forward without hesitation, her small frame standing protectively in front of Chen Changsheng. If you wish to lay hands on the young master, the voice of the half-demon, tender yet resolute, resonated with unwavering determination, her eyes shimmering with a fierce light. You shall have to tread over our corpses. The demon ape observed the trio's actions, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze, swiftly replaced by disdain. Foolishness! He sneered. Is it truly worth it for someone you have known for merely half a month? Lu Hao tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, the veins on his hands bulging. In life and death, we have shared half a month, surpassing the bonds of ordinary decades. El Liang followed suit, declaring, Our master has taught us the art of the sword and the essence of humanity. To follow him in this life is a privilege. And I would have no regrets in death. Yui spoke little, yet stood resolutely, her small face etched with determination. The three formed a line, a veritable bastion, shielding Chen Changsheng. They understood that against the 5 great demon kings, their strength was insignificant, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Yet in this moment, their eyes held only unwavering resolve, devoid of any hint of retreat. Chapter 48, The Winged Serpent Aids Me. The demon ape king gazed disdainfully at the 3 individuals standing before Chen Changsheng, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Mere insects, he scoffed. Filled with contempt for their futile attempts to obstruct us, utterly oblivious to their impending doom. He leaned forward, his massive form exuding an overwhelming pressure that nearly suffocated the trio. However, a flicker of cruel delight danced in his eyes. By eliminating this young man, he could simultaneously rid himself of the 2 talented heirs from the Lu and El families, a fortuitous 2-for-1 deal. He let out a low, rumbling laugh, anticipation and arrogance lacing his voice. Once the plans of the demon emperor come to fruition, it shall not merely be the Lu and El families. The entirety of humanity will fall into the grasp of the demon race. Madness glimmered in the eyes of the demon ape king. The demon race is the true sovereign of this continent. He raised one colossal foot and advanced toward Lu Hao and El Liang, seemingly intent on crushing them beneath his weight. At that moment, the Thunder Wolf Demon King emerged from the shadows. The massive black wolf, its eyes shimmering with an eerie green glow, approached with heavy steps, coldly fixing its gaze upon the 3. Unlike other demon kings, its eyes bore not only murderous intent but also a hint of confusion and inquiry. Wait! The deep voice of the Thunder Wolf Demon King resonated, causing the Demon Ape King's advance to halt abruptly. The wolf's nostrils flared slightly, as if it were scenting the air for a familiar essence. It squinted its luminous green eyes, scanning the 3 before finally settling on Yui. There is an essence upon you, the Thunder Wolf Demon King rasped, a flicker of astonishment flashing in its gaze, that I recognize. Its focus intensified on Yui, the green light in its eyes growing brighter. Especially you, half-demon wretch, you carry the aura of my son's demon core. The Thunder Wolf Demon King's voice rose dramatically. Filled with fury and hatred, did you slay a Thunder Wolf? Lu Hao, upon hearing this, exhibited a moment of surprise, which swiftly morphed into a cold smirk. Indeed. He straightened his posture, unflinching under the Thunder Wolf Demon King's gaze. You're referring to that little wolf, aren't you? We dispatched it with ease. A provocative smile played on Lu Hao's lips. Having devoured its flesh and absorbed its demon core, what can you do about it? What? The Thunder Wolf Demon King's eyes erupted with violent murderous intent, its entire coat bristling like steel quills. It turned its gaze toward Yui. The murderous intent almost palpable. A lowly half-demon dares to absorb my son's demon core? The Thunder Wolf Demon King roared in fury, its voice echoing like thunder. Today, I shall tear you to pieces to quell my wrath. Before the words had fully escaped its lips, it transformed into a shadow, lunging at Yui with a speed that rendered reaction nearly impossible. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as the Thunder Wolf Demon King's assault was unexpectedly halted. Lu Hao and El Liang sprang into action simultaneously, their long blades intersecting in a protective stance, blocking the Thunder Wolf Demon King's onslaught. To harm him, you must first pass us. Lu Hao gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, his arms trembling slightly from the tremendous force. Lu Liang, equally flushed, yet with unwavering determination gleaming in his eyes, proclaimed, those who wish to slay us should first ascertain their own capabilities. The Thunder Wolf Demon King taken aback by the thwarting of its assault, was soon engulfed in rage. How dare these mere insects impede my path? It roared, its body suddenly ablaze with flickering lightning, as countless blue arcs danced amidst its dark fur. This was the essence of thunder, manipulated by the Thunderwolf Demon King, swirling as if alive. With a thunderous roar, the Thunderwolf unleashed its fury. In an instant, bolts of electricity erupted from its form, striking towards Lu Hao and Lu Liang like a myriad of serpentine lightning. Swish! 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 Faced with such a terrifying onslaught, Lu Hao and Lu Liang did not flinch. Their figures moved with the grace of the wind, wielding their blades with an artistry that cleaved through the air, each stroke precisely severing a bolt of lightning. Their swordplay had reached a level of mastery, fluid and harmonious, as if they had rehearsed this choreography countless times. Lu Hao took the offensive, his strikes fierce, each aimed directly at the Thunderwolf's vital points. Lu Liang, steadfast in defense, formed an impregnable barrier, neutralizing the Thunderwolf's assaults one after another. Their synergy was remarkable, allowing them to contend equally with the Thunderwolf in a matter of moments. The demon ape, observing the battlefield, was struck with astonishment. He recognized these two, aware of their origins. The last time in Yaoguang City, they were merely at the initial stage of the 7-star realm, vastly inferior to him. Yet now, they had not only transcended to the pinnacle of the 7-star realm but had also refined their swordsmanship to an unfathomable degree. This was impossible, the demon ape thought, narrowing his eyes. In just a few days, they had gained strength sufficient to rival a mid-stage demon of the life and death realm? Such a pace of advancement was beyond comprehension. His gaze shifted towards Chen Changsheng, who was still in the midst of his own breakthrough. A flicker of realization crossing his eyes. It must be him. The demon ape mused, certain that the incredible progress stemmed from this young man's guidance. Such remarkable teaching ability, if allowed to flourish and cultivate more human experts, would spell disaster for the demon race. A being like this must not be allowed to live. The murderous intent in the demon ape's eyes intensified. On the battlefield, the clash between the Thunderwolf King and the duo of Lu Hao and Lu Liang had raged for several seconds. The Thunderwolf grew increasingly alarmed. The swordplay of these young humans was enigmatic and their cooperation seamless. One attacked while the other defended, as if they were telepathically linked. Each of the Thunderwolf's strikes was deftly neutralized by the duo. More astonishingly, as the battle progressed, it felt as if it was being gradually suppressed. How could this be? The Thunderwolf roared, filled with disbelief and fury. It could not fathom how a grand demon of the midlife and death realm was being overpowered by two mere humans of the 7-star realm. Winged serpent, aid me! It bellowed, calling for assistance from the Demon King nearby. The enormous serpent, upon hearing this, responded with a glint of derision in its vertical pupils. Ah! The Thunder Wolf King and the Winged Serpent King emitted hissing sounds. Are you incapable of dealing with two mere human ants? At these words, a flicker of shame and anger crossed the Thunder Wolf King's eyes. Enough of your nonsense, these two humans are not to be underestimated. The Winged Serpent King let out a cold chuckle, its massive serpentine body quivering as it leapt from the tree like a bolt shot from a bow, plunging towards the battlefield. With a piercing cry, the Winged Serpent King suddenly unfurled in midair, revealing a pair of enormous wings sprouting from its back. These wings, composed of countless tiny scales, shimmered with an icy radiance in the sunlight. The Winged Serpent King circled in the sky and dove down, its gaping maw wide open, aimed at Lu Hao. Watch out! Lu Liang shouted, slashing his blade to fend off the Thunder Wolf King, before swiftly turning to support Lu Hao. Lu Hao sensed the looming danger behind him and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the Winged Serpent King's attack. However, the Winged Serpent King was relentless. Its tail lashed out like a steel whip, striking fiercely at Lu Hao's back. With a dull thud, Lu Hao barely managed to raise his blade in defense before being sent flying by the force of the tail, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 49. Such a creature should not exist in this world. Lu Hao. Upon witnessing the scene, LV Liang rushed forward to assist. Yet, how could the Thunder Wolf King let such an opportunity slip away? It swiftly positioned itself before LV Liang, its body enveloped in a surge of lightning. You wish to save him? First, you must pass through me." The Thunder Wolf King sneered, launching another assault. In an instant, Lu Hao and LV Liang found themselves in a precarious situation. While they could barely manage against the Thunder Wolf King alone, the combined onslaught of the two formidable demon lords left them at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha! The Thunder Wolf King cackled with glee, mocking the two insignificant ants who dared to act so brazenly before it. Observing Lu Hao and LV Liang being subdued, the White Tiger Demon King and the Blazing Feathered Phoenix exchanged glances, a glimmer of vicious intent flashing in their eyes. The opportunity has arrived. The White Tiger Demon King murmured, its gaze filled with murderous intent. The Blazing Feathered Phoenix nodded in agreement, unfurling its wings. The fiery plumage resembling raging flames, now is the time to eliminate that human youth. Without further hesitation, the two demon lords lunged toward Chen Changsheng. The White Tiger Demon King moved with astonishing speed, reaching Chen Changsheng in the blink of an eye, its sharp claws aimed directly at his throat. Close behind, the Blazing Feathered Phoenix unleashed a barrage of fiery feathers, transforming them into lethal flames aimed at Chen Changsheng. Just as it seemed Chen Changsheng was on the brink of demise beneath the claws of the demon, a diminutive figure suddenly appeared before him. It was Yue. The half-demon stood resolutely before Chen Changsheng, its frail body outstretched like a wall, blocking the path of the demon lords. "You shall not approach my master," Yue proclaimed loudly, its voice youthful yet unwavering. Suspended in midair, the Blazing Feathered Phoenix gazed down at Yue with disdain and loathing. A half-demon. It spat derisively, its tone dripping with contempt. Such a being should not exist in this world. A deep-seated revulsion flickered in its eyes. Our noble demon bloodline tainted with human lineage is a disgrace to our heritage. Upon hearing this, Yui's small face reflected a twinge of pain, yet it remained steadfast, not retreating an inch from its position before Chen Changsheng. "Today, I shall cleanse the filth from our midst." The Blazing Feathered Phoenix bellowed in fury. With a powerful flap of its wings, countless fiery feathers erupted, coalescing in midair to form a colossal firebird. The firebird radiated an intense heat, emanating a terrifying temperature that warped the very air around it. As it swept across the ground, the grass was instantly ignited, reduced to ashes. Even some rocks glowed red, releasing wisps of white smoke. This was the full-force strike of a mid-stage demon king in the realm of life and death, a display of astonishing power. Faced with such a terrifying assault, a flicker of despair crossed Yui's eyes. It was but a cultivator at the spirit refinement stage. A mere shadow compared to the mid-stage demon king of life and death, even less significant than an ant. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, it stood its ground, silently shielding Chen Changsheng. The Blazing Feathered Phoenix, witnessing this moment, envisioned the scene of Yue reduced to ashes, a cruel smile curling at the corner of its mouth. As the fiery bird was about to strike Yue, a harrowing flash of blood was poised to erupt. In that critical moment, a faint golden radiance suddenly emanated from the small wings behind Yue. In the blink of an eye, those wings, which were no larger than a palm, expanded dramatically, nearly enveloping his entire back. Instinctively, Yue shielded himself with the wings, forming a golden barrier. With a thunderous crash, the fiery bird collided violently with the golden wings, unleashing a wave of soft golden light that rippled outward like concentric circles. Remarkably, the fiery bird was dissipated by this golden glow, transforming into countless tiny sparks that scattered and fell. However, this golden aura only lasted a fleeting moment before it dimmed. Yue was violently thrown back by the immense force, crashing to the ground, his face contorted in pain, and numerous burn marks appearing on his body. The Blazing Feathered Sparrow watched this unfold with a glimmer of astonishment in its eyes. What had just transpired? It pondered in disbelief. How could a mere ant at the refinement realm withstand my attack? Even more unsettling was the chilling aura it sensed from Yue in that brief instant. It was an ancient presence, imbued with majesty and mystery that instinctively instilled fear within it. Could this half-demon harbor some secret? The Blazing Feathered Sparrow mused internally, yet swiftly shook its head, discarding the thought. Regardless of any secrets, the priority was to eliminate Chen Changsheng. It turned its gaze towards Chen Changsheng, who was still in the midst of a breakthrough, its murderous intent intensifying. Meanwhile, Lu Hao and L Liang found themselves in an even more perilous predicament. Confronted by the combined assault of the Thunder Wolf King and the White Tiger Demon King, the two were far outmatched. Liang's long blade lay shattered in two. His right arm riddled with numerous gaping wounds, blood gushing forth and staining half of his body. These injuries were inflicted by the claws of the White Tiger Demon King, nearly costing him his entire arm. Lu Hao's condition was no better. His entire body was charred, his hair standing on end, resembling a withered tree struck by lightning. He exuded a feeble aura, his eyes filled with agony, clearly injured by the Thunder Wolf King's thunderous onslaught. The two leaned against each other, barely managing to stand, having lost the ability to continue fighting. Before them, the White Tiger Demon King and the Thunder Wolf King stood, their eyes gleaming with mockery and cruelty. "You mere ants of the human race," the Thunder Wolf King sneered, his voice dripping with derision, "do you think you are a heavenly blade? Daring to venture into the southern wilderness?" The White Tiger Demon King echoed the taunt, "Foolish creatures, coming to the southern wilderness is nothing short of seeking death." A glint of malicious intent flashed in the eyes of the Thunder Wolf King. "Once we dispose of you, we shall hunt down that young lad, none shall survive." Faced with the mocking derision of the Demon Kings, Lu Hao and Liang found themselves too weak to retort. They exchanged a glance. Their eyes filled with despair and resignation. It seemed they would perish here today. Lu Hao managed a bitter smile, his voice frail. Liang nodded, a flicker of regret crossing his eyes. "It is a pity we could not meet Lord Heavenly Blade, it shall remain a regret." As the two formidable Demon Kings prepared to strike and extinguish the lives of their adversaries, an unusual disturbance suddenly rippled through the sky. The Thunder Wolf King and the White Tiger Demon King simultaneously glanced upwards, their expressions shifting to one of perplexity. The once tranquil vortex of spiritual energy began to churn violently, resembling boiling water in a tempestuous upheaval. What could this mean? The Thunder Wolf King furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding gnawing at his heart. In the next moment, the vortex of spiritual energy in the heavens abruptly contracted, forming a colossal tornado that surged towards Chen Changsheng with relentless force. The tornado moved with astonishing speed, enveloping Chen Changsheng entirely in an instant. Even more astonishing was the sight of Chen Changsheng's body, which appeared to transform into a bottomless abyss, greedily devouring the spiritual energy. An endless deluge of spiritual essence flooded into him like a torrent, yet there were no signs of overflow whatsoever. Chapter 50. Today, you are the target. Upon witnessing this spectacle, all the Demon Kings were momentarily taken aback. The Thunder Wolf King widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, What is happening?" The White Tiger Demon King also halted his movements, fixated on the spiraling vortex of spiritual energy, his gaze filled with astonishment. "The intensity of the spiritual energy is astonishingly rich," he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a hint of dread. "It's even more exaggerated than when I transcended the boundary of life and death." The Demon Ape King stood nearby, narrowing his eyes slightly, an acute sense of vigilance swelling within him. Years of battle experience informed him that the events unfolding before them were anything but ordinary. The fiery feathered sparrow ceased its assault, hovering in mid-air, its expression one of wariness as it observed the scene. How could a mere boy at the Sixth Harmony realm elicit such a terrifying phenomenon? Confusion and fear consumed its thoughts. All the Demon Kings instinctively paused, their attention converging on Chen Changsheng. The vortex of spiritual energy grew thicker and denser, nearly submerging him entirely in a sea of spiritual essence. His body seemed like an endless abyss, voraciously consuming the spiritual energy, with scarcely a trace of it spilling over. Thud! A deep, resonant heartbeat echoed from within Chen Changsheng, crystal clear to every listener's ears. With the sound of this heartbeat, the vortex of spiritual energy suddenly accelerated, its influx intensifying. Thud! Another heartbeat, louder than the last. The vortex transformed into a brilliant white column of light, surging directly into Chen Changsheng's body. Thud! The third heartbeat resonated, deafening in its magnitude. At that moment, a dazzling golden light erupted from within Chen Changsheng, illuminating everything around him as if it were midday. Boom! A tremendous roar emanated, sending invisible shockwaves radiating outward from Chen Changsheng's core. Where the waves passed, grass and trees swayed, dust and stones flew, and even the air trembled. He has broken through. The Demon Ape King gaped in astonishment, his voice laced with incredulity. Indeed, Chen Changsheng's realm was beginning to ascend. The barrier of the peak Sixth Harmony realm shattered completely, pure true energy surged within him like a river breaching its dam, unstoppable. Early Seventh Star Realm. The White Tiger Demon King gazed at Chen Changsheng, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Yet, what astounded all the demon kings was that Chen Changsheng's aura showed no sign of ceasing its ascent. The rate of his advancement was almost electrifying. What is happening? The Thunderwolf King's voice trembled. His realm is still rising? Mid-7th star realm. The winged serpent king flicked its crimson tongue, its vertical pupils brimming with wariness and disbelief. Chen Changsheng's aura grew increasingly potent and substantial, coalescing around him as if it were a tangible force. The extraordinary phenomenon in the sky intensified, the shadows of blades became more pronounced, and the lightning more concentrated, as though the very heavens were celebrating his ascent. Late 7th star realm. The demon ape king's voice quivered, his eyes wide with incredulity. A sudden breakthrough propelled him directly from the pinnacle of the 6th realm to the latter stages of the 7th realm. Such an unprecedented enhancement is virtually unheard of. Even the most extraordinary geniuses, capable of surpassing a minor realm in a single leap, are considered astonishing. Yet, Chen Changsheng managed to leap across a staggering 3 minor realms in one go. How is this even conceivable? The blazing feathered sparrow murmured to itself, its eyes wide with shock and confusion. This rate of advancement is simply unfathomable. The Thunder Wolf King gazed at Chen Changsheng. The disdain and mockery that once lingered in his eyes had vanished, replaced by profound apprehension and dread. Even the usually silent white tiger demon king displayed an expression of astonishment, a rare flicker of disturbance crossing his pitch-black eyes. Lu Hao and Liang, witnessing this spectacle, were filled with shock and elation. The master has broken through, Lu Hao whispered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Having ascended directly to the latter stages of the 7th realm. Liang, equally astonished, widened his eyes, exclaiming, This is utterly exaggerated. Yue, struggling to rise from the ground, was alight with surprise and admiration, proclaiming, My lord is truly formidable. However, overwhelmed by excitement, she soon fainted. At that moment, everyone, including the demon kings, was left in a state of shock, their scalps tingling at Chen Changsheng's astonishing rate of advancement. As the extraordinary phenomena gradually dissipated, the spiritual energy whirlwind vanished without a trace. Chen Changsheng slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, as dark as ink, resembled 2 unfathomable ancient wells, calm yet imbued with endless profundity. His eyes swiftly swept across the surroundings, absorbing everything in his view. Yue lay on the ground, unconscious, with clear burn marks on her body. Lu Hao and Liang were barely clinging to life, one charred black, the other with mangled flesh and blood on his arm. The 5 formidable demon kings, their expressions fierce, were glaring at him intently. In an instant, Chen Changsheng's demeanor shifted, his face turning as cold as ice. His gaze transformed from tranquil to frigid, sharp as a blade. In that moment, all the demon kings felt a chill run down their spines, as if they were being scrutinized by a great terror. An invisible pressure surged forth, akin to a knife poised at their throats, where a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. The Thunder Wolf King could not help but take a half-step back, an inexplicable fear surging within him. The White Tiger Demon King narrowed his eyes, a flicker of vigilance passing through his dark gaze. The Demon Ape King furrowed his brow, puzzled by the sudden pressure emanating from Chen Changsheng. However, the 5 Demon Kings quickly regained their composure. After all, Chen Changsheng was merely a practitioner of the 7th realm, while they were formidable beings of the life and death realm. How powerful could a mere practitioner of the 7th realm truly be? What waves could he possibly stir? Chen Changsheng regarded the 5 demon kings, his voice devoid of any emotion, as cold as machinery. Did you do this? These simple words caused the very air to seem to freeze. The demon ape king stepped forward, looking down upon Chen Changsheng, a cold smile playing on his lips. We did, and what will you do about it? He looked down upon Chen Changsheng with a tone dripping with contempt. Awake at last, perfect, I shall crush you and return to report. In the face of the demon ape king's provocation, Chen Changsheng remained unfazed, striding directly towards the fallen Yue. He crouched beside her, gently assessing her injuries, his brows easing slightly. Yue had merely fainted, though her wounds were severe, her life was not in jeopardy. Chen Changsheng then turned to examine the injuries of Lu Hao and Liang. Though they were on the brink of death, they still clung to life for the moment. Sir! Lu Hao, seeing Chen Changsheng awake, gritted his teeth against the agony and weakly urged, Run, they are after you. Chen Changsheng straightened. Casting an expressionless glance at Lu Hao, his voice as tranquil as a still lake, "After me?" He slowly turned to face the 5 great demon kings. A glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, then it is they who should flee. Upon hearing Chen Changsheng's words, the 5 demon kings erupted in derisive laughter almost in unison. Ha ha ha. The Thunder Wolf King widened his eyes, incredulous. Was this young man mad? The White Tiger Demon King regarded Chen Changsheng with icy disdain. His voice laden with scorn, "A mere ant of the 7-star realm dares to confront us 5 demon kings?" The fiery feathered sparrow let out a sharp, mocking laugh, utterly unaware of his own mortality. "A mere breath from us, and you would crumble." In the face of the Demon King's derision, Chen Changsheng remained impassive. His expression as frigid as ice, showing not a flicker of emotion. He stood there, tranquil and resolute, like an immovable mountain. Gradually, he raised his hand, gripping the black blade at his waist. Crack! A light sound echoed as the blade was drawn a mere 3 inches from its sheath. An aura even more terrifying than before emanated from him, pressing outward like a tangible force. Chen Changsheng spoke coldly, his voice resonating like a decree from the depths of hell. "It has been long since I last hunted the demon race. Today, I shall make you my quarry." Chapter 51. Fearful to open his eyes, it must be an illusion. Chen Changsheng slowly withdrew the black long knife completely. A clear and resonant clang echoed through the mountains and forests. As the blade was unsheathed, Chen Changsheng's aura erupted with astonishing intensity. Though he was merely at the late stage of the 7-star realm, the momentum radiating from him surged like a tidal wave. Reminiscent of a dormant volcano erupting after eons, or a ferocious beast finally revealing its fangs. The terrifying pressure he exerted was even more formidable than that of many powerful beings at the Divine Bridge realm. The 5 great demon kings stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. How could this be possible? The blazing feathered phoenix staggered back a few steps, astonished at such might emanating from someone at the 7-star realm. The White Tiger Demon King narrowed its eyes, a glimmer of wariness and trepidation flashing in its pure black pupils. But soon, the Demon Kings regained their wits. "Do not be intimidated." The Demon Ape King scoffed, a trace of disdain flickering in its gaze. "We clearly witnessed him just breaking through to the 7-star realm. How could he be a powerhouse of the Divine Bridge realm? Indeed, this brat must be bluffing." The Winged Serpent King hissed, its crimson tongue flickering in and out. The Thunder Wolf King could no longer contain itself, stepping forward and lunging at Chen Changsheng. Its entire body crackled with lightning, every black hair standing erect like steel needles, exuding a chilling killing intent. "This achievement shall belong to me, the Thunder Wolf King." It let out a boastful roar, its sharp claws aimed directly at Chen Changsheng's throat. In response to the Thunder Wolf King's assault, a cold smile crept across Chen Changsheng's lips. "Seeking death." Just 2 simple words, yet they echoed like a death knell, causing the air around to still. Chen Changsheng gripped the long knife tightly, gathering all his strength before suddenly raising his hand and swinging the blade. Swish! A flash of light erupted. It was an exceedingly pure beam of knife light, devoid of any extravagant technique, simply the most straightforward cut. Yet, within this simplicity lay a terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. The knife light cleaved through the space, creating a grotesque fissure, as if even the cosmos could not withstand the blade's brilliance. "A mere parlor trick." The Thunder Wolf King scoffed derisively, its eyes filled with contempt. "An attack from someone at the 7-star realm could hardly harm a single hair of mine." Without hesitation, it surged forward, intent on shattering Chen Changsheng's knife light and tearing the arrogant human youth to shreds. The knife light zipped past like lightning, slicing through the Thunder Wolf King's form before crashing into a massive boulder behind, splitting it cleanly in 2. The Thunder Wolf King found itself suspended in mid-air, its movements and expression frozen in shock. It maintained its pouncing stance, yet could advance no further. Its eyes, once filled with fury and disdain, now widened in disbelief, as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. How could this be? The Thunder Wolf King's voice trailed off, its unfinished words dissipating into the air. In the next instant, its body crashed to the ground, neatly severed into 2 equal halves, one to the left and one to the right. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining a vast expanse of earth. In the moment of death, the expression on the Thunder Wolf King's face remained one of profound shock and disbelief, as if he could not fathom why a formidable demon king, at the mid-stage of the life and death realm, could be slain by a mere human at the 7-star realm with a single stroke. The corpse of the Thunder Wolf King twitched, blood flowing and further saturating the land. The remaining 4 great demon kings stood frozen in place, momentarily too stunned to move. This is impossible. The winged serpent king's voice trembled, its vertical pupils filled with terror. It blinked vigorously, as if trying to ascertain whether what it witnessed was merely an illusion. The Thunder Wolf King, at the mid-stage of the life and death realm, was slain just like that? The flames enveloping the blazing feather phoenix dimmed slightly, its eyes brimming with incredulity. I cannot believe this must be a mere illusion. The pure black eyes of the white tiger demon king finally rippled with emotion, its calm facade unable to conceal the inner shock. It turned its gaze back to Chen Changsheng, carefully sensing the aura emanating from him. Chen Changsheng remained imposing, the terrifying pressure undiminished, and in fact, it seemed to grow more acute following that recent strike. Yet, his realm was unmistakably evident, he was indeed at the late stage of the 7-star realm, showing no signs of deception. The late stage of the 7-star realm, slaying a demon king at the mid-stage of the life and death realm. The white tiger demon king murmured, disbelief saturating its tone. This was simply unfathomable. The demon ape king's eyes widened, rooted to the spot. He had witnessed countless battles and extraordinary powers, yet he had never encountered anything so absurd. This was not merely a matter of a few minor realm differences. The chasm between the 7-star realm and the life and death realm was akin to a gulf between 2 worlds. Although formidable, the 7-star realm was merely a mid-tier level, only slightly superior to novices. In contrast, the life and death realm was a domain that transcended mortality, firmly within the ranks of high-level practitioners. A practitioner at the early stage of the life and death realm could easily crush a group of peak 7-star practitioners, let alone a mid-stage demon king. Yet, Chen Changsheng had defied the odds, wielding his 7-star realm prowess to vanquish a mid-stage demon king. Such an event was beyond the realm of their imagination. What manner of creature is this young man? The demon ape king was engulfed in a storm of emotions, fear evident in its gaze. No wonder the blood king of 10,000 eyes declared he must die. Lu Hao and Liang were equally stunned. They had known Chen Changsheng was extraordinary, yet the scene before them left them speechless, overwhelmed by astonishment. Their master is truly formidable. Lu Hao's voice trembled, disbelief shining in his eyes. To have just broken through and casually slay a demon king, was such combat prowess not frightfully overwhelming? Liang swallowed hard, murmuring, after following our master for so many days, we know of his remarkable sword techniques, but while they admired and respected Chen Changsheng, they were acutely aware of his realm. The late stage of the 7-star realm was precisely that, with no room for deception. The path of cultivation is fraught with hierarchy. While transcending 1 or 2 minor realms may seem trivial, ascending to a major realm presents a formidable challenge, often bordering on the impossible. Yet, Chen Changsheng has directly slain the mid-stage king of thunderwolves within the realm of life and death, a display of combat prowess that is utterly unprecedented. Could it be that the master is concealing his true level? A glimmer of suspicion flickered in Lu Hao's eyes. Liang shook his head. It does not seem so. We all witnessed the extraordinary phenomenon when the master broke through. He has indeed just ascended to the late stage of the 7-stars realm. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with astonishment and admiration. Should they ever attain such power as the master, the hardships endured along the way would be well worth it. The astonishment of the demon kings swiftly morphed into fear and murderous intent. No wonder the blood king of 10,000 eyes regards him with such gravity. The winged serpent king hissed, his voice tinged with trepidation. This Chen Changsheng is exceedingly formidable. If he is allowed to mature. A flicker of wariness crossed the eyes of the fiery feather phoenix, and the consequences would be dire. The white tiger demon king cast a penetrating glance at Chen Changsheng, a glimpse of lethal intent flashing in his pitch-black eyes. He must die today, without fail. The demon ape king reacted the quickest, suddenly bellowing, his voice booming like thunder, let us all join forces and slay Chen Changsheng. His gaze was merciless, brimming with murderous intent. He must not be allowed to escape alive. No sooner had he spoken than the 4 great demon kings sprang into action simultaneously. Chapter 52, No One Shall Escape. The demon ape king, muscles bulging like a small mountain, charged toward Chen Changsheng, each step causing the earth to tremble. The winged serpent king moved like lightning, coiling around to attack Chen Changsheng. Its crimson tongue flickering in and out, while its sharp, venomous fangs glinted with a chilling light. The white tiger demon king transformed into a fleeting white shadow, silently circling behind Chen Changsheng, preparing for a surprise attack. The fiery feathered sparrow took to the skies, countless feathers morphing into flaming blades that descended from above, sealing off Chen Changsheng's escape route. The four demon kings worked in perfect harmony, creating a terrifying encirclement that completely surrounded Chen Changsheng. In the face of such perilous circumstances, Chen Changsheng remained remarkably composed. He stood tall, his figure as straight as a pine tree, and with a gentle twist of his long blade. The edge sparkled coldly in the sunlight. Observing the ferocious charge of the four demon kings, a subtle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. His voice was calm and steady, yet imbued with boundless confidence and authority. None shall escape. As the four demon kings lunged simultaneously, a glint of coldness flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. With a slight tremor of his long blade, it began to dance like a specter. Whoosh! 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 For streaks of light from his blade erupted almost simultaneously, each one as formidable as the one he had unleashed against the Thunder Wolf King, imbued with the terrifying power to obliterate worlds. The four blade lights shot toward the demon kings, so swift that their trajectories were nearly indistinguishable. Having witnessed Chen Changsheng's terrifying swordsmanship moments ago, the demon kings dared not underestimate him, unleashing their full powers to defend themselves. The demon ape king roared mightily, a burst of golden light illuminating his body as he swung his thick arms, tearing the air with visible rifts. He crossed his arms over his chest, forming a solid wall in a desperate attempt to withstand Chen Changsheng's blade light. The fiery feathered sparrow flapped its wings, releasing torrents of flames that coalesced into a fiery wall before it. The heat was so intense that it warped the very air around it. The white tiger demon king let out a low growl, its pristine white fur bristling as it glimmered with a cold light. With a powerful swipe of its forepaw, 5 streaks of white claw light tore through the air, meeting the oncoming blade light. Meanwhile, the winged serpent king opened its gaping maw, unleashing a wave of emerald light that surged toward the blade light, imbued with lethal venom, corroding everything in its path to oblivion. Though the four demon kings' counterattacks appeared fierce, they seemed as fragile as paper in the presence of Chen Changsheng's blade light. The blade light effortlessly pierced through their defenses, striking directly at their bodies. Thud! The first blade light sliced through the winged serpent king's emerald wave, cleaving its massive form in two, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Boom! The second blade light tore through the fiery feathered sparrow's fiery wall, piercing through its chest and leaving a gaping wound the size of a bull. The fiery feathered sparrow's eyes widened in disbelief before it crashed heavily to the ground. Feathers scattered around like fallen leaves. Crack! The third blade of light collided with the claws of the white tiger demon king, producing a crisp sound. Without hesitation, the blade struck the white tiger demon king's neck, severing its head with precision. The once snowy fur was stained with vivid crimson blood, creating a stark contrast. With a resounding thud, the fourth blade forcefully impacted the arms of the demon ape king, producing a tremendous noise. The demon ape king's iron-like arms were cleaved asunder, and the blade continued its relentless trajectory, leaving a gaping wound on its chest that exposed bone. The demon ape king let out a muffled groan, akin to a kite severed from its string, and was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily onto the ground, its fate uncertain. In a mere instant, 3 of the 4 great demon kings lay dead, while 1 was gravely injured. The scene fell into a hushed silence, broken only by the sound of blood pooling on the ground. 3 demon kings, all in the mid-stage of the life and death realm, now lay sprawled lifelessly, having been dispatched by Chen Changsheng, 1 man wielding a single blade. Aside from the demon ape king, whose fate remained unknown after being flung away, the other 3 had met their end on the spot. In the distance, hidden behind a large tree, a young demon ape cowered, trembling all over, his eyes wide with terror. He had witnessed the scene unfold. Chen Changsheng, single-handedly, had slain the 4 great demon kings with 4 swift strikes. The young demon ape was overcome with dread, cold sweat pouring down him like rain, soaking his entire being. How could this be? How could this be? His voice quivered, nearly unable to believe his own eyes. He had not anticipated Chen Changsheng to be so formidable. He had gathered 4 mid-stage demon kings, even securing the presence of the clan's own demon ape king, all with the intent to eliminate Chen Changsheng. Logically, such a formidable assembly would make even an early-stage God Bridge realm expert think twice. Yet, Chen Changsheng, with merely the cultivation of the 7 stars realm, had effortlessly dispatched 4 demon kings with just 4 strikes. Such combat prowess was utterly inconceivable, terrifying beyond measure. The young demon ape glanced at the fallen demon ape king in the distance, his heart a tumult of worry and fear. The demon ape king had fared somewhat better, managing to block Chen Changsheng's blade with his arms. Though his arms were severed and a deep, bone-exposing wound marred his chest, he at least retained his life. However, this defeat struck a devastating blow to the young demon ape. He could scarcely fathom how to report this calamity to the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes. Meanwhile, the demon ape king lay on the ground, blood saturating half his body. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he raised his head to gaze at Chen Changsheng, who stood amidst the pile of corpses, his expression a mixture of horror and disbelief. How could this be? How could this be? The demon ape king was profoundly shaken. The sight before him inevitably evoked memories of a day more than 2 centuries past. On that day, it was also a human male, wielding a blade that nearly pierced through all of southern wilderness. No demon could withstand a single blow from that man. Regardless of realm or technique, all were as fragile as paper, severed with ease. The demon ape king had been present, helplessly watching as other demon kings were slain before his eyes, a terror that remained etched in his memory. Had it not been for the personal intervention of the demon emperor, that human male would have likely ravaged the entirety of southern wilderness. Yet, even so, the price paid was the fall of 3 demon emperors, merely to thwart that human man. The name of that human man is none other than the Heavenly Blade. At this moment, the demon ape king sensed an aura emanating from Chen Changsheng that surpassed even that of the Heavenly Blade. More precisely, it was a similar yet distinct essence, a purer and sharper manifestation of sword intent. The demon ape king's instincts warned him that if Chen Changsheng were to mature, he would become even more formidable than the Heavenly Blade. Currently, at merely the 7-star realm, he possesses the prowess to slay mid-stage demon kings of the life and death realm. Should he ascend to the Divine Bridge realm or even the Celestial Court realm, who would be capable of withstanding his blade? Chapter 53, A Blade, a Mountain. Chen Changsheng cast a nonchalant glance at the 3 corpses of the demon kings lying on the ground, lightly shaking his long blade to flick off the blood from its surface. He then turned his gaze towards the distant demon ape king, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Indeed, a faint smile curved upon Chen Changsheng's lips, to withstand a single strike from me. You must be the strongest among these beasts. The demon ape king struggled to rise, the wound where its arm had been severed still oozing blood. Yet the ferocity gleamed unabated in its eyes. Intrigued, Chen Changsheng thought, just as I have recently broken through, I shall use you to test my newfound strength. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he had already wielded his long blade and charged towards the demon ape king. His figure moved like lightning, traversing dozens of yards in an instant, appearing before the demon ape king, seeking death. The demon ape king roared in fury, disbelief and rage flooding its eyes. Chen Changsheng's audacity was utterly unfathomable. Here stood a formidable demon at the late stage of the life and death realm, on the verge of reaching its pinnacle. A being of immense stature. It had merely been momentarily careless, but now, Chen Changsheng dared to approach him alone? Was this not a death wish? Despite the fury boiling within, the demon ape king did not underestimate its opponent. Suddenly, the black fur upon its body shimmered with a metallic sheen, enveloping it in a layer akin to impenetrable armor. Ape King Golden Body. It bellowed, as its remaining arm swung fiercely towards Chen Changsheng. The force behind this punch was colossal, compressing the air into visible ripples, capable of shattering a small mountain. Yet, before such terrifying might, Chen Changsheng remained unperturbed, gently waving his long blade. Clang! A crisp sound of metal clashing resonated. Astonishingly, Chen Changsheng managed to block the demon ape king's earth-shattering punch with sheer force. Moreover, a flurry of blade light erupted, resembling countless minuscule rays, incessantly striking the demon ape king. Though these blade lights appeared diminutive, each harbored immense power, leaving minute wounds upon the demon ape king's golden fur. Hiss! The demon ape king inhaled sharply. Despite its formidable defenses, Chen Changsheng's blade light was utterly terrifying. The strikes felt as though innumerable tiny knives were slicing through flesh, unbearable pain coursing through its being. Countless wounds marred its body, blood seeping forth, staining its golden fur a dark crimson. How is this possible? A tempest of disbelief surged within the demon ape king. How could it be that it could not suppress a mere human of the seven-star realm? The combat prowess of Chen Changsheng was astoundingly fearsome. I will kill you. The demon ape king seethed in fury, its black fur bristling, each strand as hard as steel. It abandoned all defense, unleashing a furious barrage of punches towards Chen Changsheng. Each blow imbued with astonishing power, shattering the air around with cracks. Yet, throughout the onslaught, Chen Changsheng remained utterly composed, his expression devoid of any hint of panic. He wielded his blade with relentless precision. What appeared to be ordinary knife techniques concealed profound mastery of the swordsmanship, deftly neutralizing every attack from the demon ape king. The metallic clang of their clash echoed, as the glimmer of blades intertwined with the shadows of fists, creating a resplendent tapestry of light. The intensity of their battle escalated, each exchanging blows with fervor. Gradually, the demon ape king's assaults began to wane. His wounds multiplied, and his once dark fur was now stained crimson. His breath became labored. In stark contrast, Chen Changsheng's presence remained as vast as the ocean, unwavering and resolute. In his grasp, the long blade seemed to possess a life of its own. Each stroke executed with exquisite timing, serving both defense and offense, leaving the demon ape king exhausted and on the defensive. The ferocity in the demon ape king's eyes was supplanted by a creeping dread. At that moment, the will to continue fighting Chen Changsheng had dissipated. He recognized that he was no match for him. His singular thought now was survival, a desperate need to relay news of Chen Changsheng back to his kin. Such an aberration among humans warranted the Beast Emperor's direct intervention to eradicate him once and for all. With this grim resolution, a flicker of determination sparked in the demon ape king's gaze. He unleashed a furious roar, channeling the last vestiges of strength from his remaining arm, striking fiercely towards Chen Changsheng. The ape god's fury. This blow encapsulated the totality of the demon ape king's lifelong teachings, with a ferocious gust of wind accompanying it. Yet, the discerning observer could see that this was but a ruse, a ploy to exploit the moment for his escape. Chen Changsheng offered a cold smile, deftly flicking his blade to meet the demon ape king's fist with pinpoint accuracy. A resounding crash echoed as the force of the blow sent the demon ape king hurtling backward, propelling him towards the distant thickets. He reveled in his perceived success. If he could just escape, he might carry the crucial information back. However, how could Chen Changsheng allow him such an opportunity? The thought of fleeing sparked a glint of coldness in Chen Changsheng's eyes, a smirk of disdain gracing his lips. It would not be so simple. He slowly raised his hand, gathering his spiritual energy, which began to surge with fervor. Waves of visible spiritual energy cascaded into the long blade he wielded, rendering its surface translucent before rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, a colossal blade of spiritual energy, 50 meters in length, manifested in Chen Changsheng's grasp. This blade shimmered with a faint golden hue, radiating an aura of terrifying power that twisted the very air around it, causing nearby trees to sway as if struggling to withstand the pressure. Can you withstand this strike? Chen Changsheng's voice resonated coldly, devoid of emotion. The demon ape king, sensing the overwhelming aura behind him, whirled around, his pupils constricting in horror. No. It's impossible. Shock and despair flooded his eyes. He could scarcely fathom that Chen Changsheng possessed such a terrifying capability. Boom! The spiritual blade cleaved through the air instantaneously, its speed astonishing, generating a sonic boom in its wake. The demon ape king had scarcely any chance to react, let alone mount a defense, before being struck head-on by the terrifying flash of the blade. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through the very essence of the demon ape king, cleaving him asunder. Yet, the force of the blade did not wane, it continued its relentless advance, annihilating everything in its path, reducing trees, rocks, and earth to mere nothingness, as if they were made of paper. Ultimately, the blade met its mark upon a distant mountain peak, splitting it neatly in two before finally coming to a halt. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. A profound silence enveloped the valley, save for the faint hum of spiritual energy resonating in the air. Lu Hao stood transfixed, his mind reeling at the sight before him. His eyes widened, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg within. And for a long moment, he found himself at a loss for words. This was simply beyond comprehension. A single strike capable of cleaving a mountain? While he was aware of his master's formidable prowess, he had never anticipated it would reach such staggering heights. This was no longer a battle, it was an unmitigated slaughter. Chapter 54, The Master is Right, We Truly Do Not Deserve It. Lu Liang wore an expression of sheer astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate an egg. He exchanged a glance with Lu Hao, both of them overwhelmed by an indescribable shock. What the devil, Lu Hao murmured, his voice trembling. Is this what you call the seven-star realm? He gestured towards the distant mountaintop, cleaved in two, incredulity etched across his face. You say this is the work of a master in the divine bridge realm? No one would doubt it. Lu Liang swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. The master's swordsmanship is terrifying. Such combat prowess is simply off the charts. He is not even human. Lu Hao exclaimed, his arms flailing in excitement. To slay a late-stage great demon of the life and death realm with the seven-star realm, who would believe it? Lu Liang nodded, his eyes filled with admiration. But the master has indeed accomplished it, he is nothing short of a monster, a freak among freaks. Although they had already acknowledged Chen Changsheng, a lingering sense of superiority due to their realm differences remained. After all, in this world, rank is everything. A cultivator of the seven-star realm could never possibly contend with one of the life and death realm, that was common knowledge. Yet, Chen Changsheng shattered this notion, demonstrating through his actions what it truly means to be powerful. I am utterly convinced, Lu Hao sighed deeply, his eyes shimmering with reverence, completely humbled. Lu Liang's expression was fervent. The master's charisma is even more astounding than the legendary heavenly blade. Indeed. Lu Hao nodded vigorously. A blade that can draw the heavenly blade surely belongs to no ordinary person. Both of their eyes sparkled with fervent admiration. A reverence that transcended even their veneration for the heavenly blade. Ding! A crisp notification echoed in Chen Changsheng's mind. Congratulations, you have gained 30,000 admiration points. Chen Changsheng sheathed his long sword, a slight smile gracing his lips. After vanquishing the 5 great demon kings, he exhibited no signs of fatigue, rather, he appeared invigorated. He turned towards Lu Hao and Lu Liang, a gentle smile illuminating his face. The two immediately straightened, their eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Chen Changsheng felt a quiet satisfaction within. Having just utilized his accumulated admiration points to break through to a new realm, he had swiftly garnered another 30,000 points. These two young fellows truly are quite useful. How delightful, Chen Changsheng mused to himself. In that moment, however, he suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, cutting towards a thicket not far away. His eyes seemed to pierce through all, locking onto a concealed target. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly, a cold smile playing on his lips. Since you have arrived, why not come out and meet me? The little demon ape hidden within the bushes trembled, a chill of cold sweat saturating its back. It felt as though it were being scrutinized by the specter of death. A bone-deep fear surging from its feet to the crown of its head. It was an indescribable terror, as if its very soul had been laid bare, with no place to hide. Discovered. The little demon monkey was filled with terror, no longer able to observe his surroundings. He dared not even turn his head. He suddenly dashed out of the bushes, fleeing frantically into the distance. His speed was astonishing, his form akin to a bolt of black lightning, covering dozens of feet in the blink of an eye. Thinking of escape? Chen Changsheng let out a cold laugh, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Too late. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he swung the long knife in the direction of the fleeing monkey. Whoosh! The blade glimmered, resembling a silver flash of lightning, instantaneously catching up with the fleeing creature. No, the little demon monkey's terrified cry barely escaped his lips before it was abruptly silenced. The blade sliced through him, leaving his form suspended in midair for a brief moment before crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless and silent. Thus, the prince of the demon monkey clan had no opportunity for resistance, felled effortlessly by Chen Changsheng's casual strike. Chen Changsheng sheathed his long knife and stepped towards Lu Hao and Liang. Though both were battered and bruised, they stood erect with great effort, bowing to Chen Changsheng. Sir! Chen Changsheng extended his hand to steady the two unsteady figures, carefully examining their injuries. Lu Hao bore numerous burn marks across his body, his skin charred, and almost all his hair singed. However, his internal organs were intact, and his bones unbroken. El Liang had several bloody puncture wounds on his arms, with deep claw marks on his shoulder and chest, blood oozing profusely, yet none of the vital areas were compromised. Not fatal, Chen Changsheng remarked coolly. A period of recuperation will suffice. As he spoke, he retrieved 2 small porcelain vials from his robe, shaking out a few pills and handing them to the two. Consume these, they will aid in your recovery. Lu Hao and El Liang accepted the pills without hesitation, immediately swallowing them. As the medicine entered their stomachs, a warm sensation swiftly coursed through their bodies, bringing waves of comfort to their wounds. They looked up at Chen Changsheng, their eyes brimming with admiration and fervor. The prior battle had utterly reshaped their understanding. To them, Chen Changsheng appeared as a deity from the celestial realm, exuding an almost terrifying power. Even the formidable heavenly blade of the southern wilderness paled in comparison to Chen Changsheng in their hearts. "Sir, Lu Hao began, his excitement palpable as he seemed about to express something. Chen Changsheng raised a hand to halt him, his tone flat. "I have stated I do not take disciples. You two are unworthy." A simple statement, devoid of any scorn, as if merely stating an undeniable truth. This time, both nodded repeatedly, not daring to harbor any discontent. "You are right, we truly are unworthy," Lu Hao said, his voice filled with reverence. El Liang nodded in agreement. "To have the opportunity to learn from you, sir, is already a tremendous honor." Chen Changsheng paid them no further mind, turning instead towards the fallen Yui nearby. At this moment, Yui had begun to stir awake, struggling to sit up. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng approach, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Young master." Chen Changsheng knelt beside him, helping Yui to sit up while meticulously assessing his injuries. Remarkably, the burns on Yui's body had begun to heal, leaving only slight redness and swelling, with even the bloodstains having dried up. There was merely a tremor in the air, yet his body remained unscathed. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Even more astonishing to Chen Changsheng was the realization that the pure bloodline aura emanating from Yui had intensified beyond what it had been before. That unique fluctuation of her bloodline now constituted 50% of the aura within her being. This signified that Yui's bloodline had returned to its ancestral roots by half. Such progress, Chen Changsheng quietly marveled, exceeding my expectations. According to his original plan, it would have taken Yui several more years for her bloodline to revert to its ancestral state. Yet now, in merely half a month, she had already achieved half of that progress. It seemed this young one was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. Chapter 55, A guardian must be by his side. Deep within the southern wilderness, amidst the serpentine mountains shrouded in black mist, there stood a grand stone hall constructed entirely of obsidian. The surrounding terrain was barren, save for a few withered ancient trees that reached skyward like skeletal claws. Inside the hall, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the air, permeated by a scent of decay. At the center of the hall, a figure clad in a blood-red robe sat cross-legged upon a high platform, eyes tightly shut, with tendrils of black aura swirling around him. Suddenly, the Blood King of 10,000 Eyes abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of crimson light igniting within his pupils. Crack! The blood-eye jade in his palm shattered, crumbling into fine dust that slipped through his fingers. What transpired? The Blood King furrowed his brow, his voice low and frigid. His slender fingers brushed over the shards in his palm, disbelief flickering in his gaze. "The blood-eye jade has shattered," he murmured, astonished, realizing the implications. He sprang to his feet, his aura surging, causing the temperature within the hall to plummet, as if the very air had solidified. "The demon ape has been slain." This thought struck the Blood King like a bolt of lightning, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. The demise of the demon ape signified the end of the 4 sovereigns of life and death. Impossible. A glimmer of incredulity crossed his eyes. 5 sovereigns of life and death could not defeat a mere human of the 7-star realm? He began to pace the hall, his frown deepening. Unless... He halted, a glimmer of wariness surfacing in his gaze. The human must have a guardian by their side. Contemplating this possibility, the Blood King's expression grew grave. Could it be that individual has returned? A jolt ran through him as he recalled the terrifying human from over 2 centuries ago, who had nearly ravaged the southern wilderness. That being wielded a long blade with unmatched ferocity, having slain 3 demon emperors. Should he reappear, a tempest would surely sweep across the southern lands. The Blood King inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain composure. No, if it were truly that individual, the demon ape would have had no chance to react. The blood-eye jade would have shattered instantaneously. Yet the jade had fractured slowly, indicating the demon ape had fought back. A flicker of contemplation crossed his eyes, and he slowly shook his head. Regardless, he must not be allowed to live. The Blood King declared coldly, his voice laced with a murderous intent, however, for now. He must first complete his grand scheme, lest a mere ant jeopardize a century-long plan. With that, he retrieved an ancient copper mirror from his sleeve. The surface was as black as ink, its edges engraved with intricate patterns, emanating a disquieting aura. The Blood King's expression turned solemn as he reverently cradled the mirror in his hands, speaking softly, "My lord, the demon emperor." Suddenly, ripples appeared across the mirror's surface, followed by a flicker of ghostly green light. The Blood King knelt on one knee, raising the mirror high above his head with utmost reverence. "My lord, all is prepared." A voice, ethereal and distant, echoed from the mirror, as though it emerged from an endless abyss, causing the entire stone hall to tremble slightly. "Then let us commence." The voice bore an unmatched authority, exuding an oppressive aura that was suffocating. This time, the fate of the heavenly blade must remain in the southern wilderness. The battlefield lay in ruins, with the corpses of the 5 great demon kings and a small demon ape sprawled haphazardly across the ground, their blood staining the earth crimson. Chen Changsheng, wielding a long blade, stood amidst the pile of bodies, his gaze serene. "Master, the task has been completed," Lu Hao said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached with a respectful demeanor. Liang followed closely behind, cradling 6 crystalline demon cores, each radiating a unique luster, the energy within them pulsating with an unsettling intensity. "Excellent," Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, accepting the demon cores. He glanced at Yui beside him, a hint of satisfaction gracing his features. "Your performance this time was commendable." Yui shyly lowered her head, yet her eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you for your praise, young master." With a flick of his hand, Chen Changsheng divided the demon cores into 3 portions, offering 4 to Yui, while the remaining 2 were handed to Lu Hao and Liang respectively. "Young master, this." Yui gazed at Chen Changsheng in surprise, evidently taken aback by the generous distribution of demon cores. Lu Hao and Liang, too, widened their eyes in astonishment. "Master, these demon cores are precious treasures. Are you truly giving them to us?" Liang's voice trembled slightly. "What? Do you not desire them?" Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. "Of course we do." Lu Hao hastily accepted the demon core, his hands trembling with excitement. "Thank you, master, for bestowing these treasures." Chen Changsheng smiled gently. The demon cores encapsulate the full power of the demon beasts. While they may not be as effective as those for half-demons, they are akin to miraculous elixirs for your kind. Absorb them well, they will aid you in breaking through your current limits. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. While demon cores were commonplace in the southern wilderness, those from the life and death realm were indeed rare, often deemed a fortuitous encounter. For cultivators like them, who had languished at the pinnacle of the 7-star realm for years, this was nothing short of a coveted treasure. "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." They bowed repeatedly, their eyes filled with gratitude and fervor. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. "Find a quiet place to absorb them. Do not let this opportunity go to waste." 3 days later, in a secluded valley, Lu Hao and Liang sat cross-legged, their complexions flushed, their auras significantly stronger than before. With a sigh, Lu Hao slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance gleaming within. "I have fully absorbed the energy of the demon core." He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. "I feel as though I stand at the pinnacle of the 7-star realm, just a step away from breaking into the life and death realm." Liang also opened his eyes, his face alight with excitement. "So do I. This sensation is simply marvelous." Both felt a considerable enhancement in their strength, realizing they could now hold their own against even the early-stage life and death realm warriors. However, amidst their exhilaration, a trace of worry flickered across their faces. Regrettably. Lu Hao sighed, his eyes filled with a profound sense of loss. They were still a step away. Lu Liang also managed a bitter smile and nodded in agreement. The realm of life and death is not so easily transcended. Indeed, Lu Hao's expression grew serious. One must possess a preliminary understanding of the Tao to break through the life and death realm. Although we have practiced the way of the sword for many years, our comprehension remains insufficient, preventing us from taking that most crucial step. This step has eluded me for a full 5 years. Lu Lian lamented, gazing upwards with an air of resignation. Just as the two were lost in their worries, a calm voice floated in from behind them. So, this is where you are. Lu Hao and Lu Liang abruptly turned around, surprised to find Chen Changsheng standing behind them, still wielding that long sword. Chapter 56, The Butchering Blade Technique. Sir. The two promptly stood and bowed respectfully. How has the absorption of the demon core progressed? Chen Changsheng inquired. Thank you for bestowing us with this treasure. We have completely absorbed the demon core. Lu Hao replied, excitement evident in his voice. Our strength has significantly increased. However, Lu Liang lowered his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. We are still lacking the final step and are unable to break through to the realm of life and death. Observing the dejected expressions of the two, Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered with contemplation. Since he intended for the heavenly blade to accept them, it would be prudent to impart some knowledge in advance, allowing them to acclimate. With this thought, a subtle smile graced his lips. I see that both of you practice the way of the blade, correct? Yes, sir. They nodded eagerly. Come closer, Chen Changsheng beckoned. I shall impart a blade technique to you, which may prove beneficial. Lu Hao and Lu Liang's eyes widened in astonishment upon hearing this. Sir wishes to teach us a blade technique? Lu Hao's voice shifted in tone, disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at Chen Changsheng. Lu Liang was equally taken aback, his heart racing with elation. Such a powerful sir must possess extraordinary techniques. Chen Changsheng remained non-committal, merely stating, this technique is called the Breaking Heaven Blade Technique. Breaking Heaven Blade Technique? Lu Hao and Lu Liang echoed in unison, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Just the name alone ignited their fervor. What incredible power must a technique capable of breaking the heavens possess? Yet, Chen Changsheng's face suddenly bore an unusual smile. You may also refer to it as the Butchering Blade Technique. Ha! The two were momentarily stunned, their expressions blank. Butchering Blade Technique? Lu Hao's lips twitched slightly, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Lu Liang blinked, struggling to reconcile the stark contrast of the name. Chen Changsheng, however, appeared unfazed. In my view, butchering a pig and killing a person are akin, the name is inconsequential. Lu Hao and Lu Liang's lips twitched once more, inwardly lamenting. This name could only have been conceived by our sir, however, they dared not voice their thoughts, only nodding respectfully in agreement. Enough idle chatter. Chen Changsheng pivoted the long blade in his hand. I shall now impart the first half, pay close attention. With that, he flicked the long blade gently, and it began to dance gracefully, akin to a dragon gliding through the sky. Swish! 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 Blades of light sliced through the air, each strike deceptively simple yet imbued with unfathomable intent. Those seemingly straightforward moves encapsulated the essence of the blade, revealing its profound mysteries in their entirety. Lu Hao and Lu Liang's eyes widened, their breaths quickening, filled with shock and fascination. They had never witnessed such exquisite techniques. Each strike seemed to target the very essence of existence, as if capable of penetrating the heavens and the earth. Chen Changsheng's blade techniques were not ornate. They could even be described as unadorned, yet each strike contained boundless profundities, leaving an indelible impression on those who beheld them. Have you memorized it? After a moment, Chen Changsheng ceased his movements and stood calmly, inquiring. Lu Hao and Lu Liang, as if awakening from a dream, nodded fervently. We have committed it to memory, sir. Very well, let us see what you can do. Chen Changsheng stepped back a few paces, signaling the two to demonstrate. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, then drew their long knives, beginning to practice the sword techniques imparted by Chen Changsheng. Initially, their movements were somewhat awkward, but soon they found their rhythm. and their techniques became increasingly fluid. As they progressed to the seventh strike, a sudden tremor coursed through their bodies, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in their eyes. In the next moment, their blades seemed to come alive, each strike imbued with boundless intent, and amidst the flickering light of the swords, a sense of overwhelming power emerged. As if they could rend the heavens and the earth. Once the practice concluded, the two stood with their swords sheathed, their eyes wide with astonishment and disbelief. They sensed that their comprehension of the sword path had, in that fleeting moment, surged dramatically. The sensation was akin to glimpsing a ray of light in the darkness, or discovering the right path amidst confusion. This was a technique capable of leading directly to enlightenment, transcending to the celestial realm. Lu Hao's voice trembled, filled with fervor and shock. The master has imparted even this to us. Liang tightened his grip on his long knife, his eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. They exchanged a profound glance with Chen Changsheng, their reverence for the young master having reached a level of deep veneration. Half a month later, in a small valley. Whoosh! 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 The glint of blades flashed, radiating a chilling brilliance. Lu Hao and Liang, armed with their long knives, practiced the sky-breaking sword technique within the valley, each strike executed with precision and infused with remarkable intent. Compared to their earlier awkwardness, their swordplay had become significantly more fluid, exuding a sharp aura with every movement. Bang! With the final strike delivered, both sheathed their blades simultaneously, their faces glowing with joy and confidence. "Brother L, I feel as though I have grasped the fundamentals," Lu Hao exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling. Liang nodded in agreement, his expression beaming with delight. "Indeed, I feel the same. Since practicing the master's sky-breaking sword technique, my understanding of the sword path has elevated tremendously. Let us share this good news with the master," Lu Hao urged eagerly. They stowed their long knives and hurried towards the cave where Chen Changsheng resided. Before the cave, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged, his long knife resting across his knees as he meditated. Sensing their approach, he opened his eyes and regarded them with a calm gaze. "Master!" They both respectfully bowed, barely concealing their excitement. "We have successfully grasped the fundamentals of the sky-breaking sword technique," Lu Hao reported eagerly. "Indeed, master. The technique you imparted is truly exquisite." Liang chimed in, his eyes filled with admiration. Observing their exuberance, Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of disdain curling his lips. "You are merely at the threshold and yet you revel in your own delight?" His voice was flat and cool, like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads. The smiles on their faces froze instantly, leaving them at a loss as they looked at Chen Changsheng. "Your innate talent is indeed lacking." Chen Changsheng shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his tone. "When I practiced back then, I managed to grasp the fundamentals in merely a day." Lu Hao and Liang, upon hearing this, were struck with astonishment and disbelief. Mastering the basics in just one day? How could that be possible? The two of them had devoted themselves tirelessly to their training for a full fortnight, barely managing to reach the entry level. With that time, one might as well focus on honing their swordsmanship, Chen Changsheng remarked calmly. The essence of swordplay lies not in flamboyance, but in the principles of steadiness and precision. The two were left speechless, doused with a cold reality, their earlier excitement evaporating without a trace. Lu Hao scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. "You are indeed right, sir. We have been progressing far too slowly. Nevertheless, the fact that you achieved mastery in a single day is truly remarkable." Liang's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Indeed, the sir is a genius of the sword." Hearing this, Chen Changsheng's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a faint hint of satisfaction. "In truth, my expertise lies in swordsmanship." Chapter 57, Who is the Second 25? The two men were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting utter bewilderment. Previously, it was merely a matter of not having a sword at hand, rendering it inconvenient to demonstrate. Chen Changsheng maintained an air of calmness, his tone laced with an element of casualness. Lu Hao and Liang exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief and confusion. Their esteemed teacher excels in swordsmanship? What a jest! They had witnessed Chen Changsheng wielding a long blade to vanquish the 5 great demon kings in a terrifying display. The finesse and might of that blade technique were far beyond what could be achieved casually. If the teacher truly excelled in swordplay, then the blade technique was already so formidable, one could only imagine the extent of his swordsmanship. The two pondered silently, reluctant to voice their thoughts. The teacher must be encouraging us, Lu Hao mused inwardly, intentionally stating this to inspire us to devote ourselves more diligently to the art of the blade. Liang shared the same sentiment, gratitude shining in his eyes. The teacher's thoughts are meticulous and his intentions are commendable. Observing the shifting expressions on their faces, Chen Changsheng could not be bothered to elaborate further, merely offering a faint smile. At that moment, a light footfall echoed from a distance. The three raised their heads to see Yui hastening towards them from the valley's edge. "Young master!" Yui called out from afar, her voice imbued with excitement. Chen Changsheng stood and approached Yui, inquiring, "What is it?" "Young master, I have had a breakthrough!" Yui exclaimed, her face radiant with joy, her eyes sparkling with brilliance. "I have reached the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm." "Oh?" Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow, a hint of astonishment flickering in his gaze. He scrutinized Yui closely and indeed sensed the surging energy within her. Moreover, her aura exhibited a subtle transformation, her skin appeared fairer than before, her eyes shone brighter, and she radiated an indescribable vivacity. Most astonishing to Chen Changsheng was the fact that the pure bloodline energy within Yui now comprised 70%. Incredulous, he marveled internally at how Yui's innate talent exceeded his expectations. In the past half-month, Yui had not only fully absorbed the energies of 3 demon cores but had also solidified her realm at the pinnacle of the refining spirit stage. Furthermore, the rate of purification of her bloodline had surpassed all predictions, already achieving 70% purity. If this continued, it might not be long before she could completely revert to her ancestral form, restoring the bloodline of the pure-blooded Phoenix clan. Chen Changsheng quietly contemplated, a glimmer of anticipation crossing his eyes. However, it was imperative to locate that herb swiftly to expedite the bloodline purification process. He understood that the faster the purification progressed, the greater the benefits for Yui. Now that she was still young, it was a crucial period for laying the foundation. Should she complete the bloodline reversion at this stage, her future accomplishments would be boundless. Days later, deep within the valley, as twilight descended and the stars began to emerge, Lu Hao and Liang sat cross-legged, enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual light. Their brows furrowed, hands forming seals, as the spiritual energy within them surged like an unstoppable tide, relentlessly battering against the barriers of their realms. Chen Changsheng and Yui stood not far away, quietly observing the scene before them. It was about to commence. Chen Changsheng murmured, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. Yui nodded, her gaze fixed intently upon the two individuals. Suddenly, Lu Hao's body trembled, and a surge of spiritual radiance erupted around him, transforming into golden beams that soared into the heavens. With a thunderous roar, it seemed as though an invisible barrier had been shattered. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder rumbled, as if the very heavens were awed by this moment. Following suit, Lu Liang also shuddered, his aura igniting like flames, illuminating half the sky. Another resounding thud echoed as Lu Liang's radiance intertwined with Lu Hao's, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The two beams of spiritual light shot upwards, piercing the clouds, causing the world to change color as winds and clouds roiled. The clouds above were torn apart by this force, revealing a resplendent starry sky. Countless stars twinkled down, as if bestowing blessings upon the two newly ascended powerhouses. Gradually, the spiritual light began to converge, ultimately transforming into two faint glimmers that vanished into their bodies. The sky returned to tranquility, yet the air remained thick with a formidable aura. Lu Hao and Lu Liang slowly opened their eyes, their expressions radiating an unprecedented brilliance. They rose to their feet, their presence having undergone a profound transformation. It was a weighty, profound aura, as solid as the earth yet sharp as a blade. The realm of life and death. Lu Hao clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, his face alight with joy. We have finally broken through. Lu Liang echoed, excitement glimmering in his eyes. They exchanged smiles, then turned in unison to face Chen Changsheng. Thank you, sir, for your guidance. They bowed deeply, their eyes filled with gratitude and respect. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, it appears that your comprehension is quite commendable. At his words, the smiles on Lu Hao and Lu Liang's faces widened. For them, receiving a word of affirmation from Chen Changsheng was more precious than anything else. Sir, your heavenly blade technique is truly exquisite, Lu Hao exclaimed with fervor. Without this guidance, we would likely have lingered in the Seven Stars realm for several more years. Lu Liang nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, although this journey has been perilous, it has all been worthwhile. Without you, sir, we cannot fathom how much longer it would have taken us to break into the realm of life and death. Meeting you has truly been a stroke of fortune. Gratitude shone in Lu Hao's eyes. Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. You flatter me, this is all due to your own efforts. He glanced at the sky and then toward the distant forest, a hint of contemplation crossing his face. Let us rest for now, we shall continue our journey tomorrow. At his words, Lu Hao, curious, inquired, Sir, where are we headed next? We shall delve deeper into the southern frontier, Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. The primary aim of this journey is to meet Old 25, the events along the way are merely minor interludes. Old 25? Lu Hao and Lu Liang exchanged glances. A flicker of confusion evident in their eyes. Are we not seeking the esteemed Lord Tiandao? They remain oblivious to the significance of the term Old 25. However, given that it is someone Chen Changsheng wishes to find, it is assuredly not an ordinary individual, and there is no need for further inquiry. We shall simply follow the master's lead. Very well, master. The two nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from asking further questions. Chen Changsheng glanced at the eager Yui, then at the recently ascended Lu Hao and Liang, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his gaze. This journey to the southern wilderness, despite encountering a few obstacles, has generally proceeded smoothly. Yui's bloodline purification has exceeded expectations, and both Lu Hao and Liang have successfully broken through to the realm of life and death. Now, their strength is sufficient to confront most dangers lurking deep within the southern wilderness. We shall depart at dawn tomorrow, Chen Changsheng instructed, urging them to rest well and adjust their states this evening. Yes, master. The three responded in unison, their eyes brimming with respect. On the following morning, sunlight poured into the valley, dispelling the chill of the night. The quartet of Chen Changsheng had prepared their belongings and were ready to embark. After a night of adjustment, Lu Hao and Liang's energies had stabilized completely, their faces radiating confidence and anticipation. Yui also appeared vibrant, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Chen Changsheng surveyed the surroundings, ensuring nothing was overlooked, then nodded, let us proceed. The four of them rallied their spirits and ventured forth into the depths of the southern wilderness. Chapter 58, Disturbance of the Demon Clan. Deep within the southern wilderness, towering trees flourish amidst a dense aura of spiritual energy. The ambience here starkly contrasts with the periphery, as an oppressive force pervades the air, instilling a sense of trepidation. Chen Changsheng and his three companions tread cautiously through the thicket, restraining their own energies to avoid alerting the formidable demon beasts that lurk nearby. Sir, 300 yards ahead lies a demon king at the pinnacle of the life and death realm, Yui whispered, a flicker of vigilance dancing in her eyes. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly, indicating to the others to alter their course and circumvent the danger. During this time, they had ventured deep into the southern territories, where demon kings of the late stages and peak of the life and death realm were omnipresent, posing a perilous threat at the slightest misstep. Even Chen Changsheng, faced with a multitude of high-ranking demon kings, dared not act recklessly. Suddenly, a subtle sniffing sound emerged from the right-side thicket as they maneuvered around. The four of them froze, warily directing their gazes toward the source of the noise. Amongst the bushes, a pair of glowing green eyes fixated intently upon them. They had been discovered. Lu Hao tightened his grip on the long knife, a grave expression crossing his features. I'll handle this, Chen Changsheng said calmly, his long knife quivering slightly before transforming into a streak of silver light, darting toward the thicket. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated the underbrush, accurately impaling the owner of the green eyes. Following a muffled groan, a massive corpse toppled from the foliage. It was a bizarre beast, resembling a bull with a serpent's head, a clean gash marking its neck from which blood gushed forth. What an astonishing blade! Lu Hao and Liang exclaimed. awe filling their eyes. Despite having witnessed Chen Changsheng's prowess numerous times, they were still left in admiration of his extraordinary swordsmanship. Let us proceed. Lingering here may attract more beasts, Chen Changsheng stated, calmly retracting his knife as they continued onward. The four quickened their pace, traversing through the dense woods until they reached an open area. At that moment, Chen Changsheng abruptly halted, his brow furrowing. "What is it, sir?" Yue inquired, puzzled. Without responding, Chen Changsheng focused intently on the sounds surrounding them. Gradually, rustling noises emerged from all directions, growing increasingly distinct. It was the sound of countless creatures traversing through the forest, dense and hasty. "Something is amiss," Chen Changsheng murmured, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes. In the next instant, the four were taken aback as a multitude of demon beasts surged forth from the surrounding foliage, each exhibiting varied forms and strengths. Remarkably, these creatures paid no heed to the four individuals, instead hastening past them towards a singular destination. "They are on the move?" Yue observed in astonishment, her eyes brimming with confusion. Chen Changsheng looked up to see, far above, a myriad of flying demon beasts also converging in the same direction. On the ground, various large beasts galloped, trampling numerous trees in their wake. Smaller demon beasts deftly navigated beneath the feet of their larger counterparts, occasionally emitting sharp cries. All the demon beasts were gravitating toward a common goal. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He had never encountered such a situation. The beasts of the southern wilderness were typically independent, rarely exhibiting such synchronized behavior. "Sir, look over there." Lu Hao suddenly pointed into the distance, his voice tinged with astonishment. Following his gaze, Chen Changsheng beheld a flock of firebirds accompanying a group of water-type beasts. These two species were traditionally sworn enemies, and their encounters usually culminated in fierce battles. Yet now, they coexisted in harmony, advancing together. This was simply inconceivable. "Where are they headed?" LV Liang asked, his expression one of perplexity. "Deep into the southern wilderness," Lu Hao replied, frowning. "Having lived on the outskirts for many years, I have never witnessed such a phenomenon." LV Liang pondered for a moment, then his eyes brightened. "I have a hypothesis." The other three turned to him in unison. "This anomaly must be the work of the Beast Emperor," LV Liang asserted with conviction. "No one else could mobilize so many beasts." The mention of the Beast Emperor brought a serious look to Chen Changsheng's eyes. There were 5 Beast Emperors in the southern wilderness, each a formidable existence at the Divine Bridge realm. If it truly was the Beast Emperor summoning the beasts, then something monumental was surely about to unfold. A sense of foreboding welled up in Chen Changsheng's heart. After a moment of silence, he made a decision: "Let us follow and observe." "Isn't that a bit perilous?" Lu Hao asked, concern evident in his voice. "Fear not, we shall only watch from a distance and will not approach recklessly," Chen Changsheng replied, a flicker of resolve in his gaze. The four nodded in agreement, then concealed their figures, stealthily trailing behind the beastly throng as they journeyed deeper into the southern wilderness. As they progressed, the number of beasts around them swelled, densely populating the entire forest. A multitude of creatures mingled together, creating a spectacular yet eerie tableau. Suddenly, a deep, resonant humming emanated from afar, as if countless voices were chanting an ancient incantation. "We have arrived," Chen Changsheng murmured softly, his eyes glinting with vigilance. The four approached cautiously toward the source of the sound, hiding behind a towering rock to gaze downward. The sight before them elicited gasps of astonishment. Below lay a vast expanse, dominated by dozens of enormous black altars. Each altar was intricately engraved with complex patterns, exuding a faint green glow. The approaching beasts lined up in an orderly fashion, ascending the altars one by one. Then, they performed a chilling act. The beasts used their claws or teeth to pierce their own bodies, dripping their blood onto the altars. The moment the blood touched the altars, it was immediately absorbed, transforming into streams of green light that converged into the sky. Surrounding the altars were countless beast corpses, all desiccated as if their very essence had been drained. Yet, more astonishingly, despite this grim spectacle, an unending procession of beasts continued to ascend the altars, unhesitatingly offering their lives. "Are they committing suicide?" The voice of Yue trembled, her eyes filled with astonishment and fear. "No, it was a sacrificial rite." A fleeting seriousness crossed Chen Changsheng's gaze. They were engaging in some ritual with their own lifeblood. Lu Hao swallowed hard, his voice slightly dry. This is utterly insane. Only the demon emperor could inspire such unwavering devotion in these beasts to willingly offer their lives. El Liang whispered, his eyes brimming with shock. Their loyalty to the demon emperor was absolute. Chen Changsheng remained silent, his focus intensely fixed on the green light converging above the altar. These beams of light formed distinct pillars, all pointing towards the same direction, the depths of the southern wilderness. Chen Changsheng could sense that the energy generated from the sacrificed lifeblood was continuously gathering towards that point. An intense intuition surged within him. Something monumental was destined to occur in that direction, and it was likely connected to the person he sought. Let us go, Chen Changsheng declared decisively. A glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Where to? The three inquired in unison, puzzled. Chen Changsheng pointed towards the direction of the converging light pillars. There. I must uncover the truth of what is transpiring. Chapter 59, The blood-stained sword. In the desolate heart of the southern wilderness lay an expanse devoid of life. From a bird's-eye view, one would observe a blood-red radiance enveloping the ground like an immense bowl, sealing off a radius of several dozen miles. This crimson light pulsated incessantly, emitting a disquieting hum reminiscent of an ancient sacrificial rite. At its core sat a middle-aged man of the human race, cross-legged upon the earth. His once pristine white attire was now soaked in blood, his visage marred by fatigue and scars, yet his gaze remained as sharp as a blade. Suspended behind him was a long sword, its blade entirely black, yet exuding an oppressive aura, as if it could sever any hindrance. This man was none other than the legendary figure of the southern wilderness, Heavenly Blade. Surrounding him were four indistinct figures, seated in various positions, forming a protective circle. Each of these shadows radiated a terrifying presence, sufficient to make the very ground of the southern wilderness tremble. They were the four great demon emperors of the south. Suddenly, a massive blood-red beam descended from the heavens, striking directly at the Heavenly Blade. His expression shifted slightly as he swiftly formed seals with his hands, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy before him, barely managing to withstand the impact. Yet, the blood-red luminescence did not dissipate. Instead, it coiled around the barrier like a living entity, relentlessly eroding its power. The Heavenly Blade furrowed his brow, compelled to draw continuously from his internal energy to maintain the stability of the shield. This assault had persisted for several days, and even with the Heavenly Blade's formidable strength, he was beginning to feel the strain. With a cold smile, he glanced at the indistinct figure shimmering with silver light to his left. Xingyun, are you truly willing to let the descendants of your demon clan be sacrificed so easily? The voice of the Heavenly Blade was hoarse yet carried an air of authority. You've trapped me for so many days, surely, the number of demons who have perished must be in the hundreds of thousands by now? The figure known as the Demon Emperor Xingyun merely cast a fleeting glance at the Heavenly Blade. Enshrouded in silvery radiance, his features remained obscured, save for a pair of eyes that shone like twin stars. To slay you, Heavenly Blade, even at the cost of 1 million or 10 million lives, what of it? His voice was calm and frigid. Once you are dead, the southern wilderness will face no more threats. When that time comes, my demon kin will surge forth from the south, and your human race shall become our sustenance. A figure emanating a blood-red glow also spoke, his tone laced with derision. Heavenly Blade, you are indeed formidable to have withstood this long. The blood-fiend demon emperor chuckled ominously. Yet, I sense your spiritual energy has dwindled to less than 30%. I wonder how much longer you can endure. The moment your energy is exhausted will herald your demise. In response, the Heavenly Blade displayed no anger, but instead, a hint of a cold smile graced his lips. When that time comes, I shall take you with me, I assure you of that. This simple declaration sent a palpable chill through the four great demon emperors. They vividly recalled the battle from 200 years prior, when the Heavenly Blade single-handedly infiltrated the southern wilderness, slaying 3 demon emperors and nearly decimating their entire realm. Had it not been for their united efforts to ensnare him in a trap, the southern wilderness would have long since fallen into the hands of the human race. Even though the Heavenly Blade has been trapped for many days and its spiritual energy is nearly depleted, they remain cautious and vigilant. This man is akin to a drawn dagger, even on the verge of breaking, he can still unleash a remarkable brilliance in that fleeting moment of fracture. The Nebula Demon Emperor glanced at the Heavenly Blade and then at the dimming crimson radiance, feeling a sense of foreboding. Increase the sacrifice, he commanded coldly, determined to exhaust the heavenly blade and deny him any opportunity for resistance. As his command was issued, the crimson light surged violently, akin to a torrential wave of blood rushing from all directions towards the heavenly blade. The blade sensed the shift in energy around him, a flicker of helplessness crossing his eyes. You are truly willing to spill blood to kill me, he thought. He yearned to rise in fury and smite these demon leaders. Yet the crimson radiance relentlessly eroded his body and spirit, significantly diminishing his combat prowess. In that moment, he resembled a fierce tiger ensnared in a trap, still ferocious, yet stripped of its ability to leap. The heavenly blade looked up at the heavens, now shrouded by the crimson light, obscuring even a sliver of sunlight. He sighed deeply, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. Master, I am still too weak, I cannot eradicate the demon race. The blood-fiend demon emperor let out a sinister laugh, his voice chilling as if forged from eternal ice. Heavenly blade, you truly will not shed tears until you see the coffin. With your meager remnants of spiritual energy, you think you can take me down? Dream on. The nebula demon emperor smirked coldly. Heavenly blade, I must concede that you are indeed a dire threat to my demon race. Countless brethren have perished at your hands over the years. However, today marks your demise. Even if someone were to come to your aid, they could not breach this grand formation. The heavenly blade furrowed his brow slightly, his internal energy waned. Yet his gaze remained resolute. Words are futile. If you possess any skill, then end this swiftly. The four demon emperors exchanged knowing smiles. They understood that the heavenly blade was merely holding on by a thread. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the shadows beside the nebula demon emperor. There is no need to rush. In half an hour, his spiritual energy will be completely exhausted. The crowd turned their attention to see a figure cloaked in black mist slowly materializing. The figure was enveloped in thick darkness, its features obscured, revealing only a pair of blood-red eyes glimmering ominously within the murkiness. My blood river sealing formation ranks third on this continent, none dare claim the second, the shadow declared with a cold smile. It is effortlessly simple to ensnare a mere heavenly blade. The nebula demon emperor's expression shifted slightly, clearly wary of the shadow. The shadow turned toward him, its voice laced with a hint of threat. Nebula, remember what you promised me, once this is accomplished. 3/10 of the southern territory belongs to me. The nebula demon emperor's countenance darkened, clearly displeased, yet he nodded. This emperor's word is indeed binding. It better be so. The shadow sneered before vanishing into the darkness. The nebula demon emperor watched the shadow's disappearance, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. What an arrogant wretch! He let out a cold snort, harboring deep dissatisfaction towards this enigmatic figure. Those detestable humans, perpetually embroiled in internal strife, had it not been for the heavenly blade, my demon clan would have long since surged forth from the southern wilderness to unify the continent. Suddenly, he recalled the words of the shadowy figure, momentarily taken aback. Did he only acknowledge the second and disregard the first? Who else on this continent possesses a mastery of formations that surpasses his own? The nebula demon emperor furrowed his brow, yet he swiftly cast aside this notion. What does it matter? As long as he can slay the heavenly blade. What is the cost? He issued a stern command, relay the order to intensify the sacrificial efforts. We must exhaust the heavenly blade's spiritual energy within half an hour. Yes. Your Majesty. A demon king accepted the command and departed, the crimson radiance intensifying, the aura becoming ever more formidable. The heavenly blade's complexion shifted slightly, as the spiritual energy within him began to dissipate at a visibly alarming rate. Chapter 60, The Blood River Sealing Formation. Meanwhile, upon a hillside not far from the Crimson Formation, Chen Changsheng and his trio stood elevated, gazing at the unfolding spectacle below. What is this? A flicker of intrigue danced in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Could it be the Blood River Sealing Formation? He furrowed his brow, a hint of perplexity and confusion clouding his thoughts. Why would someone establish such a formation within the territory of the demon clan? Lu Hao and El Liang also beheld the vast, scarlet luminescence, their faces etched with astonishment. Such an impressive formation! Lu Hao inhaled sharply. Surely, this array could sever all forms of power, entrapping something extraordinarily formidable within. El Liang nodded vigorously, exclaiming, Sir, we ought to circumvent this area. the formation is too enigmatic. If we were to become ensnared within, it would spell our doom. However, Chen Changsheng shook his head, determination glimmering in his eyes. No, I must venture inside to investigate. Sir! Lu Hao implored, urgency coloring his tone. It is far too perilous. Once the formation activates, we may not even have the chance to flee. A gentle smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips, confidence radiating from his demeanor. There is no formation in this world that can confine me. The trio paused in surprise. Surely, such words were overly audacious. Yet, gazing at Chen Changsheng's composed expression, they found themselves swayed by his conviction. After all, he never uttered words devoid of assurance. Take care of Yue here, Chen Changsheng instructed. I shall return shortly. Without awaiting a response from the three, he boldly strode towards the crimson barrier. Tian Dao surveyed the intensifying crimson radiance surrounding him, his gaze sharpening with resolve. There was no time to delay. He was acutely aware that the spiritual energy within him was depleting at a visible rate. Should this continue, he would find himself bereft of any chance to resist once his energy was entirely consumed. Thus, he resolved to fight. Tian Dao sprang to his feet, grasping the long blade that floated behind him. Clang, as the blade was unsheathed, a terrifying aura erupted forth, soaring skyward. Even with a significant portion of his spiritual energy eroded, at this moment, Tian Dao still exuded a chilling, formidable pressure. The four demon emperors exchanged grave glances, their expressions darkening. Be cautious, he is prepared to fight with all his might. The Star Cloud Demon Emperor barked. Let us unite our strength. If we can withstand this onslaught, Tian Dao is surely doomed. Do not worry, he shall not escape. The Black Rock Demon Emperor's deep voice resonated, his rocky form crackling ominously. Kill! Tian Dao roared, propelling himself forward like a streak of lightning towards the Star Cloud Demon Emperor. With the long blade poised, he unleashed a single, decisive strike. Tian Dao was merciless. The blade's light sliced through the air, cleaving it in two, producing a piercing shriek as it passed. This blow was simple and direct, devoid of ostentation, yet it encapsulated the essence of Tian Dao's lifelong mastery of the blade. The Star Cloud Demon Emperor's countenance shifted. He had not anticipated that Tian Dao, in such a state, could unleash such a terrifying assault. Star River, protect me! With a sweeping motion of his hands, countless stars coalesced before him, transforming into a resplendent river of stars that shielded him from harm. Within this celestial river, innumerable stars twinkled, each harboring a terrifying energy potent enough to obliterate a city. Block it! The Nebula Demon Emperor thrust his palm forward, and the starry river surged forth to confront the oncoming blade of light. Boom! The clash of the blade and the starry river erupted in a deafening explosion. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an astonishing scene unfolded. That seemingly ordinary blade of light effortlessly tore through the starry river, cleaving countless stars as it advanced relentlessly toward the Nebula Demon Emperor. Impossible! The Nebula Demon Emperor's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily retreated, summoning a massive star with a wave of his right hand to serve as a barrier. Sizzle! The blade of light ruthlessly struck the star, cleaving it in twain. The shattered star unleashed a cascade of energy that swirled through the air, forming a dazzling shower of light. Damn it! How can his fighting prowess remain so formidable? The Nebula Demon Emperor was consumed by rage and despair. Charge! We must stop him together. Seeing this, the Blackrock Demon Emperor surged forward. A colossal figure. Entirely enveloped in obsidian rock, he towered nearly 3 meters tall, with molten rock coursing through his form, radiating an intense heat. Fiery mountain of rocks. The Blackrock Demon Emperor stomped his foot, causing the ground to bulge, giving rise to a massive volcano that erupted with an endless flow of magma toward the heavenly blade. Within the magma, countless sharp rocks swirled, each exuding a terrifying aura capable of penetrating even the defenses of a God-Bridge realm expert. The heavenly blade, observing this, horizontally positioned his sword and advanced rather than retreating. Mountain-cleaving sword technique. With a sweeping arc, the long blade emitted a radiance akin to a galaxy, directly cleaving the volcano in half. Boom! The volcano was bisected, magma splattering everywhere, yet it could not encroach upon the heavenly blade in the slightest. The rocks that spewed forth were shredded by the blade's energy, reducing them to mere powder. How is this possible? The Blackrock Demon Emperor could hardly believe his eyes. Despite having been corroded to the initial stages of the God-Bridge realm, how could his power still be so terrifying? At that moment, a pungent stench wafted through the air. The Plague Demon Emperor had made his move. This demon, cloaked in an eerie green hue, oozed various strange liquids, emanating a nauseating odor. Wherever he traversed, the ground lay barren, and the air was thick with the scent of death. 10,000 plagues devouring the body. The Plague Demon Emperor waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of green toxic mist that surged forth, laden with myriad poisons and diseases. Capable of inflicting excruciating agony even upon a God-Bridge expert with but a mere touch. The heavenly blade, undeterred, twirled his long sword before him, forming a curtain of blade energy. Toxic breaking blade chi. The spinning curtain generated a powerful airflow that dispersed the toxic mist, while the sharp energy within the blade directly decomposed the toxins. The Plague Demon Emperor's expression shifted drastically. How is this possible? My 10,000 plagues toxin has been neutralized? The heavenly blade let out a cold laugh and struck once more with his long sword. Heaven and Earth Blade. This strike was even more terrifying. As the blade's light cut through the very fabric of existence, advancing directly toward the Plague Demon Emperor. In a state of alarm, the Plague Demon Emperor hastily conjured a barrier of toxic mist. However, the blade's radiance effortlessly pierced through, leaving a grievous wound that exposed bone. Ag! The Plague Demon Emperor screamed in agony, retreating violently. At that moment, the bloodthirsty Demon Emperor also entered the fray. His entire being was drenched in crimson, as if forged from an unending torrent of blood, exuding a potent, sanguine aroma. Blood Sea Magic Wave. With a sweeping gesture, the bloodthirsty Demon Emperor caused the ground to fracture, unleashing a deluge of blood that gushed forth from the depths, rapidly forming a vast sea of crimson, surging toward the celestial blade in an attempt to engulf it. Within this sanguine expanse swam countless blood-hued creatures, grotesque and terrifying, as if summoned from the depths of hell. The celestial blade snorted derisively, raising its long blade high before striking down with ferocity. Blade of the Splitting Sea. As the blade descended, the blood sea was cleaved in two, revealing a dry passageway. Those blood-colored beings, before they could approach the celestial blade, were annihilated by the terrifying blade aura, leaving not a trace behind. Cursed be it! How could he still possess such formidable combat prowess? The bloodthirsty Demon Emperor's visage darkened to an extreme. The four great Demon Emperors had assembled, yet they were unable to contend with a diminished celestial blade. This was an utter humiliation. All together! We must not allow him to breach the formation, roared the Nebula Demon Emperor. Chapter 61, Is this thing difficult? The four great Demon Emperors simultaneously unleashed their powers: starlight, magma, poisonous mist, and the sea of blood, pressing down upon the heavenly blade. The heavens and the earth changed color, and the sun and moon lost their radiance, as if the apocalypse had descended. In the face of the united assault from the four Demon Emperors, the heavenly blade did not waver. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh, his eyes shimmering with intense battle intent. Come forth! Today, even if it costs me my life, I shall take you down with me. The heavenly blade infused all the remaining spiritual energy within him into his long sword, which radiated a dazzling light, resembling a miniature sun. With a mighty shout, the heavenly blade unleashed his sword, its light soaring like a rainbow, piercing through the clouds. This strike embodied the essence of his lifelong understanding of the sword, its power exceeding all imagination. Wherever the sword light passed, starlight was extinguished, magma froze, poisonous mist dissipated, and the sea of blood dried up. The combined assault of the four Demon Emperors was forcefully cleaved apart by this one strike. How could this be possible? The four Demon Emperors changed color in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief. The heavenly blade had been reduced to the early stages of the divine bridge, with less than 20% of his spiritual energy remaining, yet he could still unleash such terrifying combat prowess? This surpassed their comprehension. Kill! The heavenly blade bellowed, transforming into a streak of light as he charged through the gap towards the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor. The Starry Cloud Demon Emperor's expression altered drastically, hastily conjuring a massive star to shield himself. Shatter! The heavenly blade swung down his sword, and the stars shattered in response, scattering into a shower of starlight. The starry cloud demon emperor was sent reeling, his eyes wide with incredulity. How could this be? He, a dignified late-stage divine bridge demon emperor, was being forced to such an extent by a human whose spiritual energy had dwindled to less than 20%? The Black Rock demon emperor roared, swinging his magma-fisted hand towards the heavenly blade. Die! Humph! The heavenly blade scoffed, sweeping his longsword across with a swordlight like a rainbow. Boom! The magma fist collided with the swordlight, producing an earth-shattering sound. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The magma fist was actually cleaved in two. This is impossible. The Black Rock demon emperor retreated in terror, his eyes filled with disbelief. Seeing this, the pestilence demon emperor and the blood fiend demon emperor also changed their expressions dramatically. The blood fiend demon emperor flew to the side of the starry cloud demon emperor, his voice tinged with unease. Starry cloud, this cannot continue. This heavenly blade is far too terrifying. Even when targeted by the array and eroded of his cultivation, his combat strength remains formidable. He is single-handedly handling all of us demon emperors with ease. If he retaliates in his dying moments, losing even one or two demon emperors would be a grave mistake. The starry cloud demon emperor took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Blood fiend, do not worry. His tone was calm, yet his eyes sparkled with a cold light. With the blood river sealing formation in place, the heavenly blade cannot stir up any significant turmoil. As long as we hold on, his spiritual energy will soon be completely exhausted, and then he shall be at our mercy. A flicker of hesitation crossed the blood fiend demon emperor's eyes. Yet he nodded in agreement. Let us hope so. The celestial blade remained unperturbed, raising his long sword once more, its radiance slicing through the air, severing all obstacles in his path. The combined assault of the four demon emperors appeared as feeble as paper before him, utterly incapable of hindering his advance. Yet, deep within, he understood that he was merely at the brink of exhaustion. Damn this great formation! He could feel the spiritual energy within him depleting at a visible rate. With each swing of his blade, a substantial amount of energy was consumed. If he lingered within this formation any longer, he would inevitably be drained to death. Thus, with a glint of determination in his eyes, the celestial blade's sword gleamed even brighter. He was resolved to fight to the bitter end. Even if it meant death, he would take down as many demon emperors as possible for the sake of humanity. He channeled all of his remaining spiritual energy into the blade, preparing to unleash a final, devastating strike. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind's eye. It was an extraordinary elder, exuding an ethereal presence, with profound eyes that seemed to penetrate the very essence of the world. Master! The celestial blade sighed inwardly, a flicker of regret crossing his gaze. If only the master were present, he could surely unravel this predicament with ease. He recalled the days when his master taught him the art of swordsmanship. The fluidity and grace of those movements remained vividly etched in his memory. I have yet to master the techniques imparted by my master to their fullest potential. The celestial blade chuckled bitterly, his eyes filled with remorse. Otherwise, no matter the blood river sealing formation, a single strike would suffice to shatter it. He remembered his master once saying that when swordsmanship reaches its pinnacle, one strike could rend the heavens, one strike could fracture the earth, one strike could sever rivers, and one strike could dismantle formations. Regrettably, he was still far from that realm. However, the fire of battle ignited even more fiercely in the celestial blade's eyes as he lifted his sword once again. Even if he could not reach his master's level, he would not concede defeat so easily. The celestial blade was prepared to expend his very essence in a desperate gambit. Just as he was ready to fight with all he had, a voice suddenly resonated in his ear. With a blade's energy as delicate as silk, sharp and precise, transforming swine into dragons, parting rivers, and opening the heavens, a single strike towards the sky, causing the universe to tremble, a myriad of strikes towards the earth, bringing all demons to their knees. The celestial blade halted, a flicker of shock illuminating his eyes. This was unmistakably the incantation of the pig-slaying sword technique. Moreover, it was the pinnacle of its mastery. Those aspects he had previously struggled to comprehend suddenly crystallized upon hearing this mantra, as if someone had unlocked the shackles within his heart. Impossible! The celestial blade was astounded. Disbelief flooding his gaze. In this world, the only one capable of mastering the pig-slaying sword technique, aside from himself, was who? Who could comprehend the technique to such an extent, surpassing even his understanding? This level of insight was nearly identical to that of his master in years past. The celestial blade hurriedly scanned his surroundings for the source of the voice and suddenly noticed, beside him, an uninvited shadow that had appeared without his notice. It was a young man, seemingly in his early 20s, with a strikingly handsome face and an extraordinary aura. He stood there, seemingly merging with the heavens and the earth, his every gesture exuding an ineffable charm. What astounded Tian Dao the most was the aura exuded by the young man, his nonchalant demeanor, and his seemingly casual yet profoundly enigmatic stance. All of these traits echoed the figure of his master from his memories. Master, just as Tian Dao was about to utter the word, he abruptly shook his head. No, it cannot be. His master had long since passed away. Once life has departed, it cannot return. How could there possibly be another embodiment of his master in this world? Although this young man evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity, there were still subtle differences in his appearance. Could he be a descendant of his master? Tian Dao pondered silently. The demon monarchs also took notice of the sudden appearance of Chen Changsheng, their expressions shifting dramatically. Who dares to intrude upon the sacred grounds of our demon clan? The Xingyun demon monarch bellowed with fury. Tian Dao, disregarding the demon monarch's ire, fixed his gaze upon Chen Changsheng. His voice trembling slightly, how do you know the pig-slaying blade technique? Upon hearing this, a hint of indifference graced Chen Changsheng's face. And with a casual tone he replied, is this technique truly that difficult? Chapter 62, How did he become so powerful all of a sudden? The Nebula Demon Emperor's expression shifted, a flicker of astonishment flashing across his eyes. Who is this? The surrounding demon emperors cast glances of unease toward Chen Changsheng, each one taken aback. Where did this young man emerge from? They had not detected how Chen Changsheng appeared, devoid of any fluctuations in energy, spatial disturbance, or even the slightest hint of spiritual force. Mysteriously, a human had materialized within the grand formation. What is happening? The blood-fiend demon emperor's gaze turned icy. Who allowed a mere human boy to enter? The Nebula Demon Emperor furrowed his brow and directed his gaze toward a shadow not far away. Hey! Did you not say that no one could enter here? What is going on? The shadow was equally bewildered. He slowly emerged from the darkness, his eyes filled with disbelief. It is impossible. This cannot be happening. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. The Blood River sealing array was his crowning achievement. Even he required special means to traverse it. Yet now, a mere brat at the Seven Stars realm stood brazenly at the center of the formation? This defied all logic. Did you not assert that without your assistance, no one could enter or exit? The Nebula Demon Emperor's expression darkened, pondering how this human boy had managed to breach their defenses. The shadow shook his head, his voice laden with confusion. I do not know. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation. He scrutinized Chen Changsheng, his bewilderment deepening. Logically, even a peak expert at the Divine Bridge realm could not silently infiltrate the formation. Moreover, this was merely a child of the Seven Stars realm. The Nebula Demon Emperor snorted coldly, although he felt unsettled. The knowledge that Chen Changsheng was only at the Seven Stars realm eased his concerns. Regardless of how he entered, he was but a child of the Seven Stars realm. What storm could he possibly stir? He waved his hand, signaling the other demon emperors to maintain their focus. The priority was to eliminate the Heavenly Blade. Do not let this boy divert your attention. The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor and the Black Rock Demon Emperor nodded, redirecting their focus back to the Heavenly Blade. A sea of blood surged forth. The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor roared, and countless crimson spears hurtled toward the Heavenly Blade from all directions. Simultaneously, the Black Rock Demon Emperor joined his hands, causing a deluge of magma to erupt from the earth, forming a colossal magma cage that ensnared the Heavenly Blade. The Plague Demon Emperor unleashed a torrent of toxic mist, coiling toward the Heavenly Blade like venomous serpents. The combined assault of the four demon emperors was formidable, warping the very air around them. Observing this scene, the shadow's confusion gradually faded from his mind. Indeed, what turmoil could a mere human of the seven stars realm incite? Once they dealt with the heavenly blade, they would take their time to investigate how this boy had entered. At the very moment the demon emperors renewed their assault, the heavenly blade suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! A terrifying intent of the blade erupted from within him, akin to a volcano in eruption, shaking the heavens and the earth. It was a pure, sharp, and annihilating intent of the blade. The onslaught of the demon emperors had yet to reach its target when it was utterly shattered by an overwhelming intent of the blade. A flicker of horror flashed across the eyes of the nebula demon emperor, causing him to involuntarily retreat several steps. The momentum of the celestial blade was surging uncontrollably, sweeping away the oppressive aura that had once dominated, replaced instead by a suffocating and terrifying pressure. "Break for me!" the celestial blade roared, transforming into a dazzling arc of light that swept across the 8 directions. Boom! Wherever the blade light traversed, the void trembled, the earth fractured, and the assaults of the 4 demon emperors were completely obliterated. Not only that, the relentless force of the blade surged forth, directly targeting the 4 demon emperors. "This is bad." The expressions of the 4 demon emperors changed drastically as they disregarded their dignity and retreated in unison. Even so, the blade light left them with deep gashes, blood splattering everywhere. How is this possible? The nebula demon emperor was filled with disbelief, his eyes reflecting shock. He could sense the aura of the celestial blade escalating rapidly, soaring from the early stages of the divine bridge to the mid stages, and then to the late stages. The speed of this breakthrough was utterly unfathomable. Even more astonishing was that the crimson glow that had previously eroded the celestial blade had entirely vanished, as if dispelled by some mysterious force. How could this be? Could it be? The nebula demon emperor suddenly turned to Chen Changsheng, his eyes ablaze with fury and fear. "It must be you. You have done something." In his view, the celestial blade's transformation was undoubtedly linked to Chen Changsheng. It was the appearance of this youth that had precipitated all that was unfolding before him. "Damn human! Die!" the nebula demon emperor bellowed, forming hand seals as countless starlights coalesced before him, transforming into a river of stars that surged toward Chen Changsheng. "Humph!" the celestial blade snorted coldly, darting in front of Chen Changsheng. With a sweep of the long blade, the river of stars was severed in response. "Nebula, your opponent is me." The celestial blade's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he pointed his long blade at the nebula demon emperor. "Today, I shall take your life with this slaughtering blade technique." Arrogance! The nebula demon emperor laughed in rage, continuously forming hand seals. Star river manifestation. Countless starlights swirled around him, morphing into twinkling stars that crashed toward the celestial blade. "Come at me." The celestial blade advanced rather than retreating, wielding his long blade with a flourish, the blade light resembling a rainbow. First move of the slaughtering blade technique, horizontal blade, standing pork. As the blade light passed, the stars erupted, transforming into a cascade of celestial dust. Seeing this, the nebula demon emperor's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily altered his strategy. Star river confinement. The starlight transformed into numerous chains, attempting to ensnare the celestial blade. Yet, the celestial blade merely sneered, swinging his long blade once more. Second move of the slaughtering blade technique, one blade pierces the heart. The blade light, akin to a galaxy, pierced through the chains of starlight, aiming straight for the chest of the nebula demon emperor. "Block it!" The nebula demon emperor frantically conjured a shield of starlight, but before the brilliance of the blade, it was as fragile as paper, instantly perforated. As the blade light was about to strike the nebula demon emperor, he abruptly twisted his body, the blade light grazing his shoulder and leaving a wound deep enough to see bone. "Ah!" The nebula demon emperor let out a piercing scream, his eyes filled with dread. How could a dignified demon emperor at the late stage of the divine bridge realm be driven to such despair by a mere novice, the heavenly blade? "Damn it! Stop dawdling and attack together." The nebula demon emperor bellowed at the other demon emperors. Upon receiving the command, the blood-slaughtered demon emperor, the black rock demon emperor, and the plague demon emperor launched their assaults simultaneously, unleashing 3 terrifying attacks towards the heavenly blade. Unfazed, the heavenly blade raised his long knife once more, The third move of the pig slaughtering knife technique, the blade strikes with ruthlessness. The blade light sword and sliced through the heavens like a shooting star, directly aiming at the plague demon emperor. The plague demon emperor's expression changed drastically as he hastily conjured layer upon layer of toxic mist barriers. Yet, against the blade light, these barriers crumbled like mere paper, torn apart in an instant. No! The plague demon emperor let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body was cleaved in two by the blade. Boom! The fall of the demon emperor altered the heavens and earth, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared. This is impossible. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor's eyes widened in horror. A demon emperor at the late stage of the divine bridge realm was actually slain in a single strike? What terrifying combat prowess this is! The Nebula demon emperor, equally astonished, was filled with disbelief. This knife technique, how could it be? How could the heavenly blade strength have surged so dramatically? He suddenly glanced at Chen Changsheng, his eyes brimming with terror. What exactly did that young man do to the heavenly blade? How could a few words amplify the power of such a formidable being? Chapter 63, Could it be the master? With a single stroke, the heavenly blade vanquished the plague demon emperor, its aura soaring. And the essence of the blade manifested as a tangible force, rending the very fabric of space. Damn it! The Nebula demon emperor trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury and murderous intent. All of this is due to that wretched boy. He glared fiercely at Chen Changsheng, his hands forming intricate seals, as countless starlights converged at his fingertips. Die! The multitude of starlights shot forth like lethal arrows towards Chen Changsheng. Seek death! A cold glimmer flashed in the eyes of the heavenly blade, its form shifting to shield Chen Changsheng. If you wish to harm him, first you must pass through me. With a sweeping motion, the long blade shattered the starlight into a cascade of dust. The Nebula demon emperor's expression darkened further upon witnessing this. The heavenly blade snorted dismissively, no longer waiting for the demon emperors to attack but instead launching a proactive assault. Kill! With a low growl, the heavenly blade surged forth like a drawn sword, instantly closing the distance to the Nebula demon emperor. The blade danced with simplicity, devoid of any elaborate techniques, executing only the most fundamental of strikes. Yet, within this seemingly simple cut lay the heavenly blade's profound comprehension of the art of the sword. The blade's light, like a thread, aimed for the Nebula demon emperor's head. Not good. The Nebula demon emperor's countenance changed dramatically, hastily forming seals with both hands to conjure a barrier of starlight. Boom! The blade struck the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, almost instantly riddled with countless cracks. Hold it! The Nebula demon emperor gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to sustain the barrier. The heavenly blade let out a cold laugh, twisting its wrist to alter the momentum, the blade's light curving like a living creature, bypassing the barrier and striking from the side towards the Nebula demon emperor. Not good. The Nebula demon emperor was alarmed, swiftly attempting to evade. Yet the blade's light still carved a deep gash upon his shoulder. Ah! The Nebula demon emperor let out a wretched scream, retreating in shock and fear. What kind of sword technique is this? How has the heavenly blade become suddenly stronger? He had been a long-time rival of the heavenly blade, thoroughly familiar with its prowess. Yet now, amidst this grand formation, the heavenly blade not only remained unweakened but appeared even more formidable than before, as though it had experienced a sudden epiphany. Damn it! The Nebula demon emperor gritted his teeth. It must be that boy. His gaze fixated on Chen Changsheng, the murderous intent in his eyes unabashed. All because of that boy. Who is this young man? Though his realm is as weak as an ant, he has empowered the heavenly blade to such heights. The Blood Fiend demon emperor and the Black Rock demon emperor were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting disbelief. Just moments ago, the heavenly blade had been on the brink of exhaustion, on the verge of depleting its spiritual energy. Yet, after merely exchanging a few words with the boy, the heavenly blade not only regained its full strength but even advanced further, slaying a demon emperor with a single strike. This unprecedented surge in power is utterly unheard of. The shadowy figure was also taken aback, its gaze intensely fixed on Chen Changsheng, an expression of complexity filling its eyes. This young man evoked a sense of familiarity yet strangeness. He had effortlessly infiltrated the meticulously arranged grand formation, and with just a few words, had caused the heavenly blade's power to soar. Is it even possible? No, it cannot be. The shadow vehemently shook his head, dismissing the thoughts that surfaced within. His master had passed away many years ago, how could he still be alive? It must be a descendant or a successor. Yet, doubt flickered in the shadow's heart, uncertainty glinting in his eyes. Just then, the heavenly blade struck again. There were no flamboyant moves. He simply swung his sword with relentless intensity. Each strike appeared plain and unadorned, yet it concealed boundless transformation and might. Star River Shield. The Nebula Demon Emperor hastily formed seals, conjuring a river of stars to shield himself. Break it! The heavenly blade cleaved down, and the starry river shattered upon impact. This is bad. The Nebula Demon Emperor's expression shifted dramatically, and he retreated in haste. However, the assault of the heavenly blade surged forth like a colossal wave, offering him no respite. The fourth technique of the pig slaughtering blade, two halves with one strike. The blade light flickered, and the Nebula Demon Emperor barely caught a glimpse before a streak of light approached his chest. Block it! He summoned every ounce of strength to conjure a shield of starlight, barely managing to intercept the blow. Yet the shield disintegrated instantly, and the Nebula Demon Emperor was forced back, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Blood Sea Fury. Observing this, the Blood Demon Emperor acted swiftly, unleashing countless crimson spears towards the heavenly blade. Magma Eruption. The Black Rock Demon Emperor, unwilling to be outdone, punched forward, sending a torrent of lava surging towards the heavenly blade like a volcanic eruption. The combined might of the two demon emperors was overwhelming, capable of obliterating an entire city. Yet before the heavenly blade, these attacks crumbled like mere paper. The fifth technique of the pig slaughtering blade, returning the blade, separating fat and lean. The long blade danced, its light resembling a dragon. Boom! The crimson spears and lava were all cleaved to nothingness by the blade's radiance. How can this be? The two demon emperors turned pale, their eyes filled with dread. This was no mere pig slaughtering blade technique, it was akin to a world-destroying art. The heavenly blade's eyes burned with battle intent, his long sword pointed at the Black Rock Demon Emperor. You are next! The Black Rock Demon Emperor's expression shifted, and the stones on his body hardened swiftly, the lava solidifying into an indestructible armor. Humph! My lava gold armor is a treasured artifact of the demon race. Even a peak powerhouse of the Divine Bridge cannot hope to breach it. He scoffed, confidence radiating from his countenance. For countless years, it was precisely this nearly invincible defense that had allowed him to establish his foothold among the demons, becoming a figure of dread for the human race. Yet the heavenly blade barely lifted his eyelids, lightly shaking his long sword. The sixth technique of the pig slaughtering blade, piercing strike. The blade light shimmered, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The Black Rock Demon Emperor crossed his arms over his chest, channeling all his demon energy to elevate the defense of his lava gold armor to its zenith. Absolute defense! He roared, his entire body as lava solidifying in an instant, forming a colossal rock cocoon. This was his ultimate defense, even the full-force strike of a peak powerhouse of the Divine Bridge could not budge it. The blade light descended, and the rock cocoon remained utterly unmoved. The Black Rock Demon Emperor let out a cold laugh. Heavenly blade, you. Before he could finish his words, a minute crack suddenly appeared on the rocky cocoon. Crack! The fissure swiftly spread, and in the blink of an eye, it enveloped the entire rocky cocoon. Impossible! The expression of the Black Rock Demon Emperor changed drastically, his eyes filled with terror. Boom! The rocky cocoon exploded, shattering into countless fragments. Simultaneously, a blade of light pierced through the debris, traversing the chest of the Black Rock Demon Emperor. He looked down at the gash on his chest, disbelief flooding his eyes. In the next moment, his body split in two, cleaved in half by a single stroke. Thunder rumbled. Another demon emperor had fallen, the heavens and earth shifted, and the skies echoed with thunder. Impossible! The blood-fiend demon emperor's eyes widened, his face etched with fear. The absolute defense of Black Rock, which even the strongest at the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge could not shake, was shattered by the heavenly blade? This exceeded all reason. What on earth was happening? How had the power of the heavenly blade increased so dramatically? The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with horror and confusion. Even he dared not claim he could easily breach BlackRock's absolute defense, yet the heavenly blade had accomplished it. In that moment, a hint of retreat flickered in his heart. The heavenly blade was also in a state of shock. Gazing at the corpse of the BlackRock Demon Emperor, he found it hard to believe himself. That stroke had been executed entirely based on the guidance of Chen Changsheng. Yet its power was so terrifying that it could not be countered by BlackRock's absolute defense. It is known that during his previous encounter with BlackRock, even at full strength, he struggled to penetrate that magma golden armor. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in the heavenly blade's eyes, and he turned to look at Chen Changsheng. Who exactly was this young man? He could so easily guide the elevation of his swordsmanship and help him discover the key to breaking BlackRock's defenses. Who in the world could achieve this? Besides his master, who else could there be? The heavenly blade mused inwardly. Yet his master had passed away many years ago. How could it be? Could it be the disciple of his master? Chapter 64, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. A fierce killing intent radiated from the heavenly blade as it pointed menacingly at the Blood Fiend Demon Emperor. Next, it shall be you. The Blood Fiend's expression shifted dramatically as he retreated hastily, summoning a blood-red shield to protect himself. At that moment, the calm voice of Chen Changsheng echoed through the air. The blade's momentum is misaligned. The heavenly blade paused, turning to face Chen Changsheng. With serene eyes, Chen remarked, to confront the Blood Fiend, one must wield the sword with boldness and resolve, breaking through his blood-chi cultivation. Employ a grand horizontal slash, invigorated and fierce, angling the blade upwards by a third to sever his bloodline's foundation. A spark of enlightenment flickered in the heavenly blade's eyes as he seemingly grasped the essence of Chen's guidance. Thank you for your insight. He pivoted his long sword, transforming the momentum of his strike. The seventh stance of the pig-slaying sword technique, the horizontal blade severing the veins. The blade gleamed like a rainbow, exuding a formidable aura as it swept forth, precisely as Chen had instructed, with the edge slightly elevated. Boom! The Blood Fiend's crimson shield was cleaved in twain, and the blade struck directly at his chest. Ah! The Blood Fiend shrieked in agony, a ghastly wound manifesting on his torso, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Damn it! The Nebula Demon Emperor, witnessing the scene, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage and dread. In a mere span of moments, 2 of the 4 great demon emperors had fallen, with another grievously injured. All of this transpired due to the guidance of that youth. When did humanity give rise to such a prodigious talent? The Nebula Demon Emperor was astounded, marveling at how a few words could amplify the heavenly blade's prowess to such an extent. He turned sharply toward the shadow, bellowing, "What on earth are you doing? You can't even stop a mere 7-star realm brat." The shadow, equally perplexed, replied with a hint of exasperation in his voice, "I have no idea how this happened. I still cannot fathom how that boy managed to enter the grand formation." The murderous intent in the Nebula Demon Emperor's gaze intensified. "Let me make this clear, if the heavenly blade survives, I shall take my last breath before relinquishing the item to you. You better devise a plan, or bear the consequences." Upon hearing this, a shadow of gloom flickered in the shadow's eyes. He prided himself on his unparalleled mastery of formations, particularly the Blood River Sealing formation, which was his masterpiece. Yet now, this youth had effortlessly breached the grand formation, a profound mockery of his craft. "I refuse to be thwarted." The shadow growled, fingers weaving intricate seals, preparing to control the formation. "Blood River Sealing, heed my command." Just then, Chen Changsheng cast a casual glance in his direction. This simple gaze, however, sent a shudder through the shadow's entire being, as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. An inexplicable dread surged from the depths of his heart, causing him to involuntarily tremble, his hands halting the incantation abruptly. The pressure emanating from that gaze seemed to transcend time and space, evoking memories of an irresistible presence from years past. This is impossible." The shadow was astounded, instinctively ceasing his manipulations of the grand formation. The Nebula Demon Emperor trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. Humanity truly was unreliable. He seized the blood fiend demon emperor, speaking in a low, urgent tone. Join forces with me, we must thwart the heavenly blade. The blood-slaughtered demon emperor clutched the wound on his chest, gritting his teeth in acknowledgement. Tianfu. The nebula demon emperor shouted to the nearby demon sovereigns, urging them to join in. The Tianfu demon emperor, enveloped in swirling black mist with a peculiar light flickering in his eyes, swiftly approached. The three demon emperors formed a triangle, simultaneously weaving their energies into one cohesive force. Together, they unleashed their combined technique, stellar convergence. Each of the three demon emperors emitted distinct hues of light. The nebula demon emperor radiated silver, the blood-slaughtered demon emperor glowed crimson, and the Tianfu demon emperor shone with an inky blackness. The three colors intertwined in the air, coalescing into a colossal star. Towering at 100 feet in size and exuding a terrifying pressure that caused the very void to tremble, as if on the verge of collapse. Die! The three demon emperors roared in unison, and the gigantic star hurtled towards Tiandao with immense force. A flicker of seriousness crossed Tiandao's eyes as he swung his long blade once more. The eighth form of the pig-slaying blade technique, shattering the stars. The blade's radiance converged, resembling a galaxy as it met the oncoming star. Boom! The clash of blade light and the massive star erupted with a deafening roar. A terrifying wave of energy swept outward, fracturing the earth and distorting the void. This time, Tiandao's blade light did not obliterate the enemy's attack, instead, it was halted by the overwhelming might of the star. Ha ha ha! Nebula Demon Emperor cackled, Tiandao, no matter how formidable you are, what can you do against our united front? Tiandao's expression darkened as he prepared to strike again when, unexpectedly, a calm voice echoed through the chaos. Enough! These two simple words carried an air of immense authority. Tiandao paused, turning to face Chen Changsheng. The demon clan had long maintained their dominance over the southern frontier, and these demon emperors were certainly not to be underestimated. Chen Changsheng remained composed, his gaze imbued with profound meaning. Stand down, a cornered dog will jump the wall. It is not worth risking your life for these minor demons. Upon hearing this, Tiandao instantly sheathed his long blade, his aura retracting in an instant. He turned and deeply bowed to Chen Changsheng, his tone imbued with utmost respect. As you command, master. At these words, the entire formation fell into an immediate silence. The Nebula Demon Emperor, Blood-Slaughtered Demon Emperor, Tianfu Demon Emperor, and even the shadowy figure were all left dumbfounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Master? The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes widened in shock, unable to process what he had just heard. How could it be? Tiandao was addressing this seemingly inexperienced youth as his master? This was Tiandao. In the eyes of the Nebula Demon Emperor, Tiandao had always been fiercely arrogant, with few capable of commanding his respect. If it were not for this, he would not have dared to single-handedly guard the southern frontier against the entire demon clan. Yet now, this rebellious figure was showing such deference to a young man who appeared to be barely in his 20s. It was inconceivable, absolutely impossible. The Nebula Demon Emperor shook his head vigorously, unable to fathom it. The youth was clearly only at the 7-star realm, in terms of strength and age. He was vastly inferior to Tiandao. What could possibly warrant Tiandao addressing him as master? At that moment, the Tianfu Demon Emperor stammered, breaking the stunned silence. It is indeed possible for the Sword of Heaven to address a master. Could it be that? He swallowed hard, his voice trembling, the fabled sage of humanity? Nonsense! The Starry Cloud Demon Emperor abruptly turned his head, glaring at the Bat Demon Emperor. Have you lost your mind? The sage of humanity has been dead for centuries, how could he possibly be resurrected? The Bat Demon Emperor shrank his neck, daunted into silence. Yet, the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor was not entirely convinced. He cast a complex gaze upon Chen Changsheng, his heart filled with bewilderment. The Sword of Heaven's demeanor was exceedingly peculiar, defying comprehension. Could it truly be? No, it is impossible. Once a person has perished, they cannot return to life. This is a fundamental law of the universe, and even the sage is no exception. Chapter 65, Breaking the Formation? A single finger suffices. The shadow was rendered speechless, utterly astonished. He was all too familiar with the Heavenly Blade, a legendary figure of the southern wilderness, a solitary warrior whose prowess instilled terror within the demon clans. For many years, the Heavenly Blade had remained supremely proud, rarely showing deference to anyone. Moreover, the shadow understood Chen Changsheng's esteemed position in the Heavenly Blade's heart. He was the embodiment of the Heavenly Blade's lifelong faith. The invocation of such a title by the Heavenly Blade indicated that the truth was nearly undeniable. The shadow scrutinized Chen Changsheng closely, recognizing that the youth bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Saint Master. Could it truly be him? A tremor coursed through the shadow's heart as he attempted to discreetly retreat from this perilous place. Ahem! Chen Changsheng cleared his throat softly. The mere sound caused the shadow to freeze in place, his complexion turning ghastly pale. He wished to depart, yet his legs felt as if they had taken root. Paralyzed by fear. It was over. The shadow's heart was engulfed in bitterness. He had deduced Chen Changsheng's identity. Who else could evoke such profound terror from the depths of his soul but that man? Alas! Had he known, he would never have acquiesced to Xingyun's request. With a sigh of regret, the shadow lamented internally. Chen Changsheng cast a nonchalant glance at the shadow, a flicker of complex emotion passing through his eyes. He recognized the shadow's identity. Years ago, there existed a sect dedicated to the art of formations, the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. Within its ranks was a youth. An abandoned disciple deemed a talentless waste, callously cast aside by the sect. Chen Changsheng had once mused, there are no true wastes in this world. The notion of only accepting geniuses was merely a reflection of the mediocrity and insecurity of the common folk. In Chen Changsheng's presence, regardless of one's innate gifts, anyone could be nurtured into greatness. Thus, he had taken the youth under his wing, personally guiding him in the intricate ways of formations. Little did he expect that, over time, this disciple would become entangled with the demon clans. Why had he allied himself with them? Chen Changsheng pondered, though he refrained from asking further questions. After all, they were still amidst the battlefield, not the time for such discussions. The demon emperor Xingyun gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with resentment and fury. Heavenly Blade, do not become complacent. Even if you have slain 2 demon emperors, what of it? He let out a cold laugh, laced with arrogance. As long as the Blood River sealing formation remains intact, you are but fish on the chopping block, destined to be worn down. The Heavenly Blade maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of disturbance. Observing his silence, the demon emperor Xingyun grew emboldened. Do you believe that your recent breakthrough allows you to overturn fate? The formation devours your essence with every passing moment. You may endure for a time, but not for eternity. The blood fiend demon emperor clutched his chest wound, sharing a chilling smile. Indeed, Heavenly Blade, this is the most formidable formation in the world, the Blood River sealing formation. Save for the shadow, none can breach it. Having said this, he turned to the shadow beside him, a glimmer of menace flickering in his eyes. Shadow, you had best contemplate carefully. Should you dare to unravel the formation? His tone turned icy, his voice low. The things you desire shall remain beyond your reach. The shadow's expression shifted, revealing a flicker of struggle in his eyes. He was in dire need of that object. Without it, he would perish. Contemplating this, the shadow could only helplessly remain stationary, refraining from any movement. Observing the shadow's demeanor, the Nebula Demon Emperor grew even more arrogant. What now, Sky Blade? No matter how formidable you are, it changes nothing. He laughed heartily, his eyes gleaming with triumph. My demon kin boasts countless demon kings. If we can just outlast you, our race will break free from the southern wilderness. Soon enough, we shall wash the human race in blood. Skyblade regarded the Nebula Demon Emperor with derision, as if he were merely a jester. Previously, he had indeed felt trapped and found it troublesome. But now, the circumstances were different. Do you truly believe things remain as they were? He spoke coldly. The Nebula Demon Emperor was momentarily taken aback. Skyblade turned to Chen Changsheng. His eyes filled with reverence. With my master here, there is nothing he cannot accomplish. Ha ha ha. The Nebula Demon Emperor laughed even more recklessly. Your master? This brat? He scrutinized Chen Changsheng with disdain. A mere child at the 7-star realm dares to be your master? Skyblade, have you lost your wits? Just because he can offer guidance does not mean he can break the formation. The Nebula Demon Emperor's words grew sharper and more contemptuous. You, trapped and desperate, choose to place your hopes on a mere youth? How pathetic! The greatest swordsman of the southern wilderness has come to this? The Shadow, upon hearing these remarks, could only manage a bitter smile. The Nebula Demon Emperor was utterly oblivious to his own folly. If it were anyone else, they might indeed be incapable. The Shadow thought quietly. Yet he raised his gaze towards Chen Changsheng, his eyes filled with a tumult of emotions. If it were him, he would undoubtedly succeed. Just then, Chen Changsheng stepped forward. Without so much as a glance at the Nebula Demon Emperor, he directed his attention to the Shadow. You have neglected the cultivation of the formation path these past years. His calm voice resonated in the Shadow's heart like thunder. The Shadow lowered his head, unable to meet Chen Changsheng's gaze, and dared not refute him. Chen Changsheng slowly approached the edge of the grand formation, extending his hand and gently placing it upon the luminous barrier of the array. Such a simplistic formation, and yet you deem it worthy of display? He shook his head, his tone laced with disappointment. The Nebula Demon Emperor, consumed by rage, responded with mockery. You speak boldly, boy. Simple? Do you have any idea how many powerful beings have perished within this formation? Even a formidable figure like Skyblade has been ensnared. Do you still dare to call it simple? As if he had not heard, Chen Changsheng's fingers glided gently across the formation. The 5 elements generate life. The 7 stars returned to their positions, the bloodline guides, he murmured softly, as if deciphering some celestial scripture. In the next moment, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted. Countless runes suddenly appeared on the barrier of the grand formation, shimmering like stars. These runes spiraled rapidly around Chen Changsheng's fingertips, accelerating until they transformed into streaks of light, merging into the tips of his fingers. With a faint crack, as if something had shattered, fissures appeared on the luminous barrier, swiftly spreading. Crack, crack. The fractures multiplied and widened. In the blink of an eye, the entire radiant veil enveloping the grand formation was adorned with a web of cracks. Chen Changsheng gently touched it with a finger. Break! With a resounding blast, the entire blood river ceiling formation collapsed with a thunderous roar. Countless shards cascaded like glass, vanishing into nothingness in an instant. The Nebula Demon Emperor stood transfixed, utterly bewildered by the spectacle before him. His mouth agape, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. This is impossible. His voice trembled, disbelief etched across his face. How could the blood river ceiling formation be so easily breached? This formation was the pride of the Shadow. No one in the world, save for the Shadow, could unravel it. Even he, the Demon Emperor, could only act according to the Shadow's directives, never daring to tamper with the formation on his own. Yet now, a youth who appeared to be barely in his 20s had shattered the formation with nothing but a single finger. This was simply. The Nebula Demon Emperor was rendered speechless, standing there in a daze. The Blood Fiend Demon Emperor was equally flabbergasted, his expression one of utter disbelief. Chapter 66, The Demon Emperor. The Nebula Demon Emperor was utterly bewildered. This was impossible. He stared at the now vanished blood river barrier, his mind a blank slate. This was a grand formation he had painstakingly established at a tremendous cost. He could not fathom how many lives of his kin he had sacrificed or how many precious resources he had expended for this formation. In the world, apart from the Shadow, no one else could have possibly unraveled it. Yet now, a mere youth, seemingly at the realm of life and death, had effortlessly caused the entire formation to collapse with a mere touch? This was nothing short of absurd. Could it be that he truly was? The Nebula Demon Emperor fixed his gaze upon Chen Changsheng, an uncertain thought stirring within him. A human sage? The being who had once instilled fear across the continent 300 years ago? Impossible. He had clearly perished. Besides, even if a sage were to be reborn, it could not possibly be in such a youthful guise. Yet, apart from this explanation, the Nebula Demon Emperor could conceive of no other possibility. In an instant, the fighting spirit within him evaporated. Today, it was clear that he could not contend with the heavenly blade. However, A cold smirk crept across the nebula demon emperor's mind. After all, this was the southern wilderness, the domain of the demon race. No matter how formidable the heavenly blade was, he would not dare to tear the fabric of peace here. Otherwise, even if he could slay all the demon emperors present, he would invoke the wrath of countless demons. At that point, it would be a scenario of mutual destruction. Contemplating this, the nebula demon emperor felt a slight sense of reassurance. On the other hand, the heavenly blade was oblivious to the thoughts of the demon emperors. He gazed at Chen Changsheng with uncontainable joy, his eyes brimming with disbelief. Master! It truly is you! How? The heavenly blade's voice choked with emotion, as if he had 1,000 words to convey but did not know where to begin. You had clearly. He paused cautiously, inquiring, how are you still alive? And how have you become so youthful? Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile and replied softly, the secrets of fate must not be revealed. Such simple words caused the heavenly blade to promptly silence himself. He understood that some matters were not meant to be probed. The fact that his master was alive was enough. Tears of excitement filled his eyes as he knelt on the ground, bowing deeply in reverence. Disciple pays respects to master. Chen Changsheng did not hinder him, he merely accepted this homage in silence. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards the shadow beside him. Xiao Fan! Why do you still stand there? Upon hearing this address, the shadow trembled slightly. In the next moment, the dark mist surrounding him dissipated, revealing his true appearance. He was a man in his 30s, clad in black, with a handsome visage tinged with a hint of melancholy. A small tear mole beneath his right eye stood out prominently. The shadow, now he should be called Zhou Bufan, slowly approached Chen Changsheng and knelt respectfully before him. Disciple Zhou Bufan pays respects to master. His voice was respectful yet tinged with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the nebula demon emperor was completely dumbfounded. What on earth? Even Zhou Bufan referred to this youth as master? Zhou Bufan was a master of formations, one of the most formidable beings in the southern wilderness. He had been studying formations under Zhou Bufan for several years, yet even now he remained but half informed. This prodigy of formation showed such deference to the youth? Who exactly is Chen Changsheng? Could it truly be the venerable sage of humanity who perished 3 centuries ago? Chen Changsheng cast a cold gaze at Zhou Bufan, a flicker of ire flashing in his eyes. Becoming audacious enough to strike at a fellow disciple? His voice, though not loud, resonated like winter's chill, causing Zhou Bufan to shudder involuntarily. The rules established by Chen Changsheng in years past were etched into the minds of all disciples. The master permitted his disciples to choose their own paths upon completing their training. Whether they chose to commit acts of violence or to save lives, that was their decision. Yet, one rule was absolute: disciples must not harm one another. Zhou Bufan had evidently transgressed this sacred law. Zhou Bufan, enlighten me, why? Chen Changsheng's tone was serene, yet it sent beads of cold sweat trickling down Zhou Bufan's brow. With a heavy sigh, Zhou Bufan spoke, his voice tinged with bitterness. I require the Beast Emperor's bloodstone to survive. The Beast Emperor's bloodstone? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, clearly hearing of this artifact for the first time. What do you need that for? Zhou Bufan lowered his gaze and explained, the bloodstone is the essence of the deceased Beast Emperor, a treasure exclusive to the demon race. It is said to possess the ability to revive the dead, prolonging life by 30 years, and can aid cultivators in breaking through their bottlenecks. If refined properly, it may even bestow upon a person a fraction of the Beast Emperor's powers. At this juncture, Zhou Bufan lifted his head, his eyes brimming with longing. Chen Changsheng's expression darkened. Injury from formations? Zhou Bufan nodded, a hint of sorrow crossing his features. It is a trap laid by the Jade Spirit Palace. A few years ago, I ventured to explore a relic and inadvertently triggered the restrictions of the Jade Spirit Palace, falling victim to the Jade Spirit Curse. This curse erodes my meridians daily, bringing me excruciating pain. Only the Beast Emperor's bloodstone can free me from this affliction. Chen Changsheng appeared perplexed. The Jade Spirit Palace? He ransacked his memory but found no recollection of such a sect. Tian Dao, observing the confusion, promptly clarified, Master. The Jade Spirit Palace is a force that has risen in power in the 2 centuries since your departure. This sect is formidable. boasting a considerable number of experts at the Divine Bridge realm. Presently, the Jade Spirit Palace ranks among the most powerful sects on the continent. Tian Dao paused, his expression growing grim. However, the Jade Spirit Palace acts tyrannically, disregarding any other powers. They once sought to recruit disciples, but our junior here declined their offer. Who would have thought? Tian Dao glanced at Zhou Bufan, a flicker of incredulity in his eyes. It seems our junior has inadvertently attracted the attention of the Jade Spirit Palace. Zhou Bufan managed a bitter smile, refraining from further explanation. Chen Changsheng snorted coldly, a glint of disdain in his gaze. Daring to lay hands on my disciple? How intriguing. It appears the Jade Spirit Palace is unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the depths of the earth. Chen Changsheng's tone was flat, yet it sent a palpable chill through all present. Upon my return, I am determined to pay a visit to the Jade Spirit Palace to discern the true nature of their affairs. With that, he turned his gaze towards the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor. Hand over the Beast Emperor's blood stone. A mere few words, yet they brooked no refusal. The Starry Cloud Demon Emperor was momentarily taken aback, then seethed with rage. In your dreams, the Beast Emperor's bloodstone is the treasure of my clan. How could it be so easily surrendered to your human race? Even if I am unable to defeat you today, I will not before he could finish his sentence. Both the Celestial Blade and Zhou Bufan sprang into action. Whoosh! The Celestial Blade drew forth its long sword, glimmering coldly, aimed directly at the throat of the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor. Buzz! Zhou Bufan formed hand seals, countless runes coalescing into a rope that ensnared the limbs of the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor. The entire sequence unfolded with such swiftness that the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor had no time to react. Stop! Stop! He cried out, his face ashen. I will! Will that suffice? Chapter 67, The Jade Spirit Palace. In a flurry, he hastily produced a crystal-clear, crimson stone from his bosom. The stone, no larger than a thumb, emanated an overwhelming aura of terror, as if an ancient beast of legend were sealed within. The Beast Emperor's bloodstone. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Bufan's eyes. The Nebula Demon Emperor, with a flick of his hand, tossed the bloodstone to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng effortlessly caught it and nonchalantly passed it to Zhou Bufan. Take it and make use of it. Zhou Bufan, brimming with exhilaration, received the bloodstone and bowed repeatedly. Thank you, master. Chen Changsheng turned his gaze towards the blood-slaughtered Demon Emperor. I have heard of a herb in the southern wilderness known as nine-leaf spirit herb, which is remarkably effective for half-demons. Bring one to me. The blood-slaughtered Demon Emperor's expression darkened, yet under the sharp edge of the heavenly blade, he dared not refuse. Soon, a nine-leaf spirit herb was procured. Chen Changsheng accepted the herb, nodding with satisfaction. Our objective has been achieved, it is time for us to depart. He turned to the heavenly blade. Will you accompany us? The heavenly blade hesitated briefly before shaking his head. My disciples must remain to guard the southern wilderness. Chen Changsheng nodded, not pressing the matter. Very well, I shall take Yue, Lu Hao, El Liang, and Zhou Bufan ahead. Do visit me when you have the opportunity. The heavenly blade bowed respectfully. I shall never forget, master. Thus, Chen Changsheng departed the southern wilderness with Yue, Lu Hao, El Liang, and Zhou Bufan. The heavenly blade watched his master until he vanished from sight, then withdrew his gaze. He turned, coldly regarding the assembled demon emperors. The Nebula Demon Emperor seethed with indignation, yet dared not reveal it. After the demon emperors left in disarray, he promptly summoned the remaining demon lords. From this day forth, no demon shall step beyond the confines of the southern wilderness. He commanded, his tone gravely serious. The demon emperors present exchanged puzzled glances. Was it merely due to a boy at the life and death realm? Though formidable, was such caution truly warranted? The Nebula Demon Emperor scoffed. That boy is no ordinary individual. The respect shown by the heavenly blade in Zhou Bufan, coupled with his effortless dismantling of the Blood River's sealing array. Such a figure is far from trivial. One demon emperor hesitated. Shall we then abandon our plans to assault the human race? A glint of insight flickered in the Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes. Abandon? Certainly not. We shall simply adopt a different approach. A great upheaval is imminent within the human realm. The Jade Spirit Palace can no longer contain itself. We demons shall bide our time and watch the struggle unfold. When the humans turn upon one another, we shall strike. Would that not be far more advantageous? At this, the demon emperors displayed knowing smiles. Indeed, why rush? Allow the humans to weaken each other, reducing their strength, while the demons reap the benefits. Was that not the better course? Days later, within a bustling city, Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged in a guesthouse room, meticulously examining the restrictions upon Zhou Bufan. Zhou Bufan was bare-chested. A peculiar rune of a pale azure hue coiling around the region of his heart like a small serpent. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. This restriction was exceedingly strange. He had never encountered its like before. How curious. Chen Changsheng's fingertips lightly grazed the rune, and an icy surge of energy immediately rebounded, nearly injuring his fingers. What an imposing restriction, he murmured softly, a hint of gravity crossing his eyes. Zhou Bufan's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat cascading down his brow. Master. This restriction erodes my meridians daily, inflicting unbearable pain. Were it not for the cultivation of the Taiyin Gunqi you taught me, I fear I would have long since succumbed. Chen Changsheng remained silent, continuing to scrutinize the rune with utmost diligence. Soon, he shook his head. This restriction is rather troublesome. I lack an immediate solution. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bufan's expression grew even more dismal. Chen Changsheng pondered deeply. The technique of this restriction was peculiar, unlike any known sex methods on the continent. It resembled. He paused, a flicker of uncertainty passing through his gaze. It bore a resemblance to certain restrictions from ancient times. Zhou Bufan, upon hearing this, forced a bitter smile. Master. Your insight is indeed sharp. The restrictions of the Yuling Palace are not of ordinary means. It is said they possess an ancient tome of restriction techniques, specifically designed to control others. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Control others? Zhou Bufan nodded, his expression filled with bitterness. In truth, many like me exist. The Yuling Palace has employed such restrictions to dominate numerous masters, compelling them to serve the palace. I, too, am left with no choice. As he spoke, Zhou Bufan's voice faltered, his eyes brimming with regret. Had it not been for the need to break this restriction, how could I have betrayed the rules of my sect and turned against my senior brother? Chen Changsheng did not reproach him but gently patted his shoulder. I understand. First, refine the Beast Emperor's bloodstone to alleviate your symptoms. Zhou Bufan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Master, for your understanding. Chen Changsheng rose, walking to the window. Gazing at the distant mountains. The Yuling Palace has piqued my curiosity. Ancient restrictions, the control of masters, and immense power. What could be their origin? A sharp glint illuminated his eyes. It seems imperative that I personally investigate the matters concerning the Yuling Palace. Zhou Bufan's expression shifted dramatically. Master. The Yuling Palace is teeming with experts. It is said they have over a dozen formidable beings at the Divine Bridge realm. It would be prudent not to provoke them lightly. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, confidence radiating from his demeanor. What is there to fear? There is no place in this world that I dare not venture. Standing at the window, he stared into the distance, his gaze piercing through layers of cloud. As if he could see the Yuling Palace thousands of miles away. Master, do you truly intend to go to the Yuling Palace? Zhou Bufan asked cautiously. His voice tinged with evident concern. Chen Changsheng turned, a slight smile gracing his lips. If I do not go, who will? Shall I allow them to impose restrictions and control my disciples at will? Zhou Bufan lowered his head, tightly clutching the Beast Emperor's bloodstone. A flicker of guilt crossing his eyes. It's all right, you may proceed to refine the bloodstone, Chen Changsheng said, gesturing calmly yet with authority. I shall see how Lu Liang and the others are preparing. With that, he turned and exited the room. In the inn's main hall, Lu Hao was engaged in a hushed conversation with Yui, while Lu Liang sat quietly beside them, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, seemingly lost in thought. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng descend, the three immediately rose to their feet. Master. There is no need for such formality, Chen Changsheng replied. waving his hand as he took a seat at the table. Zhou Bufan's situation is rather complex. The restrictions of the Jade Spirit Palace are exceedingly peculiar, and I cannot unravel them at this moment. Lu Liang furrowed his brow. Should we seek information about the Jade Spirit Palace? Perhaps we could discover a means to break the restrictions. Chen Changsheng nodded. That is precisely my intention. We shall act separately and reconvene here in 1 week. Lu Hao's eyes brightened, his hands rubbing together in excitement. At last, we can stretch our legs. I feel as if I might burst from being cooped up in this inn for days. Yui shot him a disapproving glance. You certainly are talkative. Enough of that. Let us remain focused, Chen Changsheng said, his expression turning serious as he addressed the three. The Jade Spirit Palace is formidable. So exercise utmost caution during your inquiries and ensure your identities remain concealed. The three nodded in unison. Yes, Master. Chapter 68, The Secret of the Jade Spirit Palace. Chen Changsheng gazed out the window as sunlight streamed through the clouds, casting a tapestry of light and shadow upon the earth. I can't shake the feeling that things are not as straightforward as they seem, he murmured to himself. The Jade Spirit Palace, situated in the northern part of Zhengzhou, sprawls over hundreds of miles, its palatial structures towering majestically atop its highest peak. A resplendent white palace glimmers like a pearl in the sunlight. Within the palace, a middle-aged man clad in an ornate white robe stood quietly by the window, surveying the mountains and rivers below. Palace Master, news has arrived. A figure in black appeared silently in the hall, kneeling on one knee. The white-robed man did not turn his head. Speak. The Heavenly Blade has slain the epidemic Demon Emperor and the Black Rock Demon Emperor in the southern wilderness, striking fear into the Demon Clan, causing them to temporarily abandon their plans to advance northward. Oh? The white-robed man finally turned, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. Was he not trapped by the Blood River Sealing Formation? The figure in black bowed his head. It is said someone assisted him in breaking the formation. What manner of person could breach the Blood River Sealing Formation? The white-robed man furrowed his brow. A young man, appearing to be in his 20s, with cultivation at the life and death realm. Life and death realm? The white-robed man scoffed, preposterous. How could one of such a trivial cultivation possibly dismantle such a formidable formation? The figure in black hesitated. Yet, the Nebula Demon Emperor himself claimed that the individual accomplished it with but a single finger. A single finger? The white-robed man narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He strode to the center of the hall, fixating on a portrait hanging on the wall. The image depicted an elderly man with white hair, his gaze profound and his presence ethereal. Investigate and ascertain the identity of this individual. The white-robed man's voice was deep yet authoritative. Additionally, activate the restrictions on Zhou Bufan. See if we can compel him to return. Yes, Palace Master. The figure in black vanished like a wisp of smoke within the grand hall. The white-robed man stood alone, his gaze once again drawn to the portrait. Life and death realm, a single finger to break a formation, he whispered. Could it be him? No. It is impossible, he has already perished. Meanwhile, in a small town 1,000 miles away, Chen Changsheng had donned an ordinary blue robe, a wine gourd hanging from his waist, embodying the guise of a leisurely traveler as he strolled through the streets. This was Ling Shui Town, the closest settlement to the Jade Spirit Palace, where the abundance of cultivation resources attracted many practitioners for trade. The streets bustled with activity, teeming with people. Chen Changsheng casually entered a tea house, selecting a window seat. What would you like to drink, esteemed guest? The server greeted him with a smile. Some fine Longjing tea, please. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Soon, steaming tea was brought to him. As he savored the brew, he listened intently to the conversations around him. The tea house served as a hub of information in the town, where news spread rapidly. By simply sitting quietly, one could glean a wealth of valuable tidings. Have you heard? The Jade Spirit Palace has taken in a new disciple, said to be an unparalleled genius. What a genius, yet he was forcibly bound by restrictions and coerced into joining. Wasn't he? Hush. Speak softly. If those from the Jade Spirit Palace hear this, your life may be forfeit. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. It seemed that the Jade Spirit Palace's control over others was not a secret. By the way, I heard that the Jade Spirit Palace is hosting a grand event soon, inviting various sects to participate. Indeed, it is said to celebrate the Palace Master's breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Divine Bridge. Is that true? The pinnacle of the Divine Bridge. Does that not mean he is on the verge of transcending to the Great Ascension realm? Hush! Can such matters be spoken of so casually? A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. The pinnacle of the Divine Bridge? The strength of the Palace Master of the Jade Spirit Palace is no trifling matter. Just then, the tea house fell eerily silent. A group clad in white robes entered, led by a stern-faced youth. The people of the Jade Spirit Palace have arrived, someone whispered. The youth scanned the surroundings before his gaze settled on Chen Changsheng. He approached, looking down at Chen Changsheng. This friend seems unfamiliar. You must be new to Lingshui town? Chen Changsheng looked up, a tipsy smile on his face. Indeed. I heard the wine here is excellent, so I came to taste it. The youth scoffed. Wine? I see you are drinking tea, aren't you? Chen Changsheng feigned surprise, glancing at the teacup before him. Ah, no wonder I can't seem to get drunk. Laughter erupted around them, slightly easing the tension. Yet the youth showed no sign of amusement, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Friend, I advise you, Lingshui town is not a place for just anyone. If you are merely an ordinary person, it would be best to leave quickly. Chen Changsheng chuckled. Thank you for the warning, but I am someone who enjoys wandering, taking in the scenery, and savoring fine beverages. The youth snorted. If that is the case, I hope you understand the rules and refrain from meddling in affairs that do not concern you. With that, he turned and walked away, taking his subordinates to sit at another corner of the tea house. Chen Changsheng continued to sip his tea nonchalantly, though a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. It seems the Jade Spirit Palace is quite sensitive to outsiders. The conversations within the tea house gradually resumed, albeit at a noticeably lower volume, as everyone held their tongues in caution. Chen Changsheng rose, settled his bill, and prepared to leave. Just as he reached the door, a sudden scream pierced the air. Ah! Turning back, he saw a middle-aged man clutching his chest, collapsing to the ground, his face ashen, beads of cold sweat pouring down. Another episode. Someone gasped nearby. Quickly, take him back. A few individuals hurriedly lifted the middle-aged man, preparing to depart. Chen Changsheng frowned. A faint blue glow was discernible on the man's chest, identical to the restrictions on Zhou Bufan. Halt! A cold voice rang out. The white-robed youth approached, gazing icily at the middle-aged man. Brotherly, the palace master instructed you to return 3 days ago. Why are you still in the town? The middle-aged man shook his head with great difficulty. I just wanted to spend more time with my family. Family? The young man in the white robe let out a cold laugh, remarking that the middle-aged man was already a member of the Jade Spirit Palace, leaving no room for familial ties. With a flick of his finger, the azure light in the middle-aged man's chest intensified, amplifying his agony. The man writhed on the ground, his cries echoing with heart-wrenching despair. The patrons in the tea house hastily recoiled, none daring to intervene. A flicker of anger passed through Chen Changsheng's eyes. The Jade Spirit Palace's actions were exceedingly tyrannical. Cease at once, he said softly. The young man in white paused, turning to face Chen Changsheng. What did you say? He inquired. I said, cease at once. Chen Changsheng approached, the intoxication on his face having vanished, replaced by an aura of serene authority. Chapter 69, The Ancient Secret. The young man in white let out a cold laugh, saying, My friend, this matter pertains to my Jade Spirit Palace. I advise you not to meddle. Chen Changsheng observed the middle-aged man writhing in agony on the ground, then turned his gaze to the young man in white, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. I despise those who bully others with their power. The expression of the young man in white shifted, a spark of anger igniting in his eyes. You seek death. With that, he struck out fiercely, aiming a palm at Chen Changsheng's chest. This seemingly ordinary strike concealed immense power, one that an ordinary person would stand no chance of withstanding. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Changsheng merely raised his hand lightly and blocked the attack. With a resounding thud, the young man in white was struck by an invisible force, sent flying and crashing violently against the wall. He coughed up blood, disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Chen Changsheng. Who are you? Chen Changsheng did not answer. Instead, he approached the middle-aged man, gently placing his finger on the man's chest. Release. As the word fell softly, the azure light on the middle-aged man's chest dissipated, and his pain vanished as well. This is impossible. The young man in white stared in shock at the scene, realizing that only the palace master could lift the jade spirit seals. Chen Changsheng stood upright and stated calmly, "Take me to see your palace master." The young man's expression shifted repeatedly, ultimately gritting his teeth and retorting, "Why should I take you?" A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. "If I recall correctly, you placed the seal on Zhou Bufan, did you not?" A flicker of astonishment crossed the young man's face. You know Zhou Bufan?" Chen Changsheng remained silent, merely observing him with a detached gaze. The young man struggled to rise from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes betraying a moment of hesitation. Finally, he gritted his teeth. "Very well, I will take you to see the palace master. But you must swear an oath of blood, ensuring you will not strike at me along the way." Chen Changsheng nodded. "Agreed." In the Jade Spirit Palace, atop the main peak, the young man in white stood solemnly at the center of the grand hall. His expression as dark as stormy waters. "What did you say? Someone can break the Jade Spirit seals?" The young man in white, kneeling on the ground, spoke tremulously, "Yes. Palace Master. That person used only a single finger to lift the seal from Senior Brotherly." "A single finger?" The young man in white furrowed his brow. "Where is he?" "Awaiting outside the hall." The young man in white fell silent for a moment, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. "Bring him in. Soon." Chen Changsheng was ushered into the grand hall. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng, the young man in white appeared as if struck by lightning. His face turning pale as he murmured in disbelief, "No, it cannot be. How can you still be alive?" Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. "It seems we are acquainted?" The young man inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his emotions. "You do not remember me?" Chen Changsheng shook his head. "I apologize. I have lost my memory and cannot recall many things." The man in the white robe gazed at Chen Changsheng for an extended period. Eventually exhaling a deep sigh, "Very well, forgetting may indeed be for the best." Chen Changsheng, straightforward as ever, stated, "I am here for Zhou Bufan." The expression of the man in white shifted slightly. "Zhou Bufan? Is he still alive?" "Indeed, yet the restraints you have imposed upon him cause him great suffering." Chen Changsheng replied calmly, "I wish to know how to completely lift these restraints." The man in white fell silent for a moment before responding slowly, "The Yuling restriction is an ancient form of binding, once enacted. It can only be undone at the will of the caster, or else, there are no other means." "Truly no alternatives?" A flicker of skepticism crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. The man in white offered a wry smile, Unless one were to locate the source of the Yuling restriction, the Yuling Heavenly Book." "The Yuling Heavenly Book?" Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. "What is that?" "It is an ancient tome, chronicling innumerable ancient restrictions and formations," the man in white elucidated. "The Yuling restriction was derived from its teachings." A moment of contemplation crossed Chen Changsheng's face. "Where is this book located?" The man in white shook his head. "It has long been lost to time. It is said to have been divided into 3 parts, scattered across the continent. My Yuling palace possesses only one fragment." After a brief silence, Chen Changsheng suddenly inquired, "Why impose restrictions on my disciple?" A complex emotion flickered in the man's eyes. "In this world, strength has always been paramount. My Yuling palace requires power, needs experts, and those unwilling to join must be dealt with through special means." Chen Changsheng scoffed, "Even the strong must adhere to principles." The man in white became agitated. "Principles? What principles exist in this world? After your departure, chaos engulfed the continent, numerous factions engaged in ceaseless conflict, countless sects were annihilated, and countless lives were tragically lost. If we do not grow stronger, the Yuling Palace will inevitably face extinction." Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. "Who are you, truly?" The man in white inhaled deeply and slowly removed his mask. He revealed a face that was rather ordinary, yet his gaze was profoundly deep, as if it contained boundless sorrow. I am Yu Lingxiao, the master of Yuling Palace. As for who I am. He chuckled softly, perhaps you will remember once your memories are restored. Chen Changsheng scrutinized Yu Lingxiao for a long while before finally shaking his head. I'm sorry, I truly do not recall. Yu Lingxiao sighed, well then. Forgetting may indeed be for the best. He suddenly raised his head to meet Chen Changsheng's gaze. You have come for Zhou Bufan, so now I ask you. What are you willing to offer in exchange for the lifting of his restraints? Chen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. What do you desire? Yu Lingxiao pondered in silence for a moment before slowly stating, I want you to remain in Yuling Palace as a guest elder. Chen Changsheng scoffed, by your merit. Do you think you can persuade me to take on the role of elder? Yu Lingxiao did not take offense. Instead, he smiled, it is not a matter of worthiness. Rather, I am aware that only you can unravel the secrets of the Yuling Heavenly Book. Once the secret of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book is unraveled, not only will the restrictions upon Zhou Bufan be lifted, but all those bound by similar constraints shall regain their freedom. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Are you attempting to coerce me with the plight of those under duress? Yu Lingxiao shook his head. No, I am merely stating a fact. The secret of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book can only be deciphered by you. How can you be so certain? Because the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book states that only the essence of the Tao can unlock its ultimate mysteries. Yu Lingxiao fixed his gaze upon Chen Changsheng. In this world, there is but one person who can be referred to as the essence of the Tao. Chen Changsheng stood silently, withholding his words. Yu Lingxiao continued, years ago, before your departure, you proclaimed that you would return when there was no more strife in the world. Yet now, the conflicts across the continent are intensifying, the demon clan lurks with malice, and the human race is plagued by severe internal divisions. I require your strength to stabilize the situation and restore peace. Chapter 70, The Jade Spirit Steel. Chen Changsheng let out a cold laugh. To manipulate the will of others and compel them to serve your purposes, this is your notion of peace? Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted, a flicker of guilt flashing in his eyes. I recognize the wrongness of my actions, yet in this chaotic era, one must possess strength or risk being devoured. Once I acquire the remaining 2 parts of the Jade Spirit Tome and unravel its secrets, I shall lift all constraints, allowing those individuals the freedom to choose their paths. After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng finally replied, grant me 3 days to ponder. Yu Lingxiao nodded, very well. I shall await your response in 3 days. As Chen Changsheng turned to leave, he paused at the door, suddenly recalling something. Although I have lost my memory, certain things remain with me. Such as? Chen Changsheng glanced back, a glint of coldness in his eyes. For instance, I possess a rather irritable temperament and harbor a strong aversion to being threatened. Upon exiting the Jade Spirit Palace, Chen Changsheng did not return immediately to Lingshui town but instead ventured alone to a nearby hill. Sitting cross-legged atop the summit, he gazed at the majestic Jade Spirit Palace in the distance, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The conversation with Yu Lingxiao had left him perplexed. It seemed that the man knew him well and shared a significant connection. Yet, strangely, Chen Changsheng felt no recollection of him. Could it truly be as he claimed, that he had lost his memory? Closing his eyes, Chen Changsheng endeavored to recall the events of his past. However, the memories swirled chaotically in his mind, becoming increasingly tangled the harder he tried to remember. The only clear recollection was that of awakening from the small pond. Why have I lost my memory? Chen Changsheng muttered to himself. Who am I? At that moment, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. Master! He opened his eyes to see Lu Liang hurrying towards him, breathless. Master, I have been searching for you for quite some time. Chen Changsheng gestured for him to sit. Have you discovered anything? Lu Liang nodded, his expression grave. I have gathered some information in the town regarding the Jade Spirit Palace. Go ahead. Taking a deep breath, Lu Liang continued, the Jade Spirit Palace was established 300 years ago by a powerful figure named Yu Lingxiao. It is said that he was once an ordinary cultivator. But one day, he experienced an extraordinary event that caused his cultivation to soar. Extraordinary event? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Indeed. It is rumored that he discovered an ancient tome at a relic site, which propelled his cultivation to new heights, allowing him to reach the Divine Bridge realm within a mere decade. A spark of contemplation flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. The Jade Spirit Tome, perhaps? Lu Liang nodded, such tales circulate. Yet, even more curious is that after establishing the Jade Spirit Palace, Yu Lingxiao has been in search of a specific individual. What individual? Lu Liang hesitated momentarily. It is said to be a revered elder named Chen Changsheng. A look of shock briefly crossed Chen Changsheng's face, though he swiftly regained his composure. Continue. Yu Lingxiao claims that this esteemed elder is his master, who departed from the continent for reasons unknown. He has been awaiting his master's return ever since. Chen Changsheng fell into a contemplative silence, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. El Liang continued, yet it is peculiar that over the past century, the actions of the Jade Spirit Palace have grown increasingly oppressive, particularly in the last decade, during which they have begun to exert control over various masters, coercing them into joining the Jade Spirit Palace. How does this relate to the anticipation of our mentor's return? El Liang shook his head. I do not know. However, it is rumored that Yu Lingxiao possesses an incomplete ancient tome, and he has been tirelessly searching for its missing fragments. The masters who have been subdued are dispatched to seek its whereabouts. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. So that is it. Just then, a sudden roaring sound erupted from afar. Boom! The entire mountain trembled slightly. Both Chen Changsheng and El Liang rose simultaneously, turning towards the source of the noise. In the distant sky, a blinding light surged upwards like a sharp sword, piercing the heavens. That is the direction of the Jade Spirit Palace. El Liang exclaimed. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. Let us go and investigate. The two hastened towards the Jade Spirit Palace. Along the way, they encountered Lu Hao and Yui, who were similarly drawn by the thunderous noise. Master! The two rushed over upon spotting Chen Changsheng. What has happened? Lu Hao inquired. Chen Changsheng shook his head. I am uncertain, but it seems connected to the Jade Spirit Palace. The four quickened their pace and soon reached the foot of the Jade Spirit Palace. A considerable crowd had already gathered, all gazing upwards at the summit, murmuring and pointing. Look! What is that? It seems something has burst forth from the Jade Spirit Palace. Is it an assault by the demon clan? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Chen Changsheng looked up and saw a beam of white light ascending from the main peak of the Jade Spirit Palace, as if it intended to tear the sky asunder. Something is amiss. Chen Changsheng murmured, that is not an attack, it resembles some sort of signal. Just then, the gates of the Jade Spirit Palace swung wide open, and a procession of disciples clad in white robes began to emerge, dispersing the onlookers. Everyone, step back. This is the territory of the Jade Spirit Palace, unauthorized individuals are not permitted. The crowd was compelled to retreat, yet the murmurs did not cease. The four blended into the throng, avoiding notice. Master, what shall we do? El Liang whispered. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. You three return to the inn and look after Zhou Bufan. I will investigate what is transpiring at the Jade Spirit Palace. Though the three felt uneasy, they nodded in acquiescence. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Chen Changsheng seized the opportunity to stealthily approach the Jade Spirit Palace. He leaped gently, his form ghost-like, vanishing into the forest in an instant. Inside the Jade Spirit Palace, within the Grand Hall, Yu Lingxiao stood before a white stone tablet, his face alight with excitement. The stone tablet was inscribed with peculiar runes, radiating a dazzling white light. Palace Master, what is happening? An elder inquired. Yu Lingxiao took a deep breath. The Jade Spirit Tablet has sensed something and has begun to activate on its own. Has it detected other parts of the Jade Spirit scripture? The elder pressed. Yu Lingxiao shook his head. No, it is likely that it has sensed the aura of the source of the Tao. The source of the Tao? The elder appeared perplexed, inquiring about the nature of the object. Yu Lingxiao refrained from responding, instead approaching the stone tablet and gently caressing the runes inscribed upon its surface. Standing before the tablet, a complex glimmer illuminated Yu Lingxiao's eyes. The pristine white stone radiated a resplendent light, casting brilliance throughout the Grand Hall. 3 centuries ago, I stumbled upon this tablet along with a fragment of the Jade Spirit scripture at an ancient site, Yu Lingxiao murmured, as if lost in reminiscence. The tablet bore prophecies concerning the essence of the Tao, proclaiming that only with the emergence of this essence would the true mysteries of the Jade Spirit scripture be unveiled. Chapter 71, The Jade Spirit Scripture Master of the Palace. what is the true essence of the Tao? Inquired an elder with flowing white hair. Yu Lingxiao inhaled deeply. The essence of the Tao is not an object, but rather a person, Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng? The elders were taken aback, astonished to hear the name of the legendary human sage. Indeed, Yu Lingxiao affirmed, a flicker of reverence crossing his eyes. The jade spirit tablet sensed his presence. Hence the extraordinary phenomenon. But has the sage not been deceased for 3 centuries? Queried an elder, perplexed. Yu Lingxiao shook his head, not so. The sage did not die. He entered a peculiar state. Now, he has returned. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall. There are assassins. Assassins have infiltrated. A disciple clad in white rushed into the hall, his face ashen. Report to the palace master, assassins have breached the Jade Spirit Palace. Several guards have already been injured. Yu Lingxiao's brow furrowed. Who possesses such audacity? I do not know. The individual moves with uncanny stealth, like a specter, making them nearly impossible to capture. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Lingxiao's eyes glinted with understanding. Do not panic, let them come. The elders exchanged puzzled glances yet dared not defy the command. Awaiting in silence. Before long, the clamor outside ceased abruptly. The hall doors slowly creaked open, and a figure strolled in unhurriedly. Chen Changsheng! Yu Lingxiao exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock and elation. Chen Changsheng entered the hall with a stoic expression, his gaze settling directly upon the luminous stone tablet. Is this the Jade Spirit Tablet? He inquired softly. Yu Lingxiao nodded, a hint of excitement gracing his features. You indeed know of its existence. Chen Changsheng offered no reply, instead approaching the tablet and gently caressing its surface. The moment his fingers made contact, an unexpected transformation occurred. The radiance emanating from the tablet intensified, enveloping the entire hall in brilliant white light. A peculiar hum resonated through the air as the runes upon the tablet began to shift, moving like living entities across its surface. This is... Yu Lingxiao's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and anticipation. The other elders were equally aghast, unable to believe their own eyes. Chen Changsheng stood still, allowing the runes to flow beneath his palm. Suddenly, a beam of white light shot forth from the tablet, piercing directly into Chen Changsheng's forehead. Ah! Chen Changsheng gasped, staggering back several steps, his complexion turning ashen. What is happening? Yu Lingxiao hurried forward, intent on supporting him. However, Chen Changsheng raised a hand to halt him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. I remember certain things. Yu Lingxiao's eyes gleamed with expectation. What do you remember? Chen Changsheng shook his head, providing no answer. He approached the tablet once more, reaching out to touch it. This time, the light from the tablet gradually diminished, leaving only a few runes that continued to shimmer faintly. The whereabouts of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Chen Changsheng murmured, understanding dawning upon him. A flicker of joy crossed Yu Lingxiao's eyes. Do you know the location of the other parts? Chen Changsheng nodded. The Jade Spirit Heavenly Book is divided into 3 segments. The one in your possession is the middle volume, which contains various prohibitions and formations. The upper volume is in the hands of the demon race, detailing the essence of the world and the laws of the great Tao. And the lower volume? Yu Lingxiao inquired eagerly. After a moment of silence, Chen Changsheng replied slowly, the lower volume is with the demonic race, chronicling the mysteries of life and the essence of the soul. The demonic race? Yu Lingxiao's expression changed drastically. Wasn't the demonic race already sealed away? Chen Changsheng shook his head. The seal is weakening. Soon, the demonic race will return to the continent. This... Yu Lingxiao's countenance darkened significantly. Should the demonic race return, the continent would descend into greater chaos. Chen Changsheng remained silent, merely gazing at the stone tablet, taking a deep breath to steady his emotions. Yu Lingxiao asked, what should we do now? First, we must address the immediate issue. Chen Changsheng turned to face Yu Lingxiao, intent on lifting the restrictions imposed on Zhou Bufan. Yu Lingxiao hesitated briefly before nodding. Very well, I shall prepare. However... What is it? However... Once the jade spirit prohibition penetrates the marrow, even if I lift the external restraints, the internal toxins will continue to erode his meridians. Unless what? A glimmer of hesitation flickered in Yu Lingxiao's eyes. Unless we find the upper and lower volumes of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book and unite them, we can completely eradicate the residual poison of the prohibition. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. So, you have been using the prohibitions to control so many people? Essentially to aid you in seeking the other parts of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book? Yu Lingxiao nodded, a hint of guilt crossing his gaze. I had no other choice. The stone tablet foretold that the demonic race is about to return. Only by gathering the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book can we repel their invasion. For the sake of peace, I am willing to bear the infamy. Chen Changsheng scoffed. To sacrifice the free will of others for the so-called greater good is a stance I cannot endorse. Yu Lingxiao offered a bitter smile. I know you do not agree. But please believe me, I truly act for the safety of the continent. Once the demonic race returns, not only humanity, but even the demon race will face annihilation. Chen Changsheng remained silent for a moment before stating softly, first, lift Zhou Bufan's restrictions. We will discuss other matters later. Yu Lingxiao nodded. Very well, I shall prepare. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the hall. Master! Master! There is an urgent situation. A disciple in white rushed in, his face pale. A messenger from the demon race has arrived, demanding to see the master. A messenger from the demon race? Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted. What could this entail? He is a confidant of the Nebula Demon Emperor, calling himself the Celestial Wolf. Yu Lingxiao and Chen Changsheng exchanged a grave glance. Let him in, Yu Lingxiao commanded solemnly. Soon, a tall figure from the demon race entered the hall. He possesses the appearance of a human, yet his eyes gleam with a wolfish golden hue, radiating a chilling light. Master of the Jade Spirit Palace. I have long admired your esteemed name, the Celestial Wolf stated, inclining his body slightly in a gesture of respect. With an expression devoid of emotion, Yu Lingxiao inquired. What brings you here? The Celestial Wolf smirked coldly. My lord, the Demon Emperor, has a message for you. What message? It is said that the Saint of Humanity has returned, he replied, his gaze sweeping over all present before finally landing on Chen Changsheng. I must say, I did not expect the rumors to be true. Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted slightly. What business is this of your demon clan? The Celestial Wolf grinned menacingly. It is indeed relevant. The Saint of Humanity has slain numerous formidable beings of our race in the past. If we do not avenge this grievance, what face will our demon clan have left? Thus, he fixed his gaze upon Chen Changsheng, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. My lord, the Demon Emperor, has instructed me to convey this message. Should the Saint of Humanity possess any sense, he will do well to travel to the southern wilderness. Otherwise. Chapter 72, The Conspiracy of the Demon Clan. What will happen otherwise? Chen Changsheng inquired nonchalantly. The Celestial Wolf let out a cold laugh. Otherwise, the demon army will march across the lands of the human race, and every member of humanity shall be buried alongside the Sage Master. Yu Lingxiao's expression changed drastically. Dare you threaten our Sage Master? The Celestial Wolf dismissed her concern. Threaten? No, this is a warning. He turned to Chen Changsheng and stated coldly, within 3 days. If the Sage Master does not venture to the southern frontier, the demon army will mobilize. Having said this, he turned to leave. Wait. Chen Changsheng suddenly called out. The Celestial Wolf halted, looking back at him with disdain. What? Are you afraid? Chen Changsheng shook his head, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Relay my message to the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor. I shall go, but not in 3 days, rather today. The Celestial Wolf paused for a moment before sneering. Very well. I shall report back to the Demon Emperor at once. With that, he strode away, his figure swiftly disappearing beyond the hall. Are you truly going to the southern frontier? Yu Lingxiao asked anxiously. The demons are clearly laying a trap for you. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. A trap? And what of it? I wish to see what right the Starry Cloud Demon Emperor has to issue commands to me. At the Ling Shui town, in the inn, Lu Hao, Yui, and El Liang stood vigil by Zhou Bufan's bedside, their faces etched with worry. Zhou Bufan's condition had deteriorated, the blue light on his chest flickering in and out. His complexion pale as paper, cold sweat continuously beating on his forehead. Why hasn't the master returned yet? Lu Hao paced anxiously. Uncle Joe's situation is becoming increasingly dire. Yui shook her head. I do not know what turmoil has befallen the Yuling Palace. I hope the master is safe. El Liang was deep in thought. The sudden anomaly at Yuling Palace coincided perfectly with our master's visit. It is too coincidental. Are you suggesting that the anomaly is related to our master? Yui asked. El Liang nodded. It is highly probable. I inquired in town and learned that one of the purposes of the Yuling Palace's establishment was to search for someone named Chen Changsheng. What? Lu Hao and Yui exclaimed in unison. Could it be that the Yuling Palace was built for our master? Lu Hao said incredulously. Just then, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open. Chen Changsheng strode in, his expression grave. Master! The three stood up simultaneously. Chen Changsheng nodded and approached Zhou Bufan's bedside. What is his condition? El Liang shook his head. It is worsening. The Yuling prohibition seems to be accelerating the erosion of his meridians. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed as he placed his hand on Zhou Bufan's pulse. Indeed, Zhou Bufan's meridians were visibly deteriorating. If this continued, his life would be in jeopardy. I will seek out Yu Lingxiu, Chen Changsheng declared solemnly. He promised to lift the prohibition, but will require some time to prepare. Yu Lingxiu? Who is that? Lu Hao inquired, puzzled. The master of the Yuling Palace, Chen Changsheng explained succinctly, a complex individual. He spoke little, instead retrieving a small vial from his bosom. This is the medicine given by Yu Lingxiu. It can temporarily suppress the erosion of the seal. He carefully poured the potion into Zhou Bufan's mouth, and soon, Zhou Bufan's complexion improved slightly, the azure light in his chest dimming somewhat. Master, what shall we do next? Lu Liang inquired. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. You three remain here to care for Zhou Bufan. I must journey to the southern wilderness. The southern wilderness? The three exclaimed in unison. Isn't that the territory of the demon race? Chen Changsheng nodded. The celestial demon emperor has sent an envoy, summoning me to the southern wilderness within 3 days. Or else the demons will launch a large-scale attack on the human territories. What? Yu Yi's expression changed dramatically. Master, this is clearly a trap. Chen Changsheng chuckled lightly. I am aware, yet I must go. Why? Lu Hao asked in confusion. A flicker of profound light passed through Chen Changsheng's eyes, because this involves not just the demon's conspiracy, but deeper secrets as well. The upper volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book is in the hands of the demon race. And the complete Jade Spirit Heavenly Book is the key to lifting Zhou Bufan's seal. Upon hearing this, the three displayed varied expressions, yet none dared to dissuade him further. They understood that once their master made up his mind, no one could alter it. Master, I shall accompany you. Lu Hao suddenly declared, his eyes filled with determination. Unacceptable. Chen Changsheng firmly rejected. The southern wilderness is too perilous. It is more crucial for you to remain here. Lu Hao wished to argue, but was stopped by Yui. Very well, let us heed master's arrangements, she said softly. We will take good care of Uncle Zhou. Chen Changsheng nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three. Remember. No matter what occurs, do not act rashly. If I have not returned in 3 days, take Zhou Bufan to seek Tian Dao. He will know what to do. Though reluctant, the three could only nod in acquiescence. Chen Changsheng provided further instructions before turning to leave the inn. Upon exiting, he did not immediately set off for the southern wilderness but instead made his way to a grove outside the town. There, Yu Lingxiu awaited him in silence. How did you know I would wait for you here? Yu Lingxiu inquired curiously. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, intuition. Yu Lingxiu smiled, your intuition is as accurate as ever. Speak. What is the matter? Chen Changsheng got straight to the point. Yu Lingxiu's expression grew serious. The journey to the southern wilderness is fraught with danger. The celestial demon emperor's involvement certainly harbors treachery. I am aware, Chen Changsheng replied. But what you may not know is that the celestial demon emperor indeed possesses the upper volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. How do you know? Yu Lingxiu sighed with a wry smile, because the upper volume was originally in my possession, but was later seized by the demon race. When did this occur? 10 years ago, Yu Lingxiao's eyes clouded with painful memories. At that time, I had already located the upper and middle volumes and was preparing to search for the lower volume. However, during an unforeseen incident, the upper volume was taken by the demon race. Since that moment, I began employing experts in controlling prohibitions to assist me in locating the whereabouts of the celestial tome. Chen Changsheng replied coldly, "Thus, you wield your power to control others not for the safety of the continent, but rather to reclaim the stolen celestial book?" Yu Lingxiao shook his head, "Not entirely. My intentions are indeed for the safety of the continent. The complete Yuling celestial tome not only has the capability to lift the Yuling prohibitions but also possesses the foresight of the future. From the fragmented celestial tome, I have glimpsed the impending return of the demon clan and the approaching calamity. Only by gathering the 3 celestial tomes can we devise a countermeasure." Chen Changsheng fell silent for a moment before he finally replied, "If what you say is true, I shall assist you in recovering the celestial tome. However, the condition is that you must lift all prohibitions placed upon individuals." Chapter 73, Journey to the Southern Wilderness. Yu Lingxiao nodded slightly. "As long as we retrieve the celestial tome, I shall lift all restrictions. However, but what? I fear that the Nebula Demon Emperor will not so readily relinquish the tome. He has laid a trap to lure you in." Chen Changsheng scoffed, "And so what? I wish to see what kind of trap he can devise." Yu Lingxiao hesitated momentarily before producing a jade pendant from within her robe. "Take this. It may save your life in times of peril." Chen Changsheng accepted the pendant and felt the formidable power it contained, nodding slightly, "Thank you." Yu Lingxiao smiled wryly. "No need for thanks. All that I do is to repay the kindness of years past." Without further inquiry, Chen Changsheng tucked the pendant away. "I shall return swiftly. Please take care of Zhou Bufan." Yu Lingxiao nodded. "I have already arranged for continued research into lifting the restrictions. I hope for a breakthrough before your return." After discussing a few more details, Chen Changsheng turned to depart, his figure swiftly vanishing into the distant woods. Yu Lingxiao watched his retreating silhouette, a flicker of complex emotion passing through her eyes. "I hope this time, you return safely." In the southern wilderness, the realm of the demon clan, the Nebula Demon Emperor sat upon a lofty throne, surveying the myriad demons below. "Has the news arrived, Tianlang?" Tianlang knelt respectfully. "It has, from the Yuling Palace." "What did Chen Changsheng say?" Tianlang raised his gaze, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. "He claims he will come today." "Today?" The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes widened in surprise, then burst into laughter. "Ha! How bold! He dares to come alone? Truly a fool rushing to his doom. My emperor? Our trap is set. We await Chen Changsheng's descent into our snare," another demon reported respectfully. The Nebula Demon Emperor nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent. Let us see how he escapes this time." However, Tianlang hesitated, yet, since Chen Changsheng dares to come forth, he must have some assurance. "Should we exercise caution?" The Nebula Demon Emperor sneered. "Caution? We possess both the advantage of terrain and numbers. Besides," he produced an ancient tome from his robe, exuding a faint glow. "With this first volume of the Yuling Celestial Tome in hand, even if he is a 300-year-old monster, he cannot stir up much trouble." Tianlang bowed his head respectfully. "Your wisdom is unparalleled, my emperor." The Nebula Demon Emperor nodded with satisfaction, a glint of malice in his eyes. "Send word to prepare the demon army. Once Chen Changsheng falls into our trap, we shall strike the human territory at once. This time, we shall not only eliminate Chen Changsheng but eradicate all resistance from the human race." The assembly of demons responded in unison, "As you command." The hall echoed with the raucous laughter of the demons, brimming with anticipation for the imminent victory. Yet unbeknownst to them, not far from the hall, in the surrounding woods, a figure silently observed it all, a faint smile gracing their lips. "A trap? Hee, let us see who truly falls into the trap." In the southern borderlands, amidst a dense forest, Chen Changsheng traversed silently among the trees, his figure as elusive as a specter, disturbing not even a single leaf. This territory belonged to the demon clan, and the air was thick with a peculiar essence, wild, domineering, and brimming with vitality. Chen Changsheng did not endeavor to conceal his presence. For he was well aware that the demon clan had already sensed his arrival. Indeed, it was not long before a rustling sound emerged from the depths of the woods. "Halt, human!" A hoarse voice echoed from within the thicket, followed by a dozen figures encircling Chen Changsheng from all directions. These were the patrols of the demon clan. Each one exuding a fierce and terrifying aura, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. "I wish to see the Star-Cloud Demon Emperor," Chen Changsheng declared calmly, unperturbed. The leader of the demon clan sneered, "Who do you think you are to demand an audience?" Calmly, Chen Changsheng replied, "Go and inform him that Chen Changsheng has arrived." Upon hearing his name, the demon clan members exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment. "You are Chen Changsheng? The human sage?" the leader queried, uncertainty lacing his tone. Chen Changsheng nodded, offering no further words. The demons looked at one another, and the leader gritted his teeth, "Follow us." Chen Changsheng accompanied them through the dense thicket, arriving at an expansive clearing. Here stood a colossal teleportation array, surrounded by demon guards. "Step inside. This array leads directly to the Demon Emperor's palace," the leader indicated. Chen Changsheng scrutinized the array, a frown creasing his brow. It appeared unusual, its formation was exceptionally intricate. Resembling not a mere teleportation array, but rather a trap. "What's the matter? Is the human sage afraid?" one demon taunted. Chen Changsheng merely smiled, disregarding the provocation, and strode boldly into the array. "Activate the formation." At the command, the array burst forth with radiant light. And Chen Changsheng's figure gradually vanished within the brilliance. When the light dissipated, the array stood empty. "Ha ha, what a fool!" the leading demon guffawed, reveling in how easily he had walked into the trap. The other demons joined in laughter, their eyes gleaming with derision. "Quickly, inform the Demon Emperor. Chen Changsheng has entered the blood prison teleportation array." Chen Changsheng felt a fleeting blur before he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. It was an enclosed space, with crimson walls radiating intense heat. The ground and walls were adorned with peculiar runes, glowing with a faint red light. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of blood. "Blood prison," Chen Changsheng murmured, a glimmer of understanding crossing his eyes. This was a special type of prison used by the demon clan, specifically designed to confine formidable foes. The blood prison not only severed the spiritual power of its captives but also gradually drained their essence and lifespan. The mightier the existence, the swifter the demise. Chen Changsheng surveyed his surroundings and discovered that this blood prison was far more expansive than he had anticipated. Spanning several hundred zhang in circumference and reaching a height of approximately 100 zhang. The entire blood prison was partitioned into dozens of small compartments, each housing different prisoners. Among them were human cultivators, traitorous fiends of the demon clan, and even some unknown peculiar creatures. They were all confined within their respective enclosures, unable to move. Forced to watch helplessly as their vitality was gradually siphoned away by the blood prison. "Ha ha ha! Chen Changsheng, did you ever imagine this?" A resounding voice suddenly echoed within the blood prison, reverberating endlessly. Chen Changsheng looked up to see a luminous screen materializing in the air, revealing the visage of the Nebula Demon Emperor, who was laughing triumphantly. "Did you think I would meet you in person? How naive! The revered sage of your human race is now but a pawn in my grasp." Chen Changsheng smiled faintly and replied, "Nebula Demon Emperor, is this truly all your prowess?" Chapter 74, The Trial of the Blood Prison. The Nebula Demon Emperor sneered, "The blood prison is a treasured artifact of my demon clan. Even a peak powerhouse of the Divine Bridge realm cannot escape. What's more, you are merely a fledgling of the 7-star realm." Chen Changsheng maintained his silence, quietly surveying his surroundings as if in search of something. "Do not waste your efforts," the Nebula Demon Emperor declared triumphantly. "This blood prison has been meticulously prepared, crafted exclusively for you. Even if you possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, you would still be unable to escape my blood prison." His voice echoed with arrogance and confidence throughout the space. Standing at the center of the blood prison, Chen Changsheng's gaze was as calm as a still lake. He lifted his head, taking in the sight of the walls, which were bathed in a crimson hue, adorned with peculiar runes that shimmered and pulsated with an eerie red light. The stench of blood. A nauseatingly thick aroma of blood permeated the entire space. As if countless beings had met a brutal demise within. Nebula Demon Emperor, you underestimate humanity far too much, Chen Changsheng remarked, a faint smile of disdain gracing his lips. Such trivial tricks are hardly worth exposing. Humph. Arrogance. A flicker of anger flashed in the Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes. Do not think that merely breaking the Blood River's sealing formation allows you to disregard my demon clan as blood prison. Chen Changsheng paid no heed to his furious outburst, slowly raising his right hand to gently press against the wall beside him. The tips of his fingers felt cool. Although the wall appeared to be scalding hot, it was, in fact, as cold as iron. Interesting. Chen Changsheng murmured, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. Seeing this, the Nebula Demon Emperor scoffed, resign yourself. This blood prison is an ancient treasure left by my clan, designed specifically to target human powerhouses like you. The runes within the blood prison will siphon your life essence. The more powerful the cultivator, the quicker they perish. Given your strength, you will likely last no more than 3 days. Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng not only remained unperturbed but began to laugh. 3 days? That is ample time. You. The Nebula Demon Emperor furrowed his brow, perplexed. What is so amusing? Chen Changsheng did not respond but gradually closed his eyes. He attuned himself to the energies within the blood prison, the trajectories of the runes. And the energies wafting through the air, everything lay within the scope of his perception. Ah, I see now. Upon reopening his eyes, Chen Changsheng was filled with clarity. The so-called blood prison, while seemingly a cage, was, in reality, a vast sacrificial formation. The entire enclosure had been arranged into a complex energy circulation system, perpetually drawing upon the life force of its captives and transforming it into pure energy. Moreover, this energy was not wasted, it was directed toward a specific location. Nebula Demon Emperor. You intend to harness my strength to unlock the seal of the upper volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book, do you not? Chen Changsheng stated calmly. The Nebula Demon Emperor's smile froze instantly. How did you know? With a cold smirk, Chen Changsheng replied, you underestimate me far too much. The so-called upper volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book is indeed in the possession of the Demon Clan. Yet this celestial tome is bound by a formidable seal that the Demon Clan has been unable to unlock. To break the seal requires a unique power, the essence of the Tao. In other words, it necessitates the power of Chen Changsheng. The Nebula Demon Emperor grinned menacingly, what of it? You are currently ensnared in the blood prison, with only one path leading to your demise. I need only to wait patiently for 3 days to absorb all of your strength, and the first volume of the Jade Spirit Tome shall naturally reveal itself to me. Chen Changsheng shook his head, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Do you really believe I would quietly await my own death? With that, he suddenly extended his right hand and gently tapped the luminous screen in the air. Crash! With a resounding boom, the luminous screen shattered instantaneously, disintegrating into countless specks of light. The visage of the Nebula Demon Emperor vanished, and the entire blood prison fell into an eerie silence. Outside, a cacophony of gasps erupted. Clearly the demon guards had detected the anomaly. What is happening? How did the screen break? Cursed be it! Quickly, initiate the second line of defense. This is impossible. How could he wield power within the blood prison? Listening to the chaos outside, a faint smile crept across Chen Changsheng's lips. They underestimated him gravely. How could such a cage possibly confine him? Chen Changsheng slowly approached the center of the blood prison, extending his right hand, palm facing upwards. Come. A simple utterance. Yet it seemed to embody boundless might. In the next moment, a strange transformation occurred. All the runes within the blood prison began to tremble violently. The original crimson light swiftly morphing into a brilliant gold. The runes, as if animated, lifted from the walls, swirling around Chen Changsheng's palm. This is. The entire blood prison began to quake violently, as though it might collapse at any moment. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the blood prison, as all the imprisoned souls gazed in terror at the unfolding scene. That seemingly youthful man stood at the center, surrounded by countless runes, akin to an unparalleled deity. Boom! With another thunderous sound, the ceiling of the blood prison suddenly cracked open, a vast chasm appearing, flooding the interior with sunlight. Chen Changsheng gazed up at the fissure. A slight smile gracing his lips. This is the correct method of unsealing. With a gentle leap, he soared into the air like a ray of golden light, directly flying out through the chasm. Beyond the blood prison lay an expansive plaza. Hundreds of demon guards encircled the prison, armed with a variety of weapons, standing vigilant. As they beheld Chen Changsheng emerging from the blood prison, all the demons were left dumbfounded. Impossible. How could this be? The blood prison has been breached? Suspended in midair, Chen Changsheng looked down upon the demon army, his gaze as tranquil as a placid lake. Nebula Demon Emperor, come forth and face me. His voice was soft yet resonated clearly in the ears of every demon. As soon as he spoke, the distant palace gates thunderously swung open. A tall figure emerged slowly. Exuding a powerful aura, it was none other than the Nebula Demon Emperor. Chen Changsheng. The Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could you possibly unravel the blood prison? With a cold sneer, Chen Changsheng declared, a mere blood prison, do you think it can confine me? Such delusions. The expression of the Nebula Demon Emperor darkened. He had initially believed the blood prison to be infallible, yet he was taken aback by how effortlessly Chen Changsheng unraveled it. Now, his plans were thrown into disarray, compelling him to take matters into his own hands. Very well. This is quite delightful. The Nebula Demon Emperor, furiously amused, proclaimed. Since you possess the ability to break the blood prison, let us see how you fare against my might. With that, he abruptly waved his hand, causing countless stars to coalesce around him, transforming into a river of starlight that surged towards Chen Changsheng. The Star River Technique. This was the signature move of the Nebula Demon Emperor, immensely powerful, having previously dispatched several formidable human warriors with a single strike. Yet, in the face of this earth-shattering assault, Chen Changsheng remained utterly unperturbed, merely raising his right hand with fingers outstretched. Chapter 75, The Heavenly Book. An astonishing scene unfolded before our eyes. The roaring river of stars came to an abrupt halt nearly 3 feet away from Chen Changsheng, with all the starlight suspended in mid-air, utterly motionless. This is impossible. The Nebula Demon Emperor widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. His renowned signature technique had been effortlessly thwarted by Chen Changsheng? Observing the shock on the Nebula Demon Emperor's face, Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile. Nebula Demon Emperor, surrender the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Snapping back to reality. A flicker of malice danced in the Nebula Demon Emperor's eyes. You wish? Even if it costs me my life? I shall never relinquish the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book to you. With that, he abruptly drew a crystalline jade talisman from his robe and crushed it with fervor. Boom! A resounding explosion reverberated through the entire Demon Emperor's palace, causing the ground to tremble violently. The earth split apart, and countless black vines erupted from the soil, writhing towards Chen Changsheng. These vines exuded a potent, corrosive aura, leaving trails of darkness in their wake as they traversed the air. Blood vine formation. Arise! The Nebula Demon Emperor bellowed, his hands swiftly forming intricate seals. In an instant, the black vines coalesced into a colossal formation, completely enveloping the area surrounding Chen Changsheng. Ha ha ha! Chen Changsheng, this blood vine formation is an ultimate array left by my ancestors of the demon race. Even a formidable being at the Great Ascension stage would find it nearly impossible to unravel. Your prior success in breaking the blood prison was mere luck. Now, let us see how you escape. Trapped within the blood vine formation, Chen Changsheng found himself surrounded by writhing black vines that incessantly released a toxic mist. Yet, in the face of such peril, he remained unperturbed, standing still as if deep in contemplation. The Nebula Demon Emperor, noticing his calmness, let out a derisive laugh. What is this? Have you been rendered speechless? Chen Changsheng raised his gaze, surveying his surroundings with a contemplative gleam. The blood vine formation. Intriguing. He extended his hand and gently touched one of the black vines. Hiss! A searing sound erupted, and a black mark instantly appeared on his finger, corroded by the poison. Ha! Have you tasted the severity of it? The Nebula Demon Emperor proclaimed triumphantly. The venom of these blood vines is potent enough to erode any existence. Even a powerhouse like you will be gradually consumed. Chen Changsheng glanced at the black mark on his finger, unfazed. What a formidable toxin, but He suddenly lifted his head. His gaze locking onto the nebula demon emperor with a glint of coldness in his eyes. It is ineffective against me. No sooner had he spoken than the black mark on his finger began to visibly fade, swiftly returning to its original state. How can this be possible? The nebula demon emperor stood agape, unable to believe his own eyes. The toxicity of the blood vines could erode even those at the god bridge stage. How could it possibly have no effect on Chen Changsheng? With a slight smile, Chen Changsheng suddenly brought his hands together, then forcefully spread them apart. Open! Boom! An invisible force erupted, shattering all the black vines in an instant, scattering them into a cloud of black ash. The blood vine formation has been broken. The expression of the nebula demon emperor changed dramatically, his eyes filled with disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. Even a formidable being of the great ascension realm could not so easily unravel the blood vine formation. Who on earth are you? Chen Changsheng gazed calmly at the nebula demon emperor and spoke slowly, hand over the jade spirit scriptures. The nebula demon emperor's expression fluctuated between shadows and light. A flicker of struggle and malice passing through his eyes. He understood that, given his own strength, he was no match for Chen Changsheng. However, the jade spirit scriptures were of paramount importance and must not fall into the hands of humanity. I would rather die than surrender the scriptures to you. He bellowed. Suddenly retrieving an ancient tome from his bosom, it was indeed the first volume of the jade spirit scriptures. If you insist on obtaining it, then it shall be destroyed along with me. As he spoke, he fiercely bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the tome. Blood sacrifice. Activate. In an instant, the jade spirit scriptures erupted in a blinding radiance, and a terrifying wave of energy swept through the entire demon emperor's palace. This is bad. Chen Changsheng's expression shifted. He intended to self-destruct the scriptures. The power of the jade spirit scripture self-detonation was sufficient to obliterate everything within hundreds of miles. Now, the nebula demon emperor actually aimed to perish alongside the tome. A hint of gravity crossed Chen Changsheng's gaze. He must thwart this calamity. Stop! Chen Changsheng extended his right hand forcefully, a beam of golden light shooting from his fingertips, striking directly at the jade spirit scriptures. Boom! With a resounding explosion, the brilliance of the jade spirit scriptures abruptly ceased, all energy fluctuations instantly suppressed. The nebula demon emperor's eyes widened in disbelief. You can actually suppress the self-detonation of the scriptures? Chen Changsheng did not respond. Instead, he steadily advanced toward the nebula demon emperor, each step assured and powerful. The nebula demon emperor's face turned ashen as he retreated repeatedly. Do not come any closer. I warn you. Ignoring the warning, Chen Changsheng continued to approach. When there were merely 3 steps between them, the nebula demon emperor suddenly let out a sinister laugh. Chen Changsheng, do you think you have one just like this? Let me inform you, this is merely the beginning. My demon tribe has forged an alliance with the demon race, and soon they shall break the seal and return to the continent. At that time, your human race will surely meet its doom. Ha 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 ha. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. The demon race? The nebula demon emperor chuckled with pride. Indeed. The very demon race that has been sealed away for a millennium. They possess the second volume of the jade spirit scriptures, while I hold the first. Together, we shall undoubtedly discover a method to break through to a higher realm. At that time, what will humanity be? Merely our slaves. A chill flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. You dare to collude with the demon race? The nebula demon emperor sneered. For the sake of power, why not? Besides, our demon tribe and the demon race share the same origin, both birthed from the cosmos. Unlike you postnatal beings, you humans are merely transient visitors in this universe. Chen Changsheng shook his head, disappointment evident in his eyes. Such pity, such lament. With a sudden motion, he grasped the nebula demon emperor by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Let go of me. The nebula demon emperor struggled, her face flushed with rage. Chen Changsheng replied coldly, surrender the jade spirit tome. The nebula demon emperor shook her head vehemently, never, even in death. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. Then I shall take it myself. With a swift motion, he reached out and seized the jade spirit tome from her grasp. No! The nebula demon emperor bellowed, her eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Chen Changsheng opened the tome and perused its contents, a look of understanding crossing his face. Afterward, he tucked the tome away and turned to the nebula demon emperor. Is there anything else you wish to say? Struggling fiercely, she suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Chen Changsheng, do you think this is the end? Let me tell you. The demon clan is already aware of your existence. They desire your power even more than I do. Chapter 76, The Appearance of the 3-Day Tome soon. You shall confront adversaries far more terrifying than I. At that moment, I shall relish watching you being torn apart by the demon horde. Ha ha ha. A flicker of contemplation crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes as he replied nonchalantly, thank you for the warning. With that, he exerted a sudden force, flinging the nebula demon emperor away. Bang! The nebula demon emperor crashed heavily against the wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet his eyes remained brimming with malice. Kill me. Otherwise, my kind will never let you go. Chen Changsheng shook his head. Killing you serves no purpose. I want you to return and inform all demon clans that humans and demons could coexist peacefully without conflict. Should the demon race insist on colluding with the dark forces? Then not only the humans, but the demons as well shall face annihilation. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of confusion flickered in the nebula demon emperor's eyes, quickly replaced by resentment. Stop pretending to be the good Samaritan. My kind will never bow to humans. With a long sigh, Chen Changsheng retorted, foolish. He turned to leave but paused, adding, by the way, tell the demons that I am waiting for them. With that, he leapt into the air, transforming into a beam of golden light, vanishing instantly into the horizon, leaving the nebula demon emperor kneeling on the ground, bewildered and perplexed. In Lingshui town, within an inn, Lu Hao, Yui, and LV Liang anxiously guarded the bedside of Zhou Bufan. 3 days had passed, yet their master had still not returned. And Zhou Bufan's condition continued to deteriorate. His complexion was as pale as paper, his breath faint, and the azure glow on his chest flickered intermittently, as if he could breathe his last at any moment. Why hasn't master returned yet? Lu Hao paced restlessly within the room, fear gnawing at him. If this continued, Uncle Zhou might not last much longer. Yui sighed. Do not fret, master promised he would return in 3 days. Today is the final day. I have faith he will come back. LV Liang sat by the window, gazing into the distance. I can't shake this uneasy feeling. The southern wilderness is the demon's territory. Although master is powerful, he is alone. Shall we seek out the people from Yuling Palace for answers? Lu Hao suggested. That fellow, Yuling Xiao, claimed he could lift the restrictions, did he not? Yui shook her head. Master instructed us to wait here. If we rashly seek out Yuling Palace, what if something goes awry? Just then, the door swung open abruptly. Master! The three exclaimed in unison, rising abruptly. Chen Changsheng strode into the room, his face somewhat fatigued yet his spirit remarkably invigorated. How is Zhou Bufan faring? He inquired as he approached the bedside to assess Zhou Bufan's condition. LV Liang shook his head. It is worsening. The efficacy of the potion is nearly depleted, and the restrictions have begun to encroach upon his meridians once more. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply as he placed his hand on Zhou Bufan's pulse, his expression turning grave. The situation was indeed dire, the restrictions must be lifted at once. With that, he retrieved the first volume of the Jade Spirit Tome from his robe, placing it beside the bed. Master, what is this? Yui asked curiously. The first volume of the Jade Spirit Tome. Chen Changsheng briefly replied, referencing the portion held by the celestial demon emperor. The three individuals widened their eyes in astonishment. Master, did you truly seize the heavenly book from the hands of the demon clan? Chen Changsheng nodded, opting for silence as he meticulously perused the heavenly book. The script within was peculiar and enigmatic, resembling an ancient language incomprehensible to the average person. Yet, Chen Changsheng appeared remarkably familiar with these characters, his eyes occasionally shimmering with understanding. Eureka! Upon turning to a specific page, Chen Changsheng's eyes brightened, and his finger delicately traced a passage. To unravel the restraints, a trinity of resonance is required. The first part guides the path, the second part conveys the law, and the third part continues life. Only when these three are united can myriad restrictions be broken. He murmured, his brow furrowed. Indeed. It is necessary to gather all 3 volumes of the heavenly book to thoroughly dissolve the jade spirit restriction. What shall we do? Lu Hao inquired anxiously. We currently possess only the first part, the second lies within the Jade Spirit Palace, and the third is rumored to be in the hands of the Demon Clan. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. First, we shall utilize the first part to temporarily stabilize Zhou Bufan's condition, then seek out the other 2 volumes. As he spoke, he placed his palm upon the heavenly book, closed his eyes, and began to channel its power. In an instant, the heavenly book radiated a brilliant light, and countless runes drifted forth, encircling Chen Changsheng. With a sudden burst, he opened his eyes, thrusting his hand forward as the runes surged toward Zhou Bufan like a torrent. Merge! The runes entered Zhou Bufan's body, causing an intense quaking in his chest, as if 2 forces were engaged in fierce combat. Ah! Zhou Bufan let out a piercing scream, writhing violently. Master, what is happening? Yui questioned in panic. Chen Changsheng's expression turned grave. The power of the heavenly book is clashing with the restraints. This process will be excruciating, but it must be endured. He formed hand seals, summoning more runes from the heavenly book into Zhou Bufan's being. Hold on, Zhou Bufan. Zhou Bufan writhed in agony, emitting feral howls as cold sweat poured down like rain. The torment was nearly maddening. At that moment, the door was thrust open once more. Yu Lingxiao strode in, cradling an ancient tome, the second part of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. I sensed the activation of the Heavenly Book's power. He hastened to the bedside. What is the situation? Without lifting his head, Chen Changsheng replied, It is dire, the restraints have penetrated to the marrow, and the power of the first part alone is insufficient to eradicate them. Yu Lingxiao nodded, placing the second part beside the first. Let us attempt to combine the powers of both. As the 2 volumes lay side by side, a powerful resonance erupted. A dazzling light intertwined, forming a colossal sphere of radiance that enveloped the entire room. Boom! A tremendous wave of energy surged forth, shattering the surrounding furniture. Lu Hao and the others hastily retreated to a corner, their eyes wide with terror at the unfolding spectacle. Chen Changsheng and Yu Lingxiao stood resolutely at the bedside, each channeling the strength of their respective heavenly books to combat the restraints within Zhou Bufan. The power of the heavenly book, break! Chen Changsheng and Yu Lingxiao simultaneously shouted, their hands forming intricate seals as they guided a plethora of runes into Zhou Bufan's body. Ah! Zhou Bufan's screams grew ever more anguished, as though he were being consumed by an inferno of torment. The azure light emanating from his chest clashed violently with the celestial script runes, erupting in a dazzling radiance. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Yu Lingxiao exclaimed with fervor, the restraints were beginning to loosen. In that critical moment, a sudden, thunderous sound shattered the tension. Boom! The entire inn shook violently, as if a colossal force had collided with the structure. What is happening? Lu Hao gasped in astonishment. El Liang hurried to the window to investigate. And in the next instant, his complexion turned ashen. This is dire. The demon clan is upon us. What? Everyone was taken aback. El Liang pointed outside. Countless demons have encircled the entire Lingshui town. Moreover, he swallowed hard, his voice trembling. At the forefront stands a crimson-haired demon, seemingly of immense power. Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted dramatically. The blood fiend demon emperor. Chapter 77, The Astonishing Mystery. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brows in deep concern. How could the nebula demon emperor summon the blood fiend demon emperor? It seems he is unwilling to accept his defeat. Yu Lingxiao, filled with anxiety, inquired, what shall we do now? The barrier on Zhou Bufan has yet to be completely lifted. If we interrupt the treatment, he will undoubtedly perish. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng suddenly raised his gaze towards Lu Hao and the other 2. You 3 must hold off the demon clan and buy me some time. What? Lu Hao and the others were taken aback. Master, they are demon emperors. How can we possibly? Chen Changsheng's eyes sparkled with determination. You need not defeat them. Just delay them for a moment. For 3/4 of an hour, just 3/4 of an hour, and I will be able to lift Zhou Bufan's barrier. The trio exchanged resolute glances before nodding firmly. Rest assured, Master, we will certainly delay them. With that, the 3 rushed out of the room, heading swiftly towards the town's outskirts. Chen Changsheng turned to Yu Lingxiao. We must hasten our pace, the longer we delay, the greater the danger. Yu Lingxiao nodded in agreement. And the two increased their efforts, accelerating the barrier lifting process. Outside the town, thousands of demons surrounded Lingshui town, with the blood fiend demon emperor leading them. Standing outside the town, the blood fiend demon emperor donned a blood-red robe that billowed in the wind, resembling a vivid banner. The demon warriors behind him, each with a bloodthirsty gleam in their eyes, were poised for action. Chen Changsheng. The blood fiend demon emperor called out coldly, his voice echoing like thunder across the skies of Lingshui town. I know you are inside. Come out and face your demise. The townsfolk had long since fled in terror, leaving the streets deserted, save for a few unaware cultivators still peering out. Who is Chen Changsheng? What has he done to provoke the blood fiend demon emperor? Hush, keep your voice down. That is the human race's holy master. Legend has it that he perished 300 years ago, but he has recently returned. What? The holy master of the human race? Isn't he? Before the words could finish, several figures raced towards them from afar: Lu Hao, Yui, and Lu Liang. The trio stood at the town's entrance, blocking the path of the demon army. Blood fiend demon emperor, why have you and your kin come to invade my Lingshui town today? Lu Liang asked in a low voice, his tone calm, yet his heart raced with tension. The blood fiend demon emperor shot a cold glance at the three. His eyes filled with disdain. You insignificant ants dare to question me? Step aside. I have come solely for Chen Changsheng. Lu Hao clenched his fists, spiritual energy surging within him. My master is currently occupied with saving someone and cannot entertain guests at this moment. If there is an urgent matter, why not return another day? Saving someone? The blood fiend demon emperor snickered derisively. You mean saving that Zhou Bufan controlled by the Jade Spirit's barrier? Humph. The Nebula Demon Emperor has already informed me of everything. Chen Changsheng has taken away the first volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book and wishes to lift the barrier? Dream on. Without the second volume, even if he collects the first and middle volumes, it is impossible to completely lift the Jade Spirit's barrier. A flicker of shock passed through Yu Yi's eyes. How do you know? The blood fiend demon emperor grinned malevolently. Of course, I know. Because. He produced a black crystal from his bosom, within which was sealed a small fragment, faintly inscribed with ancient characters. This is the fragment of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book's concluding section. Although it is merely a small piece, it is sufficient to sense the existence of the other parts. When you activated the previous and middle sections, this fragment reacted, guiding me here. The faces of the three transformed dramatically. It turns out that the blood fiend demon emperor possesses a fragment of the concluding section. No wonder he could locate them so swiftly. Hand over Chen Changsheng, and I might consider sparing this small town, proclaimed the blood fiend demon emperor with arrogance. Otherwise, today, Lingshui town will be drenched in blood. Lu Hao shouted angrily. If you wish to harm my master, you must first pass us. With that, he charged forward, unleashing his spiritual energy, which erupted into a beam of golden light aimed directly at the blood fiend demon emperor. Seeking death. The blood fiend demon emperor scoffed, waving his hand casually as a blood-colored spear materialized from thin air, thrusting toward Lu Hao. Be careful! Yui cried out, her figure flashing as she positioned herself before Lu Hao, her sword transforming into a streak of azure light, slashing at the blood spear. The clash produced a thunderous sound, sending Yui staggering backward, her complexion turning pale, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Yui! Lu Hao exclaimed in distress, supporting her while casting a furious glare at the blood fiend demon emperor. You despicable demon race, preying on the weak, what sort of skill is that? The blood fiend demon emperor laughed uproariously. Preying on the weak? Such is the rule of the world. The weak are only fit to be stepping stones for the strong. Upon witnessing this, Lu Liang joined the fray, and the three united against the blood fiend demon emperor. However, the disparity in strength was insurmountable, forcing them to retreat continuously. We cannot hold on for long, Lu Liang murmured. We must find a way to buy time. At that moment, dark clouds suddenly gathered above Lingshui town, accompanied by the roar of thunder. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck down, directly hitting the demon clan's camp, incinerating dozens of demons into charred remains. What is happening? The blood fiend demon emperor's expression changed as he looked skyward. There, amidst the ominous clouds, stood an elder clad in a white robe, hands forming seals, surrounded by countless runes. The master of the Jade Spirit Palace, Yu Lingxiao. A demon exclaimed in astonishment. Yu Lingxiao's voice resonated through the skies, blood fiend demon emperor. You have oppressed my human race too much. Today, I, the Jade Spirit Palace, vow to battle your demon clan to the death. Ha ha ha. The blood fiend demon emperor laughed heartily. Yu Lingxiao, you are merely at the late stage of the divine bridge, how dare you challenge me? Yu Lingxiao replied coldly. Who said I am only at the late stage of the divine bridge? As the words left his mouth, an overwhelming aura surged from him. A terrifying pressure enveloping the area. This is the pinnacle of the divine bridge. The blood fiend demon emperor's expression changed dramatically. You have actually broken through to the pinnacle of the divine bridge. Yu Lingxiao said little more, forming seals with his hands as the dark clouds above coalesced into a massive jade sword that plunged toward the blood fiend demon emperor. Jade light cuts the heavens. The sword light soared like a rainbow, slicing through the sky with astonishing power. The blood fiend demon emperor's expression darkened. And he had no choice but to respond with all his might, conjuring a blood-colored shield with his hands to protect himself. Boom! The jade sword collided with the blood shield, unleashing a deafening explosion, and the powerful shockwave swept across the area, shaking the surrounding buildings to the brink of collapse. Such strength! The blood-slaughtered demon emperor emitted a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Yu Lingxiao slowly descended from the sky, positioning himself before Lu Hao and the other two, casting a frosty gaze upon the blood-slaughtered demon emperor. You three should return, I shall hold him off. Yu Lingxiao declared to them. Lu Hao hesitated, saying, But, master, can you manage alone? Yu Lingxiao offered a faint smile, do not forget. I am the master of the Yuling Palace, I would never act recklessly. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade talisman from his robes and crushed it. Boom! Suddenly, hundreds of streaks of light appeared in the distant sky, racing towards Lingshui Town. Chapter 78, The Blood Battle of Lingshui Town. The elders and elite disciples of the Yuling Palace hastily gathered to provide reinforcements. Upon witnessing this, the blood fiend demon emperor's expression darkened further. Yu Lingxiao, you were well prepared. Yu Lingxiao let out a cold laugh. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Demon emperor? In a fit of rage, the blood fiend demon emperor retorted with a sneer, afraid? What a joke! Even with the full might of your Yuling Palace, you are no match for my demonic army. With a fierce gesture, he commanded the demonic forces to surge forward, clashing violently with the arriving disciples of the Yuling Palace. Outside Lingshui Town, chaos erupted as flames of war engulfed the area, and the cries of battle echoed through the heavens. Seeing this, Lu Hao and his companions hurriedly took advantage of the turmoil to return to the inn and inform Chen Changsheng of the situation. Inside the inn, Chen Changsheng was wholly focused on guiding the power of the heavenly book to lift the restrictions within Zhou Bufan's body. Hearing the commotion outside, he furrowed his brow but did not cease his actions. Master, a battle has broken out outside. Lu Hao gasped, the blood fiend demon emperor has arrived with his army. And he possesses a fragment of the lower section of the Yuling heavenly book. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. A fragment of the lower section? It seems he has connections with the demon clan. Lu Liang nodded, indeed. He mentioned that he discovered this place due to sensing the activation of the upper and middle sections. Currently, Palace Master Yu Lingxiao is holding off the blood fiend demon emperor outside, and the disciples of Yuling Palace have arrived, but the situation is dire. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng said, I understand. You three must protect Zhou Bufan and ensure that no one approaches him. Master, where are you going? Yui asked anxiously. Chen Changsheng rose, a glint of coldness in his eyes. I shall confront the blood fiend demon emperor and ascertain whether the fragment he possesses is indeed part of the lower section. If so, it could resolve Zhou Bufan's restrictions in one fell swoop. Having spoken, he strode out of the room, his form like lightning, vanishing from sight in an instant. Outside Lingshui Town, the battle raged fiercely. Although the disciples of the Yuling Palace were outnumbered by the demons, each was a seasoned warrior of considerable strength. And they managed to hold their ground against the demonic forces. The most intense duel unfolded between Yuling Xiao and the blood fiend demon emperor. One commanded the powers of heaven and earth from a height, while the other unleashed a torrent of blood energy, each strike deadly. Every clash erupted with astounding energy waves that shook the earth and churned the clouds. Blood sea swallows the sky. With a furious roar, the blood fiend demon emperor thrust his hands forward, summoning countless crimson spears that rained down upon Yuling Xiao. Yuling Xiao formed seals with his hands. Conjuring a massive jade shield before him, jade wall protects the body. Boom! 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 The blood spears collided with the jade shield, resulting in a series of explosive sounds. As cracks rapidly spread across the surface of the shield. Break! With a thunderous shout, the blood fiend demon emperor unleashed an even greater torrent of blood spears. And the jade shield finally succumbed, shattering into pieces. Coughing up blood, Yuling Xiao staggered backward, his complexion paling to that of a ghost. Ha ha ha! Is this all you've got, Yuling Xiao? The blood fiend demon emperor scoffed triumphantly. Do not think that reaching the pinnacle of the divine bridge allows you to contend with me. I am an ancient demon emperor, having practiced blood path techniques for centuries. What do you possess to contend with me? Yuling Xiao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly smiled. Who said I wish to fight you to the bitter end? I merely need to stall you until reinforcements arrive. Reinforcements? The blood fiend demon emperor scoffed. Are you referring to that Chen Changsheng? Do not harbor dreams. He is currently preoccupied with unraveling the restrictions placed upon him. How could he possibly come to your rescue? Moreover, even if he were to arrive, so what? The holy master of your may have instilled fear in us. But the current him is merely an ordinary person devoid of memories. Yuling Xiao shook his head. You underestimate him far too much. The blood fiend demon emperor dismissed him with a sneer. Underestimate him? Humph. Even if he possesses some strength, he cannot escape death today. Is that so? Then shall we put it to the test? A calm voice suddenly emerged from behind. The blood fiend demon emperor turned sharply, only to find Chen Changsheng standing there. His expression tranquil and his gaze indifferent, as if he were merely a common passerby out for a stroll. Chen Changsheng. A flicker of surprise crossed the blood fiend demon emperor's eyes, which quickly morphed into malice. You have finally shown yourself. Chen Changsheng surveyed the fierce battle surrounding him and sighed. Why must we resort to such extreme measures? Our grievances need not involve the innocent. The blood fiend demon emperor chuckled coldly. Innocent? Is there truly such a thing in this world? 300 years ago, you slaughtered countless powerful beings of my kind. Did you ever consider whether they were innocent? Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. I can hardly recall the events of 3 centuries past. But I know this, regardless of what transpired. The innocent of the present should not pay for the sins of the past. The blood fiend demon emperor, enraged by his words, retorted, Ha! How eloquent! Today, whether you remember or not, you shall pay the price for your actions back then. With that, he produced a dark crystal from his robe and crushed it with force. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the fragments, forming a miniature black hole that began voraciously devouring everything in its vicinity. This is bad. Yuling Xiao's expression changed dramatically as he activated the power within the fragments. Chen Changsheng's eyes narrowed with gravity as he swiftly retrieved the upper volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book from his robe. Turning to a certain page and beginning to channel its power. The power of the Heavenly Book, seal. A golden light surged forth from the book, clashing against the black hole. The two forces collided fiercely in the air, producing a deafening roar. Ha ha ha! The blood fiend demon emperor cackled, even with the upper and middle volumes. You cannot withstand the power of the lower volume. For the lower volume embodies destruction and death, the most primordial and potent force. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed tightly as he continuously directed the power of the Heavenly Book, yet the black hole's devouring force was overwhelmingly formidable, even with the Heavenly Book's resistance. It was perilously unstable. This won't do, the power is insufficient. Chen Changsheng thought anxiously, I need the middle volume to complement it. At that critical moment, Yuling Xiao suddenly soared to Chen Changsheng's side, holding the middle volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Brother Chen, let us unite our strength. The two joined forces, each channeling the power of the upper and middle volumes to confront the black hole together. Combined, the heavenly book unleashed its might, obliterating the darkness. As both individuals simultaneously chanted, the two celestial tomes erupted with a resplendent radiance, coalescing into a golden sphere of light that surged towards the heart of the black hole. With a thunderous roar, the black hole was rent asunder by the golden luminescence, disintegrating into countless fragments scattered upon the ground. The blood-fiend demon emperor, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, exclaiming, "Impossible! How could the power of the lower fragment be vanquished?" Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly, "It is because you possess but a mere shard, while we hold the complete upper and middle volumes." However, his gaze fell upon the scattered fragments. "I extend my gratitude for bringing forth the lower fragments. This presents us with the perfect opportunity to completely lift the restrictions imposed upon Zhou Bufan." Chapter 79, Shadow of the Demon. As he spoke, he extended his hand, summoning all the scattered fragments to coalesce into a small black crystal. "No!" roared the blood-fiend demon emperor. "That is mine. Return it to me." He charged fiercely towards Chen Changsheng, his entire being igniting with blood energy, transforming into a blood dragon, claws bared and fangs exposed. A glint of coldness flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes as he gently waved his right hand. "Stop!" The blood dragon froze midair, its blood energy seemingly imprisoned in time, motionless. "This is impossible." The blood-fiend demon emperor's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how his ultimate technique had been so effortlessly subdued. Chen Changsheng slowly approached the blood-fiend demon emperor, his gaze devoid of emotion. "Return and inform the nebula demon emperor that should you trespass upon the territories of humanity again, you shall bear the consequences." "I do not believe you dare to kill me," the blood-fiend demon emperor retorted angrily. "Once I perish, the demon army will ravage all of Central State." Chen Changsheng shook his head. "I shall not take your life, but you will remember the lesson of today." With that, he clenched his right hand fiercely. "Ah!" The blood-fiend demon emperor let out a piercing scream as his entire right arm suddenly exploded, dissolving into a mist of blood in the air. "This is your punishment," Chen Changsheng stated coldly. "Now, take your demon kin and leave Lingshui town." The blood-fiend demon emperor clutched the stump of his severed arm. His eyes filled with shock and terror. He had never anticipated that Chen Changsheng's power could be so formidable, effortlessly rendering him armless. "Retreat!" He gritted his teeth and commanded, "All demons, withdraw." At his command, the demon army retreated like a receding tide, vanishing into the distant woods in an instant. The disciples of Yuling Palace erupted in cheers, chanting praises of their revered master. Yu Lingxiao approached Chen Changsheng, admiration evident in his eyes. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your assistance. Otherwise, Lingshui town would have surely faced catastrophe today." Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. Our priority now is to return to the inn and utilize this fragment to completely lift the restrictions placed upon Zhou Bufan." Yu Lingxiao nodded, and the two hastened back to the inn. Inside the inn, Zhou Bufan's condition had deteriorated to the utmost extremity. His complexion was as pale as parchment. His breath so faint it was nearly imperceptible, while the azure light in his chest surged ominously, threatening to engulf his entire being. Lu Hao and the others anxiously stood by the bedside. Upon seeing Chen Changsheng return, it was as if they had spotted a beacon of hope. "Master! Uncle Zhou is on the brink." Without hesitation, Chen Changsheng retrieved the upper volume and the fragment, placing them alongside the middle volume in Yu Lingxiao's hands. 3 volumes united. The restrictions shall be lifted. The 3 celestial texts, including the fragment, shone simultaneously, countless runes swirling around Zhou Bufan's body. The power of the celestial texts shall break the restrictions. Both Chen Changsheng and Yu Lingxiao guided the celestial power, directing it towards the azure light in Zhou Bufan's chest. "Ah!" Zhou Bufan suddenly opened his eyes, emitting a harrowing scream as his body convulsed violently. The azure light clashed fiercely with the celestial text runes, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. "Hold on, Zhou Bufan!" Yu Lingxiao shouted. "Just a little longer, and the restrictions will be entirely lifted." Zhou Bufan struggled in agony, his bones crackling as though they might shatter at any moment. With a sudden gasp, He expelled a mouthful of crimson blood, which shimmered with a greenish hue, an indication that the essence of the restriction was being expelled from his body. It worked! Yu Lingxiao exclaimed joyfully, the restriction is being forced out. After enduring another wave of excruciating pain, the green light from Zhou Bufan's chest finally dissipated, replaced by a golden radiance formed by the celestial script runes, gently nourishing his body. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Bufan felt the torment on his face gradually fade, supplanted by an unprecedented sense of ease. The restriction, has it been lifted? He weakly inquired. Chen Changsheng nodded, a smile gracing his features. Indeed. It has been completely lifted. Zhou Bufan's eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he grasped Chen Changsheng's hand, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Master, thank you, Master. Yu Lingxiao observed this scene, a flicker of complex emotions crossing his gaze. Finally, he spoke, Brother Chen, I have fulfilled my promise and released Zhou Bufan from the restriction. Henceforth, Yuling Palace shall gradually lift the restrictions on all individuals. I vow that from this day forward, Yuling Palace shall never again use restrictions to control others. Chen Changsheng regarded him, nodding slowly. I hope you will keep your word. Yu Lingxiao solemnly affirmed, I will. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the inn. What is happening? Lu Hao approached the window and peered out, exclaiming, so many people are running in one direction. Yui leaned closer, it looks like they are fleeing for their lives. Lu Liang hurried outside to inquire, returning shortly with a grave expression. This is bad. A demonic clan has appeared in the mountain forest west of Lingshui town. The demonic clan? Everyone was taken aback. Yu Lingxiao's face paled, impossible. Were they not sealed? How could they be here? Lu Liang shook his head, I am unsure. But there are witnesses who have seen the demonic figures moving towards Lingshui town. Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed in thought. It appears that the blood fiend demon emperor's connection to the demonic clan runs deeper than we imagined. He deliberately provoked us to activate the celestial script's power, intending to summon the demonic clan. Yu Lingxiao's expression darkened. What shall we do now? The members of Yuling Palace have already exhausted a significant amount of spiritual energy in their battles with the Beast Clan. They may struggle to confront the demonic clan. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng raised his head, a glint of determination in his eyes. You all must leave Lingshui town first, taking Zhou Bufan to a safe place. I will confront these demonic beings and ascertain their true nature. Yu Lingxiao expressed concern, Brother Chen, the demonic clan is mysteriously powerful. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, do not worry, I know what I am doing. He then turned to Lu Hao and the others, you must follow Yu Lingxiao and retreat to safety. No matter what happens, do not act recklessly. Though reluctant, the three understood that their master's decisions were resolute, and they could only nod in agreement. Master, please take care. Yu urged anxiously. Chen Changsheng nodded. Then turned to Yu Lingxiao. You shall temporarily safeguard the first and middle volumes of the Yuling heavenly scriptures. Remember, it is imperative that you protect them diligently. Yu Lingxiao responded earnestly, rest assured, Brother Chen, I shall defend the scriptures with my very life. Once the arrangements were made, Chen Changsheng departed alone from the inn, heading towards the western mountain forest. Within the woods, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. The forest, which should have been teeming with vitality, now echoed with an unsettling stillness, as if all living beings had fled from the scene. Chapter 80, The Resurgence of Shadows. Chen Changsheng meandered along the narrow path, acutely attuned to the peculiar aura permeating the air, a scent profoundly distinct from that of both the human and demon races, imbued with decay, darkness, and annihilation. The demon race. He murmured, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. For reasons unknown, this aura evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity, as if he had encountered it long ago. It seems I indeed share some connection with the demon race. As he pressed onward, the forest grew increasingly dim, and the sky darkened ominously. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from the thicket ahead. Chen Changsheng halted, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning his surroundings. Come forth, I am aware of your presence, he spoke calmly. No sooner had his words fallen than three shadowy figures emerged from the woods. They were tall demons, their skin a bizarre shade of gray-black, their eyes entirely devoid of whites, lending them an exceedingly fearsome appearance. Clad in black armor and wielding various weapons, they exuded an overwhelming presence. Humans? The leader of the demons spoke coldly, his voice gravelly, akin to metal scraping against metal. Did you activate the power of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book? It was I. Chen Changsheng replied nonchalantly. And who might you be? I am the deputy commander of the demon race's Night Legion, Night Demon. The leader proclaimed with pride. Under the command of the Demon Emperor, I have come to seek the fragments of the latter portion of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Oh? Chen Changsheng's brow arched slightly. The demon race has yet to fully break the seal, yet the Demon Emperor is so eager to find the Heavenly Book? A flicker of surprise crossed Night Demon's eyes. You seem rather well informed about my race. Chen Changsheng offered a faint smile. I possess a modicum of knowledge. Night Demon scrutinized Chen Changsheng for a lengthy moment. Then suddenly narrowed his pupils. You, who are you? I am called Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng? Night Demon's expression shifted dramatically as he took a few steps back. Impossible. Chen Changsheng fell 300 years ago. You must be an impostor. Chen Changsheng replied with indifference, whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me. I merely wish to know why you seek the fragments of the Heavenly Book. That is not for you to know. Night Demon glared at Chen Changsheng, his eyes glinting with an eerie black light. Chen Changsheng smiled gently, unperturbed, his gaze steady upon the three demons before him. In that case, let us allow strength to speak for itself. Arrogant. One of the demons beside Night Demon bellowed, abruptly drawing a black longsword from his waist. Mysterious runes materialized upon the blade, emanating waves of dark energy. A mere human dares to boast before my kind? Silence, dark flame. Night Demon raised his hand to halt his companion, a hint of caution flashing in his eyes. This individual's origins are unknown, we must not act recklessly. The demon named Dark Flame growled in dissatisfaction but ultimately complied with Night Demon's command, retracting his sword. Night Demon regarded Chen Changsheng with a penetrating gaze. His tone laced with a hint of testing. Regardless of whether you are the true Chen Changsheng, surrender the fragments of the latter part of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. And I may spare your life. Fragments? Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Is this what you mean? From his robe, he produced a black crystal, within which fragments sealed away shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Indeed, it is in your possession. A glint of greed flashed in the Night Demon's eyes. Hand it over. Chen Changsheng toyed with the crystal in his hand and replied leisurely, this fragment is indeed a part of the lower volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. But why are you so eager to find it? The Night Demon scoffed, human, do not presume that I am unaware of your plans. You seek to gather the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book to unravel the secrets of our demonic seal. But that is impossible. The lower volume of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book rightfully belongs to my demon race, you humans shall not lay claim to it. A flicker of realization crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. So that is the case. Each of the 3 volumes belongs to a different faction, the upper volume represents humanity. The middle volume symbolizes the demon race, and the lower volume signifies the demonic tribe. The complete power of the Heavenly Book can unveil all secrets of the world, including the truth behind the demonic race's seal. No wonder you are so desperate to locate the fragments. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. You fear that humanity might discover a breakthrough and completely seal away your kind, do you not? The Night Demon's expression changed abruptly, shock flickering in his eyes. How do you know so much? Just a guess, Chen Changsheng replied with a slight smile, your behavior has been rather conspicuous. The Night Demon fixed his gaze intently on Chen Changsheng, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. No wonder you managed to escape unscathed from the blood-fiend Demon Emperor. However, his laughter ceased abruptly, a cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. No matter how strong a human may be, they are but ants before the demon race. As soon as the words left his lips, the Night Demon lunged forward, his right hand reaching out to grasp Chen Changsheng. Die! A shadow of a black claw materialized out of thin air, rapidly expanding, and lunged towards Chen Changsheng with astonishing speed and force, distorting the surrounding air. Unfazed, Chen Changsheng gently raised his right hand, fingers splayed, to meet the shadow of the claw. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted as the Night Demon's black claw collided with Chen Changsheng's palm, unleashing a powerful shockwave that caused the surrounding trees to sway perilously. What? The night demon's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief clouding his features. His claw technique, capable of severely injuring even those at the divine bridge realm, had been effortlessly caught by Chen Changsheng with his bare hands? Impossible. Both an yen and another demon stood agape, their eyes filled with astonishment. Chen Changsheng smiled lightly. Is this the extent of your power? A flicker of anger ignited in the night demon's eyes as he roared, demon race combined technique, tridemon formation. As the words fell, 3 demons retreated simultaneously, swiftly forming a triangular formation and began to weave hand seals. Demonic energy converged, 3 becoming 1, combine. 3 streams of black energy surged from the bodies of the 3 demons, intersecting in the air to form a massive black vortex. At the vortex's center, a blurred figure could be faintly seen, reminiscent of some ancient creature, exuding a terrifying aura. A deafening roar erupted from the vortex, and the indistinct figure suddenly lunged forth towards Chen Changsheng. This was the demon race's secret technique, demon shadow transformation. With the combined strength of 3, they awakened a fragment of consciousness from the ancient demon, manifesting it into a tangible force to assail their adversaries. The shadow moved with astonishing swiftness, reaching Chen Changsheng in the blink of an eye, its gaping maw revealing menacingly sharp teeth as it lunged for his head. Be careful! A distant, urgent cry resonated through the air. It was Yu Lingxiao, accompanied by Lu Hao and the others, who had not departed but had instead been covertly observing Chen Changsheng's plight. Upon witnessing the terrifying shadow, Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively surged forward. Jade by Tian Gang. Yu Lingxiao hurriedly formed a hand seal, conjuring a colossal jade disc that appeared out of thin air, positioning itself before Chen Changsheng as a formidable barrier. Chapter 81, The Earth-Shattering Confrontation. With a thunderous crash, the shadow collided with the jade wall, producing a deafening roar. The jade surface instantly became riddled with cracks, seemingly on the verge of shattering. Yu Lingxiao, why are you still here? Chen Changsheng frowned and remarked. Did I not instruct you to leave at once? Yu Lingxiao offered a bitter smile. How could I possibly leave you to face the demon clan alone? No sooner had he spoken than the jade wall erupted into fragments, and the shadow surged forth, lunging towards the 2. Be careful! Yu Lingxiao shouted, attempting to form another seal. Yet Chen Changsheng gently waved his hand. Allow me. With that, he inhaled deeply, and with a delicate flick of his right index finger, he struck. A beam of golden light shot forth from his fingertip, precisely striking the shadow between the eyes. Ah! The shadow emitted a piercing wail, its entire form trembling violently as if ignited. Impossible! The 3 demons exclaimed in unison, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could he shatter the triad demon formation with a mere finger? The shadow thrashed desperately, before ultimately exploding into a cloud of black mist that dissipated into the air. Chen Changsheng retracted his finger, gazing coolly at the trio of demons. Now, it is your turn. The faces of the 3 demons shifted drastically, their expressions filled with dread. They had never anticipated that this human could be so formidable, effortlessly dismantling their ultimate technique with a single gesture. Retreat! Commanded the night demon, and the 3 simultaneously withdrew, attempting to vanish into the darkness. Thinking to escape? Chen Changsheng scoffed, his right hand sweeping decisively. Heaven and earth cage, seal. In an instant, the surrounding space seemed to solidify, and the bodies of the 3 demons abruptly froze, rendered immobile. What kind of binding is this? The night demon's eyes brimmed with shock and terror as he struggled futilely, unable to move an inch. Chen Changsheng slowly approached the night demon, a glimmer of coldness in his gaze. Now, tell me, why does the demon clan seek the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book? The night demon bit down hard on his lip, remaining silent. Chen Changsheng shook his head, still unwilling to speak. Then I shall have to look for myself. With that, he extended his right hand, pressing it against the night demon's forehead. Read! The night demon's eyes widened in horror as a powerful force surged into his soul, rifling through his memories. Ah! The night demon let out a pained howl, his entire body quaking uncontrollably. The sensation of his soul being sifted through was far more unbearable than any physical agony. Visions flashed before Chen Changsheng's eyes, fragments from the night demon's memories. The demon army mobilizing, the demon emperor commanding the search for fragments of the heavenly book seals on the verge of loosening. The human realm destined to become the hunting ground for the demons. Suddenly, a particular image caught Chen Changsheng's attention. It was a grand palace. Pitch black as ink, exuding an aura of terror. In the center of the palace, a vague figure sat upon a throne, radiating unparalleled majesty. Beside this figure stood a man adorned in human attire, his features blurred, yet a familiar outline could be discerned. It was none other than Chen Changsheng's pupils constricted, his heart shaken. This human, he felt as though he had encountered him before. Just as he was about to delve deeper, the soul of the night demon suddenly erupted with a formidable force of resistance. "Get out!" The night demon roared, its eyes ignited with black flames. Chen Changsheng stumbled back. Taken aback by this unexpected defiance, his brow furrowed in intrigue. "Interesting, your soul is bound by a restriction to prevent the leakage of critical information," he observed. The night demon gasped, its eyes filled with venomous resentment. You shall not obtain any information from me, will you?" "Is that so?" Chen Changsheng replied with a slight smile. "In truth, I have already gleaned quite a bit. The demon army is gathering, the seals are about to weaken. And then there is that human standing beside the demon emperor." The night demon's expression shifted dramatically. What have you seen?" "What I see is clear to you," Chen Changsheng said meaningfully. At his words, the night demon trembled, fear flashing in its eyes. "No. It cannot be. That memory was supposed to be completely sealed." "Oh? It seems that memory holds great significance," Chen Changsheng mused, curiosity flickering in his gaze. "Who is that human? Why is he beside the demon emperor?" The night demon fell silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered. "Do you think you can extract information from me this easily? I might as well tell you, since you are all doomed anyway. That individual is a mole within our ranks, having infiltrated the upper echelons of humanity for years, providing us with intelligence and assisting us in seeking ways to break the seals. Soon, the seals will be completely undone, and then our demon army will trample over the lands of humanity and enslave you all." "Ha ha ha." Chen Changsheng's brow furrowed deeply. "A mole? Infiltrating the upper echelons of humanity? That is rather ominous news. If the demon race truly has moles at such high levels, humanity's situation will be far more perilous." With that, a glimmer of murderous intent crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. "In that case, you have no need to exist." The night demon's expression changed. You intend to kill us? What do you think?" Chen Changsheng replied coldly. "Allowing you to return will only accelerate the demon race's counterattack." The night demon's pupils contracted, terror filling its eyes, but it quickly regained composure, sneering. "What does it matter if you kill us? The demon army has already commenced its actions and will soon break the seals, returning to the continent. When that time comes, even you will be unable to withstand the iron hooves of my kind." Chen Changsheng shook his head. "Then let us speak again when you emerge." With that, he clenched his right hand in the air. Shatter! Ah! The three demons simultaneously let out piercing screams, their bodies shattering like glass, dissipating into a whirlwind of dark mist. Thus, the three formidable demons were effortlessly vanquished by Chen Changsheng. Exhaling deeply, Chen Changsheng's expression showed signs of fatigue. Although defeating the three demons appeared effortless, it had indeed drained a considerable amount of his strength, particularly the soul probing, which consumed a great deal of mental energy. Yu Lingxiao approached with Lu Hao and the others, their eyes filled with shock and admiration. "Brother Chen, I never expected your power to be so terrifying. 3 formidable demon warriors were easily dispatched by you." Chen Changsheng shook his head and remarked, "They are merely the vanguard of the demon clan. The true formidable forces lie behind them. However, the intelligence we have gleaned from them is of paramount importance. The seal of the demon clan is on the verge of unraveling, and furthermore, they have embedded an insider within the ranks of the human leaders." "What?" Yu Lingxiao's expression shifted dramatically. "An insider? Who could it be?" Chen Changsheng shook his head in response. "It remains unclear, the memories of the night demon have been sealed. concealing vital information. Yet, it is certain that this insider holds a significant position and has been lurking for many years. Yu Lingxiao's countenance grew grave. This is indeed troublesome. If the demon clan truly has an insider among the human hierarchy, then our every move may be under their scrutiny. We must swiftly uncover the identity of this insider. Chapter 82, The Demonic Conspiracy. Chen Changsheng nodded, indeed. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to prepare for the impending invasion of the demon race. We must swiftly unite the strength of humanity and form an alliance to collectively withstand the threat posed by the demons. Yu Lingxiao pondered for a moment. I will take charge of this matter. Although the Yuling Palace is not held in high regard, it still wields a certain influence among humanity. I shall immediately dispatch messengers to the major sects and factions to convene a grand assembly to discuss countermeasures. Chen Changsheng nodded. I entrust this task to you. He then turned to Lu Hao and the others. Why did you not bring Zhou Bufan with you? Lu Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Master, how could we possibly leave you alone? Even if we cannot prevail, we must stand by your side. Yui nodded in agreement. Yes, Master. We are your disciples, sharing in both fortune and adversity. Lu Liang also asserted firmly. Rest assured, Master. Uncle Zhou is safe. We have arranged for the disciples of Yuling Palace to escort him back for recuperation, while we remain here to assist you. Hearing the words of his disciples, Chen Changsheng felt a swell of warmth within him. Although they could sometimes be disobedient, this bond of camaraderie was truly moving. Very well. Since the vanguard of the demon race has been dealt with, we should return, Chen Changsheng said calmly. There are more crucial matters awaiting us. What is it, Master? Lu Hao inquired curiously. A flicker of determination shone in Chen Changsheng's eyes. We must seek the next chapter of the Yuling Heavenly Book. To unravel the secret of the demon race's seal and identify the traitors lurking among humanity. Only then can we thoroughly resolve the threat posed by the demons. The four nodded in agreement and followed Chen Changsheng out of the forest, returning to Lingshui town. However, shortly after their departure, a shadow silently emerged from the ground, cautiously surveying its surroundings. Once assured that no one was present, the shadow swiftly transformed into a diminutive demon, extracting a black crystal and murmuring, Report to my lord. The night demon squad has been annihilated. What? An enraged voice emanated from the crystal. How is that possible? It was that human who calls himself Chen Changsheng. The small demon trembled as it replied. His strength is overwhelming, the night demons were no match for him. Chen Changsheng? The voice within the crystal suddenly turned icy. Interesting, he is indeed still alive. My lord, should we retreat? The small demon inquired cautiously. No. The crystal emitted a frigid command. Continue to monitor his every move, do not alert him. I want to know everything about him, his strength, his plans, his weaknesses, everything. Yes, my lord. The small demon responded respectfully before silently burrowing back underground, disappearing from sight. Far away, in the demon territory 1,000 miles distant, a tall figure set down the crystal in hand, with an enigmatic glimmer flickering in their eyes. Chen Changsheng. I never anticipated it would truly be you. It appears that this game is far more intriguing than I had envisioned. Recently, Lingshui town has been rife with turmoil. First, the demon army invaded, and now a vanguard from the devil race has emerged. This once tranquil town has now become the epicenter of a struggle among the human race, the demon race, and the devil race. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Changsheng and his companions discovered that Zhou Bufan had already been sent to Yuling Palace for recuperation. The elders of Yuling Palace had also returned and were commencing preparations to summon various factions. Master, what shall we do next? Lu Hao inquired curiously. Seated at the inn's table, Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. We must swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of the latter part of the Yuling Heavenly Book. However, the latter part is in the possession of the devil race. How shall we find it? Yui questioned. Are we to infiltrate the territory of the devil race? Chen Changsheng shook his head. Though the devil race is on the verge of breaking the seal, their main forces have yet to descend upon the continent. Currently, the devil race comprises only some vanguard troops and those who have long been lurking in the shadows. The latter part should still be sealed within the realm of the devils. Presently, they possess only fragments. Lu Liang contemplated. Does that mean we must wait for the devil race to break the seal before we can locate the latter part? Not necessarily, Chen Changsheng replied, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. From the memories of the night demon, I vaguely discern some clues. The devil race appears to be searching for a specific location, which should be related to the latter part of the Yuling heavenly book. Unfortunately, the crucial information has been obscured, otherwise, we would have been able to locate that site directly. A specific location? Lu Liang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Master, could it be related to the fabled Devil Abyss? Devil Abyss? What is that place? Lu Hao asked with curiosity. Lu Liang elucidated, according to ancient texts. The Devil Abyss is where the devil race was once sealed, serving as a nexus between the devils and the continent. It is said that there exists a sealed gate there, which remains shut but presents an opportunity to loosen every 1,000 years. Moreover, the latter part of the Yuling heavenly book is rumored to have flowed forth from the Devil Abyss. A flicker of astonishment crossed Chen Changsheng's eyes. Do you know the location of the Devil Abyss? Lu Liang shook his head. The exact location is unknown. But it is said to be within the Silent Mountain range at the northernmost edge of the continent. That area is perpetually shrouded in thick fog, devoid of any vegetation. And even demon beasts dare not approach. Silent Mountain Range. Chen Changsheng murmured, a hint of recollection in his gaze. It seems he has been there before. What is it, master? Yui noticed Chen Changsheng's unusual demeanor and asked with concern. Chen Changsheng snapped back to reality and shook his head. It is nothing. It appears that our next destination will be the Silent Mountain Range. However, before we set forth, I wish to visit a particular place. What place? The three inquired with curiosity. Chen Changsheng gazed out the window, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. The Tianji Pavilion. Tianji Pavilion? Lu Hao asked, perplexed. What is that place? Lu Liang explained. The Tianji Pavilion is a sect dedicated to the study of formations, renowned across the continent. It is said that the library within the Pavilion of Heavenly Secrets is replete with an abundance of tomes, particularly those concerning ancient formations, the quantity of which is unparalleled across the continent. However, he hesitated momentarily. The pavilion has always remained aloof from worldly conflicts, seldom engaging in the disputes of the realm and rarely welcoming outsiders. Why should we venture there? Chen Changsheng replied calmly, because there may lie the clues we seek. Moreover, Zhou Bufan hails from the pavilion. Although he was later expelled from the sect, he should still possess a degree of familiarity with it. Once his injuries have healed, we shall set forth. The three nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. They understood that their master's actions were always justified, and following him would undoubtedly lead them on the right path. Chapter 83, The Enigma of Heritage. 3 days later, Zhou Bufan's injuries had mostly healed, and his spirits had improved significantly. When Chen Changsheng suggested a visit to the Tianshij, Zhou Bufan exhibited a clear hesitation. Master, the Tianshij is not a benign place, Zhou Bufan said with a bitter smile. I was expelled from their ranks years ago. Returning now, I fear I may not be welcomed. Chen Changsheng patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry, with me by your side, nothing untoward will occur. Sighing in resignation, Zhou Bufan replied, Very well, since you have decided, let us proceed. However, he hesitated for a moment. Before we go to the Tianshij, I would like to visit a certain place first. Where might that be? Chen Changsheng inquired. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Zhou Bufan's eyes. There is a small village not far from here. I wish to see my family. After being under restrictions for so many years, I have no idea how they are faring now. Chen Changsheng nodded. All right. Let us first pay a visit to your family. The group quickly gathered their belongings and departed from Lingshui town, heading towards the village Zhou Bufan mentioned. On the way, Zhou Bufan recounted his experiences to Chen Changsheng. It turned out that he had once been a prodigious disciple of the Tianshij, renowned for his exceptional skills in formations and regarded as the heir apparent to the sect leader. However, just as he was on the brink of being officially named the successor, calamity struck. The treasured artifact of the sect, the Tianshi Divine Mirror, was suddenly stolen, and all evidence pointed to Zhou Bufan. Despite his fervent protests, he was ultimately expelled from the Tianqi in the face of irrefutable evidence, becoming a laughingstock in the realm of formations. As he wandered among the common folk, fate led him to the Tiandao, who introduced him to Chen Changsheng, ultimately becoming his disciple. Under Chen Changsheng's guidance, Zhou Bufan's understanding of formations reached new heights, granting him unique insights into the discipline. Yet, just as he prepared to reclaim his former glory, the Yuling Palace intervened, forcibly placing restrictions upon him and compelling him to serve their interests. Master, I have always suspected that there is more to the story behind the theft of the Tianqi divine mirror, Zhou Bufan murmured, a flash of indignation in his eyes. I was framed. Chen Changsheng nodded thoughtfully. It is highly likely. Our visit to the Tianqi will serve not only to seek out clues but also to restore your honor. Zhou Bufan gazed at Chen Changsheng with heartfelt gratitude, his eyes brimming with emotion. At last, a quaint village came into view. Though modest in size, with only several dozen households, it boasted a picturesque setting, radiating tranquility. This is the place. Zhou Bufan inhaled deeply, his eyes filled with anticipation and trepidation. As the group entered the village, they soon arrived at a humble courtyard. Standing at the entrance, Zhou Bufan hesitated for a moment before finally knocking on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, coming. An aged voice called from within the courtyard. And soon a white-haired elderly woman opened the door. May I ask who you are? Ah. The woman gasped as she recognized Zhou Bufan's face, her eyes wide with disbelief. Little Fan? Is that truly you? Tears welled in Zhou Bufan's eyes as he choked on his words, Mother. It's me. I have returned. My child. The elderly woman embraced Zhou Bufan tightly, tears streaming down her face. You've been gone for so many years without a word, I thought something terrible had happened to you. Zhou Bufan clutched his mother, tears cascading down his cheeks. Mother. I am sorry. The old woman wiped her tears, holding Zhou Bufan's hand as if afraid he might vanish again. Quick, come inside. She warmly urged Zhou Bufan and his companions. These must be your friends, right? Please, enter, come in. Chen Changsheng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, leading Lu Hao, Yui, and El Liang into the modest yet tidy courtyard. Although simple, the courtyard was meticulously arranged, reflecting the owner's care. In the corner, a few peonies were planted. Though not in bloom, the lush green leaves exuded vitality. The elderly woman ushered everyone into the main room, bustling about to serve tea and water, her wrinkles smoothing out as her face brightened with joy. Mother, please take it easy, don't rush, Zhou Bufan said tenderly. Have you been well all these years? She waved her hand dismissively. I am well. The villagers take good care of me. Though your father passed away early, the land he left is enough for me to live on, I have no worries about food or clothing. Her gaze turned to Zhou Bufan, filled with love. But you? Where have you been all these years? Why have you not returned? I heard you were expelled from the Tianji pavilion, I was so worried. A hint of guilt crossed Zhou Bufan's face. Mother, He struggled to find the words to explain the experiences of the past years, the shame of being expelled from the Tianji pavilion, the torment of being controlled by Yuling. He wished to shield his mother from such burdens. Chen Changsheng, perceiving his discomfort, interjected with a smile, Madame Zhou. Xiao Fan has been learning under my guidance these years and has been quite well. His absence was due to the demands of his training. I hope you can forgive him. Only then did the elderly woman notice Chen Changsheng, appraising him with a hint of surprise. This young man appeared to be just over 20, how could he be Xiao Fan's master? After all, Xiao Fan was already in his 30s. However, she refrained from further questioning and politely said, So you are Xiao Fan's master. Thank you for taking care of my son. Chen Changsheng waved his hand modestly. Madame Zhou. You are too kind. Xiao Fan is intelligent and diligent, a truly exceptional disciple. A smile of contentment graced the elderly woman's face. My Xiao Fan has been clever since childhood. At 5, he could recite the Tao Te Ching, and by 8, he was taken by the Tianji pavilion. As she spoke, her smile faltered, a shadow of sadness flickering in her eyes. It's a pity that later. Zhou Bufan grasped his mother's hand gently. Mother, let us not dwell on unhappy memories. I am well now, with my master and brothers looking after me, you need not worry. She nodded, forcing a smile. All right. Let us not speak of those sad things. You must be hungry after your long journey. I will prepare a few good dishes to welcome you. As she began to rise to head to the kitchen, Zhou Bufan interjected, Mother, please sit and rest, allow me to prepare the meal. Zhou Bufan stopped his mother, expressing his desire to showcase his culinary skills developed over the years. The elderly woman nodded with appreciation, saying, Very well, I shall await the pleasure of your cooking. Zhou Bufan then turned to Chen Changsheng and the others, stating, Master, fellow disciples, please continue your conversation, I will prepare the meal. Chen Changsheng nodded, signaling him to proceed. After Zhou Bufan departed, the elderly woman gazed at Chen Changsheng and suddenly inquired, Young sir, has my son truly fared well over the years? Chen Changsheng looked at this weathered elder, whose eyes, though lined with wrinkles, still shone with a clear and deep concern for her son. Chapter 84, The Enigma of Destiny. Rest assured, Madame Zhou, Xiaofan is doing well, Chen Changsheng said gently. He had considerable expertise in formations and was destined for greatness in the future. A flicker of relief passed through the old woman's eyes, but it soon dimmed, however. The matter of his expulsion from the Tianji pavilion. A glimmer of determination flashed in Chen Changsheng's eyes. There is more to this story. The Tianji pavilion has wronged Xiaofan. Once we arrive at the pavilion, the truth will be revealed, and we shall restore his honor. Hope rekindled in the old woman's gaze. Is that true? How wonderful! Xiaofan has dreamed of becoming a master of formations since childhood and has worked so hard for it. If he can clear his name and return to the Tianji pavilion, it would be splendid. Chen Changsheng smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. Returning to the Tianji pavilion was not of paramount importance to Zhou Bufan, but vindicating him and uncovering the true culprit were indeed necessary tasks. Lu Hao, unable to contain himself, interjected, Grandma Zhou, have you heard any rumors about the demon clan? Particularly regarding the Silent Mountains. The Silent Mountains? The old woman paused, her expression turning serious. That place was ominous indeed. The village elders spoke of it as the dwelling of demons, warning that anyone who ventured too close would be devoured and never return. Just as Lu Hao was about to inquire further, he was silenced by a glance from Yui. Smiling, she deftly shifted the topic. Grandma Zhou, your peonies are truly magnificent. Do you have any secrets to share? The old woman brightened at the compliment and began to enthusiastically share her gardening wisdom. Chen Changsheng nodded inwardly, appreciating Yui's timely diversion. Discussions about the demon clan and the Silent Mountains were ill-advised in this setting, lest they incite unnecessary panic. Before long, Zhou Bufan had prepared a sumptuous feast. Although it consisted of simple home-cooked dishes, their aroma and flavor were irresistible. Wow, Uncle Zhou, I had no idea you were such a great cook. Lu Hao marveled, eagerly digging in. Zhou Bufan chuckled, after years of wandering, one must learn to cook a few dishes to survive. The old woman watched her son's transformation with love and pride. The meal was a joyous occasion for both host and guests. After dinner, Zhou Bufan spent a long time conversing with his mother, recounting his experiences over the years, of course, omitting the parts about being controlled by Yuling. The old woman shared updates about the village, who had welcomed a new grandchild, who had built a new house. Seeing the mother and son enjoying each other's company brought a warm feeling to Chen Changsheng's heart. As night fell, the old woman made arrangements for everyone to stay. The house was small, but sufficient for their needs. Chen Changsheng shared a room with Zhou Bufan, while Lu Hao and Lu Liang shared another. And Yui had her own space. In the dead of night, after confirming that everyone else had fallen asleep, Zhou Bufan quietly asked Chen Changsheng, Master, are we really going to the Tianji pavilion? Chen Changsheng nodded, we must go. The pavilion is not only connected to your wrongful case but may also be linked to the Jade Spirit Tome and the seals of the Demon Clan. Zhou Bufan's expression grew grave. The Tianji pavilion has always adhered to a principle of remaining aloof from worldly affairs, rarely intervening in the conflicts of the continent. If they are involved with the Demon Clan, that would be terrifying. Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. Everything is mere speculation. Only upon arrival can the truth be unveiled. You should stay with your mother for a few days, there is no rush for us to embark on our journey, he advised. Zhou Bufan nodded gratefully, thank you for your understanding, master. The following dawn, Zhou Bufan accompanied his mother to the fields. While Chen Changsheng strolled about the village with his 3 disciples, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. The village was modest in size, and they soon completed their exploration. To Chen Changsheng's surprise, he discovered a humble shrine nestled in the northern part of the village. Though small, the shrine was well maintained, the stone lions at its entrance, albeit somewhat weathered, bore the marks of regular care. "What is this place?" Lu Hao inquired curiously. An elderly passerby, overhearing the question, smiled and explained. "This is the shrine of our village's guardian deity. It enshrines a remarkable figure who departed from here 3 centuries ago. It is said he blesses our village with safety." "Oh? Who is this illustrious figure?" Chen Changsheng asked, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his eyes. The elder pointed to the 3 characters inscribed on the shrine's plaque, Chen Changsheng. "Legend has it that 300 years ago, our village produced a remarkable individual who later became the saint master of the human race. Although he has long since passed, the villagers continue to venerate him as their protector." As Chen Changsheng gazed at the 3 characters, a glimmer of astonishment crossed his face. "Chen Changsheng? Is that not my own title? Could it be this is my homeland?" Yet, he had no recollection of this village whatsoever. "Elder, are there any legends about this Chen Changsheng?" Chen Changsheng managed to suppress his astonishment and asked calmly. The elder nodded with a smile. "Oh, there are many. It is said that Chen Changsheng was extraordinarily gifted. At 5, he comprehended the Tao Te Ching. At 7, he could discern the I Ching. By 10, he had devised formations, and by 15, he could vanquish demons. Most impressively, he established a technique known as the butcher's blade method, which appeared simple but was profoundly intricate, capable of cleaving even demon lords in 2. The butcher's blade method?" Lu Hao's eyes brightened, recalling something. He instinctively glanced at Chen Changsheng, but his words were abruptly halted by a glance from Yue. Unperturbed by their reaction, the elder continued, "Indeed, it is said that this technique originated from the art of slaughter, yet through Chen Xingsheng's refinement, it became extraordinarily sophisticated. Alas! During a great battle against the demon race, Chen Changsheng sacrificed himself to seal them away. From that moment, humanity lost its mightiest protector. And the world has known no saint master since." Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. The tales bore resemblance to what he knew, yet there were discrepancies. Particularly the part about his sacrifice to seal the demons. Is this true? Did I truly die once? What is my current state? Why did I awaken in that small pond? Why are my memories so fragmented? A multitude of questions arose within him, yet answers eluded him. Noticing Chen Changsheng's deep contemplation, the elder wisely took his leave. "Master, you truly are." Lu Hao could not help but whisper. Chen Changsheng regained his composure and shook his head, expressing uncertainty. Yet, given the multitude of coincidences, it seemed unlikely to be mere happenstance. "Let us venture inside and investigate," he suggested. The 4 of them pushed open the door to the ancestral hall and stepped inside. The interior was simple yet tidy, with a lifelike stone statue positioned at its center. The figure portrayed had delicate features and an ethereal demeanor, bearing a striking resemblance to Chen Changsheng, 7 parts alike. Inscribed on the plaque beneath the statue were the words, "Statue of Master Chen Shang, guardian of the villagers' health and well-being." Lu Liang stared in astonishment at the statue. Then at Chen Changsheng, noting the uncanny similarity. Chen Changsheng too gazed at the statue, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. Chapter 85, The eerie transmission. Upon gazing at the stone statue, an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within him, as though it truly resembled his own visage. Yet, curiously, he possessed no recollection of this village or the ancestral hall. "Master, are you truly the revered Chen Changsheng from 3 centuries past?" Yue inquired softly, her eyes brimming with reverence. Chen Changsheng remained silent for a moment, ultimately shaking his head. "I cannot be certain. The only memories I retain are from the moments following my awakening in the small pond. Everything prior is a void. However, various signs suggest that I indeed share a connection with this Chen Changsheng. As for the specifics of our relationship, perhaps only a visit to the Tiangong Pavilion will yield answers." The 3 nodded solemnly, refraining from further inquiries. They understood that the enigma surrounding their master's origins was likely far more intricate than they had imagined. After a thorough examination of the ancestral hall, Chen Changsheng uncovered no additional clues and thus led the trio away. Upon returning to Zhou Bufan's residence, they found him and his mother had just returned from the fields and were preparing lunch. "Master, where have you been?" Zhou Bufan asked with curiosity. Chen Changsheng's gaze flickered. "I stumbled upon an ancestral hall in the village, dedicated to a figure known as Chen Changsheng." Zhou Bufan paused, then a look of realization washed over him. "Oh, that ancestral hall. I often played there as a child, listening to the village elders recount tales of Chen Changsheng. Those stories were thrilling. Tales of vanquishing demons and sealing malevolent beings. As a child, I was enraptured, aspiring to be as formidable as Chen Changsheng." At this juncture, he suddenly halted, a glimmer of shock crossing his features as he gazed at Chen Changsheng in disbelief. "Master, you cannot possibly be." Chen Changsheng waved his hand dismissively. "Those matters can wait, we shall discuss them further upon our arrival at the Tiangong Pavilion." Zhou Bufan nodded, refraining from further questions, though the astonishment and reverence in his eyes deepened. He had always believed Chen Changsheng to be merely a legend, never anticipating that he truly existed, especially as his own master. The revelation was nothing short of astonishing. After lunch, Zhou Bufan proposed that they venture to the mountain behind the village. "There is a hot spring there, renowned for its exceptional water quality, said to have rejuvenating and healing properties." With a smile, he added, "I used to frequent it as a child. It's been many years since my last visit, and I wonder if it still exists." "Hot springs sound delightful," Lu Hao exclaimed with enthusiasm. "After days of travel, we could certainly use a proper respite." The elderly woman chuckled. "The hot springs have always been there, they remain a treasure of the village. You all go ahead. I shall refrain from joining, as my old bones can no longer manage the climb." Thus, the group bid farewell to the elderly woman and set off towards the mountain behind the village. The ascent was not particularly steep, yet the path was somewhat rugged. After approximately half an hour of trekking, they finally arrived at the small valley where the hot spring was located. The valley was modest in size, encircled by lush woodlands, with a naturally formed hot spring pool at its center. Though not large, the pool's water was crystal clear, occasionally releasing wisps of steam that appeared particularly enticing in the cool mountain breeze. "Wow! It truly is a hot spring," Lu Hao exclaimed, crouching by the edge of the pool and testing the water's temperature. "What a delightful warmth!" Zhou Bufan proclaimed with pride, "Of course. The hot springs in our village are renowned for miles around. Master, would you care to take a dip?" Chen Changsheng gazed at the hot spring pool, a flicker of familiarity igniting in his eyes. This sensation was peculiar. Despite it being his first visit, he felt as though he were returning to a cherished place. "All right." He nodded, eager for a moment of relaxation. "We should step aside for a bit," Yui said, her cheeks flushed. For it was indeed somewhat awkward for a young lady to bathe with several men. Zhou Bufan chuckled, "No need to worry. This hot spring is quite spacious, divided by a massive boulder. This side is for men, while the other side is for women, ensuring our privacy." Reassured, Yui followed the others to the edge of the hot spring. As expected, a colossal stone in the center naturally partitioned the pool. She moved around to the other side, while Chen Changsheng, Zhou Bufan, Lu Hao, and El Liang remained behind. The four of them shed their garments and gradually entered the warm waters. "Ah, so comfortable." Lu Hao sighed contentedly, his body relaxing entirely. "Indeed, it's quite pleasant," El Liang remarked, a rare expression of enjoyment gracing his features. Zhou Bufan leaned against the edge of the pool, nostalgia glimmering in his eyes. "I remember when I was young, during the new year, the villagers would flock here to soak in the springs, said to wash away the year's misfortunes and welcome the new year. Back then, the pool was filled with people, bustling with life." His voice carried a hint of wistfulness, a longing for childhood and a deep connection to his hometown. Chen Changsheng closed his eyes, quietly savoring the warmth of the springs. Strangely, this sensation felt so familiar, as if he had immersed himself countless times before. Just as he was about to drift into contemplation, he suddenly felt something gently brush against his foot beneath the water. Chen Changsheng opened his eyes and looked down into the clear water, where the bottom was distinctly visible. Oddly, he noticed a small indentation at the pool's base, its shape peculiar, resembling some sort of symbol or pattern. Intrigued, Chen Changsheng found himself drawn to the indentation and instinctively bent down to touch it. "Master, what's wrong?" Zhou Bufan observed Chen Changsheng's unusual behavior and inquired with curiosity. Chen Changsheng remained silent, continuing to inspect the indentation. As he leaned closer, a jade pendant hanging from his neck, an amulet gifted by Yu Lingxiao, dangled, hovering just above the indentation. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. The jade pendant emitted a brilliant radiance, resonating in a wondrous harmony with the indentation at the bottom of the pool. Boom! A powerful surge of energy erupted from the pool's depths, causing the entire hot spring to tremble violently. "What's happening?" Lu Hao exclaimed, quickly rising to his feet. Scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "This is bad." Zhou Bufan's expression shifted dramatically. "A formation lies beneath this hot spring. It's been activated." At that moment, the indentation at the bottom of the pool burst forth with dazzling light, a beam shooting skyward, enveloping the entire hot spring. "Ah!" A startled exclamation from Yu Yi echoed from the direction of the stones, indicating that she too was affected by the unfolding events. "This is dire. Something is amiss." Lu Liang shouted, attempting to dash out of the hot spring, only to discover that an invisible barrier had encircled them, rendering escape impossible. "Remain calm," Chen Changsheng intoned solemnly. "This is not an offensive formation, but rather a form of teleportation array." "A teleportation array?" Zhou Bufan's eyes widened in astonishment. "How could such a mechanism exist beneath us?" Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the radiance intensified, and the entire hot spring was engulfed in blinding white light. "Hold on tight," Chen Changsheng bellowed, reaching out to grasp his fellow disciples. In the next moment, a formidable force of attraction surged forth, and the consciousness of the five was swiftly plunged into darkness. Chapter 86, The reappearance of the secret realm. It is uncertain how much time has passed when Chen Changsheng slowly awakens, only to find himself in an unfamiliar space. Before him lies a vast cavern, its stone walls adorned with luminous crystals that emit a gentle glow, illuminating the entire area. At the center of the cave is a small lake, its waters crystal clear and radiating a faint spiritual aura. As Chen Changsheng surveys his surroundings, he discovers Lu Hao, Liang, Yu Yi, and Zhou Bufan also unconscious at the lake's edge, their garments intact, seemingly unscathed. A mysterious force must have dressed them during the teleportation. "Awake! Wake up!" he gently urges, shaking the others. Lu Hao rubs his eyes and sits up, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Where is this?" "I don't know." Chen Changsheng replies, shaking his head, "It seems we were transported here by that teleportation array." Zhou Bufan stirs as well, and upon seeing the environment, he gasps in astonishment, This is... Master, this place was mentioned by the elders in my village when I was a child," he exclaims. "It is said that 300 years ago, a group of powerful warriors returned from the battlefield of the demon clan and constructed a secret realm beneath the hot springs at the back of the village to store important items and documents. Later, the entrance to the secret realm was sealed, and no one could enter again. Who would have thought we would find it today?" Chen Changsheng furrows his brow. Powerful warriors returning from the demon battlefield? This description resonates with my own identity. Could it be that I constructed this secret realm 300 years ago? But why do I have no recollection of it? Just as he ponders this, Yu Yi and Liang awaken in succession. "Master, where are we?" Yu Yi inquires curiously, surveying the surroundings. It appears to be a secret realm. Though the specifics remain unclear, Chen Changsheng explains briefly. "Let us explore, perhaps we can find a way out." The five of them split up to investigate the cavern, soon discovering a passage leading deeper into the cave. The walls of the passage are similarly embedded with glowing crystals, providing excellent illumination. "This way." Chen Changsheng gestures towards the passage and leads the group forward. The passage is not lengthy. After walking approximately 100 steps, they emerge into a more spacious hall. At the center of the hall stands a stone pedestal, upon which rests an ancient scroll that appears to have aged significantly. "This is..." Chen Changsheng approaches, cautiously picking up the scroll. As he unfurls it, his pupils constrict in surprise. The text inscribed on the scroll is composed of ancient runes, indecipherable to the ordinary person. However, it seems as if Chen Changsheng possesses an innate understanding of these runes, effortlessly reading them aloud. I, Chen, have spent my life acting with righteousness, vanquishing demons and monsters without seeking recompense. Yet the tides of the world cannot be altered by one man's strength alone. The demon clan invades, causing untold suffering. I cannot bear to witness this. In the battle against the demon clan, though victorious, the cost was dire. To seal the demon clan, I sacrificed myself, creating the 12th capital heavenly demon sealing formation to imprison them in another realm. However, the seal is not eternal. After a millennium, there will be a loosening. At that time, the demon clan shall surely return. I have left behind a contingency, hoping that a fated individual may inherit my will and once more thwart the ambitions of the demonic clan. Upon reading this, Chen Changsheng felt a profound shock within his heart. This was indeed the message he had inscribed. It seems the legends were true. He had indeed sacrificed himself to seal away the demons. Yet, if he had already made that sacrifice, then what was his current state? Why had he awakened by the small pond? Why had he lost his memories? Master, what is written above? Lu Hao inquired curiously, gazing at the peculiar symbols on the scroll. Chen Changsheng did not respond immediately. Instead, he carefully stored the scroll away, placing it close to his chest. It contains records concerning the sealing of the demonic clan, he briefly explained, not wishing for his disciples to uncover the secrets of his origin too soon. Let us proceed and see what lies ahead. At the opposite end of the hall stood a stone door, intricately engraved with complex symbols that appeared to represent some form of seal. Chen Changsheng approached the stone door and gently touched it. Boom, the symbols upon the door suddenly illuminated, radiating a dazzling light. This is. Zhou Bufan gazed at the stone door in astonishment. Bloodline authentication? Chen Changsheng nodded, it seems so. This secret realm is evidently designed for individuals of specific bloodlines. After a brief moment of contemplation, he bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the stone door. With a thunderous rumble, the door emitted a deep sound and slowly creaked open, revealing the space beyond. It truly worked! Lu Hao exclaimed in delight. Through the bloodline authentication, it was almost certain that this secret realm was intricately connected to Chen Changsheng. Stepping through the stone door, they found themselves in a hall even more spacious than the last, magnified several times. At the center of the hall was a colossal formation, with a crystal orb radiating a soft blue light at its core. Surrounding the formation were 12 stone pillars, each adorned with carvings of unique creatures, resembling guardian deities. This is. Zhou Bufan's eyes widened, his voice quivering slightly, the 12 heavenly demon god sealing formation. Chen Changsheng stood at the center of the formation, his gaze fixated on the orb emanating the ethereal blue glow. His heart surged with emotion, akin to waves crashing against the shore, stirring a tempest of feelings. This formation was unfamiliar yet hauntingly recognizable. The 12 stone pillars formed a circle, with each guardian beast intricately sculpted, as if they might break free from their confines and roar forth at any moment. The azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, the black tortoise, the qilin, the phoenix, alongside 6 even more ancient creatures whose names eluded Chen Changsheng for the moment. Master, this formation, it is incredibly powerful. El Liang felt the energy coursing through the formation and could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The residual aura alone sent shivers down his spine. Chen Changsheng remained silent, gradually moving towards the center of the formation. With each step he took, symbols beneath his feet illuminated in a line, resembling stars adorning the night sky, converging towards the center like a celestial gathering. Buzz, as Chen Changsheng approached the crystal orb, the entire formation erupted in a blinding radiance. 12 stone pillars resonated simultaneously, emitting a deep, sonorous hum akin to the whispers of ancient deities. What is happening? Lu Hao exclaimed, instinctively retreating a few steps, nearly losing his balance. Zhou Bufan's expression grew grave. The formation has recognized its master. It has identified the presence of our esteemed teacher. The crystal orb gradually ascended, hovering before Chen Changsheng, its ethereal blue luminescence intensifying in brilliance. Within the orb, a swirling mist of energy continuously churned, coalescing into a vague humanoid shape. It is a projection. Yue murmured, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. The humanoid energy became increasingly distinct, ultimately solidifying into the visage of a middle-aged man. His features bore the marks of time yet retained an undeniable handsomeness, his eyes deep as the cosmos, and he emanated an otherworldly aura. Most astonishingly, this man's appearance bore a striking resemblance to Chen Changsheng, sharing 7 parts likeness. Chapter 87, The Enigma of Sealing. Is this message intended for me? Chen Changsheng pondered silently. His gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the silhouette within the crystal sphere. The figure spoke, its voice steady and resonant, echoing throughout the grand hall, to the fated one. If you can perceive this image, it signifies that the contingency I devised long ago has finally been activated. The millennium draws near, and the seal upon the demon clan is about to weaken, heralding a great calamity. I am Chen Changsheng of the human race, known by the Tao title Xuanshu Zi. Revered by the world as the Saint Master 3 centuries past, to seal the invading demon clan. I employed the heaven-defying fate alteration technique, sacrificing my essence and my very being to establish the 12 capital heavenly demon god sealing array, confining the demon clan within the demon realm, preventing their ingress into the human world. However, the seal is not eternal. Upon the arrival of the millennium, the demon clan shall inevitably return. At that time, blood shall stain the skies, and countless lives shall be lost, plunging humanity into dire straits. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng felt a profound shock. This was indeed his own message. He had truly perished once. The figure continued, to confront this impending disaster, I utilized secret techniques to preserve a fragment of my true spirit, awaiting the moment of rebirth as the millennium approaches. Yet, the method of rebirth is flawed, inevitably resulting in the loss of memories and a significant reduction in power. Should the listener of these words be my reincarnation, I implore you to swiftly gather the 3 volumes of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Only when these 3 volumes are united can the enigma of the seal be unraveled, allowing for the retrieval of past memories and the restoration of full strength. The upper volume resides among the human race, the middle volume with the demon race, and the lower volume within the demon clan. Over the past 3 centuries, the heavenly book may have changed hands, but it shall not stray far from these 3 races. Remember, the demon clan has likely infiltrated humanity for many years. This individual holds a noble status and wields great power, yet conspires with the demon clan, secretly plotting their return. Once the demon clan breaks free from the seal, humanity shall first descend into internal strife, and then be systematically vanquished by the demons. Lastly, the core of the 12 capital heavenly demon god sealing array lies deep within the Dead Silence mountain range, at the demonic abyss. There lies the passage for the demon clan's invasion, as well as the weakest point of the seal. Upon gathering the 3 volumes of the heavenly book, hasten to the demonic abyss to reinforce the seal. I beseech the fated successors of future generations to inherit my will and safeguard the tranquility of our human race. With that, the figure gradually faded, and the glow of the crystal sphere dimmed. Chen Changsheng stood in place, unable to find peace for a long while. He was the Chen Saint Master of 3 centuries ago. To seal the demon clan, he had sacrificed himself, yet had preserved a fragment of his true spirit through secret arts, awaiting rebirth as the millennium approached. No wonder he awoke in the small pond, bereft of memories, yet feeling an inexplicable familiarity with many things. All the mysteries had finally been unraveled. Master, Lu Hao murmured, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. Are you truly the Saint Master of 3 centuries ago? Chen Changsheng gently nodded, it appears so. Zhou Bufan fell to his knees, his voice trembling. Disciple pays respects to the Saint Master. Rise, Chen Changsheng softly replied, regardless of who I am, I shall always be your master, that will never change. Tears glistened in Zhou Bufan's eyes as he gratefully stood. Yu Yi and El Liang exchanged glances, then bowed in unison. Disciple pays respects to the master. Chen Changsheng gazed upon these devoted disciples, feeling warmth in his heart. Regardless of the past or present, he has never been alone. The situation has now become clear. Chen Changsheng spoke solemnly, stating that we must swiftly gather the 3 volumes of the heavenly scriptures and then proceed to the abyss of dead silence in the silent mountain range to reinforce the seal. Furthermore, we must remain vigilant against the internal treachery of the demon race within humanity. It is said that this individual holds a noble status and wields significant power, And it is imperative that we identify this person promptly to prevent chaos within our ranks when the demon race attempts to break the seal. Currently, the upper and middle volumes are in the possession of Yulingxiao, while the lower volume lies with the demon race. We must first visit the Tianji Pavilion to seek more information regarding the Abyss and the Yuling Heavenly Scriptures, then devise a detailed plan. The group nodded in agreement, continuing to explore the secret realm alongside Chen Changsheng. On either side of the hall, there were several small chambers containing various tomes and magical artifacts. These were treasures left behind by Chen Changsheng in his earlier years, now proving to be of great utility. He meticulously examined each item, searching for potentially useful clues. In the innermost chamber, he discovered a redwood chest intricately carved with complex runes, clearly a seal. He pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the chest. With a crisp sound, the seal was broken. The chest slowly opened, revealing an ancient long knife. The blade was approximately 3 feet long, entirely black, with a red ribbon coiling around its hilt. Most strikingly, the blade was inscribed with countless tiny runes that shimmered with a ghostly cold light under illumination. "This is the pig slaughtering knife," Chen Changsheng exclaimed, instantly recognizing the weapon. It was indeed the very armament he had wielded in the past, with which he had developed a unique technique for slaying demons, the pig slaughtering technique. Legend has it that this knife can sever the bridge of gods, cleave through demonic bodies, and even bisect a demon emperor with a single strike. Chen Changsheng cautiously lifted the long knife, feeling a familiar tremor in his fingertips. The blade emitted a subtle hum, as if it recognized its master, resonating joyfully. After many years apart, old friend, Chen Changsheng gently caressed the blade, a flicker of nostalgia crossing his eyes. Although his memories had not yet returned, the emotional bond with this knife remained profoundly strong, as if it was an innate connection. Zhou Bufan, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Master, could this be the legendary pig slaughtering knife? It is said to be capable of slaying demon emperors and sealing the demon race." Chen Changsheng nodded, "Indeed. This is the very weapon I wielded in my youth. To reclaim it now feels like destiny." He sheathed the pig slaughtering knife and slung it over his back. Subsequently, the five continued their search of the secret realm, uncovering additional elixirs, talismans, and tomes, all treasures left by Chen Changsheng from years past. It appeared that there were no other items to be found. Lu Hao completed his search of the final chamber and returned to the hall, reporting his findings. As Chen Changsheng surveyed the surroundings, he suddenly noticed a stone slab beneath the crystal ball at the center of the formation, engraved with a diagram. "This is..." He crouched down to examine the diagram closely, "a teleportation array. A passage to the outside world." Zhou Bufan leaned in for a closer look. "It is indeed a teleportation array. But it seems to have become inactive. It is likely due to its age, as the array's energy has been depleted. How can we reactivate it?" Chen Changsheng inquired. Zhou Bufan pondered for a moment before responding. "It is necessary to rainfuse the spiritual energy, and it must follow a specific pathway." He pointed to several key nodes on the formation diagram. "The spiritual energy must circulate in this precise order to activate the teleportation array. Allow me to demonstrate." Chen Changsheng sat cross-legged at the center of the array, forming hand seals as his inner spiritual energy slowly seeped out, following the path indicated by the diagram. A low hum resonated as the energy was infused, causing the patterns on the ground to gradually illuminate, initially with a faint glow that steadily intensified. "It worked!" Zhou Bufan exclaimed with exhilaration. "The teleportation array has been activated." Chapter 88, The Emergence of the Celestial Mechanism. The ground at the center of the formation gradually rose, forming a circular platform adorned with flickering runes, evidently the core of the teleportation array. By stepping onto this platform, one could presumably be transported back to the outside world, explained Zhou Bufan. The five individuals ascended the platform, while Chen Changsheng continued to infuse spiritual energy to activate the teleportation function. With a hum, a brilliant light flashed, and the figures of the five vanished instantaneously from the secret realm. When they opened their eyes again, they found themselves back at the edge of the hot spring. "We're back!" Lu Hao exclaimed joyfully, surveying the area to confirm that they were indeed at the hot spring behind the village. Chen Changsheng glanced at the sky. The sun had just begun its descent in the west, suggesting that only half a day had passed. "Let us return to the village, Zhou Bufan's mother must be worried," Chen Changsheng remarked, leading the group towards the village. On the way, Lu Hao could not restrain his curiosity. Master, now that we know you are the revered Chen Changsheng from 3 centuries ago, what shall we do next? Chen Changsheng pondered for a moment. The plan remains unchanged. We shall first visit the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion to seek further clues, then find a way to gather the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Scriptures, and proceed to the Abyss of Demons to reinforce the seals. As for the infiltrator from the demon clan, we must identify this individual swiftly to avoid being caught off guard. Master, do you think that the infiltrator from the demon clan you mentioned is the same person who framed Uncle Zhou back in the day? Yue inquired thoughtfully. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. There is indeed a possibility. If the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, a sect dedicated to the study of formations, were to be infiltrated by the demon clan, it would serve as an ideal launching point. After all, the essence of sealing the demon clan lies within the formations. Zhou Bufan's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. Master, are you suggesting that there may be an infiltrator within the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion? Chen Changsheng nodded. We cannot dismiss this possibility. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution when we visit the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion. We cannot afford to alarm the enemy. As the group conversed, they soon returned to the village. Zhou Bufan's mother was anxiously peering out into the yard, and upon seeing them return, she hurried over. Xiao Fan, where have you been? Why are you so late? Mother, we lost track of time playing on the mountain. I apologize for worrying you, Zhou Bufan replied apologetically, wishing to keep the matters of the secret realm from her to spare her anxiety. The elderly woman scanned the group, relieved to see that they were unharmed. As long as you are safe, that is all that matters. Come in, supper is ready, I have prepared a feast. The dinner was sumptuous, with the elderly woman having laid out nearly all the best dishes in her home, fearing she might not provide enough hospitality. Grandma, you are too kind, Lu Hao exclaimed, overwhelmed by the abundance of food. You have gone to great lengths. The elderly woman smiled and waved her hand dismissively. No need for such formalities, it is a rare occasion for Xiao Fan to bring friends home. This little hospitality is nothing. The meal was enjoyed by all, filled with laughter and joy. After dinner, Chen Changsheng and Zhou Bufan sat in the courtyard, discussing plans for their departure the next day. We shall set out early tomorrow morning, heading straight for the Celestial Mechanism Pavilion, Chen Changsheng stated. We must not dawdle on the journey, time is of the essence. Zhou Bufan nodded. The Celestial Mechanism Pavilion lies to the northeast of Zhengzhou, at our pace. It will take approximately 3 days to reach. I harbor some concerns for my mother, who is alone at home. Chen Changsheng gently patted his shoulder, suggesting, you could have someone from the Yuling Palace come to protect her. Given your relationship with Yu Lingxiao, he should not decline. Zhou Bufan's eyes brightened at this revelation. Indeed, I shall contact Yu Lingxiao at once. With matters arranged, the group retired early, seeking to rejuvenate for the journey ahead. On the following morning, as dawn's light barely pierced the horizon, the 5 prepared their belongings, ready to set forth. Zhou Bufan's mother had risen early to prepare provisions and a few emergency medicines for them. Mother, we are leaving, Zhou Bufan said, embracing her with an expression laden with reluctance. Please take good care of yourself. I shall return to see you once my tasks are complete. The elderly woman nodded tearfully. Go on, my child. Do not worry about me, I shall be fine. The people from Yuling Palace have already arrived and assured me of my safety. You can focus on your important matters. With that reassurance, Zhou Bufan bid farewell to his mother and departed the village with Chen Changsheng and the others. As they exited the village, Chen Changsheng glanced back at the modest ancestral hall, his heart filled with myriad emotions. 300 years ago, he had left this small village to become a revered sage of humanity across the continent. Now, 3 centuries later, he returned to embark once more on the journey of safeguarding his people. The cycle of destiny is indeed wondrous. Let us proceed to the Tiangong Pavilion, Chen Changsheng declared solemnly, stepping forward, with the 4 companions closely trailing behind. In the northeastern region of the central continent, a majestic mountain soared skyward, piercing the clouds. Its grandeur was breathtaking, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of an ethereal realm. This mountain, known as Tiangong Mountain, housed the Tiangong Pavilion. Esteemed for its mastery in the art of formations, Tiangong Pavilion enjoyed a stellar reputation across the continent. Countless prodigies sought to join its ranks, aspiring to learn the profound intricacies of formation techniques. However, the pavilion selection process was exceedingly stringent, with only 1 in 1,000, or even 1 in 10,000, being accepted. Each year, amidst the thousands who sought to become disciples, often no more than 3 would find themselves welcomed within its hallowed walls. Chen Changsheng and his companions stood at the mountain's base, gazing up at the mist-clad summit. "Is the Tiangong Pavilion situated at the mountain's peak?" Lu Hao inquired, straining his neck to see. "Goodness, it is so high." Zhou Bufan nodded. "Indeed, the Tiangong Pavilion is built upon a vast platform at the summit. Commonly referred to as the Tiangong stage, it is said to be a place rich in the essence of heaven and earth, particularly conducive to comprehending the path of formations." "Must we climb all the way up?" Yui fretted, eyeing the steep trail. Zhou Bufan shook his head. "No. Tiangong Mountain has a dedicated teleportation array that can transport us directly to the peak. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person muster the strength to ascend?" He led the group around the mountain's base and soon arrived at a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone platform, intricately inscribed with complex runes. Unmistakably a teleportation array. "This is the teleportation array to the Tiangong Pavilion," Zhou Bufan explained. "However, passing through requires a fee. Outsiders must pay 1 mid-grade spirit stone each, while disciples of Tiangong Pavilion may travel free of charge." Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow. "Is the Tiangong Pavilion truly so extravagant as to impose charges?" Zhou Bufan replied with a wry smile. "Alas, such are the rules. Moreover, this could be regarded as a form of selection mechanism, for not everyone possesses a medium-grade spirit stone." As the group approached the teleportation array, an elderly man clad in a gray robe languidly rested in a chair, seemingly in a slumber. "Ahem." Zhou Bufan cleared his throat twice. The old man jolted awake, blinking his bleary eyes. "Who is it? Seeking to ascend the mountain?" He scrutinized the group with an appraising gaze and extended his gnarled hand. 1 medium-grade spirit stone per person, if you have none. "I kindly ask you to take a detour." Zhou Bufan removed the jade token from his waist and presented it to the elder. "I am Zhou Bufan, a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion, here to pay my respects to the Pavilion Master." Chapter 89, Old Grudges and New Enmities. The elderly man was taken aback, scrutinizing the jade token closely, his eyes widening in disbelief. Zhou Bufan? The one who was expelled from the sect?" Zhou Bufan's expression instantly darkened. "Indeed, it is I." The elder abruptly rose, his countenance shifting dramatically, retreating 2 steps in palpable trepidation, as if confronted by something dreadful. You dare return? Are you aware that the sect leader declared that if you set foot in the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion again, you shall be executed without mercy?" A flicker of anguish crossed Zhou Bufan's eyes, yet it quickly transformed into resolute determination. "My master has commanded me to examine the records of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion. Hence I have ventured here at great risk. I beseech you to inform the sect leader, stating that Zhou Bufan has come to pay his respects with his master." "Master?" The elder eyed Chen Changsheng and his companions with suspicion. "Which one of you is your master?" Chen Changsheng stepped forward. "I am Chen Changsheng, Zhou Bufan's master." "Chen Changsheng?" The elder furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. "I have not heard of this name. Which sect do you belong to?" With a faint smile, Chen Changsheng replied, "I belong to no sect, merely an itinerant cultivator." The elder scoffed dismissively. "Humph. A nameless nobody dares to act brazenly in the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Do you even know what this place is?" The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is one of the 5 great sects of the continent, and the sect leader is a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the divine bridge. Do you think you insignificant wretches can cause a ruckus here? Have you tired of living?" Chen Changsheng remained unfazed. "We harbor no ill intentions, we simply wish to consult some materials." "If it is inconvenient, then so be it." He turned to leave, but Zhou Bufan grew anxious. As "Master, we have come this far, how can we just leave like this?" "Ha! If you have any sense, you should leave quickly." The elder sneered. "Zhou Bufan, if you wish to live, you had better skedaddle with your worthless master." "You!" Zhou Bufan's fury ignited, and he was about to rush forward. Chen Changsheng grasped his arm. "Enough, we shall seek another way. Uncle Zhou, let us go, do not stoop to their level," Lu Hao advised. Just as they prepared to depart, a sudden radiance erupted from the teleportation array, and a young man clad in a blue robe emerged from the light. Eh? Lao He, who is causing a commotion? It's so noisy. The youth yawned. The elder hastily bowed in respect. I salute you, Brother Lin. It is the traitor Zhou Bufan, accompanied by a few nameless individuals attempting to intrude upon the pavilion. I have stopped them. Zhou Bufan? The youth's demeanor shifted instantly. His gaze piercing through to Zhou Bufan. It has been 10 years, and you have become increasingly pathetic. Upon recognizing the young man's face, Zhou Bufan's expression changed dramatically. Lin Tianchu. Lin Tianchu scoffed. I never imagined you, the traitor, would dare return. Have you come to throw yourself into the trap? Or are you simply tired of living? Zhou Bufan gritted his teeth, suppressing the fury within. Today, my master has urgent matters to discuss, and has specifically come to pay respects to the sect leader. I implore Brother Lin to grant us this courtesy and relay the message. Master? Just these simpletons? Lin Tianchu surveyed Chen Changsheng and his group with disdain. Zhou Bufan, have you fallen so low? Associating with these nameless individuals? Ha ha ha. In those days, you were indeed the prodigious disciple of the Tenji Pavilion. It is truly lamentable and sorrowful to witness your fall to such depths after being expelled from your sect. Zhou Bufan clenched his fists, veins bulging, but ultimately restrained himself. Senior Brother Lin, we merely wish to meet the pavilion master, and harbor no ill intentions. Lin Tianchu scoffed coldly. Meet the pavilion master? Do you believe yourself worthy? Even if the pavilion master were willing to see you, would you dare to face him? After all, he once vowed to personally eradicate you, the traitor. He forcefully snatched Zhou Bufan's jade token and hurled it to the ground. You are no longer a member of the Tianji Pavilion. This jade token is not yours to possess. With a resounding crack, the token shattered upon impact. You! Zhou Bufan, consumed by rage, felt his spiritual power surge. Ready to strike. Chen Changsheng seized him by the arm, his gaze urging him to remain calm. This senior Brother Lin, Chen Changsheng addressed Lin Tianchu, his tone composed. We have come to inquire about the sealed information concerning the demon race. It pertains to the survival of humanity, and we beseech your leniency. The demon race seal? Lin Tianchu furrowed his brows. You rustic peasants dare to concern yourselves with such grave matters? Do you comprehend the significance of the demon race seal? It was established 3 centuries ago by the revered Master Chen, who sacrificed himself for it, and is beyond your capacity to discuss. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng could not help but smirk inwardly. This Lin Tianchu is indeed arrogant, oblivious to the fact that the Master Chen he speaks of stands right before him. Since Senior Brother Lin is unwilling to inform us, we shall take our leave. Chen Changsheng bowed slightly and turned to depart. Stop! Lin Tianchu suddenly shouted. Since you are aware of the demon race seal, you cannot leave so easily. Accompany me up the mountain to meet the pavilion master. He is currently studying the demon race seal and may be interested in the intelligence you possess. Chen Changsheng's heart stirred, though he feigned reluctance. Well, we have merely heard some rumors, lacking any substantial content. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Tianchu interrupted impatiently. Whether you go up the mountain is not up to you. According to the rules of the Tianji Pavilion, anyone privy to the secrets of the demon race seal must be brought before the pavilion master for questioning. We shall ascend the mountain, but should any misfortune befall us, you shall bear the consequences. Chen Changsheng's tone carried a hint of threat. Infuriated, Lin Tianchu retorted, preposterous. Who do you think you are to threaten the Tianji Pavilion? He pointed towards the teleportation array. Get in there. Dare to play tricks, and I will strike you down on the spot. With no other choice, the 5 reluctantly stepped into the teleportation array. Lin Tianchu formed a seal to activate it, and in a flash of light, the 6 vanished from their location. When the brilliance faded, Chen Changsheng opened his eyes to find himself standing on a vast platform. As he gazed around, he beheld a sea of rolling clouds beneath him. Surrounded by majestic mountains, a truly breathtaking vista. At the center of the platform stood a magnificent complex of buildings, with pavilions and towers, soaring eaves and intricate brackets, exuding an imposing grandeur. This was the illustrious Tianji Pavilion. Follow me. Lin Tianchu intoned coldly, leading the 5 towards the main pavilion. Along the way, numerous disciples of the Tenji Pavilion regarded them with curiosity, especially when they spotted Zhou Bufan, their eyes flashing with astonishment and disdain. Look, is that not Zhou Bufan? The traitor who stole the celestial mirror. How dare he return? Is he not afraid of being slain by the sect master? And who are those accompanying him? Could they also be thieves? Zhou Bufan's countenance darkened, his clenched fists revealing swollen veins, yet under Chen Changsheng's subtle gesture, he restrained his fury and strode forward with his head held high. After a decade, a full 10 years of grievances, he had finally returned to this place. Once a fervent dream and later a haunting nightmare. The main pavilion stood tall and majestic, with hundreds of stone steps winding upwards, each decadal interval guarded by a pair of stone lions. On either side of the steps were disciples of the celestial pavilion clad in grey robes, their piercing gazes vigilant as they fixed their eyes upon Chen Changsheng and his entourage. Chapter 90, Encounter with the Master. The defenses of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion are indeed formidable, murmured Lu Hao softly. Lin Tianshu responded with a cold chuckle. The Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion houses countless precious texts and secret formations, hence, it is only natural to enforce stringent precautions. Especially after the treachery of Zhou Bufan, who stole the divine mirror of Heavenly Mechanism, the vigilance has been notably heightened. Upon hearing this, Zhou Bufan's eyes flared with indignation. I did not steal the divine mirror of Heavenly Mechanism. Ha! The evidence is irrefutable, do you still dare to argue? Lin Tianshu scoffed, curling his lip. Enter now. The master will deliver the appropriate punishment. As the group stepped into the main hall, they beheld a spacious interior. In the center stood a round table crafted from jade, surrounded by 12 chairs, also hewn from jade. Various ancient texts and formation diagrams lay scattered across the table, indicating that someone had been diligently studying. Is the master present? Lin Tianshu inquired respectfully. The hall was empty, yet as soon as his words fell, a figure materialized before the round table. It was an elderly man with a dignified countenance, his hair and beard white, yet his spirit was vigorous, his eyes sharp as lightning, exuding an imposing aura. He donned a simple azure robe, adorned with the characters for Heavenly Mechanism, and stood as the master of the pavilion, Tianjizi. Lin Tianshu, what is it? Tianjizi's voice resonated with a deep authority, filled with gravitas. Immediately, Lin Tianshu knelt on one knee. Reporting to the master. I encountered a group of suspicious individuals at the foot of the mountain. They were inquiring about the seal of the demon clan. I suspect they harbor ulterior motives. Hence I have brought them here for your judgment. Tianjizi's gaze swept over Chen Changsheng and his companions, ultimately resting on Zhou Bufan, his eyes flashing with shock and fury. Zhou Bufan? How dare you return? Zhou Bufan took a deep breath, stepping forward to kneel on one knee. Disciple Zhou Bufan pays respects to the master. Humph. You still have the audacity to call yourself a disciple of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion? Tianjizi thundered. Years ago, you committed a grievous crime by stealing the divine mirror of Heavenly Mechanism, and now you dare to return? Truly, you are brazen beyond measure. Zhou Bufan lifted his head, meeting Tianjizi's gaze directly. Master, concerning the events of that year, I was indeed wronged. I did not steal the divine mirror. Preposterous. Tianjizi slammed his hand on the table, causing the jade surface to tremble violently. The evidence is irrefutable, do you still dare to dispute it? When the divine mirror was stolen, fragments were found in your room, and traces of the mirror's essence lingered on your hands. Is this not sufficiently clear? With a heart full of grievance and defiance, Zhou Bufan replied, Master, please see the truth. I did indeed come into contact with the divine mirror, but that was at your behest when I was tasked with organizing the treasury. And I accidentally touched the mirror. As for the fragments in my room, I am convinced that someone has framed me. Ridiculous. Tianjizi retorted sharply. The divine mirror of Heavenly Mechanism is the treasure of our pavilion, how could it be so easily accessed by you? To claim it was merely during a treasury organization is utterly absurd. Zhou Bufan fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. It was true that the master had ordered him to organize the treasury, but now the master denied it, leaving him powerless to refute. Observing this, Chen Changsheng stepped forward. If I may be so bold, Master, has there been any investigation regarding the whereabouts of the divine mirror since its theft? Tianjizi cast a cold gaze upon Chen Changsheng, inquiring, "Who are you to interfere with the affairs of my Tianji pavilion?" "I am Chen Changsheng, the master of Zhou Bufan," came the calm reply. "I have come today for two reasons, to seek justice for my disciple and to inquire about information regarding the seal of the demon race." Chen Changsheng? Tianjizi's brow furrowed, this name was unfamiliar to him. "You have taken Zhou Bufan as your apprentice. Are you aware of his transgressions?" A slight smile graced Chen Changsheng's lips. "I know him to be a prodigy in formations and of upright character, not a base individual. As for the matter of theft, I dare say there may be more to the story." Tianjizi snorted disdainfully. "The affairs of the pavilion are not for outsiders to meddle in. As for the demon race seal, that is a closely guarded secret, not to be divulged. You would do well to leave at once." A glimmer of resolve flickered in Chen Changsheng's eyes. "It seems you have misunderstood, Pavilion Master. We do not seek to pry into secrets, rather, we are here to find methods to defend against the demon race. The seal is on the verge of weakening, and humanity may face a grave calamity. We have come to gather relevant information, and we hope for your assistance." Upon hearing this, Tianjizi's expression shifted slightly. "How do you know the seal of the demon race is about to weaken? Even my Tianji pavilion has only recently begun to take notice of this matter." "It is one of the very subjects we wish to investigate," Chen Changsheng replied calmly. "Why is the demon race stirring at this juncture? What has caused the seal to weaken? These inquiries require further historical documentation for corroboration." Tianjizi fell silent for a moment before slamming his hand on the table. "Lin Tianshu, take them to the side hall to wait. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall discuss this matter further shortly." "Yes, Pavilion Master." Lin Tianshu responded respectfully, then turned to Chen Changsheng and his companions. "Follow me, please." After departing the main hall, Lin Tianshu led them to a modest side hall furnished with only a few tables, chairs, and tea sets. "Wait here and do not wander about," Lin Tianshu warned. "The Pavilion Master has a volatile temper, it is best for you to remain calm." With that, he turned and left, firmly closing the hall door behind him. Once Lin Tianshu had distanced himself, Lu Hao leaned in closer. "Master, this Tianjizi does not seem particularly amiable. Can we truly find any leads here?" Chen Changsheng pondered thoughtfully. "Tianjizi's reaction is quite peculiar. Logically, as a sect dedicated to the study of formations, Tianji Pavilion should be most concerned with the seal of the demon race. Yet, he appears to be quite averse to discussing this topic. Could it be Yue hesitated?" Her words trailing off. "Are you suggesting that Tianjizi might be an insider for the demon race?" Lu Liang interjected, his voice barely above a whisper. Fearful of being overheard, Zhou Bufan's expression turned grave. "That seems unlikely. Although the Pavilion Master may harbor biases against me, he has always been a man of integrity, having overseen Tianji Pavilion for centuries with great renown. If he were an insider for the demon race, he could not have concealed it for so long." Chen Changsheng nodded. "Let us refrain from hasty conclusions for now. I sense something amiss within Tianji Pavilion, but the specifics warrant further observation." He surveyed the surroundings, noting that although the side hall was small, it was elegantly arranged, with formation patterns etched into the floor, suggesting a form of protective array. "This side hall is rather extraordinary," Chen Changsheng murmured. "The patterns on the ground appear to be a mere protective array, yet they likely conceal surveillance functions. Our every move may be under Tianjizi's watchful eye." Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately straightened their postures, refraining from any reckless movements. Approximately an hour later, the palace doors swung open once more, and Lin Tianshu entered, announcing, "The master summons you." The 5 individuals followed Lin Tianshu back to the main hall. This time, in addition to Tianjizi, several venerable elders with snowy hair were present, standing solemnly on either side of him. "I pay my respects to the master," Zhou Bufan said, bowing respectfully. Chapter 91, The Revelation of Origins. Tianjizi nodded slightly, his gaze shifting towards Chen Changsheng. "The elders within the pavilion have deliberated upon the matter you raised regarding the loosening of the seal on the demon race, and it indeed warrants our attention. However, The archives of the Tianji Pavilion are vast and intricate. To seek specific documents, one must impose certain constraints. Please elucidate what precisely you wish to discover. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Changsheng replied, we seek to understand three matters. First, the particulars of the 12-capital heavenly demon sealing formation that sealed the demon race 3 centuries ago. Second, the origins and purposes of the 3 volumes of the Yuling Heavenly Book. And third, the possible identities and characteristics of any infiltrators within the demon race. Upon hearing these inquiries, the expressions of Tianjizi and the elders visibly shifted. They exchanged glances, a multitude of complex emotions flickering in their eyes. These 3 questions, Tianjizi intoned solemnly, touch upon the most profound secrets of the Tianji Pavilion. I must know why you possess such knowledge and why you believe there are infiltrators from the demon race among humanity. Chen Changsheng surveyed the surrounding elders and then gazed at Tianjizi, ultimately opting for candor. To be frank, I am Chen Changsheng, the one who sealed the demon race 300 years ago. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the assembly. Absurd! An elder exclaimed vehemently. Master Chen sacrificed himself 3 centuries ago, martyring his life for the cause. How can you possibly be him? Chen Changsheng regarded the crowd with calm assurance. I indeed perished once. But through extraordinary means, I retained a fragment of my true spirit and was reborn as the millennium approached. I discovered remnants of information in a hidden realm behind my village that corroborate this fact. Utterly ridiculous. Another elder scoffed. Do you think fabricating a tale will allow you to impersonate the master? Such delusions are laughable. Unperturbed, Chen Changsheng replied, if proof is what you seek, it is easily attainable. He slowly drew forth the butcher's knife from his back, its ancient runes immediately radiating a spectral glow. The Tianji Divine Blade. Tianjizi's pupils constricted, his voice betraying an unmistakable astonishment. This blade indeed belonged to Master Chen. Several elders, too, displayed expressions of shock, having recognized the legendary weapon. Chen Changsheng, gripping the butcher's knife, felt the rune's luminosity intensify. Is this not sufficient? Allow me to provide further evidence. With a swift motion, he executed a seemingly ordinary slash. Yet it contained unparalleled profundity. The blade's light arced through the air in a graceful curve, slicing through the void and emerging from another point in the ether, creating a flawless loop. This is, Tianjizi gasped, the 13th form of the butcher's knife technique, void reversal. This maneuver can only be performed by Master Chen, as it necessitates a profound comprehension of the laws of space. You. Tianjizi's voice trembled slightly. Are you truly Master Chen? Chen Changsheng sheathed his long knife and nodded. Indeed, I am Chen Changsheng, the sage of humanity from 3 centuries past. Now that the demon race stirs once more, I have returned to the mortal realm to thwart their invasion once again. Tianjizi and the elders exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss as to whether to believe him. If you truly are Master Chen, one elder cautiously probed, then you must be aware of the contributions the Tianji Pavilion made to you in those times. Chen Changsheng shook his head, expressing his apologies. Regrettably, after my rebirth, I have lost most of my memories, retaining only fragments of pivotal events, such as sealing the demon clan and establishing the slaughtering pig blade technique. As for matters concerning the heavenly mechanism pavilion, my recollections are scant. Upon hearing this, Tianjizi's eyes flickered with a complex emotion. Do you not recall the nature of your relationship with my heavenly mechanism pavilion? Chen Changsheng candidly replied, I do not remember. However, I surmise that the heavenly mechanism pavilion must have assisted me in sealing the demon clan, as formations are indeed your forte. Tianjizi fell silent for a moment before abruptly gesturing for the elders to withdraw. You may leave for now, I have matters to discuss privately with Chen Changsheng. Although the elders were puzzled, they respectfully complied. Lin Tianshu was also ushered out, leaving only Chen Changsheng and Tianjizi in their company. Once everyone had exited the grand hall, Tianjizi's demeanor shifted to one of profound reverence. Master, you have truly returned? What? Chen Changsheng exclaimed, taken aback. Tianjizi knelt, bowing deeply. Disciple pays homage to master. I am Tianjizi, originally named Li Sanghai, your closed-door disciple from 300 years ago. This act of reverence not only astonished Chen Changsheng but left Zhou Bufan and others utterly dumbfounded. How could Tianjizi possibly be Chen Changsheng's disciple? Chen Changsheng stood frozen, unable to fathom such a turn of events. You are my disciple? Tianjizi respectfully affirmed, indeed, master. 3 centuries ago, you took me as your pupil, imparting the art of formations, and entrusted the heavenly mechanism pavilion to my care, urging me to continue the legacy of the formation lineage. Before your departure, you foretold that a millennium hence, the seal on the demon clan would weaken, and you would return in some manner, albeit with lost memories. I have awaited your return, never anticipating that today would be the day. Tianjizi was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, reminiscent of a long-lost child finally reuniting with his father. Chen Changsheng remains somewhat uncertain. If you truly are my disciple, you should be able to recount certain matters known only to us. Tianjizi wiped his tears and reminisced. Master delights in drinking pear blossom wine, and every mid-autumn festival, you would ascend the mountain to admire the moon, indulging in 3 jugs alone. Your blade technique, while seemingly simple, is unfathomably profound. Outsiders merely recognize it as the slaughtering pig blade, yet fail to grasp its true essence, which embodies the cycle of the heavenly path, all things returning to one. Your favored saying is, the blade's sharpness lies not in its edge, but in the heart of man. The formation's complexity does not reside in its intricacy, but in the heavenly mechanism. Hearing these intimate details, Chen Changsheng, though devoid of specific memories, felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had indeed experienced these moments. It appears you are truly my disciple, he finally conceded, but why the earlier wariness towards me? Tianjizi explained. I dared not confirm your identity. For 3 centuries, countless individuals have impersonated Master Chen, seeking to uncover the secrets of the heavenly mechanism pavilion. Moreover, you had mentioned that upon your return, you might lose your memories and forget our connection. Thus, I had to proceed with caution until your identity could be verified. Chen Changsheng nodded in understanding, saying, given this, you must be aware of the answers to the 3 questions I posed earlier, correct? Tianjizi replied solemnly. I am aware of some aspects. Regarding the 12th capital heavenly demon sealing formation, I did indeed participate in its arrangement, but I only possess a general understanding. The intricate details are best known to you, my esteemed master. As for the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book, I know it is divided into 3 volumes, each safeguarded by the 3 races of humanity, demons, and devils. The first volume symbolizes creation, the second represents transformation, and the third signifies destruction. When these 3 volumes are united, one can perceive the profound truths of heaven and earth. Concerning the internal strife within the demon race, I have also heard whispers. Before your departure, my master warned that the demon race would infiltrate the upper echelons of the human race, waiting for the opportune moment to undermine the seals. However, I remain unaware of the specific individuals involved. Chapter 92, The Astonishing Truth, The Inside Man Emerges. Upon hearing this, Chen Changsheng pondered thoughtfully. It appears that we must delve into the archives for further information. Tianjizi immediately rose. Master, I shall escort you to the library at once. It houses a vast collection of ancient texts regarding the demon race and their seals, which may yield valuable clues. At this moment, Zhou Bufan cautiously inquired, Master, what about the matter of the Tianji divine mirror? Upon hearing this question, Tianjizi's expression shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment. This matter indeed harbors some peculiarities. When the divine mirror was stolen years ago, all evidence pointed to Zhou Bufan. However, I have always harbored doubts. For Zhou Bufan is a rare talent in formations within our Tianji pavilion, unwaveringly loyal to our sect, and not one to commit such an act. Yet, at that time, the evidence was irrefutable, and with the unanimous verdict of the elders, I found it difficult to contradict their consensus. Zhou Bufan felt a twinge of comfort at the pavilion master's explanation, yet dissatisfaction lingered. Master, I have endured unjust suffering for a decade, wandering among the common folk and facing countless hardships. Is it to be dismissed so easily? Tianjizi sighed. I shall reinvestigate this matter and ensure you receive justice. However, our immediate priority is to assist you in addressing the threat posed by the demon race. Chen Changsheng regarded Zhou Bufan and spoke gently. Xiao Fan, as Tianjizi has mentioned, our foremost task is to thwart the invasion of the demons. We shall undoubtedly clear your name, but it must be set aside for the time being. Though unwilling, Zhou Bufan understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. I comprehend. Tianjizi nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, then let us proceed to the library. He turned and led the way, with Chen Changsheng and the others following closely behind towards the library. The library, situated at the pinnacle of Tianji Mountain, is a 9-story pagoda, constructed entirely of white jade, gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. This is the repository of the Tianji Pavilion, the most significant edifice on the entire mountain. Tianjizi elaborated that the tower contains 100,000 volumes of ancient texts encompassing various fields such as formations, alchemy, swordsmanship, and history. Records pertaining to the demon race are primarily concentrated on the 7th floor. Let us ascend directly. Navigating through layers of restrictions and guards, the group finally arrived at the 7th floor of the library. This level was vast, with bookshelves lining the walls, filled with an array of ancient tomes. At the center stood a grand circular table, upon which lay a map, seemingly depicting the entire continent. This is the latest map of the continent. Drawn by our Tianji Pavilion, Tianjizi pointed to the map, noting that it marked the critical points of the demon seals, including the demon abyss within the Dead Silence Mountains. Chen Changsheng leaned in for a closer look, discovering that the map indeed indicated a location named the Demon Abyss, situated deep within the northernmost Dead Silence Mountains. This Demon Abyss, is it not the core area where the demon race was sealed? Chen Changsheng inquired. Tianjizi nodded, precisely. It was there, master, that you once performed the heavenly reversal technique, sacrificing yourself to establish the 12th capital heavenly demon sealing formation, which sealed the main forces of the invading demons. Surrounding the demon abyss are 12 peaks, arranged in a circular formation, each corresponding to the positions of the 12 capital heavenly gods and demons. As long as these 12 peaks remain standing, the seal shall not shatter completely. Chen Changsheng furrowed his brow, pondering, why is the seal now showing signs of loosening? Is there an issue with these 12 mountains? Tianjizi shook his head, not entirely. Based on our investigations, the 12 peaks are still relatively stable. Yet there have been unusual activities within the demon abyss. In recent years, there have been frequent aberrant energy fluctuations emanating from within, as if something is colliding against the seal. Moreover, these fluctuations are becoming increasingly frequent and intense. While this alone is insufficient to destabilize the seal, the situation would differ if external assistance were involved. Chen Changsheng began to grasp the underlying implication. Are you suggesting that there is collusion from within the demon tribe to aid in breaking the seal? It is highly probable, Tianjizi replied solemnly. According to ancient texts, although the seal on the demon tribe is formidable, it possesses a fatal weakness, the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Should someone gather the 3 volumes of the Heavenly Book and perform a specific ritual at a designated time and place, it could weaken the seal's power, thereby creating an opportunity for the demon tribe to breach it. Thus, the primary objective of the internal accomplices may very well be to collect all 3 volumes of the Jade Spirit Heavenly Book. Chen Changsheng felt a jolt of realization. No wonder the demon tribe is so eager to obtain the fragments of the Heavenly Book, it is to dismantle the seal. Precisely, Tianjizi declared. Retrieving an